Chapter 1. The Tranquil Valley in Turbulent Times. The blood sacrifice continent is an expansive realm of boundless vastness. Here, countless nations stand erect, and myriad forces intertwine. Wherever humanity exists, strife inevitably follows. On this nearly limitless expanse, the disputes between nations and factions have never ceased. The powerful, who wield control over their territories, incite wars for the sake of acquiring more land, additional resources, or even more alluring women, all under various pretexts. The common folk, amidst this chaotic era, have become like drifting weeds or insignificant ants. To escape the ravages of war, many ordinary citizens flee to distant lands. Some seek refuge in the mountains, while others hide in the forests, leading lives that are often bleak and mundane. On this blood sacrifice continent, there lies a vast forest teeming with wild and mystical beasts. Few ordinary souls who venture deep within manage to return unscathed. Over time, this forest has been aptly named Youquan, or the Serene Spring. Yet on the outskirts of this forest, within a secluded valley surrounded by mountains, there reside people. Xiaoliu, can you not behave for just a moment? It's merely the Honchuan you're learning. Why are you gazing about aimlessly? A middle-aged man, bare-chested and displaying robust muscles, chastised a boy of about 11 or 12 years amid a group of children. The man's muscles were remarkably firm, and he wore a coarse gray cloth headband to wipe away the sweat. Before him stood 8 young boys, all appearing to be of tender age, arranged in a disordered manner, seemingly engaged in learning martial arts. In the blood sacrifice continent, it is quite common for children to learn martial arts at an early age. Mastering some skills not only strengthens the body, but, more importantly, ensures self-defense. In this land, survival is an arduous endeavor without any capabilities. At that moment, the boy being reprimanded, wearing a cheeky grin, scratched his loose-fitting cloth pants and replied playfully, "Uncle K, you've taught the same few moves repeatedly. I've already mastered them. Perhaps you should devote more time to instructing Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba instead. I shall not burden myself with it." Ha! Preposterous. The Honchuan consists of 18 levels. How many have you truly mastered? Have you forgotten what I told you? As a man, you must allow your spine to narrate your own story in this world. Without genuine skill, how do you expect to establish your place in society? Now practice diligently. Not just you, but all of you must hone your skills to protect yourselves and those around you. Uncle Kuei furrowed his brow, unhesitatingly admonishing the group of children. The path of cultivation is profound and lengthy. You are merely at the stage of physical conditioning. To complete, this process requires at least 10 years of rigorous training. Furthermore, there are even more formidable realms: the human immortal, earth immortal, and celestial immortal stages. At the human immortal level, you will begin to access and absorb vital energy. The earth immortal stage necessitates comprehending the pulsations of the earth and harnessing its power to augment your strength. Hence, practitioners of the earth immortal realm are also referred to as terrestrial immortals. As for the celestial immortal realm, it transcends ordinary existence entirely, requiring the comprehension of the essence of the void to break through, allowing one to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth with ease. While Uncle Kuei expounded on the various levels of cultivation, Xiaoliu, however, was not listening. His gaze caught sight of a 7 or 80-year-old girl bouncing toward the small river in the valley, clearly eager to play. "Xiao Jiu?" Uncle Kuei, pardon my departure, but I must take my leave." With that, Xiaoliu crouched down and, taking advantage of Uncle Kuei's diverted attention, dashed away. Uncle Kuei immediately noticed the child had fled from the group without hesitation. He identified the culprit. "Ha! Uncle Kuei, did you not often say that a man should use his spine to tell a story? That is precisely what I am doing. Farewell." With that, Xiaoliu vanished, leaving only a playful silhouette behind for Uncle Kuei and the remaining children practicing their punches. "This little rascal, he infuriates me." Uncle Kuei fumed, but chose not to pursue Xiaoliu, as the remaining children still required his guidance in their training. Kuei, has Xiaoliu run off again? Ha ha! I reckon you should give up on him. That child can never sit still. A passerby from the valley jested, as they all lived in close-knit community, unbothered by light-hearted banter. This kid learns quickly, yet he is too restless. He frequently wanders off at this rate. Even the finest talent will be squandered. In these turbulent times, wasting one's gifts is akin to squandering one's life. How can I not be anxious? Uncle Kuei lamented, expressing his frustration to the resident. Well, I don't mean to say he has a bad temperament. Let go for today. You lot, focus on your training and don't follow Xiaoliu's example, or beware the consequences. After exchanging a few words, Uncle Kuei seemed to calm down considerably and resumed educating the children. Meanwhile, Xiaoliu had made a quick detour and suddenly appeared before the 7 or 8-year-old girl by the riverside, holding out a vibrant red flower with a cheeky smile. Xiaojiu, back to play by the river again? Did your old lady allow you to come out alone? Xiaoliu Gij, this flower is so beautiful. Although the girl was quite young, her speech was clear and melodious. As she accepted the red flower from Xiaoliu, her bright eyes curved into crescent moons. Grandma is unwell and resting in bed. She doesn't know I'm out here. You mustn't tell on me. The girl removed her flower shoes and dipped her petite, snowy feet into the crystal-clear water, playfully splashing. Rest assured, your sixth brother is not the type to tell tales. Truth be told, I snuck out too. They are all still practicing. Hee hee. The two children exchanged mischievous glances and began to frolic by the river. Suddenly, Xiaoliu and Xiaojiu were startled into silence. Xiaoliu widened his eyes and hurriedly approached Xiaoqi, asking anxiously, "Explain yourself clearly. What happened to which old lady?" Xiaoqi, panting heavily, arrived before them and caught his breath before continuing. "Which old lady? I believe there's only one in our valley, right? Hurry up if we're late. We might miss seeing her for the last time." Xiaoliu Gij, what should we do? Is Grandma going to die? At this moment, Xiaojiu was already in tears, feeling utterly helpless. The house they spoke of belonged to the only elderly resident in the village, Granny Hua, with whom both Xiaoliu and Xiaojiu had shared a close bond. "Make way, let us enter." Xiaoliu swiftly pushed his way through the crowd and entered the humble dwelling, with Xiaojiu and Xiaoqi following closely behind. Upon entering the modest room, they immediately spotted the elderly woman lying beneath thick blankets, while Uncle Kuei and another villager dressed like a woodsman were engaged in discussion. "Grandma!" Xiaojiu, the youngest, unable to contain her emotions, cried out and rushed to the bedside, weeping. Xiaoliu's expression darkened as well. After all, this was the person who had nurtured him. Though he often jested with her, in his heart, he regarded this elderly woman as his own grandmother. Seeing her in such a feeble state filled him with profound sorrow, wishing it were he who suffered instead. "Uncle Kuei, Uncle Luo, what is Grandma's condition?" Xiaoliu inquired, aware that both Uncle Kuei and the woodsman, Uncle Luo, possessed some martial skill and could likely discern a few medical conditions, even if they were not physicians. "Xiaoliu, you're here. Granny Hua is quite advanced in age and has recently succumbed to the chill of the mountain winds, which has caused her illness. If it were a mere cold, it would be manageable for you or me. However, Granny Hua's immunity is weak, and this time it seems." Uncle Kuei's voice trailed off, for Granny Hua had yet to draw her last breath, and he refrained from uttering words that might seem to curse her fate. Yet, his implication was unmistakable. Even Xiaojiu understood, leading her to cry even harder. Who knows why that old lady ventured up the mountain? At her age, she should be more mindful of her health. There are rarely strong winds in the valley. Only the mountain bears such gales. I reckon she's grown quite muddled in her old age. Uncle Luo interjected, unable to hold back, suggesting that Granny Hua fell ill due to her recent trip to the mountain. Chapter 2. A solitary venture into the enchanted spring. What transpired? An acute tension gripped Xiaoliu's already taut nerves. escalating into an overwhelming anxiety. He scrambled up to the summit of the valley's encircling hills, only to behold an indelible scene that would forever be etched in his memory. A cadre of elegantly attired figures, seemingly ethereal, stood gracefully in the clearing at the heart of the valley. Before them knelt nearly all the villagers, their heads bowed in a posture of submission, akin to that of condemned criminals. Not far from this assembly lay a solitary figure prostrate on the ground. Despite the distance, Xiaoliu miraculously discerned that it was none other than his Uncle Kuei. Uncle Kuei, what has happened to him? A wave of alarm surged through Xiaolu's heart. Who were these outsiders? And how had they come to be here? This valley was so remote. How could they have possibly found it? These questions flitted through his mind like shadows, only to be swiftly cast aside. An ominous premonition lingered within him, refusing to dissipate. Ignoring the propriety of his actions, he shouted and charged down the slope, racing towards the valley below. Alas, it seems the age has taken its toll. And their physique appears rather unremarkable. Very well, let us eliminate them all, ensuring no trace remains. Otherwise, should the palace pursue the matter, we would find ourselves in dire straits. In the midst of the scene, two figures clad in white exchanged a few words, and then one of them brandished a gleaming sword that seemed to materialize from thin air. With horror-stricken eyes, Xiaoliu watched as this individual approached his kin. The prostrate villagers, bound hand and foot, with rags stuffed in their mouths, appeared utterly despondent, unable even to utter a word. From a distance, Xiaoliu noticed several uncles lifting their heads in resignation, casting glances in his direction. With a swift motion, the sword traced a silver arc through the air. Almost simultaneously, the heads of the kneeling villagers were severed, rising into the air amidst a shower of blood. No, Xiaolu's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind reeling as if struck by a hammer, buzzing with despair. Underneath the darkened night sky, his relatives lay not far from him, yet their severed heads bore witness to their demise. In that instant, Xiaolu's heart sank into an abyss of emptiness, all thought ceasing to exist. Enough of this cacophony. Allow me to take ch at this moment. The man clad in white had in his possession a slender silver sword, identical to the one wielded by the previous individual. His gaze, however, remained utterly devoid of emotion, as though he were about to slay not a human being, but merely a pig or a dog. With the utmost ease, with a gentle flick of his wrist, he struck down towards the neck of the young boy. Xiaoliu, the speed of this strike far exceeded the comprehension of any ordinary person. Even if Xiaoliu had not succumbed to unconsciousness, he would have had no conceivable chance of evading it. Yet, a peculiar phenomenon transpired. The kneeling Xiaoliu suddenly vanished from his position, and the swiftly descending sword met only empty air. This unforeseen turn of events caused the expression of the white-robed man to shift, and he lifted his gaze to behold a boy standing 10 meters away, his head bowed in silence. Oh, have we underestimated him? This little fellow possesses hidden depths of skill, does he not? Though the man was astonished that Xiaoliu had evaded his strike, he felt no concern, for he had barely exerted a fraction of his true strength in that blow. Underestimating his opponent, he had thought his modest prowess sufficient to eliminate these uncouth mountain dwellers. Xiaoliu remained silent, motionless, his head still lowered as if he were frozen in place. The smile on the white-robed man's face began to falter. With a tone laced with disdain, he scoffed, "If you wish to perish in silence, then I shall grant you that wish." With that, he brandished his sword, transforming his entire being into a white streak, hurtling towards Xiaoliu with a fierce rush. The moment he reappeared before Xiaoliu, a fierce glint of malice flashed in his eyes. His sword danced through the air, morphing into a silver dragon, its maw gaping wide, exuding an overwhelming force as it aimed to devour Xiaolu's head. In this dire moment, upon regaining consciousness, he was suddenly reminded of the fleeting images he had witnessed just before succumbing to unconsciousness. In a swift motion, he rolled over and sprang to his feet. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in the familiar clearing of the valley, yet the atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of the lifeless bodies of his loved ones. Not a single soul remained, not even those ethereal figures clad in white who had once wielded death without hesitation. Was he dreaming? Xiaoliu rubbed his eyes, bewildered, as he scanned the vicinity. This was the land of his upbringing. Every landscape familiar, yet now it seemed altered in some inexplicable manner. Uncle Kuei, Uncle Luo, are you there? Young man, there's no need for your efforts. Those individuals are no longer present. The sudden voice startled Xiaoliu, but he quickly recognized it as that of the fifth master, who had recently entered his consciousness. Grasping onto this last thread of hope, Xiaolu's excitement surged. Fifth master, can you enlighten me as to their whereabouts? Why is there not a single person left? His agitation was understandable. He had frantically searched several houses, all furnished and equipped, yet utterly devoid of human presence. If the scene of their slaughter had been real, at the very least, there should have been corpses, but now there was nothing, and he was inexplicably alive. What had transpired during his unconsciousness? Upon hearing the fifth master's words, Xiaoliu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. But an unsettling realization soon dawned upon him. Were those figures in white truly real? Did that imply that Uncle Kue and the others had indeed been slain? His eyes darkened with a crimson hue, and his breath became labored, as if he might succumb to the overwhelming tide of emotion at any moment. Calm yourself, young man. The inhabitants here are not as you perceive them. They are but a figment of illusion. There exists a profound illusory formation in this place, and those individuals are mere manifestations created by it. Thus, apart from you, all others are mere phantoms. They do not exist in this realm. What are you saying? What do you mean? Xiaoliu asked, his bewilderment palpable as he clung to the remnants of his rationality, seeking clarity from the fifth master. The fusion between you and me is a remarkable occurrence. Yet, since it has transpired, unforeseen consequences ensue. My lineage possesses an innate ability known as the Eye of Demon Breaking, which allows us to see through all illusions. Prior to your fainting, your emotional turmoil was so intense that it triggered this power, resulting in the unintentional dissolution of the illusory realm you inhabited. Consequently, those figures born of the illusion have vanished. Xiaoliu endeavored to comprehend the fifth master's explanation, and with a dazed expression, he inquired, the realm I inhabited? Is this an illusion? Are you suggesting that all the people here are mere non-existent facades? At last, Xiaoliu grasped the profound implication of the fifth master's words. Chapter 3. Life within death. The alluring man's elongated, narrow eyes brimmed with disbelief. From the beginning until now, he had never displayed such exaggerated expressions. Could the ethereal blue flower truly blossom in such a place? The legend spoke of this miraculous bloom only appearing on the most sinister of days, and indeed, it was no falsehood. I never anticipated stumbling upon it. It seems fortune has favored me this time. I recall that the ethereal blue flower only blooms during the solitary hour of the deepest night on the most sinister of days. I cannot afford to squander such a precious find. At the innermost wall of the cave, the mysterious flower he referred to as the ethereal blue blossom was quietly unfurling. Its deep blue petals were divided into 2 layers, comprising 8 in total. And at first glance, they appeared to be arranged in the formation of the 8 trigrams. The flower's core, 2 droplet-shaped pistils entwined with a graceful curvature, exuded a hint of the essence of Tai Chi. This enigmatic ethereal blue flower was indeed, as the captivating man had claimed, a wondrous creation of the universe. The enchanting figure wished to pluck the flower, yet he seemed hesitant to act impulsively. Even the simplest act of harvesting such a celestial wonder was fraught with significance. Just as he wavered on how to proceed, the once quietly blooming ethereal blue flower began to emit a radiant blue light. Moreover, the luminosity of the petals was progressively intensifying. This is terrible. The ethereal blue flower blooms for merely 1 fleeting hour, and its vibrant display signifies the pinnacle of its blossoming. There is no time to lose. It must be harvested immediately. In a flash of brilliance, a jade spade materialized in his palm, seemingly appearing from nowhere. After retrieving the jade spade, the enchanting man, still not entirely at ease, donned a pair of silky white gloves before daring to meticulously grasp the base of the ethereal blue flower's stem, initiating his delicate excavation. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Xiaoliu was careening wildly through the forest, having recently encountered a wild wolf. In the chase, his torch had inadvertently extinguished, and the overwhelming darkness that enveloped him only heightened his panic, compelling him to flee for his life. However, the forest wolves were not so easily evaded. Soon, 3 additional wolves, each half the height of a man, joined the pursuit. Drawn by the original wolf's call, the jungle was thick with thorns, and the ground was littered with shattered stones and branches. Xiaoliu stumbled and tumbled several times, suffering various degrees of abrasions across his body. The deepest wound, a gaping gash half an inch deep and over a foot long, bled profusely from his right thigh. The wolves behind him drew ever closer, though in the midst of a desperate struggle, Xiaoliu found his right forearm bitten by a wild wolf, under the force of its savage jaws. A significant portion of flesh was torn away, and even the bone of his forearm bore 2 deep gashes inflicted by the wolf's sharp fangs. The pain, it pierced his heart and sank deep into his bones. Tears streamed down Xiaoliu's face, a testament to his agony, yet the primal instinct for survival compelled him to writhe and struggle to stay alive. In a moment of chaos, Xiaoliu, in a burst of instinct, kicked out with his right leg, fortuitously striking the wolf in its midsection. As the saying goes, a head of copper and bones of iron with a waist of tofu. Wolves and dogs share this trait. Having practiced a bit of martial arts, Xiaoliu's desperate kick carried considerable force, enough to make even an adult recoil. The wolf let out a mournful howl and rolled away over 3 meters. Remaining motionless for some time, Xiaoliu understood he could not linger here. Besides this wolf, there were several others yet to arrive. all waiting to feast upon his flesh. Thus, with a fleeting glance at his blood-soaked forearm, now missing a significant portion of its flesh, he rolled and struggled to his feet, continuing his erratic flight for survival. However, deep down, he sensed an ominous premonition. This time, the odds were tragically against him. This was no ordinary place, but the treacherous Youquan Forest, and encountering just a few wild wolves was enough to threaten his very life. At that moment, his weary eyes, clouded with exhaustion, caught sight of a flickering blue light shimmering in the distance. This ethereal glow possessed an enchanting allure, rendering the terrifying forest almost surreal. Xiaoliu, battered and on the brink of collapse, found the strength to press on, driven solely by the instinct to survive. If he were not fleeing for his life, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. The presence of light signified the possibility of other beings. The mesmerizing blue radiance rekindled his fervent desire to live, and he set his jaw, sprinting desperately towards the source of the light. Judging by the distance the light had flickered, it could not be far. Soon, the glow intensified, only to vanish abruptly, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Yet, Xiaoliu had fixed his resolve on the direction of the blue light. He was consumed by a singular thought: to reach the source of that luminous glow. He stumbled, fell, but rose again to run. When the wolves closed in, he seized whatever sticks or stones he could find to fend them off. However, upon entering a hollow in the mountain, the four wolves seemed to sense something amiss. Halting their pursuit and merely prowling at the entrance. In that moment, Xiaoliu could barely maintain his consciousness, having surged to the farthest recess of the hollow, where he collapsed before a fallen dead tree. Finally unable to endure, he fell, shutting as he slipped into unconsciousness. Given his injuries and the copious blood he had lost, it seemed inevitable that he would meet a grim fate. Yet, fate often unfolds in unexpected ways, sometimes altering the course of life and death entirely. Shortly after Xiaoliu fell into unconsciousness, a striking figure clad in a snow-white cloak staggered out from the cave before him. This time, I initially believed I had stumbled upon great fortune. However, I did not anticipate that the improper use of the ethereal blue flower would yield such dire consequences. Is this not akin to lifting a stone only to crush my own foot? A fit of violent coughing interrupted his soft murmurs. Observing his chest and abdomen, which heaved like a bellows, it appeared that some unforeseen calamity had arisen during his consumption of the ethereal blue flower, transforming this enigmatic figure into his current state. Is anyone there? Cough, cough. It seems I have underestimated the situation, as my attention was entirely ensnared by the peculiar flower, allowing even an ordinary person to intrude unnoticed. Staggering with leaden steps, the mesmerizing man disregarded the unconscious little Lu sprawled on the ground, instead approaching the gnarled tree lying nearby, where he strained to support himself and sat down with great difficulty. Could it be that the ethereal blue flower and this unconscious lad are the last sights I shall behold in this lifetime? Once, I perceived death as merely an inevitability, yet now that it looms before me, I find myself reluctant to depart. From his words, it became evident that, rather than reaping any benefits from the ethereal blue flower, he was on the brink of demise. Who is this mysterious figure? And from whence does he hail? The unconscious little Lu remained oblivious to these questions, even uncertain of his own existence. At this moment, the captivating man lifted his exquisitely alluring yet slightly beguiling face, his elongated eyes reflecting profound desolation. It seemed he yearned to behold more before his demise, as he began to wearily scan the heavens for the moon's presence. However, today marked the darkest day of the year, and at this particular hour, the moon was entirely obscured, leaving the sky devoid of any trace. After a moment of aimless searching, the captivating man recalled that the blooming of the ethereal blue flower heralded the arrival of this profound darkness, rendering the moon invisible. Wait, is this not the very moment in which our kind can engage with humanity? If I were to extricate my soul from this frail body and seize another human's, could I not evade this calamity and survive? Upon contemplating this, the once still light in his eyes reignited with a glimmer of hope, swiftly honing in on the motionless figure of little Lu on the ground. Time is of the essence. I have no opportunity to seek a more suitable vessel. This is my sole option. Chapter 4. Soul Fusion. In the depths of despair, the captivating man discovered a singular means of salvation: possession. Given his current physical state, he could not hope to flee as he once did. Even moving a short distance was beyond his capabilities. Thus, the only candidate for his possession was the unconscious little Lu lying before him. When faced with the specter of death, all are rendered equal. For little Lu, the azure light in the mountain hollow had represented his one glimmer of hope for survival, enabling him to summon an extraordinary surge of energy to escape to this very place. Now, the captivating man found himself in a predicament akin to that of little Lu's previous plight. He too stood on the precipice of death, and for him, possessing little Lu was the sole path to survival. Understanding this principle, the enchanting man hesitated not for a moment. With immense effort, he finally managed to drag his nearly uncontrollable body to sit cross-legged before Xiaoliu, then with great difficulty adjusted Xiaoliu to sit upright. Facing him, with my body sacrificed, I shall regain your life. Soul possession. Soon, a faint gray luminescence began to emanate increasingly from within him, transforming in form. Taking on a resemblance to the man himself, a multitude of gray radiance materialized. It twisted into the shape of the alluring man, albeit in a translucent state, with the light resembling violently flickering flames, giving it an unreal and unstable appearance. At that moment, his physical form remained connected to his soul. His slightly parted eyes trembling as if he had expended great effort. He raised an arm, extending a finger to point at Xiaolu's brow. Suddenly, Xiaoliu, in his unconscious state, felt a sharp, needle-like pain in his head, prompting him to gasp and open his eyes. What met his gaze was the man's captivating visage. Instinctively, he attempted to move his body, only to find himself utterly powerless. This was not due to injury, but rather a complete loss of control over his own being. Young man, arriving here spells your misfortune. I had no intention of usurping your body. However, I find myself with no choice. Thus, I must sacrifice you. A voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed within Xiaolu's mind, yet he comprehended not a word. He stared in terror at the alluring face so close before him, bewildered by the man's intentions, despite his confusion. An innate and intense sense of crisis and aversion surged within him, but his ability to act had been entirely stripped away, leaving him incapable of resistance. The enchanting man's soul had now fully detached from his corporeal form, severing even the slightest connection, rendering him without an avenue of retreat. Below, his body, bereft of the support of his soul, began to slowly collapse to the ground. It could be said that his physical existence had perished. Casting a final glance at his own body, the enchanting man seemed to sigh, though in his ethereal state, he could emit no sound. Then, with a focused gaze, his soul spiraled and dove towards Xiaoliu, merging through his eyes into his body. The sudden intrusion of an outsider within his being, one intent on claiming his place, caused Xiaoliu to emit a cry of alarm. He soon discovered that he could move. This revelation, however, was fleeting, for in the next moment, an excruciating headache engulfed him, a sensation he would never forget. He screamed in agony, feeling as though his head might explode from the tumultuous presence stirring within his mind. The ethereal blue flower was widely known to significantly enhance soul power, a consensus among those aware of its existence. Yet the enchanting man now realized that the effects of such a celestial phenomenon were far from simplistic. His formidable soul, under the influence of the azure flower, unexpectedly began to merge with Xiaolu's soul rather than replace it. Furthermore, nurtured by the azure flower, the fundamentally imbalanced soul powers of both entities seamlessly intertwined in perfect harmony. By the time he sought to halt this entire process, it had astonishingly completed at an extraordinary speed, leaving him utterly bewildered as to how to intervene. Gasping for breath, Xiaoliu lay prostrate on the ground, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. After an extended moment, he finally managed to regain some composure, casting a wary glance at his hands and feet, only to discover that he had undergone no alterations whatsoever. Even the wounds he had sustained earlier had miraculously healed in that brief span of time. What has happened to me? What transpired just now? Xiaoliu was utterly perplexed. Everything that had occurred felt akin to a dream. The enchanting man and the excruciating pain seemed as if they had never existed at all. Indeed, the alluring man's soul had vanished into his body, yet what of his physical form? Before Xiaoliu lay nothing but a lifeless, withered tree. Above, the soft white moonlight cast down, illuminating only his solitary shadow. Could it be that I was truly dreaming earlier? Young man, you are not dreaming, nor were any of the preceding events mere illusions. Everything is indeed real. Just as Xiaoliu found himself questioning his existence, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Yes, it is you. Where are you? What do you intend to do with me? The shock of this revelation was profound, causing Xiaoliu to leap high into the air in fright. Upon landing, he anxiously scanned his surroundings, hoping to locate the enchanting man. There is no need to search. My physical body has perished, and I am now communicating with you through my soul. Moreover, the critical moment has passed, and humans can no longer perceive my corpse. Alas, this fellow's misfortunes are boundless. Failing to consume the azure flower is one thing, but to have also failed in seizing a body, and to be stuck with a clueless child, who have I offended? The voice in his mind continued to echo, gradually turning into a litany of complaints. Yet, this tirade rendered the entity considerably less terrifying. At least it sounded human, with human emotions. Xiaoliu felt a slight sense of relief, yet what he yearned to understand most was the whereabouts of this speaker. Could it be that he was invisible? I wish to inquire, where exactly are you? Why do I feel as though you were speaking within my head? Are you perhaps a ghost? drawing upon his earlier vision of the enchanting man and the current inexplicable circumstances. Xiaolu's imagination led him to consider the possibility that this entity might be a celestial being. A ghost. You have quite the imagination. I cannot truly be considered a living being anymore. I now cohabitate this body with you, and it seems we shall continue this way for the foreseeable future. I advise you to acclimate to this situation promptly if you keep acting startled. Others may suspect you of a mental breakdown, so, by your assertion, you are residing within me. Moreover, is there truly no way to depart? Well, your interpretation is acceptable, though I remain somewhat perplexed regarding the current nature of my relationship with the other party. Judging by their tone, it seems they will not take any further action against me. Oh, I see. By the way, where exactly is this place? I must hasten to find a miraculous remedy for my grandmother. Once assured of my safety, Xiaolu's thoughts began to flow freely. Thus, he hurriedly turned and dashed towards the valley's edge. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, the man in his mind spoke once more. I have already discerned your purpose for coming here through spiritual insight. That object lies beside the spot where you collapsed earlier, next to a fallen, withered tree. Do take a look. Huh, are you speaking the truth? A spark of joy illuminated his expression, and without a moment to waste, he began to sift through the surrounding soil with his hands, unearthing a robust plant from beneath the dead tree. Is this mountain ginseng? It appears to be quite aged. This is a lifesaver for Grandma. Xiaolu gazed at the herbal remedy in his hands, gently brushing off the clinging dirt, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed. This is a century-old ginseng. It will surely suffice to save that elderly woman. The man within Xiaolu's mind revealed the true identity of the plant. Oh, right, thank you. Were it not for your guidance, I fear I would have missed this life-saving treasure. My name is Xiaoliu. Henceforth, you may call me that. What is your name? Upon hearing the other party speak again, Xiaoliu remembered to express his gratitude. Although the night's events had been absurd, the outcome was fortuitous. He had survived, and the miraculous remedy was now within reach. In stark contrast to his relief, the ethereal man was enveloped in a mood far from pleasant. He had lost his physical form due to this unexpected turn of events and had even failed to seize another's body, becoming merely an entity residing within an ordinary human. This was a far cry from the exhilaration he had felt upon discovering the azure flower. You may simply refer to me as we from now on. Refrain from asking further questions. I wish to rest now, so do not speak to me. After uttering this, he fell silent. Xiaoliu, puzzled by the sudden change in demeanor of the once helpful Wu Yi, chose not to dwell on it. After all, the entity was residing within him and would eventually need to engage. Moreover, it appeared that the entity posed no immediate threat, prompting him to continue on his path homeward. Given the tumultuous journey that had nearly cost him his life, Xiaoliu was utterly at a loss for direction. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the peculiar change he had undergone. After all, how could an ordinary person discern footprints in the depths of a forest at such an hour? Chapter 5. The Eye of Exorcism. What has transpired? The taut nerves within Xiaoliu grew increasingly agitated. He scrambled up to the summit encircling the valley, only to behold a sight that would be etched in his memory forever. A group of elegantly attired individuals, appearing almost celestial in their ethereal grace, stood upon a clearing in the valley's center. Before them, nearly all the villagers were kneeling at their feet, bowing their heads like criminals in submission. Not far from the group of individuals, there lay a shadow on the ground, tranquil yet ominous. Although Xiaoliu was at a considerable distance, he miraculously discerned that the figure was none other than his Uncle Kuei. Uncle Kuei, what has happened to him? A wave of shock surged through Xiaolu's heart. Who were these outsiders, and why had they appeared in this secluded valley? How had they managed to locate this remote place? These questions flitted rapidly through his mind, only to be dismissed in an instant. A foreboding sense of dread clung to Xiaoliu, and disregarding the propriety of his actions, he cried out and dashed down the slope towards the valley. Alas, the age of the adversaries seemed to weigh upon them, and their physical prowess appeared lacking. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate them all, ensuring no traces were left behind. Otherwise, if the palace were to investigate, they would find themselves in dire straits. Two figures clad in white exchanged a few hushed words, and then one of them produced a slender, gleaming sword from seemingly nowhere, advancing towards Xiaolu's relatives under the gaze of his horrified eyes. The individuals kneeling on the ground, all residents of the valley, seemed to have succumbed to despair. Bound hand and foot, their mouths gagged with rags, they were rendered incapable of uttering a sound. From a distance, Xiaoliu noticed several uncles and elders helplessly lifting their heads to gaze in his direction. As he argued, the unexpected turn of events caused the expression of the man in white to shift dramatically. He then lifted his gaze to see the youth standing 10 meters in front of him, his head bowed. Oh, have we truly underestimated this little fellow? It appears he is a concealed master. Although the man was astonished that Xiaoliu had evaded his previous strike, he felt no concern, for he had not even unleashed 1% of his true strength with that blow. His earlier disdain led him to believe that such power sufficed to eliminate these mountain ruffians. Xiaoliu remained silent and motionless, still with his head lowered, as if he were frozen in place. The man in white, observing this, could no longer maintain his smile. With a tone laced with contempt, he scoffed, "If you wish to perish in silence, then I shall grant your desire." With that, he brandished his longsword, transforming his entire form into a white ribbon, hurtling towards Xiaoliu with a fierce rush. In the next heartbeat, as he stood once more before Xiaoliu, a fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. The longsword danced in his hand, morphing into a silver dragon, its maw gaping wide, exuding an overwhelming force as it lunged towards Xiaolu's head. In this moment of dire peril, Xiaoliu finally stirred. He abruptly lifted his head and murmured, in a voice barely audible to himself, "This body is too weak, like a piece of wood. Adapting is quite the hassle." Though his words were faint, the man in white caught every syllable, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Yet, he showed no signs of halting his assault, even intensifying his swordplay. At that instant, the silver dragon seemed to freeze, poised to devour Xiaolu's head. The man in white noticed that the boy before him had suddenly raised his head, revealing a smile that was disquietingly sinister. In that fleeting moment when the man beheld Xiaolu's grin, the youth's eyes erupted with an otherworldly ice-blue light, enveloping the man before the silver dragon could strike. It was swift, far swifter than the already breathtaking speed of the man's swordplay. Xiaolu's radiant gaze outpaced it countless times. The man in white felt the world before him undergo a cataclysmic transformation, the surroundings morphing at a dizzying pace. His companion behind him was similarly ensnared by the ice-blue luminescence. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was engulfed within it. Uncle Kue, Uncle Luo, everyone. As he regained consciousness, he suddenly recalled the scene from the moment before he had fainted. He hastily rolled over and rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. He found himself still in the clearing of the valley. However, the area was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any trace of his kin. Even the ethereal figures in white, who had so mercilessly claimed lives, were nowhere to be found. Could it be that I am dreaming? Xiaoliu rubbed his eyes, bewildered as he scanned the area. This was his homeland, every sight so familiar, yet now it seemed as if something had irrevocably changed. Uncle Kue? Uncle Luo? Are you there? Kid, there's no need for you to strain yourself. Those people are long gone. The sudden voice startled Xiaoliu, yet he quickly realized it was the fifth master who had just entered his mind. Seizing this last glimmer of hope, Xiaoliu was overwhelmed with excitement. Fifth master, can you tell me where they have all gone? Why is there not a single person left? It is no wonder he was so agitated. He had just frantically searched several rooms, each furnished and equipped, yet not a single soul was present. If the scene of their demise was indeed true, there should at least be corpses, yet here he was, alive and well. What had transpired during his fainting? After hearing this, Xiaoliu felt an immense gratitude swell within him, but in the next moment, a troubling thought struck him. Were those white-clad figures real? Did that mean Uncle Kue and the others living here had also truly been killed by them? Instantly, his eyes reddened with rage, and his breath became labored, as if he might faint again at any moment. Kid, calm yourself. The inhabitants here are not what you imagine. They are merely a figment of illusion. This place is ensnared in a profound illusionary array, and those people are merely manifestations of it. Thus, apart from you, everyone else is a fabrication. They do not exist in this realm. What do you mean? What are you saying? Xiaoliu asked in confusion, clinging to the last vestiges of his rationality as he engaged with the fifth master. Our fusion is an extraordinary occurrence. Yet, since it has happened, it will inevitably yield unforeseen consequences. My clan is born with a power known as the Eye of Demon Breaking, capable of seeing through all illusions of the world. Before you fainted, your emotional turmoil was so intense that it triggered this power, causing the illusionary realm you inhabited to be inadvertently shattered. Consequently, those who were produced by the illusionary array have vanished into thin air. Xiaoliu struggled to comprehend the fifth master's words, and then he asked in a daze, "The illusionary realm I inhabited, this is an illusion? Are you saying that everyone here is a non-existent fade?" At last, Xiaoliu grasped the meaning behind the other's words with incredulity. Chapter 6. The Tree Demon in the Forest. To think, I was raised within an illusion. Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. What am I even? A monster? Having finally unraveled the truth, Xiaoliu could no longer suppress his emotions. He laughed maniacally while tears streamed down his face. Memories flooded back, each villager's visage and laughter from the valleys lingered like an indelible dream. Yet now that dream lay shattered, broken by his own unintentional actions, the fifth master fell silent in his mind. For through their soul fusion, Xiaoliu could deeply feel what he felt, as if he were experiencing it firsthand. At that moment, Xiaolu's heart brimmed with emptiness, resentment, and profound sorrow. Even though those characters are mere figments of imagination, the experiences he has endured since childhood are undeniably authentic memories. How could he possibly relinquish them so easily? Furthermore, although those relatives are real, the two figures clad in white have ruthlessly extinguished their lives, leaving no room for a favorable resolution. The mere recollection of those ethereal beings ignited a tempest of fury and boundless resentment within Xiaoliu. Had it not been for their presence, perhaps he could still be living a carefree existence in this quaint valley, enjoying a simple yet warm life. If it were not for them, even if he had merged with Wu Yi, how could he have lost control of his emotions and inadvertently shattered this illusion? Is there someone else? Wu Yi had initially intended to refrain from disturbing this young one's catharsis. Yet while inadvertently extending his spiritual essence to survey the valley environment within Xiaoliu, he detected the stirring of a life form. Hold your outburst for now. Go check the room on the far left. There is someone there. Wu Ye's words abruptly halted Xiaolu's impending emotional eruption, leaving him momentarily astonished. Wasn't everyone in this village supposed to be an illusion? How could there be someone here? With tear-streaked cheeks, Xiaoliu disregarded the remnants of sorrow on his soiled face and hurriedly followed Wu Ye's advice to the doorstep of the easternmost house in the village. Upon arrival, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Who could possibly be inside? This dwelling had once belonged to old Liu, a lifelong bachelor. But was he still the occupant? With a tumultuous heart, Xiaoliu knocked on the door. After a brief moment, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a drowsy little girl who rubbed her barely opened eyes and sleepily exclaimed, "It's brother Xiaoliu. You're up so early today." Xiaojiu, the sight of this little girl, who had grown alongside him in the village, filled Xiaoliu with inexplicable joy. She was his sister. In his excitement, he took 2 quick steps forward and scooped her up, lifting the 7 or 8-year-old girl off the ground, leaving her feet dangling. "Brother Xiaoliu, put me down. You're suffocating me." Xiaojiu, her little head ensconced in his embrace, struggled to breathe, finally managing to wriggle free enough to protest. Oh, Xiaojiu, first tell me, how did you end up in old Lu's house? What about Granny Hua? Where are Uncle Kue and Uncle Luo? Where have they all gone? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Xiaoliu eagerly inquired about the villagers' whereabouts. "Brother Xiaoliu, what's wrong? Granny Hua fell ill yesterday, so Uncle Kue and Uncle Luo stayed to take care of her. Old Lu was worried I might disturb Granny Hua's rest, so he brought me here to sleep." Xiaojiu recounted the events. Noticing how Xiaolu's expression shifted from eager anticipation to profound despair, "Xiaojiu, I'm fine, but we can no longer remain in this village. We must leave." Once again, Xiaoliu found himself bearing the brunt of this harsh reality. After a moment of silence, he turned to the little girl and spoke. "Leave? Why must we? Outside, there are only wicked people. The woods are filled with beasts and monsters. I do not wish to venture outside. Brother Lu, let us not go, shall we?" Upon hearing Xiaolu's intention to depart, the little girl's large eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of imminent sorrow. "Xiaojiu, dear, do not cry. Brother Lu is left with no choice. All the adults in the village have gone to rescue Granny Hua. It is just the 2 of us now, and if we remain here, the big bad wolf will carry us away. Be obedient, and I will take you to the city, where there is an abundance of delicious food and delightful amusements. I will find a way to buy them for you." All right. Though Xiaoliu was merely 5 or 6 years older than Xiaojiu, he had already matured considerably, especially in light of the recent upheaval. In contrast, Xiaojiu still required protection. Why did the uncles and elder brothers of the village not take us along? Do they not want us? Of course not. They are going to find a way to save Granny Hua. Bringing us along would only complicate matters. They entrusted me with your care. Xiaoliu reassured her. Do you trust Brother Lu to take care of you? Xiaoliu had always been fond of this youngest sister, and now, with everyone else gone, he cherished this solitary family member even more, despite their lack of blood relation. Yes, although Brother Lu enjoys being mischievous, Xiaojiu knows he cares for me the most. After being asked, Xiaojiu vigorously nodded her little head and uttered these words. "Good girl, let us go." Xiaoliu felt a bittersweet joy at Xiaojiu's trust and dependence on him. From this moment forth, they would rely on each other. His decision to leave stemmed from a sense of helplessness, as just moments ago, Fifth Master had informed him that the Eye of Demon Destruction had shattered this high-end illusion, rendering their location completely exposed. This meant that the valley was no longer safe. Upon hearing Fifth Master's words, Xiaoliu finally grasped why this small village valley had remained untouched by beasts or monsters. It turned out that within the illusion, there existed protective measures against such creatures. However, he had no knowledge of how the group of white-clad individuals had breached this sanctuary. Having finally calmed the little girl, Xiaoliu felt a sense of confusion within himself. Although he spoke reassuringly, he was uncertain of the route to the city. Yet, he had forgotten that within him resided a mysterious and profound creature. The MO, suggesting they should actually be 3 in number. If they traveled south out of the valley, approximately 30 miles away lay a main road leading east towards a city. Once there, they would be safe. Grateful for Fifth Master's assistance once more, Xiaoliu felt a deeper appreciation. Previously, Fifth Master had mentioned having taken over his body, yet it seemed this did not leave any lingering resentment in Xiaolu's heart. As for Fifth Master, he could not comprehend whether Xiaoliu was naturally magnanimous or simply oblivious to the implications of possession. He chose not to inquire further. 2 children, one large and one small, set off reluctantly with some provisions and water. They climbed over the crater and, as instructed by Elder Wu, entered the woods, heading southward. During the day, the Youquan Forest was not as terrifying as it seemed. Many wild beasts prowled only at night. Nevertheless, Xiaoliu remained exceedingly cautious, for he had experienced a life-and-death ordeal in this very forest the previous night. Initially, their journey proceeded smoothly, but after traversing less than 3 miles, Xiaoliu, being quite young, began to struggle. Xiaoliu glanced at the sky. The sun was now high above, and in less than 2 hours, it would be noon. If they did not reach the main road before darkness fell, they might once again face the horrors of the shadowy forest, teeming with ferocious beasts and monsters. Come, Xiaoliu, climb onto my back. Brother Lu will carry you. As midday approached, under the blazing sun, the 2 little ones were both exhausted and hungry. Prompting them to stop and prepare a meal, Xiaoliu settled with his sister beneath a large tree to seek shade, sharing his provisions with her. Just then, an unexpected disturbance occurred. The tree behind them shook violently. At first, Xiaoliu thought it was merely the wind, but soon he realized something was amiss. Why didn't he feel any breeze if that were the case? This tree was swaying far too violently, and even its roots, deeply buried in the ground, began to break through the soil. It was a tree demon. You cannot defeat it. Flee at once. The voice of Elder Wu echoed in his mind, confirming Xiaolu's suspicions. Xiaoliu, run. Xiaoliu quickly pulled his sister, who was still seated under the tree preparing to eat, to her feet, and the 2 fled for their lives. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Why are we running? Xiaoliu, still oblivious to the situation, looked at her brother, confusion etched on her face. There's a monster behind us. Don't look back. Just follow me. At that moment, the tree completely uprooted itself. Standing upright on the ground, what appeared to be tree knots on its trunk transformed into 2 glaring red eyes, and beneath them was a mouth the size of a basin. Goodness, there really is a tree demon. Xiaoliu cursed, hastily gripping his sister and fleeing desperately. It seemed that each entry into the Youquan Forest left him in a state of disarray. Last time it was a pack of wolves, and now he encountered a tree demon. However, after the harrowing experience of the previous night, Xiaoliu was no longer as clumsy. The trials of life and death had equipped him with rapid growth. His escape route was not chosen haphazardly. He deliberately sought paths dense with trees, ensuring that regardless of whether the tree demon could match their speed, it would be unable to navigate through the thick trunks to catch up. Even if it managed to pursue them, the time it took to maneuver would likely cause it to miss the opportunity to capture them. In his mind, the tapir was somewhat taken aback by Xiaolu's performance. He had not anticipated that the seemingly clumsy lad would possess the acumen to utilize his surroundings to evade danger. Chapter 7. Misfortunes never come alone. Although this tree demon wielded considerable power, with each of its branches resembling tentacles or arms capable of ensnaring prey, its limitations were glaringly apparent. It moved with excruciating slowness. Just moments ago, Xiaoliu had narrowly escaped the demon's initial grasp, thanks to the timely warning from the tapir in his mind. Had it not been for this, the outcome would have undoubtedly been vastly different. After traversing approximately half the distance, about a dozen miles, the tapir suddenly broke the silence, posing an unexpected question. My boy, I once contemplated seizing your body. Why do you appear so unfazed? Pray, tell me your thoughts. Do you not comprehend the implications of possession? The sudden inquiry caused Xiaoliu to momentarily halt, yet he soon resumed his journey alongside Xiaoliu, who remained blissfully unaware of any unusual behavior from her brother. Can you hear my thoughts? Xiaoliu did not vocalize his query, but instead silently contemplated it. Indeed, we are now one entity with 2 hearts. Mere silent thoughts suffice for our communication, came the affirmative response from the tapir. After a brief silence, Xiaoliu mentally articulated, I am not oblivious to the meaning of possession. It simply implies that upon your seizing me, my essence would cease to exist within this body, effectively. I would be dead. However, I harbor no resentment towards you. Why is that? The tapir was perplexed. Had he found himself in a similar predicament, he would have been consumed by hatred, even if he could not exact immediate vengeance on the one attempting to possess him. The thought would linger, awaiting a moment of retribution. Yet Xiaolu's words bore no trace of insincerity, a fact that the taper, or fifth master, was wholly convinced of, thus deepening his bewilderment. My lack of animosity stems from the realization that, had you not attempted possession, I would likely have succumbed to my injuries regardless. Your misfortunate attempt inadvertently led to our fusion, thereby saving my life. Therefore, not only do I not blame you, but I also owe you my gratitude. Were it not for you, how might I have discovered that precious spiritual herb? How could I have evaded the persecution of those clad in white? How could I have realized that Xiaoliu, like myself, was not merely a figment of illusion? Xiaolu's words were imbued with sincerity, and the taper, or fifth master, understood that they were heartfelt. He had not anticipated being viewed as anything but a villain in Xiaolu's eyes. Instead, he found himself regarded as a benefactor. Upon hearing this, the taper fell silent, inexplicably gripped by a sense of guilt towards this previously perceived simpleton. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Emma Wu. And you may call me Brother W. It seems we shall likely share the remainder of our lives together. Fifth Master's earnest introduction left Xiaoliu somewhat flabbergasted. The mystique and power exuded by this figure had long been ingrained in his mind. And to receive such recognition from one of his stature was a coveted honor. Very well, Brother Wu. Up ahead lies the main road. Once we reach it, we shall have secured our safety to a considerable extent. As soon as Xiaolu's words fell, the voice of Mo Wu echoed in his mind, warning, be cautious, someone is approaching. It would be prudent for you to conceal yourselves. Upon hearing the presence of others, Xiaoliu felt a rush of excitement. Encountering fellow beings might offer him the chance to seek assistance. However, Mo Wu urged them to hide. Out of blind trust in Mo Wu, Xiaoliu complied without hesitation. He led Xiaoliu to take refuge within a thicket of bushes, soothing her with whispers to remain silent. Not long after, 5 robust and fierce men, exuding vitality, halted at the very spot where they had paused. How peculiar! I distinctly sensed the presence of prey here just moments ago. How could it vanish so swiftly? Could it be that I am mistaken? One of the brawny men standing in the center mused. Perplexed, your intuition is not amiss. I too perceive a presence nearby. Another remarked. Let us search the vicinity. Perhaps fortune will favor us this time. The foremost of the group, a burly man with hair and beard intertwined into a wild tangle, spoke with a glint of cold light in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 5 men, resembling a band of brigands, dispersed in different directions to commence their thorough search. It was evident that these 5 were no strangers to collaborative endeavors. They moved with an unspoken understanding, each taking charge of a specific area, launching a comprehensive sweep. At that moment, Xiaoliu comprehended why Brother Wu had advised him to hide, having narrowly escaped the pursuit of the tree demon. He now found himself confronted by 5 intimidating figures whose intentions were far from benign. Truly, misfortune does not come singly, while fortune is rarely abundant, although he remained oblivious to the origins of these 5 men. Their nefarious demeanor suggested they were no kind souls. Xiaoliu and Xiaoliu were merely 2 children, and Xiaoliu, in particular, was only 7 or 8 years old, resembling a porcelain doll with her delicate beauty. Should they be discovered, it was all too likely they would be treated as mere commodities. Having spent his youth in the valley, Xiaoliu possessed scant knowledge of the world outside, yet the adults in his village, those living realities, had recounted numerous harrowing tales of the dangers that lurked beyond. Observing these 5 formidable men, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the infamous human traffickers of lore. Xiaoliu quickly covered Xiaoliu's mouth with his hand to stifle any inadvertent sounds. Holding his breath and remaining utterly still, fervently wishing for the intruders to depart. However, the situation took a turn for the worse. One of the men, by sheer chance, began to approach the very thicket where they were concealed. From the man's gaze, it was clear he intended to conduct a thorough search of the densely packed bushes towering above their heads. Xiaolu's heart raced with desperation, though he had practiced a bit of martial arts. He held no confidence whatsoever in confronting these grown men. What should he do? Was he truly destined to fall into their clutches? If it were only himself, it might be bearable, but Xiaolu's thoughts raced. He found himself at an impasse. Stay calm. I will handle this. At this critical juncture, the voice of Brother Wu resonated in his mind once more, sounding like a divine melody to Xiaolu's ears. Brother Wu, do you have a solution? Tell me what I should do. Regarding the enigmatic nature of Wu Gu, Xiaoliu harbored complete trust, so when he asserted that a method existed to dispose of the opponent, it was undoubtedly true. You must now endeavor to relax your mind. I will invoke an illusion through your eyes. From this moment forth, you need not concern yourself with anything else. In a hurried manner, imparted his directives, for time was of the essence, as the burly man had already approached within a scant 10 meters of the thicket. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Xiaoliu closed his eyes, exhaling a deep breath, striving to dispel any tension, as his breathing began to steady. Now is the moment. Suddenly, Xiaoliu felt as though he were being drawn into a vortex, plunging into an abyss. His spirit began to detach from his corporeal form, and he lost all awareness of the external world. However, he soon regained sight of everything around him, albeit as if viewed through a transparent barrier. Simultaneously, Xiaolu's body maintained its original posture as his eyes slowly opened. At that moment, his irises had transformed. Once black, they now glimmered with an enchanting ice-blue hue. This body truly felt insubstantial and unfamiliar. Xiaoliu clenched his fists, acutely aware of the strangeness of this form to him. Splash, splash. In no time, the burly man arrived at the edge of the thicket, carelessly brandishing his sheathed blade, causing the foliage to sway violently, revealing its contents. The burly man, searching absent-mindedly, suddenly caught sight of Xiaoliu and Xiaojio concealed within, just as he was about to call out and take further action. His gaze was ensnared by a pair of ice-blue eyes that filled his entire field of vision. Those eyes belonged, of course, to Wu Ge, who was now in control of Xiaolu's body. Upon locking eyes with the burly man, the latter found himself utterly immobilized, as though a magnet had ensnared a piece of iron. Simultaneously, all of his movements ceased, leaving him frozen in the act of disturbing the thicket. There is nothing here. Remaining would invite disaster. Xiaoliu placed a hand over Xiaojio's mouth, whose eyes were wide with terror, whispering something softly. Moments later, the burly man straightened up and made his way back to his companions. Chapter 8. A reunion of brothers. Old Third, did you have any luck on your end? None whatsoever. Moreover, I sense that something is amiss in this area. I suggest we depart post-haste. Oh, what seems to be the problem? The leading man, the eldest of the five, inquired with a furrowed brow. I cannot quite articulate it. But this place yields no spoils. I believe it would be prudent for us to leave. Old Third's words garnered agreement from the remaining four. With no gains to be had, departing was indeed the only logical course. Soon, the five of them set off in the direction from which Xiaoliu and Xiaojio had come, evidently intent on hunting in the Youquan Forest, once all parties had distanced themselves. Xiaoliu yearned to emerge. However, just as he contemplated moving, the creature in his mind, the taper, interjected, "Do not stir yet. Those individuals have not truly departed." Startled, Xiaoliu hastily restrained the rising Xiaojio, and the two concealed themselves once more. After approximately a quarter of an hour, those five burly men, who should have long since vanished, unexpectedly leapt down from a few trees situated around 30 to 40 meters from the thicket. They exchanged a glance before silently departing. Phew, these individuals are indeed cunning and treacherous. It seems their initial withdrawal was merely a ruse to deceive us, after remaining motionless for another quarter of an hour. Xiaoliu and Xiaojio finally exhaled deeply and rose from the underbrush. Such tricks are all too familiar. It is merely a reflection of your limited experience in this regard. Brother Lu. Those people were truly frightening. Thankfully, they did not discover us, Xiaojio remarked, her small face etched with lingering dread, while innocently inquiring, "How did you know they were deceiving us? Hee. Do you not know who your brother Lu is? Such petty tricks from those villains cannot possibly fool me. Once brother Lu acquires the necessary skills, we shall no longer fear these scoundrels. At that time, I shall take you to vanquish the wicked." How does that sound? Xiaoliu, with his characteristic boldness, had grown accustomed to boasting in front of his younger sister. Wonderful. Brother Lu will take Xiaojio to defeat the bad guys. Xiaojio, being merely a 7 or 8-year-old girl, quickly dismissed the earlier perilous encounter upon being teased by Xiaoliu. The remainder of their journey proved considerably smoother. They encountered no unfamiliar faces until they emerged from the woods and laid eyes on the main road. Xiaoliu guided Xiaojio along the thoroughfare towards the city, enduring considerable hardship. Neither child had traversed such a long distance before. Yet, irrespective of the challenges, Xiaoliu persevered, driven by a sense of brotherly duty. Over the course of more than 30 li, he had carried Xiaojio for the majority of the journey, a formidable feat for a mere 12 or 13-year-old boy. On the road leading to the city, pedestrians began to appear, albeit in limited numbers. Occasionally, horse-drawn carriages would pass by. Given the considerable distances between cities, these carts served as the most convenient means of transportation. Whenever a carriage approached, the siblings would step aside, allowing others to proceed, wary of provoking any conflict. The outside world was unfamiliar, and to them, no one was worthy of trust. They could not afford to antagonize anyone. After a sluggish day of travel, the sun dipped below the horizon, heralding the onset of night, yet the outline of the city remained elusive. Both Xiaoliu and Xiaojio were utterly exhausted, particularly Xiaoliu, whose feet were afflicted with numerous blisters. Just as they intended to rest and refresh themselves before continuing their journey, a caravan of 5 carriages passed by. The exquisite adornments of these vehicles suggested that their owner was a person of some standing. Naturally, the siblings dared not obstruct the path and obediently retreated to the roadside, allowing others to proceed. Alas, however, as the caravan had traversed halfway, the third carriage came to a sudden halt before them, prompting the two preceding and following carriages to cease their motion upon hearing the commotion. Once halted, a young man leapt from the third carriage, striding toward Xiaoliu and Xiaojie with an air of arrogance. Eager to articulate something, he appeared to be quite youthful, perhaps in his early 20s, clad in the garb of a scholar, yet his demeanor resembled that of a nouveau riche, brimming with self-importance. Sangu? Xiaoliu was the first to recognize the newcomer, a look of surprise illuminating his face as he called out. The young man, momentarily taken aback by the call, turned his head to regard the two young ones. Are you Xiaoliu? He inquired hesitantly, uncertainty lacing his voice. Yes, it's me. I am Xiaoliu. Sangu. How wonderful to encounter you here. We are saved. The unexpected reunion with a fellow youth who had once grown up in the same village filled Xiaolu's heart with indescribable joy. It was not merely the notion of encountering a savior amidst their plight. Rather, it was the sudden realization that he had gained another family member, previously believing that Xiaojie was his sole relative. His emotions were undeniably heightened. It truly is you. Just now, I saw two abandoned children by the roadside from within the carriage, and I intended to inquire if they needed assistance, never imagining they would be my own brothers. Ha ha. We are indeed fated. The young man's face radiated happiness as he joyfully patted Xiaoliu on the shoulder. And who is this young lady? After sharing a moment of warmth with Xiaoliu, he shifted his gaze to Xiaojie, the exquisitely delicate girl who was instantly endearing, albeit dressed in overly simple and soiled attire. Sangu, this is Xiaojie. You should have seen her. She might not have been able to speak back then. Xiaoliu, brimming with enthusiasm upon reuniting with his brother, brought the somewhat shy Xiaojie forward for introduction. Sangu wore a look of nostalgia as he inquired about the state of the valley. Yet, how could Xiaoliu reveal that the valley was merely an illusion crafted by someone? Everyone in the village is well. It's just that Granny Hua was ill for a while. But the uncles have managed to cure her. Unbeknownst to Xiaoliu, while Xiaojie was still young, she was not entirely oblivious. In his moment of urgency, he continued to fabricate his narrative, casting furtive glances at Sangu, who appeared puzzled. Having lived in the village, Sangu understood that the adults seldom strayed far from the valley, only departing occasionally for hunting. Xiaolu's words rang false, yet upon perceiving Xiaolu's expression, he chose to remain silent. Oh, I see. As long as Granny Hua is well, that is what matters. I was genuinely worried that I might never see her again. The innocence of youth allowed for a swift belief in the fabrication, prompting a sigh of relief from Xiaoliu. Xiaoliu and Xiaojie, you two are planning to enter the city, are you not? Since our paths have crossed, how could Sangu allow you to continue your arduous journey? Come, let us board the carriage. I shall greet the captain of the caravan and return shortly. With that, Sangu, without permitting Xiaoliu and Xiaojie to voice any objections, pulled and ushered them into the third carriage he had previously occupied. Then made his way to the front of the caravan to explain the situation. Xiaoliu remarked, riding in this carriage is truly comfortable, and Xiaojie, you seem quite exhausted. Xiaojie, nestled in the spacious and cozy carriage, removed her little floral shoes and began to massage her sore, worn feet with her small hands. Indeed, this carriage belongs to Sangu, so it is only natural that it is comfortable. We no longer need to travel on foot. How fortunate we are to have encountered Sangu. It seems our luck is not entirely bad, Xiaoliu said, smiling as he comforted Xiaojie while surveying the carriage's inviting interior, curiously. Although the carriage appeared to boast an interior space of at least 7 or 8 square meters from the outside, it felt much smaller inside, perhaps only 3 or 4 square meters. Xiaoliu paid little heed to this detail, his thoughts solely focused on the fortunate reliance on Sangu. Inside the carriage, Sangu sat opposite them, reminiscing about the past with familiar warmth. The reunion of these long-separated brothers filled Xiaoliu with a sense of security and alleviated his loneliness, providing him with a newfound sense of peace. Chapter 9. The malice of the human heart. Within the comfortable confines of the carriage, Xiaojie quickly succumbed to slumber, while Xiaoliu cradled her gently in his arms to ensure her comfort. Approximately an hour later, the caravan came to a halt. Xiaoliu parted the curtains to look outside, realizing they had unknowingly arrived at the city gates, awaiting inspection by the city guards. However, this caravan seemed to possess considerable influence. The leading driver engaged in brief negotiations with the guards, discreetly offering a pouch, after which no inspection was conducted, and they were granted immediate passage, opened the gates, at the command of the guards. The towering city gates, wide enough to accommodate 3 carriages side by side, creaked open, allowing Xiaolu's carriage to enter the city seamlessly. As Xiaoliu gazed out for the first time into the vibrant cityscape, He was captivated by the myriad of buildings and bustling pedestrians. The novelty of this world ignited an exhilarating thrill within him. Oh, this is a city. So many people, it must be 100 times more lively than the valley. And those houses, how can they be so tall? Are those red decorations lanterns? They are magnificent. Despite his excitement, Xiaoliu refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing ridicule from Sangu. Nevertheless, Sangu understood his younger brother's sentiments. Having once felt the same wonder, the caravan journeyed through bustling districts before transitioning onto a quieter, narrower road, where the vibrant lights and festivities faded from view. Shortly thereafter, the carriage halted before an imposing iron gate flanked by two magnificent stone lions. Exuding an air of majesty even in the dust. We have arrived. Let us disembark, Sangu called out, leaping down from the carriage. Noticing that Xiaoliu still slumbered peacefully, Xiaoliu gently lifted her and followed suit. Stepping down from the carriage. At this moment, 5 carriages came to a halt, and individuals began to disembark. One of them approached the imposing iron gate, and before long, the portal swung open. A servant, attired as a house attendant, welcomed the group inside. Xiaoliu trailed behind his elder brother, surveying the array of companions around him. Their diverse attire suggested they hailed from various locales, yet now they all entered through this threshold. As Xiaoliu scrutinized the others, some of them glanced his way, revealing a hint of malevolence in their smiles upon catching his gaze. Swiftly, Xiaoliu averted his eyes, avoiding further confrontation, with a heart heavy with trepidation. Xiaoliu followed the procession into the second courtyard, where an opulent hall lay before them, adorned with exquisite wooden furnishings, the delicate fragrance of sandalwood wafting through the air. Xiaoliu, once we enter, refrain from speaking. Leave everything to your elder brother, he whispered, deliberately slowing his pace to draw near. Rest assured, I will devise a way for both of you to remain here. This is the wealthiest family in the city. The Zhai family. Staying here will ensure you never have to worry about food or clothing again. Do you understand? Although Xiaoliu was uncertain about his future, an instinctive reluctance to remain in this unfamiliar place stirred within him. For among these strangers, only his elder brother was a familiar face. He pondered how others might treat him, and Xiaoliu should his brother venture out. Very well, I shall defer to my brother's judgment. Xiaoliu, merely a young girl, required a safe and nurturing environment, and this grand estate evidently presented the best option available. Upon hearing this, his elder brother smiled faintly and took the lead, swiftly guiding the group into the main hall of the second courtyard. It appeared that someone had been waiting for their arrival. A corpulent middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache approached, his belly swaying as he walked, and began to converse quietly with the leader of the caravan. As they conversed, Xiaoliu noted the caravan leader's gaze inadvertently drifting towards him several times, seemingly discussing matters concerning the two of them. At that moment, his elder brother stepped forward, performed a respectful bow, and then leaned in to whisper a few words to the rotund man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled as he glanced in Xiaolu's direction, nodding his heavy head in approval. Eventually, the caravan leader and his brother were politely ushered aside, and the plump man approached Xiaoliu and Xiaoliu, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Indeed, quite remarkable. A delightful surprise, he exclaimed in a high-pitched voice reminiscent of a eunuch, which made Xiaoliu feel distinctly uncomfortable, especially under the man's gaze, as if they were mere commodities being inspected. Xiaoliu remained in slumber, but Xiaoliu sensed that the bulk of the man's attention lingered on her. After murmuring a few words in Xiaolu's ear, the rotund man swayed away, leaving the caravan members lingering in the room once more. Xiaoliu, I am truly sorry. Once the corpulent man had departed, his brother, disregarding the stares of those around them, bowed his head with profound sorrow and spoke to Xiaoliu. Third brother, what has happened to you? Let us speak calmly. Xiaoliu, cradling Xiaoliu, could do nothing to prevent the actions of the other party and could only urgently offer his counsel. Alas, it is with great shame that I confess, ever since I departed from the village, I have come to this Youlan city to seek my livelihood. After much effort, I managed to secure a position within the Zhai residence. Over the years, I have diligently served the Zhai family, accomplishing numerous tasks for them. However, I am but a mere servant. Just now, I implored the second young master to take you in, yet he stated that his household does not accommodate idlers, and he is only willing to take in Xiaoliu, remarking that the young girl is charming and lovely, destined to become a personal maid for the lady of the house, ensuring her needs are met. It is even possible that she may one day marry into a respectable family. As for you. At this point, third brother appeared somewhat hesitant to continue. Third brother, is it that the second young master of the Zhai family believes I am of no use as a mere child and is unwilling to take me in? Xiaoliu, keenly observing the situation, voiced the unspoken words. Alas, it is I, third brother, who is inept. I am indeed worthless. I am sorry, my dear brother. Witnessing this situation, even Xiaoliu, though not particularly astute, comprehended that there was no place for him within the Zhai family. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of acceptance. At least Xiaojie was secured, and with third brother's presence, she would be well cared for. Thus, a contented smile graced his face as he spoke. Brother, do you truly feel this way? You shall not harbor resentment towards me, will you? Upon hearing this, third brother quickly looked up, his expression earnest and sincere as he inquired, Of course, I would not hold you accountable. Not only shall I not blame you, but I shall be eternally grateful. Although I cannot stay, it is thanks to you that Xiaojie can remain in such a respectable household. Moreover, I shall visit you often after I leave. Each word from Xiaoliu was heartfelt. He genuinely appreciated this long-lost third brother. Please do not speak of it. Xiaojie is also my sister, and all that I do is only right. The two brothers reached an understanding, recognizing each other's plight, and this scene did not go unnoticed by those present in the grand hall. However, throughout the entire exchange, all onlookers merely observed in silence, watching this poignant display of brotherly affection unfold. Finally, Xiaoliu carefully entrusted the sleeping Xiaojie to his third brother, casting a loving glance before departing the Zhai residence, leaving behind his brother and sister. The world is vast, and there will always be a place for me. As the esteemed sixth master, how could I not find my way? Upon exiting the gates of the Zhai residence, Xiaoliu cast one last lingering glance back. He found it difficult to part with the adorable little girl. As for where he would go next, he had yet to contemplate. Foolish lad, do you truly believe that your third brother is as virtuous as you think? Humph. It seems you have blinded yourself to the truth. The voice of Mo suddenly echoed in Xiaolu's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Fifth brother, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my third brother harbors ulterior motives? The question, once spoken, struck Xiaoliu as absurd. After all, that was his third brother, the only family he had in this world, aside from Xiaojie. How could he possibly scheme against him? What could one possibly possess that might render them susceptible to the machinations of others? The human heart is an enigma, and pray tell, how long has it been since you last laid eyes upon your third brother? The world beyond brims with deceit and treachery. Individuals as gullible as yourself, so readily inclined to trust, may find themselves sold out, only to assist those who have betrayed them in counting their ill-gotten gains. Should you doubt my words, let us await the unfolding of events. For now, find a place to linger until the witching hour, when we shall discreetly infiltrate the Zhai residence and uncover the truth. Mo Wu's insistence began to sow the seeds of doubt in Xiaolu's mind regarding the authenticity of this matter. After all, since his soul had intertwined with Mo Wu's, he had never been deceived, nor had he any reason to deceive himself, for they were now bound as a singular entity in fate. Burdened with conflicting emotions, Xiaoliu meandered alone, his heart no longer inclined to revel in the city's vibrant atmosphere. Before long, night descended, and the sky revealed a slender crescent moon, casting a soft and dim glow. Xiaoliu circled around to the eastern side of the Zhai estate, poised to commence his mission. Chapter 10. The nocturnal infiltration of the Zhai residence. Xiaoliu had once trained in Hongchuan under Uncle Kuei for several years. Although his reach could not compare to that of seasoned martial artists, scaling a wall of approximately 10 feet posed no great challenge for him. The most significant hurdle was the presence of guards at the Zhai residence. To this, Mo Wu had devised a plan. Just break in, and leave the rest to me. Do you think I summoned you under the cover of night merely for subterfuge? Do not forget who I am. After Mo Wu's reminder, Xiaoliu recalled the events of the day, when the third of the 5 burly men had clearly spotted him in Xiaojie's hiding place, yet had feigned ignorance. Urging his companions to depart, Xiaoliu was uncertain of the specifics of Mo Wu's machinations, yet he trusted his newly acquired elder brother would not deceive him. However, he remained oblivious to the true implication of Mo Wu's intent. The M race possessed a peculiar trait, thriving only under the cloak of night, a fact Xiaoliu would come to understand later. With Mo Wu as his support, Xiaoliu summoned his courage and endeavored to scale the Zhai estate's boundary wall. Peering down, he observed that several rooms within the estate were still illuminated, a testament to the bustling life within a household of such stature, where it was inevitable that a few night owls engaged in clandestine rendezvous. Gaining clarity on his surroundings, he found himself behind a foam mountain, an ideal concealment for his presence, and without further ado, he leaped down. I've told you, there is no need for subterfuge. Boldly seek out the person you desire. At this rate, you shall find your sister only at dawn. Mo Wu's voice echoed in Xiaolu's mind as he stealthily descended, resembling a thief in the night, peering about cautiously. Oh dear, what have I gotten myself into? Xiaoliu mused, still lacking confidence. After confirming his resolve, he mustered the courage to stride purposefully toward the densely clustered living quarters. The Zhai estate, cloaked in night, was relatively tranquil, save for the continuous patrols of a dozen or so servants. diligently maintaining their watch. Before long, Xiaoliu encountered the first servant after the intrusion. Upon noticing Xiaoliu, the servant attempted to sound the gong in his hand to raise an alarm. However, spurred on by a voice in his mind urging him to charge forward and show his eyes, he steeled himself and swiftly approached the servant. Just as the gong was about to be struck, Xiaoliu clumsily seized the servant's head with both arms, compelling him to face him directly. Initially, the servant struggled violently, kicking at Xiaoliu with his feet, but soon all his energy was captivated by the pair of ice-blue eyes before him, and he completely relaxed, as if enchanted, ceasing all resistance. Xiaoliu was the first to sense the dissipating force of opposition. Quick-witted and agile, he snatched the gong from the servant's grasp, fearful of producing any loud noise. At that moment, the servant stood utterly dazed, impervious to the happenings of the outside world. Fifth brother, I've done it. How did you manage that? Having successfully subdued an adult larger than himself for the first time, Xiaoliu felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration within him. He yearned to master such a skill, so he would no longer fear being bullied. Yet, it was merely a rudimentary form of mental hypnosis. Now he was trapped within his own mental realm, unable to extricate himself for the next 2 hours. All right, let us continue our search. Our time is limited. Emma Wu's remarkably relaxed tone left Xiaoliu genuinely in awe of the closer one approaches the northern residence, the greater the number of patrolling servants becomes. Along the way, Xiaoliu, with remarkable composure, managed to deal with 4 of these attendants, eventually arriving before a certain illustrious abode that dwarfed all the other servants' quarters combined. This house was expansive, divided into 4 or 5 smaller rooms, one of which was illuminated by candlelight, suggesting that its master had yet to retire for the night. Stealthily, Xiaoliu positioned himself outside the window aglow with flickering light, pausing to listen intently to the sounds emanating from within. To his astonishment, the voices inside were unmistakably discussing both Xiaoliu and himself. Among the conversing pair, one individual who had yet to speak could be deduced to be none other than his elder brother. Without a shadow of a doubt, what had begun as a search for Xiaoliu had unexpectedly led him to overhear a clandestine conversation between his brother and the second son of the estate. The second son articulated his sentiments with utmost clarity, expressing that he had initially refrained from taking action against the young man due to their shared childhood bond. However, now that he had received the second son's directive, he vowed to arrange for the matter to be handled thoroughly, assuring him of a clean execution. This deeply respectful voice was strikingly familiar to Xiaoliu. It belonged to the brother he regarded as family. His brother was plotting to have him killed. Could it be true that he intended to harm him? Disquiet surged within Xiaoliu, igniting a fierce flame of indignation, compounded by the unbearable weight of betrayal and deceit from one he had trusted implicitly. He felt an overwhelming urge to crash through the window and confront them, demanding an explanation for such treachery. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. This was the Zhai residence, and despite having the support of Fifth Brother, he was far from being able to act without constraint. Fifth Brother, though enigmatic, seemed to be bound by numerous limitations since their souls had merged, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Meanwhile, the conversation inside continued, the second son's shrill voice resonating with palpable anger, expressing his disdain for his elder brother with unrestrained fervor. The elder brother, wary of incurring his wrath, remained silent. Yet as Xiaoliu pondered the implications of their dialogue, he increasingly suspected that the references to young boys and girls included Xiaoliu. He vividly recalled that when his elder brother first encountered the two of them, he had failed to recognize them as his own siblings. Furthermore, what could explain the caravan leader's act of bribing the city guards to avoid inspection upon entering the city? Was it not to conceal their nefarious deeds, regardless of the circumstances? Xiaoliu could scarcely fathom that his elder brother could be so malicious, plotting his demise and, even more appallingly, treating his only sister as mere merchandise or an offering to others. This was an affront that Xiaoliu could not bear. The flames of rage surged uncontrollably within him. With a resounding crash, Xiaoliu burst through the window, interrupting the clandestine meeting between the two conspirators. The corpulent second son's eyes immediately glinted with a murderous intent that belied his rotund figure, while the elder brother, after a moment of shock, donned a grim expression. Chapter 11, The Transformation of the Night Soul. Xiaoliu, how did you come to be here? Do you not realize that this is the inner courtyard of the residence, where outsiders are forbidden to intrude? Third brother's countenance darkened as he vehemently reprimanded, as if it were Xiaoliu who had committed an offense rather than himself. Why am I here? Surely, you are aware of the reasons. I once regarded you as a brother and entrusted Xiaoliu to your care, yet what have you done? You have offered her up as a tribute. Do you not feel the slightest pang of guilt for your actions? How do your deeds differ from those of a beast? Xiaoliu was utterly incensed, launching into a tirade that unveiled the conspiracy before him the moment he entered. However, in his fury, he failed to notice the corpulent second young master, whose eyes glimmered with murderous intent, stealthily closing the distance behind him, now merely 3 paces away. From the instant the second young master laid eyes on Xiaoliu, he had harbored no intention of allowing him to leave alive. Though they bore no grudge and were encountering each other for the first time, the hidden affairs of the Zhai family compelled him to eliminate even a mere child of 12 or 13 years. It was better to kill wrongly than to let slip. The second young master's malevolence was unmistakable. Having expressed his indignation, Xiaoliu was still not satisfied. He yearned to articulate more, to vent his turbulent emotions. Yet, the second young master advanced like a specter of doom, striking silently and swiftly. Be careful. Mo Wu's warning came just in time, but alas, despite his unseemly appearance and corpulence, the second young master was a formidable adversary. In a flash, he materialized behind Xiaoliu, and before the latter could react, a powerful palm struck the nape of his neck. Xiaoliu felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and then... At this moment, Xiaoliu had risen to a standing position, silently suspended 2 feet above the ground before the 2 individuals, and then he opened his eyes, which shimmered with a faint azure glow. His body was exceedingly frail and not yet matured, making adaptation rather troublesome. Without a hint of concern for the presence of the 2 martial experts beside him, Xiaoliu muttered a complaint. Third brother, visibly shaken, stammered in disbelief, his wide eyes darting towards Xiaoliu, who hovered just ahead. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile crept across Xiaolu's face, though it was still his familiar visage. This smile rendered him utterly alien to third brother. Whether I am human or ghost is of no consequence to you. The dead have no need to comprehend such secrets. The bland statement escaped Xiaolu's lips as if he were pronouncing the fate of the 2. Do not presume that your ghostly antics will instill fear in me. I am not so easily deceived. This corpulent individual, not only ruthless but also possessing a profoundly astute mind. Oh, since you are not afraid of me, then come forth and let me witness your capabilities. Xiaolu's playful demeanor remained unchanged as he unabashedly hovered in midair, seemingly relishing the current situation. Yet the second young master remained motionless. He was no fool. His earlier loud remarks were merely a ploy to attract the attention of the Zhai family members. Why would he be foolish enough to strike first against this enigmatic figure, whose depths he could not fathom? Noticing the lack of movement from his opponent and seeing third brother's apprehensive expression, Xiaoliu soon found the situation dull. In that case, you too shall perish. With that proclamation, Xiaoliu made no visible movement, yet his exceptionally bright azure eyes emanated a hazy blue light, enveloping the room in an instant. The second young master and third brother were the first to succumb to this ethereal glow. The blue light engulfed them, leaving no avenue for evasion, and simultaneously, they felt a mysterious energy infiltrate their consciousness. In the ensuing moment, had Xiaoliu been present, he might have been astonished, for the 2, once master and servant, were now locked in a frenzied struggle, attacking each other with reckless abandon. Hands, feet, teeth, heads, nails, every conceivable means of assault was employed, as they seemed intent on mutually assured destruction. That moment, they transformed into mindless beasts, driven solely by their bloodthirsty instincts. The atmosphere was so saturated with murderous intent that even the arriving attendants and members of the Zhai family could distinctly sense it. Within the confines of the second young master's chamber, a life-and-death battle appeared to be unfolding. Before long, the Zhai family members rushed in, disregarding the need to gently open the door, opting instead to break it down. However, the scene that greeted them left them utterly dumbfounded. 2 disheveled figures, one a rotund man and the other of average build, were locked in a savage embrace, each clawing and biting at the other like madmen. As they beheld the scene within the room, the corpulent figure was seen with blood streaming down his face, viciously sinking his teeth into his adversary's throat. Meanwhile, the seemingly average-sized individual had plunged his 2 fingers deeply into the opponent's eye sockets, fervently twisting them. One of the fat man's eyeballs dangled precariously outside its socket. This grotesque tableau was enough to unnerve even those accustomed to the most harrowing spectacles, resembling a veritable depiction of hell itself. Ah! The leaner man emitted a wretched, duck-like cry, as torrents of blood cascaded from his neck, staining the luxurious carpet beneath and further tainting the fat man. Ultimately, he succumbed, lifeless, collapsing into the pool of blood. Third brother had perished just like that. The remaining second master was not faring any better. His body bore numerous claw marks, bruises, and bite wounds, with significant chunks of flesh simply gnawed away, most grievously. His eyes had been utterly destroyed, leaving behind only 2 gaping, blood-spurting voids. In a fit of rage, the second master, after dispatching his opponent, remained undeterred, blinded. He was oblivious to the fact that third brother had already breathed his last. He thrashed wildly, lunging towards the fallen corpse. Witnessing this, some in the crowd finally reacted. A few brave souls attempted to intervene, while others retched in disgust, despite the loathsome nature of the fat man. He was nonetheless a member of the esteemed Zhai family. Should he perish before so many witnesses, even these lowly servants would find it impossible to provide an explanation. Thus, 3 servants of the Zhai family rushed in, intending to restrain the frenzied second master. However, he was like a man possessed, exuding immense strength, easily flinging aside those who sought to pull him away, and continued to savagely tear at third brother's lifeless body. Madness. The second master had truly lost his mind. Quickly, informed the master. A shrill cry pierced the air, and then someone bolted away in haste. The farcical events unfolding within the Zhai residence would soon bear no relevance to Xiaoliu. For at that moment, he was under the control of Mo Wu, having already departed from the scene. In a small grove on the outskirts of the city, Xiaoliu rubbed his head and neck. The sensation of having been knocked unconscious was entirely new to him. Even upon awakening, the throbbing pain remained unbearable. Wu, brother Wu, what just transpired? How did I end up here? As Xiaoliu gradually regained his composure, he eagerly inquired about the preceding events. Mo Wu recounted everything in meticulous detail. So, third brother and the second master are doomed, though he harbored deep-seated animosity towards third brother upon hearing of his demise. A profound sense of loss and regret enveloped him. After all, in this world, perhaps only third brother and Xiaoliu remained his last kin, yet he had effectively severed the life of one of them. This realization weighed heavily upon him, for even in the case of the despicable third brother, he had never truly wished for his death. Your heart is too soft when dealing with such malevolent beings. If you show mercy, the next to perish will be us. Remember this well. Mo Wu said, Chapter 12, Self-Hypnosis. However, human rationality and emotions are often in opposition, thus one requires time to reconcile their sorrowful feelings. By the way, Xiaoliu has been sent away by them, but to where? I must rescue her. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoliu recalled the conversation between the second young master and third brother at that time. His only relative, Xiaoliu, was likely already in the hands of those so-called Dragon Palace individuals. Xiaoliu was unaware of why the Dragon Palace sought the assistance of the Zhai family in gathering young boys and girls. But it certainly could not be anything good. Otherwise, they would not be conducting their affairs so surreptitiously. Upon contemplating this, he became increasingly anxious. Previously, when I disturbed the minds of those 2 scoundrels, I inadvertently gleaned some information from the second young master's thoughts. The meeting point chosen by the Zhai family in the Dragon Palace was in the outskirts of Yuzhou City, 200 miles away. Given your speed, even if you rushed there, everything would have already concluded. Mo Wu's voice resounded once more, yet his words fell upon Xiaoliu like a bucket of cold water. No, I must go, even if time is against me. She is my only sister, regardless of the circumstance. I must save her. Xiaoliu's eyes burned with intensity. At that moment, he could think of nothing else. After inquiring with Mo Wu, he learned the location of Yuzhou City. He then began to sprint furiously towards the meeting point. 200 miles away. For an ordinary person, running continuously for 200 miles is an insurmountable feat. Even 20 miles would be a challenge. Though Xiaoliu had trained in Hongchuan and possessed a physique somewhat stronger than the average individual, his limit would be running 30 or 40 miles at most, especially after a tiring day. However, to Mo Wu's astonishment, this lad of merely 12 or 13 years managed to run over 100 miles without stopping before finally collapsing to the ground. Panting heavily, sweat poured down from Xiaoliu like rain, and he felt as though his lungs were about to burst. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, making it impossible to take another step. After maintaining this position for a quarter of an hour, he attempted to struggle back to his feet and continue his journey. He had already covered half the distance. He could not afford to give up. To concede would mean eternally losing his sister. I can understand your feelings, but this body has exceeded its limits. No matter how hard you strive, you cannot defy the heavens and break the shackles of your own body. I advise you to refrain from pushing yourself further. Mo Wu's voice echoed in his mind once again. He was secretly astonished at the depth of Xiaoliu's determination to rescue his sister. Nevertheless, facts remained facts. No matter how desperately Xiaoliu tried, he could not continue running. Silently he loathed his own weakness, the inability to alter the fate of his only kin, and he despised the deceased third brother and second young master for dragging them into this quagmire of troubles. Yet, all the hatred he harbored could only be transformed into a driving force. For now, the only person Xiaoliu could rely upon was him alone. With immense effort, he finally managed to rise from the ground once more. But his legs trembled incessantly, akin to sifted chaff, for he had indeed overexerted himself. Observing the struggling steps of Xiaoliu in his mind, a tender spot within Mo Wu was stirred. Once upon a time, he too had been like this youth, yearning to save the life of his beloved kin. However, back then, he had failed miserably, nearly sacrificing himself in the process. Since that fateful day, he had adopted a cynical approach to life. And this outing was merely an escape from the clan, a casual wandering. Different experiences, yet the same agony. Wu felt as though he was reliving that upheaval, a pang of discomfort coursing through him. Finally, after being chided by Xiaoliu, he spoke again. I possess a method that can temporarily push you beyond your limits, unleashing physical capabilities far exceeding your usual state. However, before he could finish, two bright lights sparkled in Xiaoliu's eyes. At that moment, he clutched this soul lifeline. Please help me cast the spell. I must save Xiaoliu, no matter what. If I cannot save her, I would rather die. Xiaoliu's fervor rendered Wu speechless. He refrained from detailing the price this secret method would demand, knowing that, in this state, Xiaoliu would unhesitatingly accept any cost. In that case, head east for 3 miles. There is a river flowing that way. Once you arrive, I will assist you with the spell. Wu's words rekindled hope in Xiaoliu, despite each step feeling as arduous as battling an opponent. He persevered with unwavering determination, spending half an hour to reach the riverbank Wu had mentioned. Splash! Upon arriving, Xiaoliu showed no intention of pausing. He plunged headlong into the water. The night river was frigid, and his body, drenched in sweat, found the sudden chill invigorating. His muscles tightened and rejuvenated in the icy water, and after gulping several mouthfuls of water, he pushed off the shallow riverbed, rising to reveal half his body. Brother Wu, what should I do next? Just tell me, and I will follow your every word. Every moment was precious for Xiaoliu, so after a brief moment of catching his breath, he immediately inquired. You only need to come ashore and gaze at your reflection in the water. Remember, keep your eyes fixed on your own eyes within the river. Wu's instructions were dutifully followed by Xiaoliu, who hurriedly scrambled onto the bank, disregarding the torrents of water cascading down his body and the soaked garments, and lay down at the river's edge, his head positioned directly over the flowing water. The night was but a day past the day of utmost darkness, and thus the moon hung faintly in the sky, a mere sliver of a crescent illuminating the surroundings. Fortunately, the weather over the past few days has been delightful, devoid of any dreary rain. Thus, under the faint moonlight and with the heightened vision acquired through the fusion of his spirit, Xiaoliu distinctly beheld his own reflection in the dim waters of the small river. Upon this observation, he realized the change within himself. Since entering the mystical Youquan Forest in search of spiritual herbs, this marked his first glimpse of his own visage. In the water, his features appeared delicate, with a pair of exceptionally prominent brows, while his eyes, previously of moderate size, now shimmered with a subtle azure glow. Xiaoliu was certain that his eyes had not always appeared this way. This transformation naturally led him to associate it with Wu. Brother Wu, it seems my eyes have changed since before. Of course, have you not heard the saying, the eyes are the windows to the soul? After merging our spirits, it is only natural that this would be reflected in your gaze. Otherwise, how could you possess the eye of demon breaking? Now, enough of this chatter. Aren't you pressed for time? I shall now initiate your self-hypnosis. Self-hypnosis? Self-hypnosis is the act of imposing a certain compelling suggestion upon oneself. Soon, you will grasp its essence. Just don't come back to complain afterward. In the stillness of the night, a bizarre scene unfolded. Xiaoliu appeared to see his reflection in the water smiling back at him, yet he was acutely aware that his own expression was one of stupor, certainly not one of amusement. He then began to perceive that the reflection was transforming, as if it had become another person altogether. Its eyes were particularly mesmerizing, drawing Xiaoliu's gaze irresistibly. Viewed from the side, one could discern that a faint blue luminescence emanated from his eyes. Mirrored in the water's reflection, this state persisted for a brief interval, and suddenly, Xiaoliu felt an overwhelming fatigue dissipate from his body, replaced by a surge of vigor. With a swift motion, Xiaoliu sprang into the air, his legs propelling him as though equipped with springs. Astonishingly, he leaped over 3 meters high from his original spot. This is self-hypnosis. How miraculous. I feel as though I possess boundless energy. Upon landing, he let out a joyous cheer. Since leaving the valley, this was the first time he felt such elation. Observing the prominent veins on his right arm, he perceived an infinite strength residing within those not overly muscular limbs. Xiaoliu, Brother Liu is on his way to rescue you. Await my arrival. After the thrill subsided, a resolute emotion flickered in Xiaoliu's eyes. With determination, he set his course and began to run. The resounding thuds of his powerful strides echoed beneath him. At that moment, he had shed his previous despondency, invigorated and more spirited than ever. Driven by urgency, Xiaoliu quickened his pace, the scenery on either side blurring as he drew ever closer to the rendezvous point agreed upon with the Zhai family in the Dragon Palace. Chapter 13. A fruitless pursuit. After running approximately 100 miles, Xiaoliu had fully acclimated to this newfound vitality, yet his initial excitement had morphed back into anxiety, according to the information provided by Wu. The place where he currently stands should indeed be the predetermined meeting point between the Zhai family and the Dragon Palace. However, as he casts his gaze around, he sees nothing but scattered stones and trees. There is not a soul in sight. Xiaoliu glances at the dimly lit sky, realizing he has arrived too late. Xiaoliu and the other children have probably been taken away long ago. And even the members of the Zhai family must have departed some time ago. At this moment, his heart is consumed by a tumult of anger and disappointment, leaving only a profound sense of self-reproach. It is all my fault. Had I not left Xiaoliu at the Zhai residence, she would not have encountered such misfortunes. I promised to protect and care for her. Now, I am not only failing to fulfill that promise, but I do not even know where she is. I am truly wretched. Xiaoliu's emotional turmoil did not escape Mou's notice. However, given the current circumstances, even Mou found himself at a loss. He is not omnipotent, especially after sustaining injuries to both his spirit and body, which rendered many tasks, previously effortless, utterly unattainable. Thus, while Mou empathized with Xiaoliu's plight, he could only remain silent. After a frenzied journey, a heavy stillness settled upon them. Xiaoliu felt a sense of ennui. He was at a loss for what to do next. With his head bowed, he bore the pain of losing Xiaoliu while aimlessly choosing a direction to walk. Halt! This is Yuzhou City. All entrants must undergo a security check. As Xiaoliu was lost in his sorrowful reverie, a booming voice jolted him back to reality. Before him stood armored guards, brandishing spears aimed at his throat. Yuzhou City? Xiaoliu looked up in confusion, gazing at the grand characters above the city gate spelling out Yuzhou. Brother Wu, how did I end up here? Did you seize control of my body again? Xiaoliu pondered inwardly. Do not attribute everything to me. You knew Xiaoliu was taken by the Dragon Palace, and after that distressing revelation, you began wandering aimlessly. An hour has passed since you reached the rendezvous point. Look at the sky, the sun has already risen. Are you entering the city or not? If not, then leave quickly. Do not be a nuisance. The guards barked again. I shall enter the city. Please proceed with your inspection. At that moment, he had neither dangerous items nor any possessions to speak of, only dirty, sticky clothing. After a cursory check, the guard, with a look of disdain, commanded, "Move along. You may pass." Xiaoliu muttered a quiet thanks before being allowed entry into Yuzhou City. The city, not particularly large, was bustling with industrious people venturing out to earn their livelihood at this early hour. Gurgle, as Xiaoliu passed a pancake stall, the enticing aroma wafted toward him, and his stomach audibly protested in hunger. You haven't eaten anything substantial in nearly a day. At this rate, you will be unable to endure. Perhaps you should indulge in something, Mou suggested, displaying a rare moment of concern for Xiaoliu, who was enveloped in his deepest despair. I found myself in a predicament. I am devoid of funds. Xiaoliu had initially intended to assert that he was not hungry, yet the rumbling of his stomach was audible to all. To claim he was not hungry would be to speak falsely with his eyes wide open. Thus, in the end, he reluctantly admitted, money. Well, that is indeed a conundrum. This yellow and white substances, after all, an indispensable element in the mundane world. How about this? Young man, would you care for a sumptuous meal? After a series of inexplicable musings, Mou suddenly posed this question. A sumptuous meal? What does that imply? Xiaoliu appeared to have grown more obtuse, perhaps due to the troubling disappearance of Xiaoliu, and his foolishly naive inquiry incited Mou's ire. Xiaoliu had not anticipated Mou's sudden outburst. In his mind, Mou had never shown much concern for his affairs. After all, he was himself, and Xiaoliu was Xiaoliu, although their souls had inadvertently fused due to an unforeseen incident. Fundamentally, they remained two distinct individuals, each harboring their own thoughts and experiences. Thus, when Mou reprimanded him so vocally, it unexpectedly provided Xiaoliu with a sense of warmth. Thank you. Brother Wu. I am grateful to have you by my side. Otherwise, I would feel utterly forsaken by the world. Truly, thank you. After a moment of silence, Xiaoliu spoke earnestly. There's no need for gratitude, since we are now of one body and two hearts. It seems rather pointless to draw such clear distinctions. As long as you comprehend my intent, that suffices. Now, let us set aside such matters. Do you truly wish for a grand feast? Mou, feeling somewhat awkward due to Xiaolu's earnest gratitude and reliance, deftly redirected the conversation. Who wouldn't desire a grand feast? The issue lies in our lack of funds. Are we to dine and dash? Ha! That is unnecessary. Have you forgotten that I possess the ability to hypnotize? Come, let us visit that establishment we passed earlier, Yang Tower. It appeared quite splendid. Mou, demonstrating commendable consideration, recognized the need to divert Xiaolu's thoughts from his sister's loss. He intentionally sought to engage Xiaoliu in an activity, thereby redirecting his focus. Initially puzzled by Mou's unusual demeanor, Xiaoliu quickly grasped the other's good intentions. However, he refrained from expressing further gratitude verbally, choosing instead to etch these moments into his heart. Xiaoliu was not a fool. On the contrary, he was more astute and worldly than many children his age, perhaps owing to the illusions that had nurtured him. Gathering his spirits, Xiaoliu strode toward the largest tavern in Yuzhou City. Yayang Tower. Before long, this ragged, beggar-like child entered the opulent Yayang Tower, only to be met, not with the warm hospitality of the innkeeper, but with harsh words instead. Who let this beggar in? Is it permissible for someone of your ilk to tread upon the grounds of Yayang Tower? Get out, immediately, or I shall not hesitate to have your legs broken. Damn it, you've sullied the floor. What bad luck. Xiaoliu had not foreseen such treatment, for he had never before frequented taverns, let alone one of such high standing. Thus, the innkeeper's words left him momentarily stunned. However, it was not long before Mo Wu's clever mind provided him with a method to avert this awkward situation. Following Mo Wu's guidance, Xiaoliu took a couple of steps forward and extended a grimy hand, clenched into a fist with the palm facing upwards, as if concealing something within. Xiaoliu, come take a look at this. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You better not scare yourself to death. At that moment, Xiaoliu assumed an air of superiority, swaggering with his feet turned outward. As he approached the shopkeeper with that outstretched hand. In the bustling hall, numerous guests were dining and drinking. Initially indifferent to Xiaolu's presence, however, as he engaged in such unbecoming behavior, many turned their attention to the entrance of the Yayang Tower. If anyone was perplexed, it was undoubtedly the shopkeeper, who was consumed by thoughts, pondering whether this seemingly beggar-like young man might actually be a person of considerable status. Motivated by the adage that one should fear the unexpected, he gazed at Xiaolu's palm. At this proximity, onlookers could only discern the young beggar's gestures directed at the shopkeeper, but the specifics remained elusive. Look into my eyes. As they drew closer, Xiaoliu whispered to the shopkeeper in a tone audible only to the two of them. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper instinctively raised his gaze, becoming utterly captivated by the faintly azure glow emanating from Xiaolu's eyes. I am a distinguished guest from afar. I have already shown you my token. Quickly prepare a table laden with fine food and wine for me. Otherwise, you shall pay with your head. Xiaoliu relayed Mo Wu's instructions verbatim, and as he finished speaking, his azure eyes returned to their normal state. Ah, it is indeed you, esteemed guest. Please, come inside at once. I am truly despicable for having spoken to you so insolently. I shall punish myself. Once the shopkeeper regained his composure, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shifting from disdain and disgust to extreme servility, as if Xiaoliu were his own father. Chapter 14. The Luminous Body Slap. Slap, slap. With that, the shopkeeper began to strike his own face vigorously, and Xiaoliu was taken aback by the potent effects of Wu Ji's hypnotism. The shopkeeper was now treating him as if he were a non-existent dignitary, fervently trying to ingratiate himself. Enough. Do not waste time. I am famished and wish to eat. Xiaoliu frowned, halting the shopkeeper's self-inflicted punishment while adopting an impatient demeanor. Yes, yes. I shall inform the kitchen immediately to prepare the finest dishes for you. The shopkeeper promptly ceased his actions, though the few slaps had left his cheeks slightly swollen, indicating his earnestness. Subsequently, Xiaoliu was led by the shopkeeper to his spacious private room on the second floor, likely the finest in the Yayang Tower. After a flurry of flattery, the shopkeeper hurried off to instruct the kitchen to prepare the meal. Wu, is this approach a bit excessive? Will there be any repercussions? Before, in the grand hall on the first floor, Xiaoliu, despite his ostentatious demeanor before the crowd, would instantly become anxious the moment he found himself alone. However, this commotion temporarily allowed him to forget about the troubling disappearance of Xiaojiu. Rest assured, from now on, the matter of meal shall be entirely my responsibility. After all, this body now bears a part of me. I cannot allow you to continue your previous reckless self-abuse. Observing Mo Wu's casual tone, Xiaoliu finally felt a sense of relief and quietly settled into his chair, eagerly anticipating the delectable dishes to come. To be honest, he was genuinely intrigued by the cuisine of Yayang Tower. At that moment, Xiaoliu seemed to faintly hear a few individuals engaged in hushed conversation, their voices emanating from the wall to his right. Bored while waiting and driven by curiosity, he approached the wall and pressed his ear against it, attempting to discern the words being exchanged within. I say, second senior sister, please refrain from your complaints. I merely hope this trip goes smoothly. Let us patiently await the inner palace's personnel to take her away. Shall we? Why engage in a battle of wills with them? We cannot afford to provoke those individuals, a man's voice interjected. Following the earlier remarks of the woman, it appeared that the individuals from the inner palace were of considerable significance. The woman continued to voice her grievances, seemingly perturbed that someone of importance was to be taken from their midst by the inner palace's personnel. Second senior sister, I understand that you receive the favor of our palace master in the outer palace. But do not forget that even our master must navigate the whims of others upon entering the inner palace. If you persist, you will inevitably attract trouble. I speak these words for your own good. Otherwise, I would not voice them in your presence, would I? The man, who had previously spoken, earnestly counseled her, adopting a conciliatory tone. The resentment harbored by the second senior sister seemed quite profound, for despite his numerous attempts at persuasion, she remained unable to contain her agitation. Suddenly, Xiaoliu heard a knocking sound, prompting an instinctive reaction to step away from the wall and head towards the door. Yet, just as he rose, a creaking sound caught his attention. It turned out the knocking was on the door of the adjoining room. The two senior brothers have arrived. How swift indeed. Please, come in and take a seat. My senior sister and I have just ordered the house specialties. Eagerly awaiting the pleasure of your company. This time, even without pressing against the wall, Xiaoliu clearly heard the voice of the man from next door. As he elevated his tone, there is no need for formalities. Upon learning that the water spirit has manifested, our master specifically opened the teleportation array for us, allowing us to arrive so promptly. I trust you have adequately secured the water spirit. We have journeyed a great distance and certainly do not wish for it to be in vain. Moreover, our esteemed master holds the offspring of this water spirit in the highest regard. Should any mishap occur, none of us shall evade responsibility. One among the visitors spoke in a remarkably cordial manner, engaging with the two individuals already present in the room. Rest assured, esteemed senior brothers, the young girl was discreetly escorted to a secluded location by our 7th and 9th junior brothers, ensuring that her presence remained undisclosed. Once we have satisfied our hunger and thirst, the two of you may retrieve her at your convenience. It seems that the junior brothers are quite capable indeed. In light of this, we cannot disregard your honor. The food and drink appear quite appetizing, and thus, we shall graciously accept. Upon the conclusion of his words, the sound of chairs being dragged in the adjacent room echoed, indicating that they had taken their seats. Meanwhile, the second senior sister, who had previously lamented her misfortune, fell silent upon their entrance, seemingly unable to voice her grievances in the presence of others, despite her evident discontent. At this moment, Xiaoliu's expression turned grave. As a suspicion began to form in his mind, could the so-called spirit girl they were discussing be none other than the missing Xiaoliu? This conjecture was not without foundation, after all. Only a few hours had elapsed since the time when the Dragon Palace had come to collect someone. If they had not ventured far but instead chosen to remain in the vicinity of Yuzhou City, it was possible that Xiaoliu had not yet been truly taken away. Furthermore, the terms they frequently uttered, inner palace and outer palace, could they be referring to the Dragon Palace? At that time, Xiaoliu was merely 8 or 9 years old, while Xiaoliu was only 3 or 4. They had both been under the care of Granny Hua, often playing together. On one occasion, while they frolicked by the riverbank, Xiaoliu, in a moment of mischief, inadvertently fell into a deeper part of the river, with Xiaoliu being the only one nearby. Although Xiaoliu possessed a modicum of swimming ability, his position was unfortunate. One foot became ensnared by a stone at the riverbed, rendering him unable to extricate himself despite his desperate struggles. Just when Xiaoliu believed he was on the brink of drowning, Xiaoliu, unsteadily rising to her feet on the bank, called out fervently, "Lu Gu! Lu Gu!" The 3 or 4-year-old girl had only recently learned to walk, and struggled with even the more complex phrases. Yet, she grasped the gravity of Xiaolu's peril. Her urgency was palpable as she continued to shout his name. However, submerged as he was, Xiaoliu was oblivious to her distress, preoccupied with his own dire circumstances. When he could no longer hold his breath and had swallowed several mouthfuls of water, he resigned himself to the thought that this might be the end. At that precise moment, Xiaoliu appeared before him. Her cheeks round and puffed, frantically waving her small hands and feet. The sight of Xiaoliu, just before the brink of drowning, was utterly unexpected for Xiaoliu. Fear gripped him, realizing that if things continued this way, both siblings might meet their demise here. Yet, what transpired next transcended his comprehension. Just as Xiaoliu flailed her tiny limbs, Xiaoliu observed in astonishment that the water around them began to part to either side. Soon, the river swiftly parted, exposing the two children to the open air. The moment they safely reached the ground, the water in the little river immediately tilted downward, resuming its original course. With a heart full of perplexity, Xiaoliu quickly turned his gaze to the face of the little girl in his arms, only to find that Xiaoliu had fallen asleep. This incident remained a secret in Xiaolu's heart. He had once recounted it to Granny Hua, but she merely dismissed it as a dream. From that moment on, Xiaoliu understood that his sister seemed to be far from ordinary, at least different from himself and the other brothers. This realization lingered until today. When he overheard the conversation of several individuals in the adjacent room, the term water spirit body involuntarily conjured thoughts of his sister Xiaoliu. Could it be that Xiaoliu truly had not been taken away? Was she indeed the rare water spirit body spoken of by the others, a once-in-a-century phenomenon? Chapter 15. The divide between celestial and mortal. As Xiaoliu hesitated on whether to confide in Mo Wu, the latter seized the moment to speak first. Regarding Mo Wu, beyond feelings of gratitude and reverence, Xiaoliu harbored a sense of guilt. What he was currently undertaking posed a grave danger to his life. One misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. To rescue Xiaoliu from the clutches of the mysterious forces of the Dragon Palace was akin to extracting teeth from a tiger. Their fates were intertwined. If Xiaoliu encountered peril, so too would Mo Wu. Thus, a weight of remorse settled heavily in Xiaolu's heart. However, upon hearing Mo Wu's words, his guilt deepened further. Brother Wu, after we rescue Xiaoliu this time, I promise I will never again gamble with my own life. I will ensure that we both live long and prosper. Xiaoliu vowed earnestly. He anticipated that Mo Wu would respond with something along the lines of never again. But to his surprise, Mo Wu merely scoffed derisively. Live long and prosper? Don't make me laugh so hard I lose my teeth. It seems you still haven't grasped the situation, Mo Wu retorted. The world you inhabit is one governed by the law of the jungle. Without strength or status, you will live a life worse than that of a dog. Forget about living a long life. Merely extending your days depends on the whims of others, if you wish to survive. There is but one path. Become stronger. Become a mightier warrior than anyone else. There is no alternative. Once you resolve to become a strong individual, countless trials of life and death await you. So the stable life you envisioned does not exist. As a newcomer to this realm, Xiaoliu found himself lacking an understanding of its intricacies, yet Mo Wu was different. His origins remained mystery. But they were undoubtedly profound. Mo Wu's insights far surpassed anything Xiaoliu could comprehend, leaving a profound impact on him. Was the world truly this cruel? Now, he began to grasp why some chose a life in the valleys. They wished to escape the influence of others over their destinies, yet lacked the means to become strong, thus resorting to retreating from the world. What, then, would the path ahead of him look like? Xiaoliu's thoughts were shrouded in ambiguity. He had never envisioned a future for himself. He had always believed that the tranquil days of his past would persist indefinitely. However, the sudden upheaval shattered his previously serene existence, thrusting him into the mundane world, transforming him into a lost lamb. At present, Xiaoliu found himself devoid of leisure or time to ponder his future. The most pressing matter at hand was to rescue Xiaoliu, and everything else had to take a back seat. My lord, your meal has arrived. Lost in his chaotic thoughts, the door was abruptly flung open, revealing the same young waiter. He bore a large square tray, upon which several layers of food containers were arranged. Swiftly, the waiter adeptly opened each container, presenting an array of steaming dishes before Xiaolu's eyes. This is the Mandarin duck, 8 delicacies. This is the phoenix perched on the branch. Enough. You may withdraw. Do not allow anyone to disturb me without my command. Xiaoliu, seated firmly, waved his hand dismissively at the waiter who had set down the bowls and delicacies. Yes, my lord. Take your time. And should you require anything, merely call, and I shall come immediately. The waiter treated Xiaoliu as if he were a revered ancestor, bowing respectfully as he exited, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Once again, Xiaoliu found himself alone, gazing at the lavish spread of unfamiliar culinary delights before him. His appetite stirred. Do not worry, young master. I shall keep watch over those rascals next door. Your actions shall not be hindered. Mo Wu's words warmed Xiaolu's heart. He smiled in response. Alas, if only you could join me for this feast, Brother Wu. If we could meet, I would ensure we indulge thoroughly. Oblivious to everything, Xiaoliu began to devour the sumptuous dishes with fervor. He soon discovered that these exquisite meals were not only visually appealing but also tantalizingly delicious, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue in delight. So delectable. How can such exquisite food exist in this world? It seems the outside realm is not solely filled with negativity. I must seize the opportunity to indulge before those people depart. Otherwise, it would be a great loss. Muttering incoherently, Xiaolu's voracious appetite would have left the waiter in disbelief, questioning whether he truly was a figure of significance. Soon, he had laid waste to the table of delicacies with a ferocity akin to a whirlwind. Despite his efforts, by the time he could eat no more, a substantial portion of the feast remained untouched. Such waste. If only I could take some away, Xiaoliu lamented, prompting Mo Wu to finally voice his exasperation. Can you not display a modicum of elegance? Your manner of eating resembled that of a famished ghost. There is no one competing with you. What is your haste? Do you think these dishes will fly away? Faced with Mo Wu's reproach, Xiaoliu responded with a hint of defensiveness. Brother Wu, these dishes are simply too delicious. I could not help myself. If you were to taste such exquisite cuisine, you would surely be just as indulgent as I. Xiaoliu, with unwavering conviction, was fervently justifying himself. Yet, Mo Wu found his words disjointed and absurd. Nonsense. What have I not tasted? Even that peculiar item, the ethereal blue flower, has graced my palate. Just as Mo Wu contemplated showcasing his proudest achievement, he realized that this very triumph was also his most unfortunate misstep, causing his words to falter. Xiaoliu, unaware of Mo Wu's internal struggle, mistakenly believed his sentiments resonated with him. Assuming the silence signified agreement. Had Mo Wu been privy to Xiaoliu's thoughts, he would have been incensed enough to deliver a thrashing. Prepare yourselves. Those individuals over there seemed poised to depart at that moment. Mo Wu's tone shifted to one of gravity as he conveyed this vital information. Very well, once they leave, I shall follow discreetly from a distance. With you, Brother Wu, I am confident I shall not lose track of them. The duo swiftly delineated their respective tasks. Xiaoliu would stealthily trail the group, while Mo Wu would monitor their movements to ensure Xiaoliu remained on their trail. The creaking of the door signaled its opening, followed by the sound of several footsteps. As the individuals began their descent, Xiaoliu quietly emerged from his solitary room. Soon, he found himself in the grand hall of Yang Tower, where several patrons, who had witnessed the earlier exchange between him and the waiter, were still dining. His reappearance swiftly captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Sir, please, do not trouble yourself with coming down. Simply instruct us if you require anything. Would you like more food or drink? The waiter appeared before him with the swiftness of the wind. Inquiring with eager politeness, Xiaoliu dismissively waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the four young men and women who had just exited the premises, dressed in garments of exquisite fabric. Their backs presented an air of nobility, unmistakable even from behind. Most significantly, Xiaoliu could not shake the impression that their silhouettes and attire bore an uncanny resemblance to those who had intruded upon their valley mere days prior. Upon realizing the identity of these individuals, Xiaoliu's eyes flared with rage, his body trembling with fury. In his heart, he believed that the group clad in white was the fundamental cause of the valley's inhabitants' disappearance. Had they not invaded, how could he have lost control and shattered the long-standing illusion of reality? Although those loved ones were mere figments, the experiences shared with them were undeniably real. However, Xiaoliu refrained from recklessly confronting them, knowing full well that he would be no match for them, and also considering Xiaojiu's safety. Those four were indeed the very individuals who had dined next door. They might soon head to the place where Xiaojiu resided. I cannot afford to lose them. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiaoliu maintained a stoic demeanor, disregarding the waiter as he stealthily followed the group behind him. The waiter's final sycophantic remark faded as Xiaoliu stepped back onto the bustling street. The streets of Yuzhou City were bustling with pedestrians, both adults and children, allowing Xiaoliu to seamlessly conceal himself amidst the throng. The four individuals ahead remained blissfully unaware of the grimy figure trailing closely behind them. Before long, Xiaoliu followed the quartet to the city gate where they had entered, and upon realizing their intention to exit the city, he quickened his pace, wary of being delayed during any potential inspections. The scrutiny at the city's exit was considerably more lenient. The guards merely gave Xiaoliu a cursory pat-down before allowing him to pass. For someone as inconspicuous as him, such a process was mandatory both when entering and leaving the city. In stark contrast, the four seemingly noble figures were not subjected to any inspection at all, and Xiaoliu noted an almost fearful demeanor in the guards as they regarded them. This revelation heightened Xiaoliu's caution, making his pursuit all the more meticulous. However, he soon encountered a shocking and distressing predicament. The four individuals took flight shortly after leaving the city, watching them soar gracefully through the air. Xiaoliu was left speechless. Were they human or celestial beings? How could he possibly follow them now? Chapter 16. A life sacrificed for another. As he watched his formidable adversaries float away like ethereal beings, shrinking into mere black dots in the sky, panic enveloped Xiaoliu. What was he to do? They could fly. Could they truly be immortals? How could he pursue them, even if he managed to catch up? How could he rescue Xiaojiu? Mo Wu observed Xiaoliu's frantic demeanor with quiet amusement before mockingly stating, "Kid, did you really think that in your quest to save someone, the journey would be smooth, leading you directly to the hidden place, only for them to hand over your sister when you arrived? If you are already stumped by this minor obstacle, how can you even consider a rescue?" Although they possess the ability to fly, such individuals typically head directly to their destination. Their departure points straight to where your sister is being held. Are you still dawdling here? Hurry and pursue them. Mo Wu's words struck Xiaoliu like a thunderclap, jolting him back to reality. He realized the accuracy of Mo Wu's assessment. Those capable of flight would not meander aimlessly. They would undoubtedly head straight to their goal. With newfound determination, Xiaoliu sprinted toward the direction in which the four had departed. At that moment, his body was still under the influence of Mo Wu's self-hypnosis, the duration of which was uncertain. The day had fully dawned, and passers-by observed a disheveled, half-grown child dashing madly through the streets, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Xiaoliu's physical abilities were significantly enhanced, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. To maintain his course, he occasionally glanced up at the sun and, with Mo Wu's guidance, continuously adjusted his trajectory. After running over 50 miles, Mo Wu suddenly called out, "Stop, there's a small hill to your left front. Do you see it? Upon traversing it, a cave can be found on the opposite side of the mountain where those individuals reside. Your sister is among them. Exercise utmost caution and refrain from recklessness. For I cannot guarantee the consequences otherwise." After hearing Mo Wu's admonition, Xiaoliu nodded vigorously and commenced his ascent up the slope of the small hill, following his guidance. Throughout the journey, Xiaoliu endeavored to calm, and by the time he reached the mountainside, he had managed to suppress his excitement to a manageable level. The closer he approached the summit, the more vigilant he became, even slowing his steps considerably. Navigate around this area. It obstructs your view of the situation below. Mo Wu timely advised Xiaoliu, enabling him to better control his position while lying in wait, adhering to his direction. Xiaoliu spent the duration of Emil's time before finally locating an optimal vantage point. Where he concealed himself, from his angle, he could distinctly observe 6 elegantly attired young men and women engaged in conversation at the entrance of the cave across the way, with a cluster of small children huddled behind them. Xiaoliu's vision was astonishing. From several dozen zhang away, he discerned the silhouette of his sister among the gathered children. Do not move. Exercise caution to avoid detection. Upon spotting Xiaoliu's excitement surged, prompting Mo Wu to immediately reprimand him to maintain their concealment. However, those capable of flight possessed an insight that far surpassed Xiaoliu's comprehension. Their previous lack of discovery was attributed to his carefulness and the considerable distance he maintained. Yet, despite this distance, his earlier slip had directly led to his eventual exposure. A chilling rebuke emanated from one of the 6 at the cave's entrance. Xiaoliu recognized the voice as belonging to one of the so-called inner palace visitors. "Senior brother, this place is so secluded, and with just a few of us here, surely no fool would dare seek their demise." A stranger's voice questioned the senior brother, expressing doubt. "Indeed, senior brother, are you perhaps overly tense? The water spirit child is right here. I suspect your concern has led to confusion." This remark, laced with sarcasm, came from the second senior sister encountered previously at Yayang Tower. "Are you questioning my judgment?" The initially speaking senior brother's tone turned distinctly displeased, and upon witnessing his expression, the remaining individuals hastily expressed their apologies. With that, the senior brother swiftly began forming hand seals, intricate symbols rapidly taking shape between his dexterous fingers. As if the mark emerged from his hands, glowing and suspended in midair before him. "What a trifling matter. Do not delay. Reveal yourselves at once," he coldly commanded, striking the luminous mark with his palm, sending it soaring into the air in the blink of an eye. Xiaoliu observed the unfolding events, yet found himself utterly incapable of taking any effective action to intervene. As the mark ascended into the lofty heights, Xiaoliu finally discerned its complete form. For reasons unbeknownst to him, it appeared to be a grand eye composed of rays of light. Found it. How long did the lad intend to conceal himself? A sharp reprimand rang out, and in an instant, that senior brother soared into the air, hurtling directly towards Xiaoliu's hiding place. "This is bad." Realizing his cover was blown, Xiaoliu hastily attempted to retreat. But his movements were no match for those adept at soaring through the skies. What further excuses can you muster now? The senior brother seemed exceedingly irked by the suspicion cast upon him. His motivation for unearthing Xiaoliu stemmed largely from a desire to validate his own judgment. "Xiaoliu Gij." Before the remaining juniors could extol his virtues, a sudden, youthful cry echoed from within the cave. "Xiaojiu." Rubbing his painfully bruised backside, Xiaoliu turned towards the sound, only to discover that Xiaojiu was merely 10 steps away within the cave. This revelation momentarily lifted the weight of his captive status, and he sprang to his feet, eager to reunite with his sister. How infuriating. The senior brother felt his reputation tarnished, just as he was about to validate his accurate judgment and bask in the admiration of his peers. These 2 little rascals had the audacity to disrupt. Witnessing Xiaoliu rise and dash towards the cave ignited a flame of uncontainable fury within him. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a kick that sent Xiaoliu soaring through the air. Only he knew the extent of his strength in that moment. Xiaoliu traced a graceful arc through the sky before crashing against the rocky wall of the cave. Puff. Upon hitting the ground, Xiaoliu felt the severity of his injuries. A mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably from his lips, staining the stones beneath him. Xiaoliu Gij, Xiaojio wailed from within the cave, yet she remained rooted in place. Seemingly immobilized by the presence of the others, little Xiaojio. Hearing her call, Xiaoliu laboriously lifted his head and extended a hand towards the cave, as if grasping for something. Xiaoliu Gij. The cries from Xiaojio continued to pour forth. She had been gripped by fear, having awoken to find herself surrounded by strangers, with her beloved Xiaoliu missing. But now, witnessing her brother being battered and bloodied, the weight of despair threatened to shatter her tender heart. The piercing voice of the young girl resonated from within the cave, and to everyone's astonishment, the sound of crashing waves echoed amidst the rocky surroundings. Initially indifferent, the six youths finally recognized that the situation had spiraled out of control. This is dire. The water spirit is about to erupt. Quick, we must find a way to restrain her. It was that same senior brother, whose insight and prowess distinguished him among the group, who first grasped the gravity of the unfolding events. At this moment, Xiaoliu lay feebly on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. In that instant, he forgot the sworn enemies surrounding him, disregarding the perilous predicament in which he found himself, with only his gaze fixated intently on the direction of Xiaojio. She had lost control once again. What I witnessed back then was no mere illusion. It appears she is indeed the fabled water spirit body. Chapter 17. The 5-year pact. As Xiaojio teetered on the brink of a violent outburst, the 6 senior brothers, momentarily unconcerned with the suddenly appearing ordinary Xiaoliu, were acutely aware that among this group of children, any one of them could succumb to misfortune, except for Xiaojio. When the 4 individuals from the Dragon Palace outer court had arrived here to liaise with the Zhai family, they conducted a routine examination of the children's aptitudes. To their astonishment, among this cohort of youngsters was a mere 7 or 8-year-old girl, possessing the exceedingly rare water spirit body. However, the tide turned unexpectedly at that moment. They could never have anticipated that while they were reporting their findings, the outer court's palace master was entertaining a distinguished guest from the inner palace. The revelation of the water spirit body was overheard in its entirety by this eminent figure, who deemed such a rare constitution a treasure beyond the reach of the Dragon Palace. How could he permit such a prodigious talent to fall into the hands of the typically scorned outer court? After some negotiations, this illustrious individual successfully overwhelmed the outer court's palace master, compelling him to relinquish the water spirit girl. Utilizing his profound and inscrutable powers, he activated the teleportation array from the inner palace, dispatching 2 of his disciples to retrieve her. However, due to the long-distance transmission, a deviation occurred, leading these individuals inadvertently into the valley where Xiaoliu resided. Upon encountering the valley's inhabitants, they deemed that even ordinary folk posed a risk of revealing their presence, prompting them to mercilessly eliminate the innocent residents. Yet, in the midst of this slaughter, Xiaoliu appeared, his unstable mental state spiraling out of control. Just before losing consciousness, he inadvertently shattered the illusion of the valley, causing the residents to vanish entirely. Thus, while Xiaoliu was aware that they were likely his adversaries, they remained oblivious to his existence. What transpired thereafter was well known to Xiaoliu. In the eyes of these 6 brothers from the Dragon Palace, Xiaojio's worth surpassed that of all the other children combined by countless degrees. They must ensure she remains unharmed. Though this girl is a water spirit body, her lack of self-control suggests she would not wield great power. Their sole responsibility was to watch over and protect her. Attacking was utterly out of the question. The eldest brother naturally issued a directive, to which the other disciples promptly complied. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a profound and chilling glint flickered in the eyes of the outer court's second sister. You from the inner palace seek to seize her away. I shall not allow you to succeed. As soon as the opportunity arises, I will strike her down. As long as the actions are concealed and leave no trace, even those within the inner palace will be powerless to intervene afterward. Attributing the chaos solely to the arrival of that wild boy. Humph, you think you can snatch this girl away from us in the outer palace? I shall ensure you gain nothing. With such malicious thoughts swirling in her mind, the second sister discreetly approached the vicinity of Xiaojio, just like her fellow disciples. At that moment, Xiaojio remained within the cave, though she was no longer huddled with the other children. Instead, she floated gracefully in the air of the cavern. The sound of water around her grew increasingly thunderous, and gradually, everyone sensed a significant rise in humidity in the surrounding air, with fine droplets of water clinging to their clothes and skin. Had Xiaoliu been able to see, he would have noticed that the irises of Xiaojio's eyes had transformed into a vivid shade of aquamarine, radiating clarity. You are all villains, bullying Brother Liu. Jiao despises you, the little girl exclaimed, her mouth agape in righteous indignation as she addressed the group of young men and women before her. As her words echoed through the air, the previously tranquil mist around them became frenzied, with the moisture in the atmosphere, on their garments, and on their skin being drawn inexplicably toward Xiaoliu. Her floating form began to drift slowly toward the cave's entrance. And as she emerged completely, the agitated water vapor had coalesced into a rapidly spinning water vortex surrounding her. Indeed, the water spirit was extraordinary. This girl, devoid of any cultivation, managed to unleash such power. It appears that our Dragon Palace has truly stumbled upon an incredible treasure this time. The 6 disciples, instead of feeling any fear upon witnessing this spectacle, gazed at Xiaoliu with shining eyes. As if admiring a precious gem, being scrutinized in such a manner seemed to ignite an even greater fury within Xiaoliu, prompting the water vortex to expand rapidly, soon enveloping everyone outside the cave, including Xiaoliu. However, unlike the others, Xiaoliu remained utterly unaffected, lying still on the ground, undisturbed even by the fierce water vortex that encased him. The sound of crashing echoed as the portion of the vortex in contact with the ground began to shatter the hard rock. A spectrum of colors radiated from the bodies of the 6 individuals, and although the water droplets capable of piercing stone struck their glowing forms, they merely caused a ripple. Since the onset of her fury, Xiaoliu seemed transformed, her demeanor and speech markedly different from her usual self. At that moment, she emitted a piercing scream, synchronously with a tremendous explosion as the furious water vortex detonated. Splash! A deluge of water surged toward the 6 disciples. The intensity of this assault surpassing the previous one, yet it ultimately failed to inflict any genuine harm upon them. After such a vigorous outburst, Xiaoliu appeared to be drained of energy, a deep weariness flashing across her azure eyes, and then, under the watchful gaze of all, she gradually closed her eyelids. As she tightly closed her eyes, her once weightless little body began to descend slowly. Now is the moment. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the 2nd senior sister, who then swiftly appeared behind Xiaoliu. One hand reached out, poised as if to catch the little girl, while the other hand remained concealed behind her back, suddenly thrusting a finger towards the vulnerable nape of Xiaoliu's neck, unseen by anyone else. In such a critical moment, it was impossible for her fellow disciples to notice her actions. Even if they did, they would be far too late to intervene. However, just as she believed she had successfully deceived everyone and was on the verge of triumph, a hand, not particularly large, accurately grasped her finger aimed at Xiaoliu's neck, preventing any further advance. The unexpected interloper who disrupted her plans was none other than that barely alive wild brat from earlier. Release me. The 2nd senior sister felt her finger being pulled aside by Xiaoliu's grip, and fearing that her covert actions might be exposed, she erupted in fury, delivering a swift, shadowless kick that sent a streak of blue light towards Xiaoliu's neck. Based on Xiaoliu's previous performance, it seemed impossible for him to evade such an attack. Yet, amidst the sudden turn of events, the 2nd senior sister failed to consider deeply. Hadn't he been on the brink of death? How could he have appeared just in time to thwart her lethal strike? Even more perplexing was how, with his lackluster strength, he managed to stop her sure-kill finger. In her rage, the 2nd senior sister did not dwell on these questions. She merely aimed to eliminate this nuisance swiftly and then deliver a fatal blow to Xiaoliu, pretending that Xiaoliu had been inadvertently harmed by Xiaoliu. That way, everything would appear unrelated to her. Fool! The distance between Xiaoliu, and the 2nd senior S in response, Wu, who had control over Xiaoliu's body, naturally refrained from revealing the truth. A mysterious smile graced his face as he nodded and said, "You guessed correctly. This girl is my sister. I intend to take her with me, so I advise you all to step aside." The members of the Dragon Palace were perplexed regarding Xiaoliu's true strength, but judging by the speed and force he displayed earlier, it was evident that he was no ordinary foe. Otherwise, how could the 2nd senior sister, who had been struck by him, remain silent until now? Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu exhibited a contemplative expression. After a prolonged moment, he unexpectedly released his hold on Xiaoliu, laying her gently at his feet. What is the Dragon Palace? I have never heard of it. However, your words do possess a certain validity. I shall entrust this only sister of mine to you. In 5 years, I will come to seek her in your Dragon Palace, and should she suffer even the slightest grievance, I shall ensure that not a single creature remains in your domain. A chilling aura of murderous intent, incongruent with his youthful appearance, emerged from Xiaoliu's visage, causing even the 5 formidable experts of the momentarily silencing their retorts. Chapter 18. The pain of backlash. After uttering this declaration, Wu took a few measured steps forward, positioning himself before Xiaoliu. He then audaciously soared into the heavens, departing from the scene. However, as he passed by Xiaoliu, a subtle gesture eluded the notice of all present. A faint white light emanated from Xiaoliu's fingertips, piercing into Xiaoliu's forehead. It was a message, a note left for her, essentially advising her to live peacefully within the Dragon Palace, promising that he would come to find her in due time. The remaining 5 disciples of the Dragon Palace exchanged glances, uncertain of the depths of this young man's capabilities. Moments later, Xiaoliu's figure had completely vanished into the sky, prompting the senior brother to muse, "This individual is quite extraordinary. Yet he appears to harbor considerable reservations about us. I noticed that even in simple flight, his form seemed somewhat unstable. Senior brother, why have you only now voiced this?" One disciple exclaimed. "Clearly, he is at the end of his tether. We can still pursue him with all our might and intercept him. The fewer who know of the spirit water body, the better. We must catch up and eliminate him." One of the outer palace disciples immediately proposed this course of action. His suggestion quickly garnered the support and agreement of the remaining 2 outer palace disciples. Aside from the second senior sister, silence. Have you encountered the world? What do you truly understand? A person's eyes do not lie. I observed that young man's eyes, profound and radiant, devoid of any panic. He is certainly not an easy opponent to handle. If you wish to pursue him, go ahead. If you perish, it will be your own folly, and you shall deserve it. The senior brother's admonishment left the 3 outer palace disciples feeling exceedingly disgruntled. Yet outwardly, they could only feign compliance. Ultimately, they refrained from pursuing the already distant Xiaoliu. Although this senior brother from the inner palace displays an air of arrogance, his insights are undeniably profound. No one would willingly risk their life to fulfill a superfluous task. Once the matters here were settled, the 3 from the outer palace finally recalled the second senior sister, the only one attacked by Xiaoliu. As they carefully carried the unconscious second senior sister out of the cave and scrutinized her, they couldn't help but gasp in shock, observing the once ordinary features of the second senior sister. Now marred by a sunken nose and a bruised visage, they were compelled to fully accept the inner palace brothers' assessment that youth was far more formidable than they had initially perceived. At this moment, Wu had already taken control of Xiaoliu's body and soared far away, arriving in a secluded area surrounded by mountains, upon realizing that the long-gone disciples had not pursued him. Wu could no longer maintain a steady flight posture and began to wobble precariously in the air. TSK. After forcibly commandeering this brat's body to confront that group twice in quick succession. I have truly reached my limit. Coupled with the injuries inflicted by those long-gone people, it seems I must urgently find a hidden place to recuperate. With this thought in mind, Wu began to guide Xiaoliu's form downward, swiftly locating a concealed cave within the forest. Once he had hidden himself, Wu, still feeling uneasy, placed several large stones to block the cave entrance, sufficient to deter ordinary beasts. Phew, at last, I am safe. He sighed. Since assuming control of Xiaoliu's body, he had been merely bluffing. The punch that had sent the second senior sister flying was, in fact, the most formidable attack he could muster through Xiaoliu's physique. Leveraging his experience and knowledge, Wu successfully deceived everyone present at the time, leading them to believe that he had purposely left out Xiaojiu. Yet, in reality, given his condition at that moment, even a mere escape would have been a daunting task. Had that group of individuals sensed something amiss and pursued him with full force, both he and Xiaoliu would have surely met their demise that day. Though the preceding events had been thrilling, the gravest challenges were only just beginning. Due to Wu's self-induced hypnosis, Xiaoliu now possessed physical capabilities far beyond his previous limits. But such an enhancement did not come without a price. The backlash. At this juncture, Wu could feel the muscles, tendons, and every single cell of this body lamenting in agony, the intense pain resonating sharply within his senses. If Xiaoliu were not unconscious, he would likely be writhing in unbearable torment. As a later inhabitant of this body, Wu's affinity with it was nowhere near as natural as Xiaoliu's. After all, Xiaoliu was inherently the master of his own form. Consequently, the extent of the backlash that Wu was experiencing would have been magnified several times, if not dozens of times, had Xiaoliu been the one to endure it personally. Fully aware of this reality, Wu began to silently worry for Xiaoliu. Upon arriving at the cave, he initially laid Xiaoliu's body flat before relinquishing control back to him. However, since Xiaoliu remained unconscious, an unusual silence enveloped the cave. In this tranquil environment, there inevitably comes a moment of disruption. As Xiaoliu regained consciousness, he let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony, completely oblivious to the condition of his body. His first sensation upon waking was an unbearable, all-encompassing pain. This torment was exponentially more intense than the time a wild wolf had bitten away a chunk of flesh from him, by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. My boy, in addition to your significant injuries, you must also endure the backlash of your own self-hypnosis. This suffering I had not the chance to forewarn you about. You must hold on. Remember, under no circumstances must you lose consciousness again, for it is highly likely that you may never awaken. Mo Wu conveyed this urgent message to Xiaoliu through their spiritual connection. He felt utterly helpless regarding Xiaoliu's plight, without a physical form. He was rendered powerless. Ah, Wu, brother Wu. Rest assured, I will not allow us to perish together in this manner. I still aspire to become a formidable force. No one shall have the audacity to bully us again. Xiaoliu cried out, writhing in agony. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained concerned for Mo Wu's well-being, which stirred an inexplicable emotion within Mo Wu. Simultaneously, this harrowing experience seemed to ignite a fervent desire within Xiaoliu to attain strength. Yes, I believe you can endure. Once you pull through, I shall impart to you the means to grow stronger. You will rise above all, becoming an unassailable force, Mo Wu solemnly promised Xiaoliu, within this desolate wilderness. The low, resonant sounds of stones being struck echoed intermittently. After a full 3 hours, the cacophony finally began to subside. About an hour later, tranquility returned to the area once more. My boy, wake up. You have made it through. You truly have endured. I promise to teach you how to grow strong. You cannot simply perish. Mo Wu urgently called out from the depths of Xiaoliu's mind. Throughout nearly 4 harrowing hours, Xiaoliu had withstood unimaginable suffering, persistently struggling to hold on. Mo Wu understood that the driving force behind Xiaoliu's endurance stemmed from his desire for revenge and thoughts of Xiaojiu. Xiaoliu was a boy who cared deeply for others, which was the fundamental reason he could endure such excruciating pain. Mo Wu felt a profound sense of anguish. Their brief acquaintance should have held no significance. Yet after only a few days together, he discovered many similarities between himself and this youth, evoking emotions buried deep within him for years, now, whether out of concern for his own life or this newfound attachment to Xiaoliu. Mo Wu fervently wished for the boy's survival. Wu, brother Wu, am I still alive? At that moment, a faint, almost mosquito-like voice emerged from Xiaoliu's parched lips. My boy. Ha, I knew you were not the type to meet an early demise. I knew you could hold on. My judgment of people has always been accurate. You, my friend, are destined to enjoy great fortunes after enduring such trials. The exuberance of Mo Wu was unreservedly displayed this time. Although Xiaoliu had just regained his senses, upon hearing Mo Wu's voice, he felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him, collapsing onto the ground like a puddle of soft mud. His body was drenched in a mixture of blood and sweat. The blood was a result of his struggles against the rugged mountain walls, leading to numerous abrasions, while the sweat bore testament to the inhuman agony he had endured. Fifth brother. I am parched. After surviving the ordeal, Xiaoliu's second sensation was an unbearable thirst, a thirst that felt life-threatening. My friend, I know you must be suffering right now. However, we must confront the predicament before us. Listen to me. In your current state, you are unable to move those large boulders blocking the cave exit to seek water. Moreover, due to my previous attempts to seize control of your body during your unconsciousness, I am also unable to take over directly at this moment. What? Xiaoliu was momentarily taken aback, having assumed that Mo Wu, now fused with his spirit, could effortlessly take command of their shared body. It now seemed that this was merely a misunderstanding on his part. What shall we do? Are we truly to perish in this cave? Xiaoliu's head felt as though it was splitting in two. He found himself incapable of even the simplest tasks. Do not despair. What one person cannot achieve does not imply that two cannot succeed. If we can synchronize our minds, then this predicament shall not prove insurmountable. Unlike Xiaoliu's frantic demeanor, Mo Wu calmly proposed a solution to their current dilemma. Mental synchronization? Fifth brother, what does that mean? Could you clarify? Xiaoliu inquired, utterly bewildered by Mo Wu's concept of mental synchronization. Mental synchronization refers to our two spirits aligning in harmony, enabling us to jointly control your body. Perhaps you have heard the saying that the mind can transcend the body? Mo Wu patiently elucidated, yet Xiaoliu felt even more perplexed upon hearing this. The mind transcending the body? Fifth brother, I am becoming increasingly confused. Unlike Mo Wu, Xiaoliu had never encountered concepts such as spirit or soul. He was entirely inexperienced in these matters. In this world, there exists a belief that the mind can indeed surpass the physical form, and those capable of achieving this are invariably endowed with immense willpower and wisdom. When one can fully elevate their spirit above their corporeal existence, they can accomplish feats previously deemed impossible, including transcending their own limits and allowing their body to function in extraordinary ways. After Mo Wu's patient explanations, Xiaoliu seemed to grasp the concept somewhat, yet a new question arose. Are you suggesting that if I can manage to elevate my spirit above my body, even in my current physical condition, I could act as usual and leave this place to seek water? But isn't that something only the so-called great beings can accomplish? Thus, we find ourselves in need of a spiritual synchronization, uniting our strengths to accomplish what you could not achieve alone. Although the concept of spiritual synchronization is not easily realized, merely mastering this body to perform simple tasks should not prove too challenging. Indeed, it is considerably easier than elevating your spirit above that of the flesh. I understand now. Finally, it has dawned upon me. Brother Wu, please instruct me on what steps we should take. I am entirely at your disposal. Once Xiaoliu comprehended his companion's intent, he let out a joyful cheer, sensing a glimmer of hope for liberation. Well, to speak practically, while the notion of spiritual synchronization may sound somewhat esoteric, given our current state of soul fusion, achieving it should not be overly difficult. Let us be pragmatic. If we wish to attain a harmonious synchronization of our spirits, we must begin with the most fundamental actions. For instance, if I wish to raise my left hand, and your thoughts and will align with mine, then your left arm, which previously could not move a fraction, would indeed be capable of lifting. Let us commence this endeavor. Upon grasping the essence of this principle, Xiaoliu began to attempt synchronization with Mo Wu. Oh no, I fell. After the earlier commotion in the cavern subsided, similar cries echoed once more. The concept of spiritual synchronization is not inherently complex. It simply requires that when Xiaoliu intends to step forward with his left foot, Mo Wu must simultaneously share that intent, with both spirits supporting their already fatigued bodies, they could once again move. However, achieving perfect harmony between two entirely distinct individuals is no simple feat. Thus, repeated failures began to erode their resolve. Youngster, you were clearly supposed to step with your right foot. Why are you still focused on your left? Can you not walk normally? Brother Wu, how can you expect to lift your right leg when your left foot isn't even stable? One must eat one bite at a time, just as one must walk step by step. Such arguments reverberated in their minds, yet at least it appeared they had managed to rise and move, albeit stumbling after just a few steps. After roughly an hour had passed, Xiaoliu stood calmly before the large boulders blocking the cave entrance, suggesting that their earlier practice had allowed them to achieve a certain degree of synchronization. Let us review the next steps. First, we shall push away the topmost stone with both hands, followed by the second stone below it. Once these two stones are removed, the gap should be sufficient for us to crawl out. We can discuss the rest once we are outside. Do you remember, in his role as the elder brother, Mo Wu naturally assumed the position of the commander, while Xiaoliu focused on cooperation. Yes, Brother Wu, let us begin swiftly. I never anticipated that performing such simple actions would consume over an hour for us to practice adequately. I am nearly parched. We must hasten. Xiaoliu initially believed that simply practicing a few times would suffice for the two of them to accomplish their goal, as Mo Wu had previously mentioned that their souls were intertwined, making synchronization seemingly effortless. However, the final outcome proved to be quite the opposite. It took them an entire hour to barely achieve synchronization. He was eager to escape the stifling confines of the cave. All right, listen to my command, then together we shall mobilize our bodies and commence the practical execution. After a final confirmation, Mo Wu issued the command start, within his mind. Consequently, Xiaoliu clumsily lifted his arms, stepped forward with his left leg, and exerted force in a powerful push. A beam of sunset filtered through the sizable gap, casting a warm red hue over everything within the cave. With a gleeful expression, Xiaoliu felt an urge to dance with excitement, but this exuberance immediately disrupted their planned sequence. Ouch! Bang! Accompanied by a cry of pain, he tumbled once more onto the hard rocky surface of the cave. You little rascal, didn't we agree? You haven't even pushed the second stone yet. So what are you celebrating for? The discontented reprimand of Mo Wu echoed in his mind. I'm sorry. Brother. It feels as if I haven't seen sunlight in ages. I got a bit carried away with excitement. Mo Wu readily accepted Xiaoliu's apology, knowing he wasn't genuinely angry, just teasing him. Now, hurry up and push away the second stone, then crawl out. We have no idea if there's a water source nearby. We can't afford to die of thirst. The subsequent process unfolded more smoothly. Their cooperation, after numerous adjustments, began to exhibit a semblance of mental synchronization. Upon emerging from the cave, Xiaoliu felt an unprecedented clarity regarding the world around him. In truth, Mo Wu had already relayed to Xiaoliu everything that transpired while he was in control of their body during their time in the cave. Initially, Mo Wu had anticipated that upon learning of Xiao Zhou's abduction, Xiaoliu would succumb to despair and despondency. Yet, to his surprise, Xiaoliu displayed an unexpected calmness and cheerfulness. 5 Brother, did you not say that Xiao Zhou possesses a physique unlike any other and is exceptionally suited for learning water-based techniques? Given that Longgong bears such a name, it must be inhabited by numerous experts in water arts. With her talents, Xiao Zhou will undoubtedly be highly regarded there. Originally, I was desperate to rescue her. However, I had to consider the subsequent events, nor had I planned for our future. Now that I think about it, Perhaps being valued by Long Gong and taken away isn't such a bad outcome after all. After all, those people no longer recognize me, nor do they know that Xiaoliu is also from the valley. This outcome is the best for us. I shall fulfill the promise you made. In 5 years, I will undoubtedly locate Long Gong and ensure that those two individuals pay the price they owe. Xiaoliu spoke these words with remarkable calmness, yet Mo Wu, fused with him in spirit, could sense the immense rage concealed beneath the facade of tranquility. Despite Xiaoliu's adept concealment of his emotions, how could he possibly deceive Mo Wu? It seems that after enduring previous tribulations, this child has matured significantly. At present, he is indeed ill-suited to accompany a 7- or 8-year-old girl, thus he must reluctantly accept the current outcome. Simultaneously, Mo perceives that beneath this veneer of helpless calmness, a fierce flame ignites within Xiaoliu's heart. Though this fire is but nascent, it burns with incredible intensity, destined to illuminate the sky and reach the depths of the Dragon Palace. In this regard, Mo holds more confidence than Xiaoliu himself. Upon re-entering the external world, Xiaoliu and Mo began to scan their surroundings for a water source, relying primarily on Mo's perceptive abilities. After a brief interval, Mo delivered disheartening news to Xiaoliu. It appeared that there were no water sources in the vicinity. Could it be? Are we truly fated to perish from thirst? Xiaoliu's eyes widened in disbelief, refusing to accept that he had reached an impasse. Yet, the harsh reality was indeed so, though heaven does not entirely forsake humanity. Want it not to surrender easily or succumb to despair. Although there is no water here, there are trees. Mo exclaimed. Let us venture into the forest. We are likely to find edible fruits that can replenish our hydration. Perhaps we may even quell our hunger in the process. Upon receiving Mo's suggestion, a glint of mischief sparkled in Xiaoliu's eyes. The mountain delicacies he had consumed earlier had long since been digested. And now, his stomach began to grumble with hunger. Let us go. The two called to each other and began to coordinate their movements, jogging towards the nearest grove. This mountainous region was vast, situated south of Yuzhou City, and was referred to as the Southern Mountain Range. The outskirts of the mountains showcased picturesque scenery, with clear waters and verdant hills, making it a favored spot for hunting and recreation. However, the inner sanctum of the Southern Mountain Range was deemed a forbidden zone. Shrouded in rumors of lurking monsters, many reckless adventurers had perished within, with casualties numbering in the dozens, if not hundreds. Alas, Xiaoliu and Mo remained blissfully unaware of such dangers. Chapter 20. Mystic fruits and strange beasts. The two beleaguered brothers worked in unison, diligently searching for fruits to quench their thirst and satisfy their hunger. After some time, their collaboration became increasingly proficient. What had once been an awkward gait now evolved into a more natural rhythm through continuous practice. The forest, bathed in the golden hues of twilight, appeared remarkably beautiful, with small animals occasionally darting away in fright. Their reckless intrusion had been spurred by insatiable thirst, momentarily overshadowing their caution. With their agreement solidified, they intensified their search for the elusive fruits. Curiously, it is said that typical woodlands should harbor some edible fruit-bearing trees. Even if the taste were subpar, there would be something palatable. However, despite nearly half an hour of thorough exploration, they had yet to uncover a single morsel. Initially, they were unfazed by this predicament, but as time passed, Mo began to sense that something was amiss. What seems to be amiss? Throughout our journey, we have not encountered a single ferocious beast. Does this not serve to our advantage? Fifth brother, are you perhaps being a tad overly anxious? Xiaoliu felt no hint of impending danger, and the half-hour of searching had effectively alleviated his previous fears of the forest. Well, I cannot quite articulate it. Although I have never ventured into any woods in search of wild fruits, we have indeed covered a considerable area in this half-hour, yet not a single fruit-bearing plant has been discovered. Is this not rather peculiar? I have observed that some of the plants we pass should belong to the fruit-bearing variety, yet not a single fruit adorns them. What does this signify? Mo Wu's analysis caused Xiaoliu to instinctively halt. Indeed, upon reflection, it does appear somewhat unusual. Fifth brother, could it be that someone frequents this place during the day, thus harvesting all the fruits? Xiaoliu's conclusion was, in fact, quite plausible. They were entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances of this area, completely unaware that they were deep within the southern mountainous region, a place where few dare to tread. Fifth brother, I believe I can detect the scent of fruit. Can you smell it? In the midst of their conversation, Xiaoliu suddenly exclaimed with excitement in his mind to Mou. I can't smell anything. My nose is quite sensitive. How is it possible for you to detect it while I remain oblivious? Ah, yes, my body has been cast aside. The compatibility with your form is too low, so it is only natural that I cannot perceive the scent. Mou muttered, while Xiaoliu had already begun to follow the source of the fragrance. Ever since he caught a whiff of that peculiar fruity aroma, Xiaoliu felt as though his injuries were healing. and he was enveloped in a sense of comfort from within. What kind of fruit is this? Why does it smell so delightful? Xiaoliu was nearly drooling, his eager demeanor almost prompting Mo to express his disdain. Before long, they navigated through the dense foliage and stumbled upon a modest earthen mound. Approximately 20 to 30 feet in height, on the side of the mound facing them lay a circular cave about 3 feet in diameter, from which the enchanting fragrance emanated. Upon arriving at the source of the delightful aroma, Xiaoliu was eager to ascend, yet at that moment, Mo suddenly called out, "Wait, there is something inside." The two, in their current state, needed to cooperate to act normally, but with their opinions clashing, they soon crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. "Ugh, fifth brother, what was that about? You nearly crushed me," Xiaoliu complained, spitting out a mouthful of dirt, already bearing numerous injuries. "You only think of eating. Clearly, there is something dwelling in that cave, and at this distance. It has likely already noticed us. This is bad. Our current condition is wholly unsuitable for combat. If it turns out to be a vicious beast, we are doomed." The tense atmosphere conjured by Mo successfully conveyed itself to Xiaoliu, who instinctively wiped his mouth, erasing the non-existent drool, before laboriously inquiring, "What shall we do next? Retreat?" Despite feeling 100 reluctances in his heart, Xiaoliu discerned the gravity of the situation. The exquisitely fragrant fruit could not possibly outweigh the importance of their lives. "Do not rush. Logically speaking, the creature within that cave should have detected our presence as outsiders. Yet, why has it not made a sound? Could it be that it is indifferent to us, after all? We appear quite pitiful at this moment. It may also be sleeping. You don't understand. Beasts and demonic creatures possess a strong territorial instinct. Under normal circumstances, they absolutely do not permit intruders to invade their domain. If they detect outsiders encroaching, they will undoubtedly launch a fierce attack. This is why I suspect something is amiss with the creature in that cave." "Ah, I see." Unable to ascertain the true nature of their adversary, the two remained rooted in place, hoping to observe the situation further. A quarter of an hour passed, yet the entity within the cave remained utterly silent, showing no inclination to confront them. "Wuge. It is not wise to continue waiting like this. How about we venture inside to take a look?" Xiaoliu, feeling the prolonged stillness and swayed by the strange aroma, tentatively proposed this suggestion. "Very well, that sounds reasonable. Since we are currently unscathed, it indicates that the creature within is not in a normal state. Let us proceed as you suggest and investigate. However, remember, do not act recklessly. We must exercise utmost caution." With Mo's approval, Xiaoliu eagerly affirmed his understanding. Thus, they resumed their collaboration, beginning the ascent towards the cave's mouth halfway up the hill. This small mound, rather than being classified as a mountain, would be more aptly described as a pile of earth, as it was not only quite low in height but also predominantly comprised of yellow soil. As they approached the cave entrance, the closer they got, the more pronounced the life force emanating from within became. Even Xiaoliu, with his limited experience, could perceive the heavy breathing within, gulping down the saliva secreted from nervousness. Xiaoliu and Mo finally stepped inside the cave. "What manner of creature is this?" Xiaoliu exclaimed in astonishment, as the dying rays of the setting sun illuminated a beast approximately 2.5 zhang in length, crouched on the ground and nearly a zhang in height. The appearance of this creature was utterly unfamiliar to Xiaoliu. He had neither seen nor heard of anything like it. Its body was covered in fine scales, resembling a lion, yet its head, adorned with a mane akin to that of a lion, or features reminiscent of a horse or a deer. The bizarre creature, resembling a hybrid of various animals, did not rise upon Xiaoliu's intrusion. It merely let out a weak roar before falling silent once more. "Wuge. What is this? Why does it look so peculiar?" It possessed the head of a dragon, antlers of a deer, hooves of a horse, the tail of an ox, the brow of a wolf, and was draped in iridescent scales. Though certain aspects of this creature may not entirely align with the descriptions, it is undoubtedly a Youlan. What on earth is happening? Just the other day, I encountered the ethereal blue blossoms, and now I stumble upon a living Youlan in this desolate place. Fifth brother, do you truly believe this is a Youlan? I have heard the legends too. It should be an auspicious beast, descending from the clouds to bestow blessings, not languishing in this wretched cave, appearing somewhat half alive. Ah, it is beside that half-eaten fruit. Could it be that the delightful aroma I sensed earlier emanated from this creature? Little Six, lacking in experience, did not exhibit much of a reaction upon encountering a Youlan, as if he were merely facing a winged pig. Rather, his attention was captivated by the fruit on the ground. In that moment, within the cave, the three of them each harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere settled into a temporary stillness under this delicate tension. Chapter 21. The Birth of the Youlan Fifth Brother. Why does this Youlan appear so sickly? What could be the matter? After a brief silence, Little Six was the first to voice his inquiry in his mind. He held great admiration for Fifth Brother's vast knowledge. Believing that he would surely provide an answer. I do not know. At the very least, it does not seem to be injured. I just observed it through my senses, and there are no visible wounds on its body. I suspect that something extraordinary is occurring within it, which has led to its current state. Fifth Brother, do you think it might have eaten this fruit, causing it to appear so half-dead? I see nothing particularly unusual around here except for this remarkably fragrant fruit, which seems rather peculiar. I have contemplated this question as well. However, the Youlan is a legendary creature, and even a highly toxic fruit should not be capable of incapacitating it. I reckon there may be something inherently amiss with the Youlan itself. Perhaps we should cautiously circle around it and closely inspect what might be troubling this mythical beast. We may uncover something of significance. Naturally, Little Six chose to heed the advice of the well-informed Mo. And thus, in unison, they stealthily began to approach the Youlan. Step by step, the Youlan's eyelids drooped languidly. Although Little Six's approach sparked a flicker of caution, it merely lifted its eyelids, gave a token yawn, and then returned to stillness. Initially anxious, Little Six soon realized that the Youlan's condition was indeed dire, as even its most basic movements appeared to require considerable effort. Consequently, he and Mo began to meticulously observe the Youlan for any abnormalities. After only a few cautious steps, before they had covered even half the distance, Mo voiced his puzzlement. Why is this creature's belly so large? Could it be that, Fifth Brother, are you suggesting it is about to become a mother? It is still uncertain. I have no experience in such matters. What if we gently touch its abdomen to ascertain whether it is indeed preparing to give birth, upon discovering the pregnant Kirin's ample belly? The two individuals engaged in a spirited discussion, ultimately arriving at a bold course of action, to take control of the creature's form and extend a gentle hand, softly pressing their palm against the Kirin's abdomen. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful beats of the heart resonated through the Kirin's belly, transmitting clearly to Xiaoliu's hand, where it was distinctly heard by both. This magnificent creature was indeed a Kirin on the verge of giving birth. How could it have ventured to such a place to bear its young? No, this is troubling. Mo murmured to himself, his tone descending into panic. Brother Wu, what is it? Xiaoliu asked, glancing at the Kirin mother, who had turned to observe their actions. In the depths of her eyes, Xiaoliu seemed to perceive a glimmer of pleading. Given that this Kirin had chosen this very location to give birth, it was unlikely that any intruders would easily penetrate here. The fruits plucked from the surrounding trees indicated that it was not the work of humans. Furthermore, in her current state, it was improbable for the Kirin to gather such an abundance of fruit for sustenance. Thus, it was likely that there were other lurking dangers nearby. We must evacuate immediately. Mo's analysis was astute, and Xiaoliu wholeheartedly concurred. However, his gaze remained ensnared by the Kirin's imploring eyes. Young man, what troubles you? Mo inquired, noticing Xiaoliu's apparent disregard for his words. Brother Wu. If we leave now, won't the Kirin mother be left to face the unknown threat alone? If harm befalls her, the Kirin baby in her womb will perish as well, won't it? Could we not stay until she has given birth and then depart? Xiaoliu's plea lacked conviction, as he recognized that he was effectively gambling with their lives. Moreover, the serendipitous encounter with the Kirin bore no obligation for them to risk their own safety for the sake of this otherworldly beast. Young man, you. Mo initially intended to refuse and chastise Xiaoliu for his misplaced sense of compassion. But following Xiaoliu's gaze, he beheld the sorrow and entreaty reflected in the Kirin's eyes. Mother, no, mother, I will not abandon you. I have no father, only you. Regardless of the cost, I shall rescue you. Brother Wu. Brother Wu, what is wrong with you? I am fine. Since you have already shown compassion, I shall not be remiss in my own character. Let us both fight for this Kirin mother and child. What harm could it do? However, should any peril arise, remember to heed my commands. Xiaoliu was taken aback by Mo's unhesitating agreement to his seemingly unreasonable request, unaware of the trials Mo had previously endured. All right, Brother Wu, I will follow your lead. However, I am quite parched and a bit hungry. If only we could procure something to eat. As he spoke, Xiaoliu's gaze inadvertently drifted toward a particularly delectable-looking fruit on the ground. After reaching a consensus, the two approached the Kirin's majestic head, and Xiaoliu spoke gently to it. We understand that you require protection at this moment. Rest assured, we shall guard you as you bring forth your Kirin offspring. And then we will take our leave. You need only to remain comfortably within this cave. The rest shall be entrusted to us. The words spoken by Xiaoliu were instigated by Mo, who asserted that the Youlan, being a creature of extraordinary nature, possesses a high level of life essence and, consequently, a profound intelligence, allowing it to comprehend their intentions. After Xiaoliu finished articulating these sentiments, Although the Qilan did not provide an overt response, the gratitude reflected in its large, expressive eyes was unmistakable. This magnificent creature truly understood our meaning. What a marvel! A surge of joy erupted within Xiaoliu. He had never envisioned the possibility of communicating with such an extraordinary beast. Once this was accomplished, the two swiftly exited the cave, collaborating to gather some wood and stones to construct a rudimentary defense mechanism. These tasks were not foreign to Xiaoliu, for he had often observed Uncle Kuei and others setting traps in the valley, tools intended for hunting. Having seen it repeatedly, he had naturally acquired the skill himself. Thus, they collected numerous sturdy branches and sharp stones around the small hill, followed by stripping away a considerable amount of tree bark to fashion into rope for binding. After nearly 2 hours of endeavor, they managed to establish several rudimentary traps around the cave entrance. The Qilan exudes its own aura, and those formidable beasts endowed with a degree of intelligence would not dare to challenge its majesty. However, the mindless wild animals, lacking such awareness, posed a potential threat, and thus they primarily aimed to guard against the latter. Before darkness enveloped the land, they resolved to set additional precautions, which might prove invaluable later. Mo Wu's arrangements were astutely devised, and Xiaoliu followed his lead without hesitation. Together, they busily concealed several traps within the terrain of the small hill and the surrounding woods. As dusk approached, and the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest began to shroud itself in shadows. Brother Wu, we have set everything up adequately. Shall we venture out briefly to seek food and water? Xiaoliu implored, his thirst and hunger becoming unbearable. He had previously endured the backlash of self-induced hypnosis, which had left him utterly drained after several hours of turmoil. Consequently, his throat was parched, and he had been unable to find a water source amidst the chaos. Mo Wu, assuming the role of a guardian, took charge of such matters. Having worked in tandem for an extended period, their movements had become increasingly fluid and instinctive, rendering it nearly impossible to discern that two individuals orchestrated the actions. This synergy significantly enhanced their efficiency, and after about half an hour, they arrived at a mountain stream. Without hesitation, Xiaoliu prostrated himself upon the rocks, eagerly drinking in the sweet, clear water. With a satisfying gulp, he exhaled a breath of relief, finally quenching his thirst. However, unbeknownst to them, a tragedy was unfolding in the forest approximately 20 miles away from the hill where the Qilan resided. Chapter 22. The Bloodthirsty Demon Ape. Hurry! Flee! How have we allowed ourselves to be so utterly bewitched as to undertake such a perilous task? This monstrous ape is far beyond our capacity to confront. We must flee. Each of us should escape if we can. Roaring with ferocity, a dark figure, towering at least 5 zheng and resembling a small mountain, is recklessly pursuing us. It is a colossal primate. This gigantic creature is cloaked in a coat of jet black, rigid fur. With each leap, it topples entire trees in the surrounding jungle, and with every landing, the earth trembles under its immense weight. Before it, a dozen beleaguered figures scramble, their ages ranging from 20 to 50. Adorned with equipment primarily designed for hunting beasts in the wilderness. Another anguished scream echoes through the air. The group being pursued by the giant ape appears as a mere swarm of ants. A slight brush from the creature's massive arm sends them hurtling away like mere toys, crashing to the ground or colliding with trees, leaving them bloodied and disoriented, some even meeting their demise. In the presence of such a colossal beast, humanity seems woefully insignificant, utterly inconsequential. Behind the rampaging giant ape lie 7 or 8 lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground, all victims of its ruthless assault. The rampaging beast shows no intention of sparing these diminutive humans. Under its relentless pursuit, lives are extinguished with alarming regularity, and the numbers of those fleeing continue to dwindle. The old captain discovered that 3 silent individuals were fervently following him, and he immediately turned hostile. Captain, there is no need for further words. You saved my life, and now I am merely returning the favor. Let us at least keep each other company on the road to the underworld. The speaker was a robust man, aside from the previously mentioned woman and the captain's son, who remained behind. He bore a fierce and intimidating demeanor, clearly a hardened warrior forged through trials. Moreover, his actions indicated that he was a man of loyalty and honor. What folly is this? The captain glanced at the resolute expressions of the 3 individuals beside him, realizing he could not forcibly alter their decision. Roar! The thunderous roar of the giant ape grew increasingly closer, confirming that this creature was indeed in pursuit of the old captain. We can no longer flee. Let us disperse. It is time to take a gamble. If we lose, we merely face death. If we win, we may yet live. The old captain understood the gravity of the situation. To continue fleeing would only deplete their strength, leading to inevitable demise. However, should they choose to fight bravely, there remained a slender thread of hope. Shortly thereafter, they reached the cave where the Qilan resided, and scathed. Xiaoliu placed the water, wrapped in leaves, before the Qilan's great maw, indicating that it should drink. Yet, to his surprise, the Qilan did not accept Xiaoliu's kindness. Instead, its eyes flickered with apparent panic. Fifth brother, what is wrong with it? Why does it seem afraid? Xiaoliu's observation was echoed by Mo, who had discerned even more. It was fearful of the nearby combatants who were engaged in a desperate struggle. Mo's words startled Xiaoliu. He had been oblivious to the presence of others nearby. There are people nearby. What shall we do? Do not panic. Those individuals may not necessarily come here. For now, we merely need to remain still and guard this place. If they truly arrive, we shall deal with it as it comes. After reaching a tentative strategy, the two settled beside the Qilan's head. Vigilantly watching over it, the Qilan understood that the small human was acting to aid it, and thus, it extended its tongue to gently lick Xiaoliu's cheek. This gesture of goodwill brought a smile to Xiaoliu's face, allowing him to temporarily forget the lurking dangers, and he once more nudged the water towards the Qilan, urging it to drink. This time, the Qilan did not refuse. It extended its broad tongue and swiftly licked up the water from the leaves. After quenching its thirst, it did not cease its actions. It laboriously lifted one of its large front hooves, trembling slightly as it nudged a half-eaten fruit towards Xiaoliu. Are you suggesting that I eat this? Xiaoliu was astonished by the Qilan's remarkable understanding and its sense of gratitude. Upon hearing his words, the Qilan slowly nodded its great head, affirming that the fruit was indeed a gift. Previously, Xiaoliu had long coveted the fragrant fruit, yet now that it was in his hands, he hesitated. Fifth brother, this fruit can't possibly be poisonous, can it? Will I be in trouble if I eat it? Fear not, young one. This fruit has caught the discerning eye of the Qilan and is undoubtedly no ordinary specimen. The notion that it is toxic is merely speculation. If it were truly harmful, I trust it would not be offered to you. Reassured by Mo's promise, Xiaoliu's spirits lifted as he seized the still fragrant and extraordinary fruit, taking a hearty bite. It's absolutely delicious. The flesh of the fruit was neither too firm nor too soft, and it melted effortlessly upon contact. With each bite, Xiaoliu felt as though he were savoring a divine elixir, the cool and sweet juice flowing seamlessly down his throat and into his stomach. The areas the juice touched were imbued with a refreshing sensation that gradually expanded. Even Mo felt a wave of soothing relief within him. Just as Mo was about to utter something, a deafening roar erupted from several hundred meters outside the cave. Boom. Following this initial explosion, a series of thunderous sounds followed. Startled, Xiaoliu and Mo set the fruit aside and hastened to the cave entrance to peer outside. With Xiaoliu's keen eyesight and Mo's far-reaching perception, they were both taken aback. Before them, a colossal black ape, towering at 5 zhang, was relentlessly pounding against a diminutive rocky hill. The continuous thundering noise was the result of its assault. Amidst the rocks, were there not figures of humans? Xiaoliu squinted, focusing intently, only to realize that among the stones being ravaged by the giant ape, for human silhouettes were desperately taking cover, their lives hanging by a thread. This was the bloodthirsty demon ape, a creature of low intelligence yet ferociously vicious. How could these fools provoke it and bring it here? Let us not concern ourselves with these imbeciles. They are merely courting death. Mo discerned immediately that the massive ape was indeed a ferocious beast and had no intention of meddling in the matter. However, the unfolding events did not cease there. The rocks being mercilessly struck by the bloodthirsty demon ape soon began to crack under the pressure. As debris scattered, 3 of the concealed individuals tumbled to the ground in disarray. The most robust among them, however, was caught off guard and struck by the ape's powerful swipe, sent flying over 100 meters. Seemingly doomed, immediately after, the remaining trio made a beeline toward the cave where Xiaoliu and the Qilan were hiding. How infuriating. They had discovered this earthen mound and sought refuge from the ape as pursuit. We cannot allow them to approach here. Mo's tone turned icy, losing the patience he had shown toward Xiaoliu. Chapter 23, The Battle of Wits Against the Demon Ape Fifth Brother. In our current state, we are utterly incapable of confronting such a behemoth. What are we to do? The ability of Xiaoliu to adapt in times of crisis remains woefully inadequate. The trio who fled, along with the bloodthirsty demon ape lingering in the distance, threw him into disarray. After all, he was merely a boy of 12 or 13, unaccustomed to grand spectacles. Upon encountering the towering behemoth, its eyes glowing with a blood-red fury, how could he not feel fear? Fortunately, there was Mo, who served as a steadfast anchor for Xiaoliu. Do not panic. Let us first approach those 3 individuals and inform them that there are monsters pursuing us from the direction we came. If they continue straight towards the earthen hill, the Qilan mother and her child will surely meet their doom. Very well, let us proceed. Hey, do not run that way. A monster is chasing from behind. It will be upon you shortly. There is no escaping if you continue. Xiaoliu sprinted towards the three disheveled figures, vociferously shouting as he ran. His tattered clothing bore numerous wounds, and upon witnessing him, the trio immediately believed his words. In a flurry of panic, they exchanged hurried glances before collectively veering towards the right, fleeing into the forest. Success. These three are quite gullible. A wave of pride surged within Xiaoliu, who had intentionally feigned panic to create confusion. But now is not the time for arrogance. We must draw that giant creature away. If it continues to pursue in this direction, it will inevitably pass by the earthen hill, and we cannot afford any unforeseen mishaps. Wu, observing the fleeing trio and the trajectory of the demon ape, reached this conclusion, mindful of the creature's immense size. What shall we do then? This ferocious beast possesses little intelligence yet harbors a grudge. One among the trio likely wounded it, which explains its relentless pursuit. To divert its attention, we must employ a similar strategy. Do you recall the traps we previously set? Let us utilize those to show it a taste of our wrath, ensuring it understands that we are the ones who harmed it. In doing so, this simple-minded brute will undoubtedly turn its chase towards us. The remaining challenge will be evading its frenzied retaliation. Wu's plan sounded plausible, yet the dilemma lay in their current state. Even self-preservation was a challenge, let alone evading the bloodthirsty ape's wrath. However, Xiaoliu held blind faith in Wu, though fear gripped him. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Ironically, it was he who initially proposed the mission to protect the Youlan, yet now Wu had taken a more proactive role. In the urgency of the situation, Xiaoliu failed to notice these subtle shifts. Let us go, the two called to one another, hastening towards the location of their preset trap, which lay in the very direction the fleeing trio had taken. Soon, the bloodthirsty demon ape would pass this way. Xiaoliu was closer to the trap than the ape, quickly reaching the shelter of a large tree. The tree was entwined with crude ropes made from bark, while the other end bore sharp, thick branches fashioned into a spiked trap. The logs lay bound in a row, elevated high above, poised to descend with a mere severance of the ropes tethering them to the tree. Once unshackled, they would plummet, propelled by inertia to pierce the unsuspecting prey below. To alleviate concerns about insufficient height, Xiaoliu and Wu specifically sought out the tallest tree in the vicinity. Suspending those sharp wooden stakes at an impressive altitude of over 30 meters, the bloodthirsty demon ape, when standing upright, towered at a staggering 5 zhang, yet typically traversed on all fours, which significantly shortened its stature. Though it still stood over 3 zhang tall. As Xiaoliu and Wu concealed themselves, the colossal ape approached with the force of a landslide, its advance rapid and menacing, clenching a jagged stone in his hand. Sweat trickled down Xiaolu's brow. The ground trembled with each mighty step of the giant ape, amplifying Xiaolu's anxiety, for a single misstep from such a behemoth could easily reduce him to mere pulp. Leaving no chance of survival, here it comes. Be ready to seize the moment. Wait for my signal. Wu was equally serious, his demeanor devoid of any carelessness. As the giant ape drew within 10 meters of their hiding spot, the oppressive aura it exuded left Xiaoliu breathless. Now, cut the rope. When the ape arrived beneath the towering tree, Xiaolu's heart raced perilously close to his throat, and at that moment, Wu's booming voice resonated in his mind, signaling action. With a concerted effort to steady his wildly beating heart, Xiaoliu swung the sharp stone with precision, severing the very rope they had painstakingly crafted. The giant ape's every movement spanned considerable distance, rendering the opportunity to strike fleeting. However, Xiaoliu remained resolute. With a swift whoosh, a cascade of sharp logs descended from the treetop, aimed directly at the bloodthirsty demon ape's head, perhaps driven by instinct. The beast suddenly sensed impending peril, halting its massive form and raising its head to discern the source of the disturbance above. Yet, in that very moment, it inadvertently aligned its visage with the trajectory of the descending stakes. Thud. Roar. The outcome of this ambush far exceeded Xiaoliu and Wu's expectations. By some twist of fate, the sharp logs pierced one of the demon ape's eyes. In excruciating agony, the ape thrashed violently, shattering the surrounding trees with its immense strength, while blood gushed from its eye, splattering the air with a macabre spray. Wu hastily urged the stunned Xiaoliu to flee, and the two scrambled away. Roar. Boom. However, their movements did not escape the notice of the hypersensitive bloodthirsty demon ape. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed a devastating punch that struck the ground a mere meter. The ground's tremendous recoil launched him into the air over a meter high, eliciting a startled cry as he nearly slipped from his state of mental synchronization. This is bad. It has noticed us. Run. Do not head towards the earthen hill. Divert to another direction. Upon landing, the urgent voice of Wu echoed, as the moment of life and death had arrived. That a mere half-second delay could result in becoming a grotesque heap of lifeless flesh. Xiaoliu, acutely aware of the dire situation, sprinted desperately to the right side of the earthen hill. The bloodthirsty demon ape, having been blinded in one eye, was consumed by rage, suffering wounds far more profound than those inflicted by the middle-aged man before. Roar! Without a moment of hesitation, the demon ape detected a diminutive figure slipping away beneath its very eyelids, promptly shifting its course to pursue the instigator of its fury. It's coming, Brother Wu. It's truly chasing us. We're doomed. Upon realizing the demon ape was hot on their heels, Xiaoliu felt a surge of terror and let out a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Stay calm. That creature's injured eye will undoubtedly impair its vision. It is blind in the right eye, so let us navigate towards its blind spot. This will afford us more time. I will devise a means to extricate ourselves from this predicament. Your sole task is to maintain your composure and avoid any hasty mistakes. In the face of peril, Wu exhibited remarkable adaptability, swiftly orchestrating their next steps. Understood, Brother Wu. I shall heed your guidance. Ah, it's gaining on us. To the right. The two fled in a frantic dance to evade the pursuit of the demon ape, which, as Wu had surmised, was indeed hindered in its movements due to its impaired right eye, rendering certain areas invisible and severely affecting its agility. Meanwhile, several miles away to the left of the earthen hill, three beleaguered figures came to a halt, breathing heavily in the forest air. Does it seem like the beast has ceased its pursuit? I never imagined we would actually survive. The captain's son wore an expression of astonished relief. For during their earlier flight, the largest among them had perished at the hands of the demon ape, sent sprawling by a single blow. Only the father and son, along with a woman in her 30s, had managed to endure until the end. Initially believing themselves to be doomed, they stumbled upon an earthen hill, hoping to use the terrain as a refuge. Little did they know that a young man would come barreling, warning of monsters ahead. In their haste, they paid little heed to the veracity of his words, their own precarious state leaving them no choice but to abandon further risks. Thus, the three arbitrarily changed their course and continued their flight. After a chaotic escape, the thunderous sounds of the demon ape stomping gradually faded, and only then did they realize they had been spared. However, something felt amiss. The demon ape would not easily relinquish its target. In this mountainous forest, it had no natural enemies, and thus the possibility of pausing to evade other ferocious beasts was non-existent. Surely, someone must have drawn its attention away. The captain among the three proved to be far more seasoned, immediately deducing from various subtle clues that the bloodthirsty demon ape had been lured away by someone. Chapter 24. The marvelous efficacy of the spirit fruit. Just as the trio who had narrowly escaped death were deliberating on why the demon ape no longer pursued them, Xiaoliu and Wu had already fled nearly 10 miles, relentlessly chased by the frenzied beast. Throughout their flight, they exploited the limitations of the demon ape's vision, managing, albeit in a state of disarray, to successfully divert its attention and lead it away from the location of the Youlan. Brother Wu, what should we do next? Have you devised a way to extricate ourselves? Xiaoliu inquired, perplexed, despite feeling utterly exhausted moments before. He found himself invigorated as the chase ensued, showing no signs of fatigue. However, regardless of his newfound stamina, he was reluctant to continue being hunted by the enraged creature. A solution does exist. Yet we must first create a greater distance, after which I will employ an illusion to ensnare this brute within a mirage. You can use illusions now. Weren't you unable to before? Xiaoliu questioned, bewildered. If one could conjure illusions, why exert such effort to draw the demon ape so far away? One could simply cast an illusion and send it on its way. So it was that half-fruit manifesting its extraordinary effects. I had thought my physical prowess had strengthened through these past few days of ordeal. Xiaoliu scratched his head, speaking innocently. Wu felt a wave of exasperation at Xiaolu's dull-wittedness, finding himself at a loss. Without further ado, as the demon ape approached within mere meters of the small hill, a fist the size of a house was raised high, poised to strike down with ferocity. Wu and Xiaoliu leaped courageously before the massive head of the demon ape. Their diminutive forms, barely one-third the size of its head, stood fearless, daring to meet the gaze of its solitary eye during the brief moment of suspension. Fool, go and battle the adversary I have conjured. All right, let us depart. Behind them, the previously tranquil demon ape suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar, followed by a cataclysmic onslaught. The hill where Xiaoliu and Wu had once stood met a grim fate. As within the beast's mind, a gigantic python of similar stature coiled atop the hill, poised to strike. In no time, the bloodthirsty demon ape engaged in a ferocious battle with the non-existent serpent, wreaking havoc upon the forest, rendering the landscape unrecognizable. After executing the illusion, Xiaoliu felt his mental synchronization abruptly severed, and Wu fell into silence. The demon ape rampaged behind them, but Xiaoliu had no time to spare. He pressed onward without pause, making his way directly to the location of the Youlan. covering the distance of several miles, and now having regained most of his strength, he traversed it in a remarkably brief period. However, upon catching sight of three somewhat familiar figures surrounding the cave entrance, he was taken aback. These three individuals had previously crossed paths, unmistakably those who had been pursued by the demon ape. "How did you come to be here?" Xiaoliu's initial reaction was one of mild confusion rather than concern. After all, he and Brother Wu had just saved their lives, so these people should pose no threat to him. Thus, his tone and expression were merely perplexed. "Are you the lad from earlier? Did you not mention there were monsters in this vicinity? Where are they? You cannot possibly be referring to the creature in this cave that is about to give birth. Can you?" The first to speak was the captain's son, his countenance somewhat unfriendly, seemingly reproaching Xiaoliu for having deceived him earlier. Xiaoliu, devoid of guile, offered an explanation and then inquired once more. "Little brother, you must have drawn that demon ape away, right? We are eternally grateful for your intervention. My name is Luo Jin, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. These two are my sons, Luo Xiang and the vice captain, Yu Luocha. Young man, could you enlighten me on how you managed to evade that demon ape?" "Uncle Luo, in truth, we did not shake it off. While it was in pursuit of me, it encountered a massive python, and upon their meeting, the two monsters engaged in battle, thus forgetting about me. I merely escaped by chance." However, he had inadvertently revealed crucial information with his careless words. The Qilan, a legendary auspicious beast, typically encountered only by those of great fortune, yet here in this desolate southern mountain region, there exists a living Qilan, soon to give birth. If this news were to reach Yuzhou City, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation, attracting countless individuals eager to behold the Qilan and many others with ulterior motives. Navi Xiaoliu was oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of greed that flashed in Luo Xiang and Yu Luocha's eyes when he mentioned the creature in the cave was a Qilan. Among these three, perhaps only Luo Jin, the captain, remained untainted by ulterior motives. His demeanor was sincere as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xiaoliu for diverting the demon ape. "Young brother, your noble spirit is commendable. Not only did you lead that monster away for our sake, but you also willingly protect a spirit beast that bears no relation to you. Such selflessness commands my genuine admiration, Luo Xiang. I hope you will forgive my earlier rudeness. I have yet to inquire about your name. Would you be so kind as to share it with us?" Luo Xiang's eyes gleamed as he altered his previous demeanor, becoming exceedingly cordial, as if just realizing that it was Xiaoliu who had saved their lives. "Brother Luo, you flatter me excessively. I am truly unworthy of such praise. You may simply call me Xiaoliu. You mentioned being part of a mercenary corps. What exactly do mercenaries do?" Xiaoliu, possessing an inherently kind nature, quickly forgot the earlier unpleasantness and engaged in amiable conversation with them. Before long, the four had grown quite familiar with one another. Luo Jin and Luo Xiang were engaged in the mercenary trade within Yuzhou City. In these tumultuous times, mercenaries represent a broad profession. Theoretically, they accept any job as long as there is profit to be made. This time, they had come at the behest of a prominent client to hunt down a monstrous creature that had brought untold suffering in the southern mountainous region. However, to their dismay, this beast turned out to be a towering 5-zhong demon ape, far beyond their capacity to confront. Consequently, this squad of 20 suffered the loss of 9 comrades. The survivors either fled in different directions or met a gruesome fate at the hands of the bloodthirsty demon ape. In the mercenary world, reputation holds paramount importance. Failing to complete a contracted task not only tarnishes one's name but also necessitates full reimbursement of the original commission each year. Countless mercenaries like Luo Jin meet their demise in various missions. Intrigued by this fascinating profession, Xiaoliu eagerly inquired about many aspects of this line of work. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, nightfall enveloped the surroundings, and the group decided to spend the night together. Safeguarding the Qilan giving birth in the cave, with assistance at hand, Xiaoliu was more than willing, wishing to delve deeper into discussions about mercenary operations. In this unfamiliar environment, the four conversed animatedly around a makeshift bonfire, sharing heartfelt exchanges. Yet, Xiaoliu remained oblivious to the fact that among the 3 members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, the young Luo Jin and Yu Luocha occasionally cast furtive glances towards the cave, as if anticipating something significant to occur. Chapter 25. Repaying kindness with enmity. That night, they engaged in extensive conversation, greatly enriching Xiaoliu's understanding. The vibrant lifestyle of mercenaries filled him with longing. He aspired to one day emulate their boldness, pursuing justice and vengeance across the continent. As dawn's light poured over the forest, weariness settled upon the four. However, at that moment, the Qilan within the cave suddenly emitted a painful roar. "Ah!" Xiaoliu's face lit up with surprise. Is it about to give birth? He hastily scrambled to his feet and dashed into the cave, where the Qilan appeared to be in immense agony. its swollen belly rhythmically contracting, indicating that the moment of birth was imminent. Whoosh! 3 more figures rushed into the cave. It was the trio from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Xiaoliu, is it really about to give birth? Luo Xiang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, as if the Qilan carried his own offspring. Roar! The Qilan lifted its head in pain, letting out a cry directed at Luo Xiang, seemingly protesting. Yet, everyone in the cave, including Xiaoliu, assumed it was merely the result of its impending labor pains. Indeed, Brother Luo, it's about to become a mother. Xiaoliu exclaimed. By the way, should we do something? He turned to Yu Luocha, the only woman among the group, and asked naively, How would I know how to deliver a baby? I can't even assist with human births, let alone that of a Qilan. Yu Luocha quickly waved her hands, indicating her lack of knowledge in the matter. Do not panic. While I have never delivered a baby myself, I witnessed a midwife assist during my daughter's difficult birth. At this moment, we are in dire need of hot water and towels. You, Luojing, have lived the longest and possess extensive experience. It is only fitting that you speak up in times like this. While it is true that you have witnessed midwives assist in childbirth, that was in the comfort of a city home. Here, in this desolate wilderness, where can we procure hot water and towels? Uncle Luo, I know the location of a water source, but I have no idea how to obtain towels or heat the water. Do you have any solutions? Xiaoliu, observing Qilan's anguished expression, spoke with a hint of urgency. A water source, that simplifies matters. Leave the rest to us. Hurry and fetch the water. The sooner the better. Here are our water bags. Take them all and go, Luo Jing said, unfastening his own water bag from his waist, and also taking those of Yu Luocha and Luo Xiang. Xiaoliu swiftly accepted the 3 water bags, and once he departed, the 3 individuals in the cave exchanged glances, each harboring different emotions. Luo Jing's gaze bore an expression of reproach and restraint, while Yu Luocha and Luo Xiang's eyes glimmered with unrestrained greed. Xiaoliu moved swiftly, reaching the mountain stream where they had previously quenched their thirst in less than a quarter of an hour. As he filled 1 water bag and prepared to fill the other 2. Mo Wu's voice echoed in his mind again after a night's silence. 5th brother, oh my goodness, I thought something had happened to you. I am currently fetching water. Qilan is about to give birth. Uncle Luo and the others are watching over Qilan's mother, so do not worry. Who? What, Uncle Luo? Speak clearly. Upon hearing this, Mo Wu was taken aback, astonished at how, in just one night, a new Uncle Luo had appeared. Xiaoliu promptly recounted the events that had transpired while Mo Wu was asleep. Upon hearing this, Mo Wu erupted in fury. You reckless young fool. Why do you never learn? Not only did you disclose Qilan's situation to those bloodthirsty fiends, but you also left them alone to care for Qilan? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you think everyone is as selfless as you? With another thunderous rebuke, Xiaoliu hurriedly scrambled to his feet and dashed away from the stream with even greater speed than before. Luo Xiang's face was etched with urgency, while Yu Luocha, filled with covetousness, attempted to persuade the obstinate Luo Jing. You two have lost your minds. Xiaoliu risked his life to save us, yet you wish to seize the child that Qilan has just birthed in his absence. I could never stoop to such a deed. If we encounter Xiaoliu again, how will you face him? Old Luo Jing wore a heartbroken expression, unable to fathom that his son and the vice-captain had already conspired to steal Qilan's offspring. The 3 remained locked in a stalemate, their arguments ceaseless, with none able to sway the others. At that moment, Qilan let out another agonized roar, her bow regardless of your agreement. I am resolute in my decision to take away this child of the Qilan. When the time comes and I acquire boundless wealth, I shall not forget your esteemed self. You may choose not to collaborate with us, but I implore you to feign ignorance. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Luo Jin's eyes were clouded by insatiable desire, his gaze aflame with a crimson hue, as if he were ensnared by a spell. In the brief interlude of his words, the jade Luocha had discreetly drawn a dagger and, with a nimble leap, positioned herself behind the Qilan, swiftly severing the umbilical cord and cradling the diminutive Qilan, no larger than a human head, in her arms. After completing this act, she exchanged a glance with Luo Xiang. Both nodding in unison, and as if choreographed, they dashed towards the cave's entrance. Scoundrels! Put it down! Old Luo Jin's fury reached its zenith. He had not anticipated the depth of greed that consumed these 2. To the extent that they would disregard his words, the Qilan had just given birth, rendering it in its most vulnerable state. Any of the 3 individuals within the cave could easily extinguish its life. Thus, while witnessing the conflict over her offspring, the Qilan was powerless, lying on the ground in anxious despair. Soon, Luo Jing collided with the approaching Luo Xiang and Jade Luocha, 3 companions who once shared life and death, now engaged in a fierce struggle over the priceless offspring of the Qilan. Among them, Old Luo Jin was undeniably the strongest, yet he was not a match for the combined efforts of the other two. However, Jade Luocha, cradling the young Qilan, was hesitant to strike too fiercely, fearing that the child might perish in the chaos. Consequently, a stalemate ensued, with neither party gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, this deadlock was shattered. For Luo Xiang and Jade Luocha's true objective was not to vanquish Luo Jin, but merely to escape. Utilizing her free hand, Jade Luocha brandished the dagger, feinting an attack towards Luo Jin's eyes. In dodging, Luo Jin left himself vulnerable, allowing Luo Xiang to exploit the opening with a swift kick to his left flank. In pain, Luo Jin attempted to retreat and regroup, yet Jade Luocha, appearing intent on his demise, seized the opportunity during his moment of instability to deliver a lethal thrust aimed at his heart. With no other recourse, Luo Jin angled his body to evade this deadly strike, aware that Jade Luocha had no true intention of killing him. Her goal was to drive him back and clear a path for her own escape. As Luo Jin shifted, he unwittingly fell into Jade Luocha's trap. She moved in concert with her blade, narrowly grazing his body as she burst forth from the cave. Luo Jin, alarmed, had no choice but to pursue swiftly from behind. With Luo Jin no longer obstructing him, Luo Xiang naturally slipped out of the cave, shifting the battlefield from the confines of the cave to the vast expanse outside. Chapter 26, Rage Unleashed Beyond the Cave. In an expansive space, Luo Jin unleashed all his prowess yet still could not truly impede the escape of the determined Luo Xiang and Jade Luocha, only managing to slightly slow their flight. At this moment, Luo Jin was acutely aware that his son and the vice-captain were resolutely determined to steal the newly born little Qilan. He feared that he would be powerless to stop them. Yet, deep within, he harbored a flicker of anticipation, hoping that Xiaoliu, the boy who had once performed miracles, might somehow elude the terrifying bloodthirsty demon ape unscathed, perhaps revealing some extraordinary qualities. However, as fate would have it, these two rascals randomly chose a direction that fortuitously led them straight to where Xiaoliu had gone to fetch water. After being harshly berated by Mo Wu, Xiaoliu suddenly realized that he had been far too naive in trusting those three individuals. Although he had saved their lives, it did not guarantee their gratitude. He vividly remembered Luo Xiang's initial demeanor, which was unmistakably unfriendly. As he hurried along, beads of sweat began to form on Xiaolu's forehead. A manifestation of his anxiety. If anything were to happen to the Qilan mother and child due to his negligence, his conscience would be plagued by endless remorse. Upon arriving near the earthen mound where the Qilan resided, Xiaoliu was startled by the sounds of a scuffle. Following the commotion, he quickly discerned Luo Xiang and Yu Luocha, who were engaged in a fierce retreat, alongside Luo Jin, who was desperately trying to intervene. Upon closer inspection, Xiaolu's gaze fell upon the small creature roughly the size of a human head cradled in Yu Luocha's arms. In that instant, a wave of fury engulfed Xiaoliu. He had not anticipated that his greatest fears would materialize. Luo Xiang and Yu Luocha, devoid of any sense of gratitude, were attempting to steal the little Qilan. A surge of uncontainable rage reddened Xiaolu's eyes as he propelled himself forward, reaching the periphery of the trio's battle in mere breaths, shouting, "What are you doing? Put down the little Qilan." This time, Xiaoliu was genuinely enraged. Ever since the betrayal by his third brother, which had cost him dearly alongside Xiaojiu, he had developed an abhorrence for treachery. Yet, Luo Xiang and Yu Luocha had chosen to commit the very act he could least tolerate, inciting his wrath. "Xiaoliu, my son, and Yu Luocha have been momentarily blinded by greed. Let us join forces to stop them, and we shall discuss the subsequent matters later. What say you?" As the saying goes, family shame must not be aired in public. Witnessing his son and the vice-captain engage in such disgraceful conduct filled this righteous and steadfast mercenary with profound guilt. "Father, have you truly allied with a complete outsider against your own flesh and blood? And Yu Luocha, who has stood by you for over a decade, do you not consider the bonds of friendship? Are you not being excessively ruthless?" Beside them, Yu Luocha wore a similarly indignant expression as she regarded her captain. Luo Jin's emotions were undoubtedly in turmoil. Xiaoliu even noted a glimmer of moisture in his father's eyes. The two individuals committing such despicable acts were his own son and his loyal confidant of many years. Had Luo Jin not been unable to reconcile this internal conflict, he might have genuinely considered letting them go. "You two dare to perpetrate such deeds and yet maintain a facade of righteousness. Truly, you are the most loathsome individuals I have ever encountered. I grant you one final opportunity. Relinquish the Qilan and depart at once. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Upon witnessing the utter lack of response from those two shameless individuals to Luo Jin's words, Xiaoliu could no longer contain the fury. With a thunderous roar, he delivered his ultimate ultimatum. You, a mere boy of 10 summers, Think you can do anything to us? We are masters of the third realm of the human immortal plane. Even if you were to strike at us for an eternity, you would not inflict a single scratch. Take a moment to reflect on your own worth before boasting. Do not presume that our late-night conversation elevated you to a position of significance. We merely sought to extract information from you, you worthless wretch. When Luo Jin faced Xiaoliu, his countenance transformed into one of even greater malevolence, dismissing Xiaoliu's words as mere noise, belittling him to a pitiful degree. Indeed, if it were solely Xiaoliu standing against them, it would be as they claimed. He could hardly compare. However, Xiaoliu was never alone in this battle. Within him resided the enigmatic Mo Wu, and thus, everything was destined to be different. Very well. It appears you are resolute in your obstinacy. Originally, out of respect for our acquaintance, I wished to refrain from resorting to violence, but now you have brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me. Xiaoliu, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly, feeling an unprecedented intensity of murderous intent surging within him. The source of his newfound confidence lay in Mo Wu's earlier revelation during their return journey. Young one, the half-fruit you consumed is anything but ordinary. I perceive that your body, having been nourished by it, has not only restored your vigor and healed your wounds, but has also elevated your strength by several tiers. To put it plainly, you are now capable of unleashing a power far greater than what I was able to instill in you through self-hypnosis. As Mo Wu continued, Xiaoliu's excitement escalated. And he interjected, Brother Wu, is what you say truly the case? No wonder I feel no fatigue while running. Is that fruit truly so miraculous? Do not interrupt. I am not finished. Mo Wu replied, the fruit you consumed is not merely extraordinary. It is an exceptionally rare divine object. Beyond the effects I previously mentioned, I have discovered it also nurtures the soul. Our souls, having been nourished by it, have become several times more robust than before. Of course, this enhancement is still far from what we could achieve prior to our fusion, yet it is sufficient to aid us in confronting significant challenges. What Mo Wu articulated was undoubtedly akin to a timely downpour in a parched land, an immensely fortuitous revelation. With Mo Wu's assurance, Xiaoliu felt emboldened when facing Luo Xiang and Yu Luocha, for he had Mo Wu to bolster him. Yet, Luo Xiang, Yu Luocha, and even Luo Jin remained entirely oblivious to this. Unlike them, the seasoned Luo Jin sensed that this youth was undeniably exceptional. If he were merely an ordinary boy, how could he have diverted the bloodthirsty demon ape, a foe that their entire mercenary band could not contend with, and ultimately escape its clutches? From this single point alone, Luo Jin could almost ascertain that Xiaoliu undoubtedly possessed a trump card unknown to them. Engaging in such perilous endeavors could not simply be dismissed as mere luck. Thus, when Xiaoliu, with a countenance brimming with murderous intent, prepared to strike, it was only Luo Jin who divided a portion of his attention to observe the movements of this enigmatic youth. At that moment, Xiaoliu's eyes began to emit a faint icy blue glow, while simultaneously he had already conferred with Mo Wu on how to confront the enemy. The ultimate conclusion of their deliberation was a synchronized mental connection. This synchronization was achieved with merely a slight attempt between Xiaoliu and Mo Wu, and he immediately comprehended its essence. The overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body almost led him to believe he had become possessed by an extraordinarily formidable master. As Xiaoliu's eyes radiated with icy blue brilliance, it marked the moment of their complete mental synchronization. A sinister smile graced his face as he stomped his right foot against the ground, propelling his entire being forward like an arrow released from a bow, shooting across the ground with astonishing speed. Die for me. At this juncture, Xiaoliu's body was effectively co-controlled by both him and Mo Wu. Hence certain actions and expressions bore traces of Mo Wu's influence, and the cruel smile on his face bore a striking resemblance to Mo Wu prior to their fusion. This sudden turn of events startled the three combatants. Luo Xiang and Yu Luocha, caught off guard, had yet to establish any form of defense when the shadow that was Xiaoliu had already darted close to them. Chapter 27. Last words at this moment. Xiaoliu found himself immersed in an extraordinarily profound experience. He was neither Xiaoliu nor Mo Wu, but rather a new entity formed from their union. Once in this state, the thoughts, actions, and even the subtlest emotional fluctuations of Xiaoliu and Mo Wu harmonized effortlessly into complete alignment. Furthermore, Xiaoliu's body, having fully synchronized with Mo Wu's spirit, reached an unparalleled pinnacle of strength. Boom! Xiaoliu approached the two with remarkable swiftness and unleashed a powerful, unadorned punch. Yu Luocha barely had time to react, as she was sent flying over 10 meters away by the force of the blow. Simultaneously, the small Youlan nestled in her arms, struck by the force of the punch, fell into a daze and instinctively released its grip. In a flash, Xiaoliu extended an empty hand to catch it. From the moment Xiaoliu struck, to Yu Luocha being sent soaring, and finally to the small Youlan being secured in his embrace. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Luo Xiang and Luo Jin registered the events, Luo Cha was still airborne, spitting blood as she was propelled backward. While the small Qilin rested snugly in Xiaolu's arms, this left Luo Xiang utterly astonished. While Luo Jin felt a sinking sensation in his heart, his intuition had proven correct. This youth was indeed a mysterious figure beyond the bounds of ordinary reasoning. Thud. After another 2 breaths, Luo Cha finally fell to the ground. Upon landing, she once again spewed forth a copious amount of crimson blood, and then her eyes rolled back as she slipped into an uncertain state between life and death. The remaining 3 individuals halted their actions, forming a triangular stance upon the open ground. At this moment, the gazes of Luo Xiang and Luo Jin towards Xiaolu shifted entirely. Luo Jin's eyes reflected a profound admiration and lamentation, while Luo Xiang was left with nothing but sheer terror. Xiaolu, no, brother Lu. I was merely seduced by you, Luo Cha before. She claimed that the little Qilin could not only bring boundless wealth but could also be offered to certain powerful factions, elevating one to a position of high status, to be a person above others. I was completely deceived by her. Both my father and I are eternally grateful to you. How could we possibly commit such heinous acts? I beseech you, considering our acquaintance, and in the spirit of friendship, spare me this once. I implore you. At that moment, Luo Xiang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. His legs weakened, and he knelt upon the ground, prostrating himself like a garlic clove, while shamelessly begging for mercy from a mere boy of 12 or 13. The absurdity of this scene rendered Xiaolu momentarily silent, lost in thought, while Luo Jin stood beside him, his face etched with bitterness. This son was raised and taught by him, yet, unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into a despicable creature that filled even his father's heart with disdain. In that instant, the bond of father and son crumbled, and a part of him even harbored a wish for Xiaolu to end the wretched life of this ungrateful son. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly. After all, the one kneeling there like a dog was still his own flesh and blood, his only son. How could he bear to allow him to be killed? Yet, Luo Jin remained silent, refraining from pleading for his son. For even he was unsure of what words could possibly absolve Xiaolu of the grave mistakes he had committed. You previously seized the little Qilin. I could attribute that to your greed clouding your judgment. You laid hands on your father. I could dismiss that as a momentary lapse of reason. Your disdain for me, I could easily overlook. But as a man, if you have lost even the most basic sense of dignity, what is the purpose of your existence? A person like you, living or dead, whole. As he opened his mouth, his entire being surged forward in a swift step, and he launched himself onto Luo Xiang, while Xiaolu's furious fist, filled with ire, landed unimpeded upon his back, striking true. Bang! The force of this blow was truly overwhelming. Luo Jin shielded Luo Xiang, and both of them were sent crashing to the ground, lying there in a state of unconsciousness. Uncle Luo, in that moment of unleashing his strength, Xiaolu had yet to master the control necessary for such power, rendering him incapable of precise restraint. As for Mo Wu, he had never harbored any intention of holding back. Thus, the full force of that strike, imbued with all its might, landed squarely upon Luo Jin's body, while Luo Xiang was merely knocked unconscious by the sheer ferocity of the blow. Startled by this turn of events, Xiaolu immediately withdrew from his mental synchronization with Mo Wu and rushed forward a couple of steps, flipping Luo Jin over, only to discover that this upright elder was now spilling blood from his mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Uncle Luo, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Why did you suddenly take that blow for him? Shouldn't he be the one to die? Sweat broke out on Xiaolu's forehead in his desperation. He held considerable admiration and fondness for Captain Luo Jin, who was willing to stand against his own son and comrades for the sake of his convictions. That alone was enough to earn Xiaolu's deep respect. Xiaoli, the encounter with you is a stroke of fortune for Xiaolu. Without your presence, we would have perished at the hands of that demon ape. Now, I return my life to you. Even if you wish for that beast's demise, I shall not hinder you. I implore you. Please look after my daughter in the city, whose name is Xiaoliu. As Luo Jing spoke, his breath grew increasingly labored, and he reached into his bosom to retrieve a pendant, which he pressed into Xiaolu's hand. In his final moments, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his eyes wide open, as if he could not relinquish this world without Xiaolu's affirmation. For the first time, Xiaolu witnessed a vibrant life ebb away in his embrace, a tumult of guilt, bitterness, and regret coursing through him. Finally, he sighed skyward and gently closed Luo Jing's unblinking eyes, treasuring the pendant. Uncle Luo, I promise you, I will care for your daughter Xiaoliu and ensure no one dares to bully her. This is my vow to you. Xiaolu declared to the lifeless Luo Jing, making a promise he was uncertain he could fulfill, yet felt compelled to strive for. Chapter 28. a mother and son safe after all was said and done. Xiaoliu laid Luo Jing's body flat upon the ground, his gaze shifting to Luo Xiang, who had previously fainted. Will you continue to feign unconsciousness? Your father has died, yet you selfishly play dead out of fear for your own life? Ha! You wretch are unworthy of being called Uncle Luo's son. Luo Jing's demise did not quell the fire of rage within Xiaoliu. Instead, it intensified it. How could he not see with anger at someone who pretended to be oblivious while their father sacrificed himself for their sake? Luo Xiang, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, trembled involuntarily upon realizing that Xiaoliu had seen through his ruse. He could no longer maintain his charade. Xiaoliu, he was now a demon. A harbinger of DEA, a series of dull thuds emanated from Xiaoliu's fists, striking against Luo Xiang's arms, face, and body. Luo Xiang, besieged by Xiaoliu's relentless assault, cried out in disarray, his hands flailing aimlessly as he sought to shield himself from the tempestuous onslaught. Ah, spare me, hero, please spare me. Bang, 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 sir. I truly recognize my mistakes. Have mercy on me. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, as time wore on, his voice dwindled to a whisper. When Xiaoliu finally descended from his beleaguered form, he found that the unfortunate man lay utterly mangled, lifeless before him. Bah, he deserved it. Such a person is a scourge even in life. Xiaoliu felt no sorrow akin to Luo Jin's demise. Instead, a sense of vindication surged within him. The tranquility of the forest, leaving only Xiaoliu and a feeble little Youlan that cried out for its mother. Some fathers sacrifice their very lives to protect their offspring, while others exhibit no regard for their children's well-being, treating them merely as tools and callously stripping them of everything. Heh, this world is indeed replete with extremes. As Xiaoliu cradled the little Youlan in search of its mother, Emma Wu suddenly uttered a poignant reflection. Brother Wu, whom do you refer to? Xiaoliu discerned that Emma Wu's mention of the self-sacrificing father pertained to Luo Jin, yet he pondered over who the cold-hearted parent could be. Heh, no one in particular. It was merely a casual musing. Let us swiftly return the Youlan to its mother. I am certain she is quite anxious by now. Though young, Xiaoliu is no fool. He sensed a tinge of resentment in Emma Wu's words. However, he refrained from probing further, knowing that their journey together was far from over, and that Emma Wu would reveal his thoughts in due time. Roar, Xiaoliu and Emma Wu, content with their task, delivered the little Youlan to its mother, allowing it to nurse to its heart's content. Their endeavor, fraught with challenges, culminated in a gratifying success, the joy and fulfillment of which were magnified by the trials they had endured. Yet, within this satisfaction lingered a shadow of regret. Luo Jin's untimely death. The inadvertent slaying of Luo Jin weighed heavily on Xiaoliu's conscience. The man had resigned himself to his fate during the confrontation. Yet Xiaoliu had acted nonetheless. Although Luo Jin had met his end in pursuit of virtue, a sense of loss remained in Xiaoliu's heart. To atone for this grievance, he resolved to fulfill Luo Jin's final wish and care for his daughter. Xiaoliu. After spending a brief moment with the mother and child, Xiaoliu exited the cave once more, intent on finding a resting place for Luo Jin. Upon returning to the clearing where the fierce battle had unfolded, Xiaoliu was taken aback to find only the bodies of Luo Jin and his son lying still in their original positions, while the Jade Woman had vanished without a trace. This woman certainly possessed remarkable patience. It is likely that she has mastered a skill akin to the legendary turtle absorption technique. When I previously investigated, I was astounded that Mo Wu, who had clearly ceased to breathe, could not have anticipated that Yu Luo Cha was still alive. Moreover, she had been feigning death in a state of quiet endurance until the demise of Luo Jin and Luo Xiang, only opting to escape after Xiaolu's departure. Both Mo Wu and Xiaolu were taken aback by the woman's remarkable patience and cunning. Although Xiaolu had previously displayed great prowess in a fit of rage, once he regained his composure, he felt an unsettling anxiety regarding Yu Luocha's disappearance. Mo Wu's disdain for Yu Luocha provided some solace to Xiaolu, who sought a secluded spot to excavate a grave sufficient to accommodate Luo Jin, where he laid him to rest. He even fashioned a gravestone from a rock, inscribing it with the grave of the hero Luo Jin, leaving the name of the person who erected the stone blank, intending it for Luo Jin's daughter to fill in later. After completing this task, Xiaolu cast a final glance at the corpse of Luo Xiang, which lay exposed to the elements, and chose not to bury him, departing instead. In his view, Luo Xiang was not even worthy of a proper burial. Curiously, ever since Xiaolu consumed half of the fruit bestowed by the Youlan, he had not felt hunger, nor did he experience fatigue from abstaining from food. It was at this moment that he comprehended the extraordinary value of the fruit gifted to him by the Youlan. Thus, 5 more days passed in tranquility. Xiaoliu spent his time either guarding the cave where the Qilan resided or engaging in conversation and training with Mo. During these days, Mo shared his plans for the future with Xiaoliu. Their current state was exceedingly unstable, fluctuating between strength and weakness. In moments of strength, they could either jointly control their body or allow Mo to take the reins, unleashing formidable power. However, during their weaker moments, only Xiaoliu's meager combat capabilities remained, rendering them easily overpowered by mere beasts or monstrous creatures. This situation was evidently in need of rectification, prompting Mo to decide to begin training Xiaoliu, striving to enable him to stand on his own. Once Xiaoliu grew stronger, their combined efforts would naturally yield even greater combat prowess, as Xiaoliu's strength was the foundation of their partnership, paramount above all else. Xiaoliu wholeheartedly welcomed this notion, having long aspired to become a formidable warrior after witnessing the might of Mo and those from the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, without strengthening himself, how could he hope to locate the abducted Xiaojiu? Now, Xiaoliu found himself unburdened and resolute in his determination to grow stronger, with only the absence of a guiding master remaining. Naturally, the responsibility of imparting knowledge fell upon Mo's shoulders. From this day forth, I shall teach you the most fundamental methods of body refinement. However, unlike others, you need not laboriously repeat exercises, for with me, your master of illusions, by your side, you will achieve the same results with merely 1/10 of the effort that others exert. Mo proclaimed with a hint of pride, prompting Xiaoliu to incredulously exclaim, "Brother Wu, you are truly remarkable. Pray, do tell me more. How can one achieve the kind of remarkable efficiency you speak of?" Chapter 29, Impression Training. Young lad, do you comprehend how the so-called martial arts are cultivated? Mo, adopting the demeanor of a learned instructor, commenced his mentoring plan for Xiaoliu through a series of questions and answers. It was previously Uncle Kue who practiced while we observed and emulated his movements. With ample practice, mastery would naturally follow. Xiaoliu hesitantly offered this explanation, recalling how he would often escape when it came time to train. Never truly dedicating himself to learning. Mo was acutely aware that unless he emphasized the significance of diligence to Xiaoliu, the latter might, in the future, resort to shortcuts and ultimately achieve nothing, becoming a mere wastrel. In truth, during his days away from the village, Xiaoliu had profoundly grasped the immense disparity between possessing strength and lacking it. Being still quite young, he had ample time to make up for his prior deficiencies. Thus, upon hearing Mo's admonitions, he earnestly nodded and declared, "Elder Brother Wu, I understand everything you've said. Rest assured, I will exert myself doubly hard from now on. I shall not let your efforts go to waste." Seeing his sincere attitude, Mo let out a satisfied hum and continued. After listening to Mo, Xiaoliu realized that what he had thought was a grasp of the Hong Quan was merely superficial knowledge, igniting a sense of embarrassment within him. Once, he had fancied himself exceptionally gifted, capable of mastering anything with ease. Mo's elucidation opened a new door for Xiaoliu, revealing that even a seemingly simple set of techniques, including the Hong Quan he had studied, held profound intricacies. The knowledge he had previously acquired was indeed trivial by comparison. Each individual possesses a distinct understanding of various martial arts, leading some to excel in unarmed combat while others master the sword or staff, all influenced by innate talent. Elder Brother Wu, what should I pursue in the future? I remain uncertain whether I am better suited for unarmed combat or weaponry. The more Xiaoliu listened, the more he found Mo's words to be gems of wisdom, illuminating his mind with clarity. In terms of theoretical acumen, Mo was undoubtedly leagues ahead of Xiaoliu. Ha! Young lad, what I just shared were merely the steps ordinary individuals follow in their training. I have previously mentioned that with my assistance, your efficiency and cultivation will increase tenfold. Do you think I am merely boasting? Mo seemed to relish the moment, teasing Xiaoliu with suspense, deriving satisfaction from the latter's eagerness. Elder Brother Wu, please, do reveal it to me. What technique could possibly enable my training to progress 10 times faster than others? If you do not speak soon, I fear I shall drive you to madness. Xiaoliu, in a state of anxious desperation, fidgeted restlessly. Ha ha. Young lad, your elder brother is not trifling with you. This method I speak of is a closely guarded secret invented by our clan. The Mo, I believe it would be exceedingly rare for anyone else in this world to conceive such a technique to aid in cultivation. What we employ is known as impression training. Mo, brimming with pride, uttered an unfamiliar term, causing Xiaoliu's expression to stiffen in anticipation, for he had no inkling of what impression training entailed. In essence, impression training is a method of simulated practice. Some adept practitioners employ a similar approach to refine their skills. The technique involves conjuring images of combat in one's mind, with oneself embodying both participants. By meticulously simulating each move and countermove. One may gain a deeper understanding of their own martial arts or identify previous shortcomings, thereby enhancing their comprehension of the techniques. This cerebral simulation of practicing martial arts or engaging in combat is what we refer to as impression training. After Mo Wu's elaborate explanation, Xiaoliu began to grasp the concept, though skepticism lingered. So, you mean to say that if I merely envision myself practicing martial arts in my mind, I will eventually improve? It sounds rather childish, doesn't it? Is this method truly viable? Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu displayed no hint of excitement. Instead, he felt as if he had been regaled with an elaborate tale of fantasy. Mo Wu's proposition seemed utterly impractical. How could one possibly grow stronger through mere imagination? Was this a jest? The revelation of Mo Wu's method left Xiaoliu astounded. He had never considered that an illusion could possess such extraordinary potential. Indeed, as Mo Wu had asserted, everything that transpires within a vivid illusion is indistinguishable from actual experience, a fact Xiaoliu could personally attest to. Observing Xiaoliu's bewilderment transform into joy, culminating in a broad grin that threatened to erupt into laughter. Mo Wu realized that the young man had finally comprehended the sheer magnificence of impression training. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Xiaoliu felt as though a grand path had been laid before him, igniting a fervent eagerness to embark on this newfound endeavor. Hold on a moment. We can commence impression training whenever we wish. However, prior to that, we must ascertain which martial arts you ought to cultivate. Based on my understanding of you, it seems you possess the capabilities of a novice in the foundational stage of body refinement. In other words, you are merely a child with little distinction from an ordinary person. Thus, if you truly wish to grow stronger, you must begin from the very basics of body refinement. Mo Wu's admonishments left Xiaoliu in a state of confusion, prompting him to ask, body refinement? What is that? I recall Luo Xiang mentioning something about being in the immortal realm. What do these terms signify? Surely not. You mean to say you're unfamiliar with the fundamental levels of cultivation? Were it not for our journey to that village in the valley, I might genuinely suspect you emerged from a crevice in a rock, given your utter ignorance. The words of Mo Wu left Xiaoliu feeling immensely awkward, as he recalled that Uncle Kue had previously spoken of realms and such, though on that occasion, he had only heard a few sentences before slipping away. Listen carefully, he said. The hierarchy of power within the mortal realm is quite straightforward, consisting solely of the postnatal and innate realms, each divided into 9 levels. However, this classification is only applicable to ordinary individuals. From the perspective of the cultivation world, the 9 levels of the postnatal realm correspond to the 9 levels of body refinement, while the innate realm aligns with the 9 levels of the human immortal realm. Beyond these, the subsequent realms are the earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, minor sage, major sage, and ancestral realm. The existence of the ancestral realm is so rare that there may not even be one in your continent, so you may disregard it. Besides the minor and major sage realms collectively referred to as the sage realm, each major realm comprises 9 minor realms, and you must cultivate through each layer to ultimately stand at the pinnacle as the supreme powerhouse. Moreover, as you progress further along the path of cultivation, the time, energy, and resources required will multiply exponentially. How does that sound? Are you startled? Have you ever considered that the path of cultivation could be such a long and arduous journey? Mo Wu recounted the 8 major realms of cultivation in one breath, leaving Xiaoliu gasping in astonishment. Then, Luo Xiang, Luo Jin, and you Luo Cha must possess the strength of the human immortal realm. Right, they are merely at the beginning stages. He pondered, how long must I cultivate to attain their level of power? Chapter 30, The Blessing of the Qilan. Their level is at most just a display of power in the secular world. In the realm of cultivation, they are utterly insignificant. You must understand that the realms of body refinement, human immortal, earth immortal, and even heaven immortal are strictly speaking merely the foundational aspects, collectively known as the 4 fundamental realms. The body refinement realm signifies the evolution of oneself to a degree capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, representing the very essence of basics. The 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity are referred to as the realms of the 3 talents, which are also fundamental in nature. What you need to do now is to first cultivate the 9 levels of body refinement to perfection before you can begin to grasp and interact with the essence. Originally filled with enthusiasm, Xiaoliu felt as though he had been doused with cold water upon hearing how distant the path of cultivation truly was. He somewhat dazedly asked, Brother Wu, do you truly believe I can overcome so many realms and become a remarkable master in the future? Xiaoliu's confidence, even before beginning formal cultivation, had been almost entirely diminished by Mo Wu's words. It seemed that Mo Wu had anticipated this situation. Upon hearing Xiaoliu's query, he replied solemnly, Young one, I have shared all this to impart a crucial truth. The path of cultivation cannot be traversed solely on the wings of momentary enthusiasm. How many individuals, at the onset of their cultivation journey, possessed extraordinary talents and left others far behind? Yet in the end, what became of them? Those with exceptional gifts do not necessarily emerge victorious in the end. The most vital aspect of the path of cultivation is not talent, but an unwavering perseverance and an unyielding dedication. As long as you are capable of achieving this, I can assure you that the future you will undoubtedly become a towering figure within this realm. Do you possess the confidence to persevere? Do you possess the confidence to endure? Xiaoliu, in a moment of introspection, truly desires to grow stronger and is eager to attempt the cultivation methods proposed by Mo Wu. However, at the tender age of 12 or 13, with an expanse of time ahead, he wonders if he can retain this initial aspiration and persist until the end. This uncertainty weighs heavily upon him. Yet in this moment, he recalls the little Geo who was taken away, and the enigmatic illusion he encountered. Who orchestrated the intricate illusion that nurtured him, only to be inadvertently disrupted by him? The realism of that illusion was so profound that even Mo Wu, a master of illusion, was left in awe. It certainly could not have been conjured by just anyone. What, then, was the purpose behind its creation? Were he and little Geo deliberately placed within, or were they simply fortuitously discovered by those residing within the illusion? These questions have long been buried within Xiaoliu's heart, and given his current abilities, he finds it impossible to uncover the answers. Although his words may sound somewhat lacking in conviction, Mo Wu holds a different perspective. Xiaoliu, you are a person of utmost sincerity, and your genuineness once moved me, compelling me to wish to continue this companionship with you. The path ahead is inherently unpredictable. No one can guarantee that they will stand tall at the end. However, what matters is your willingness to embark on this uneven journey. With this, I believe it is already sufficient. Rest assured, as long as you persist for a single day, I will strive alongside you for that day. Let us pave the way for the future together. I refuse to believe that with my talents, I cannot help you become a remarkable individual, a dragon among men. Perhaps we shall even forge a path untraveled by those before us. Do not forget. The merging of a person with the soul of a tapir is a phenomenon that has scarcely occurred. Mo Wu's words etched themselves deeply into Xiaoliu's heart, and even long he would carry this sentiment with him. Enough with the sentimental declarations. It is time for us to engage in earnest practice. Words without action are but empty gestures. Allow me to demonstrate the true wonder of what is known as impression training. Shortly, I will induce hypnosis within your mind, and you shall find yourself immersed in the illusion I create, tirelessly practicing the Hong Quan. In my estimation, the set of Hong Quan you possess is no trifling matter. Rather than starting anew with other body-strengthening techniques, it would be more prudent for you to continue your study of it. The initial experience of impression training may bring discomfort, but fear not. You shall acclimate in due time. Mo Wu and Xiaoliu swiftly shed their heavy hearts and began to discuss the commencement of their training. A similar scene unfolded once more. As Xiaoliu perceived that his reflection in the water had transformed into another being entirely. Having undergone such an experience, he understood that while the mirrored figure resembled him outwardly, its demeanor and expressions were distinct. That must have been the embodiment of Mo Wu's spirit. Before long, Xiaoliu felt his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, as if he were on the verge of slumber. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself atop a towering mountain peak, standing on a flat summit surrounded by sheer cliffs that seemed to be carved by a knife. With clouds drifting far below him, this elevated sensation filled Xiaoliu with a surge of ambition. He had never before experienced the feeling of standing on such a lofty pinnacle, gazing down upon the diminutive mountains beneath him. Even the clouds above transformed into wisps floating beneath his feet. In this solitary place, he was utterly alone. High above where the chill was palpable, Xiaoliu recognized that this was a phantasm conjured by Mo Wu. Yet everything appeared so vividly authentic that discerning reality from illusion became a formidable task. Contrarily to his emotional state, the Xiaoliu within this illusion, after an initial period of stillness, began to practice the Grand Fist style he had learned from Uncle Kuei. The Grand Fist encompassed a total of 18 forms, which were not merely simple strikes. Within these 18 forms lay a comprehensive array of techniques involving thrusts, points, circles, grabs, pushes, stabs, locks, cuts, and slices, making it a remarkably holistic martial art. Previously, Xiaoliu had merely imitated Uncle Kuei's postures, yet now he was integrating the essence of this Grand Fist from the inside out, executing it in a seamless and complete manner. Could it be that the Grand Fist concealed such profound wisdom within? I had been so superficial in the past, failing to grasp its deeper meanings. I must begin to comprehend it piece by piece, starting from the first form, to fully assimilate its entirety. As Xiaoliu's body flowed, his mind operated with the clarity of an observer. This extraordinary sensation allowed him to swiftly understand the key points and essence of the martial art, and his comprehension of the Grand Fist was expanding at an unimaginable pace. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoliu had been in the cave where the Qilan was to give birth for 5 days, apart from the initial half-day spent communicating with Mo Wu. He had dedicated the remaining 4.5 days entirely to intensive training. Mo Wu silently nodded in approval of Xiaoliu's diligence. It seemed the lad had recognized the importance of earnest effort, sparing him the need for further guidance. On the morning of the 5th day, as the sun rose, the weakened Qilan mother was finally able to rise and move about. After 5 days of recuperation, she had regained much of her strength. Roar, young one, it appears this Qilan is preparing to depart. She could have left 2 days ago, yet for some reason, she lingered an additional 2 days, as if reluctant to part from you. Mo Wu mused, aware that Xiaoliu had exited the illusion. Is it time to go? Yes, it must be time. Once you leave, I shall consider my task complete, though I know not how you came to be here. Our meeting is indeed a matter of fate. I hope for you and your little one to live long, healthy, and peaceful lives. Xiaoliu understood that the Qilan comprehended human speech, so he gently caressed the neck of the approaching Qilan and spoke. Roar. Then she took a step forward, gently grasping the still-blind little Qilan, and exited the cave. After days of companionship, this morning marks their separation. Xiaoliu and Mo Wu both experience a sense of melancholy. Yet the fact that this mother and son can depart safely is the culmination of their prior efforts, a result they are pleased to witness. Xiaoliu follows the Qilan out of the cave. He wishes to see it off. However, at that moment, the Qilan mother gently places the little Qilan at her feet, then turns her massive head towards Xiaoliu and opens her great mouth. A blinding light emanates from the Qilan's mouth, and in an instant, it rushes towards Xiaoliu with astonishing speed. Startled by this unforeseen occurrence, Xiaoliu, still an inexperienced novice, has no time to react before the enigmatic orb of light penetrates his forehead. As the light enters his body, it swiftly transforms into a peculiar golden symbol, radiating warmth on Xiaoliu's forehead, as if it were a divine seal, elevating his presence to one of nobility. Simultaneously, a message that reaches deep into his soul allows Xiaoliu to relax, for this light, emanating from the Qilan, poses no threat to his safety. Quite the opposite. It is a blessing from the Qilan. Chapter 31. The Orphan Xiaoliu Kid. Kid, what has happened to you? What was that beam of light? Where is the Qilan? Xiaoliu remained somewhat bewildered. After witnessing the white light, he felt entranced, and his mind expanded with newfound knowledge. Yet, upon being roused by Mo Wu, he discovers that the Qilan mother and child have vanished. They left just moments ago. You've been standing here for the length of a meal. What on earth was that light? Why do I feel nothing? Mo Wu is quite puzzled. Logically, since they aided the Qilan, it was inconceivable that it would harm Xiaoliu. However, the actions taken upon their departure remain elusive. That light must have been a parting gift left for me. It is something quite strange, seemingly capable of altering one's fortune 3 times, though the specifics elude me. Brother Wu, do you know what fortune is? Although Xiaoliu gained some understanding of this concept upon receiving the Qilan's blessing, he is only partially aware of the notion of fortune. Altering one's fortune? It seems the legends hold truth. The Qilan, as a spiritual beast, is born of the great cosmic fortune, symbolizing auspicious. It is said that the appearance of a Qilan heralds great good fortune, which explains why Luo Xiang and Yu Luocha would go to such lengths to steal the little Qilan. As for fortune, it is an enigmatic phenomenon. Every individual, every creature, even every flower and blade of grass, possesses a moment of birth, and from that instant, the vast universe is in a constant state of flux. Throughout its long and nearly infinite existence, countless lives emerge within it, each endowed with its own fortune. This relates to the unfathomable rules governing the universe's operation and the fluctuations of cosmic energy at the moment of each being's birth, mysteries that are difficult to articulate. However, the fortune one is born with is indeed predetermined. I can certainly affirm that some individuals are born into opulence and privilege, while others find themselves abandoned and destitute, wandering the streets. The disparity between these circumstances is, in essence, a matter of fortune. In the realm of cultivation, such fortune becomes even more paramount. Those endowed with great fortune often navigate perilous situations with remarkable ease, transforming misfortune into serendipity, whereas those cursed with ill fortune can readily meet their Thus, the gift bestowed upon you by the Qilan is undeniably precious. You must cherish and utilize it judiciously, ensuring that it is not squandered. This ethereal essence of fortune influences every individual and every living being, yet remains elusive, invisible, and intangible. There is no need for you to fully comprehend what fortune entails. Simply acknowledging its significance suffices. As for the rest, We shall address it in due course. We have lingered in this desolate wilderness for several days. Is it not time for us to depart? Wu concluded, and upon hearing this, Xiaoliu snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Indeed, we ought to leave. I hope the Qilan mother and her offspring remain safe. Next, I must fulfill my promise to Uncle Luo. His daughter, named Xiaoliu, should be residing in Yuzhou City. Let us seek her out first. With this resolution, Xiaoliu began his journey towards Yuzhou City. The forests of the southern mountainous region were notably desolate, likely due to the presence of the bloodthirsty demon ape, rendering ordinary small creatures nearly invisible and the wild beasts completely absent. Xiaoliu swiftly navigated through this treacherous terrain without incident. By the time they arrived at Yuzhou City, it was nearly noon. After enduring a thorough interrogation from the sentinels, Xiaoliu re-entered the city. Just as he intended to inquire about the location of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, he was interrupted by a sycophantic voice calling out to him. Upon turning, Xiaoliu was amused to discover that the flattering words emanated from the very waiter at Yeyang Tower who had been hypnotized by Wu. So it is you. Amidst this bustling crowd, you managed to recognize me. I commend your keen observation. Since you're here, let us indulge in some food. You shall lead the way. Xiaoliu had spent the preceding days in the forest with the Qilan, undergoing impression training. Although he had not felt hunger after consuming that peculiar fruit, it did not imply he lacked appetite. Thus, upon encountering someone willing to treat him, he could hardly refuse. Consequently, Xiaoliu followed the waiter with a swagger into Yeyang Tower. The waiter had apparently been out on an errand, yet he immediately spotted Xiaoliu amidst the throng. The effects of Wu's hypnosis were remarkably potent, and since the waiter was merely an ordinary person, even after several days, he still regarded Xiaoliu as a figure of great significance. However, the waiter's reaction stemmed from the hypnotic influence, and given that Yeyang Tower was a bustling establishment of considerable size, the affairs of the restaurant were not solely determined by him. Upon re-entering the familiar and alongside the waiter, they were promptly obstructed by a corpulent individual, his face glistening with grease. You fool! Why did you bring this gluttonous scoundrel again? Are you out of your mind? Were it not for the favor of your aunt, I would have long since expelled you. You are nothing but a source of incessant trouble. The fierce countenance of this individual revealed his menacing nature. Upon observing his attire, Xiaoliu immediately deduced that he must be the proprietor of the establishment. After unleashing a torrent of invective upon the errant waiter, the innkeeper's gaze shifted to Xiaoliu. You scoundrel who feasts and drinks at my expense. How audacious of you to darken my doorstep again. The last time, my business was too bustling for me to deal with you, allowing that treacherous wretch to serve you a banquet of delicacies. Those were coins I toiled to earn. Now that you have returned, it is only fitting that you settle your a total of 200 taels of silver, not a single coin less, or I shall have you beaten to a pulp. However, Xiaoliu was undeterred, having indulged in a plethora of sumptuous dishes. He would not let this opportunity slip away without exacting payment. Otherwise, he would ensure the consequences were dire. Uncle, my dear uncle, you must not offend this esteemed individual, he implored. As I have mentioned before, despite his somewhat peculiar attire, this gentleman possesses considerable influence. The waiter, witnessing his uncle's demeanor towards Xiaoliu, was instantly filled with trepidation. In his mind, Xiaoliu was a formidable figure capable of annihilating their establishment with but a word. Thus, he hastily offered apologies and ingratiating smiles to Xiaoliu while signaling to his uncle. Speak up, will you? Are you settling your debts or not? If you remain silent, I shall have someone deal with you. The innkeeper, his face contorted with menace, issued his final ultimatum. Originally intending merely to enjoy a meal, Xiaoliu found himself caught in this predicament, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, he had come to partake of their hospitality, and it was difficult for him to rationalize resorting to violence against this man. Fifth brother, I must trouble you once more. Xiaoliu inwardly requested Wu's assistance. Feeling a twinge, you could easily dispatch this fool with a mere slap. Why bother with pleasantries? Is it truly necessary to employ illusions? You are too indecisive. Though Wu expressed such sentiments, he ultimately acquiesced to Xiaolu's request, discreetly employing his magic on the innkeeper when no one else was paying attention. Esteemed sir, what have I just said? I am utterly doomed. He interrupted with the innkeeper's wailing confession of his error. Xiaoliu had anticipated this outcome, so he nonchalantly dismissed the innkeeper and led the waiter to the same private room they had occupied previously. My lord, I knew my uncle would eventually recognize his folly. I shall guide him in apologizing to you. Now, what would you like to dine on today? I will have the kitchen prepare a feast for you. Observing the waiter's eager demeanor, Xiaoliu felt a pang of guilt, prompting him to speak directly. I did not come today to partake in a meal, but rather to inquire about a certain individual. Her name is Xiaoliu, the daughter of Luo Jin from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Do you happen to know her whereabouts? I seek her for an important matter. This young lady, upon her birth, seemingly lost her mother due to complications, and now both her father and elder brother have perished at the jaws of ferocious, thus abruptly ending what was once a life akin to that of a little princess. The members of the mercenary group regarded her, despite her tender years, as a striking beauty, and it was quite astonishing that someone had proposed to take her as a concubine. The town has been abuzz with this scandal for the past few days. Otherwise, I would not have become aware of such a young girl's plight. Is what you say truly accurate? Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu's previously calm demeanor swiftly deteriorated into one of distress. His voice turned frigid, causing Xiaoliu to nod in a flurry of alarm. Chapter 32. The bearded Zhang, my lord, I assure you. Every word I speak is the unvarnished truth. Many patrons visiting the tavern in recent days have spoken of this matter, and I learned of it from them. I would never dare to deceive you. Xiaoliu's expression darkened considerably. He had initially presumed that, as the daughter of a mercenary captain, following the unfortunate demise of her father during a mission, the brothers of the mercenary group would extend their care to Luo Jin's daughter. However, he was dismayed to discover that mere days after the deaths of Luo Jin and his son, there were those who sought to prey upon the still unseen Luo Yu. Thank you for sharing this information. You may return to your duties. I must take my leave. When I next return, I shall ensure you are suitably rewarded. Feeling disheartened, Xiaoliu dismissed Xiaoliu and departed alone. Luo Yu's plight was, in many ways, intricately connected to his own. Had it not been for his unintentional slaying of Luo Jin and the elimination of that scoundrel, Luo Xiang, she would not have been left an orphan. Nor would she be facing the tribulations of today. With a heavy heart, Xiaoliu made his way toward the northern district, heading to the base of the Iron Blood mercenary group, pondering how he might convey the grim news of her father and brother to Luo Yu upon their meeting. Yuzhou City was not particularly large. Having just been at the Yeyang Tower in the east, he found the Iron Blood mercenary group's headquarters to be a mere 5 li away to the north. Before he had formulated a plan on how to address the situation, he was confronted by the imposing gates of the mercenary group. Young man, have you come to enlist in our Iron Blood mercenary group? Just you alone? Although merely a mercenary group, they did not take their facade lightly, dispatching 2 rather presentable young men to stand guard at the entrance. Enlist in the mercenary group? No, I am not here to join the Iron Blood mercenary group. I have come in search of someone. May I inquire if there is a young lady by the name of Luo Yu here? I am a friend of her father, Luo Jin, and I wish to convey some messages to her. Xiaoliu was rather earnest. While he did not divulge every detail, he remained largely truthful. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards began to scrutinize him from head to toe. Having departed the valley, he had endured numerous trials and tribulations. Emerging battered and bloodied, with his clothing in disarray, stained with the remnants of his injuries. Furthermore, having gone several days without a bath, he appeared even more disheveled than when he had visited. The only redeeming feature was his youthful visage. He had managed to wash his face briefly at a mountain stream not long ago. You claim to be a friend of Captain Luo Jin? Young brother, are you aware that Captain Luo and his son tragically met their demise while on a mission just a few days ago? Indeed, young lad, if you are here to forge an acquaintance for the purpose of extorting some money, you have chosen the wrong targets. After all, a deceased person cannot be coerced. Ha ha ha. These 2 men clearly looked down on Xiaoliu, deeming him insignificant due to his tattered attire and coupled with his youth. They mocked him with disdain. Xiaoliu had long since grown accustomed to being underestimated, so this did not particularly bother him. However, the mockery concerning the late Luo Jin was something he could not tolerate. Consequently, his expression darkened, and his tone became somewhat irate. Captain Luo Jin fell before my very eyes, and in his final moments, he entrusted me with the responsibility of locating his daughter. Xiaoliu, I kindly ask you both to grant me passage. Once I meet Miss Luo Yu, everything will become clear. Xiaoliu's words prompted a glance of shared ridicule between the 2 mercenaries, though the mockery quickly faded from their eyes. In a surprising show of compliance, they stepped aside, allowing Xiaoliu to pass. Young brother, since you bear Captain Luo's dying wish, we cannot hinder you out of respect for the deceased. Luo Yu is within. You may inquire freely to find her residence. We have our own duties to attend to, so we shall not accompany you further. One of the mercenaries spoke with a more serious demeanor, conveying this information to Xiaoliu. Thank you both. I shall not impose any longer. Although Xiaoliu was somewhat taken aback by their unexpected acquiescence, he dismissed it from his mind, acknowledging that, as they had mentioned, respect for the deceased might indeed have influenced their decision not to impede him. Before long, Xiaoliu found himself within the spacious courtyard of the Mercenary Guild, which featured a considerable training ground. Numerous wooden stakes and training equipment adorned the area. while several mercenaries donned in combat attire practiced their skills. Passing through the training area, he ventured deeper into the premises, where he learned that Luo Yu resided in a small courtyard at the northwest corner. Upon locating Luo Yu's home, Xiaolu's brow furrowed deeply at the sight before him, leading him to question whether he had arrived at the correct place. The small courtyard was modest in size, comprising 5 rooms that might have once constituted a warm and inviting. However, the walls of the courtyard, the exterior of the house, and even the roof tiles were littered with an abundance of discarded refuse. Xiaolu spotted several piles of excrement by the outer wall, and a pungent odor assaulted his nostrils, nearly inducing him to retch. Suppressing his rising anger, Xiaolu knocked on the gate with a firm "Is anyone there? Miss Luo Yu, are you present? I am a friend of Uncle Luo. He entrusted me with a message before his passing. Please, could you open the door?" After a prolonged silence without a response, Xiaolu, feeling helpless, raised his voice in a few desperate calls, with a creak and a groan. The door finally began to open. After a series of calls, at last, someone opened the courtyard gate from within. A youthful girl, likely around 11 or 12 years of age, timidly peered out, revealing only half of her head. "You must be Luo Yu, am I correct? My name is Xiaolu. I was present when your father, Luo Jin, passed away, and he entrusted me with the task of finding you. May I come in? We should have a proper conversation." Upon seeing this delicate girl with large, expressive eyes, yet a countenance filled with distress and fear, Xiaolu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. When Luo Jin was alive, it was evident that her life must have been carefree, a notion easily discerned from the girl's innocent, crystalline gaze, which resembled a clear stream. She appeared to be a pure-hearted girl, untouched by the cruelties of life. "Are you truly not someone sent by Zhang Dehuzi?" the young Luo Yu inquired, her voice still trembling with trepidation despite having heard Xiaolu's words. "Zhang Dehuzi? Who is that? I am here solely because your father entrusted me with this mission. My name is Xiaolu, and I have no connection to anyone named Zhang Dehuzi." Luo Yu scrutinized Xiaolu once more, noting his tattered attire, yet sensing that he did not seem to be a malicious individual. Finally, she opened the courtyard gate, allowing him entry. Upon stepping into the courtyard, the sight of the shattered potted plants and the broken stone tables and benches made it clear to Xiaolu why Luo Yu harbored such fear of this stranger. Surely, her recent days had been far from pleasant. "Miss Luo, who has done this to your home?" In truth, Xiaolu could surmise the answer without needing to ask. It was likely the work of the very Zhang Dehuzi that Luo Yu had mentioned. Indeed, upon hearing this, tears of grievance welled up in Luo Yu's eyes, and she sobbed. Faced with this innocent young girl, Xiaolu was overwhelmed with guilt. Both Luo Jin and Luo Xiang had perished at his hands. Yet how could he possibly reveal the truth to her? Should he directly confess that he was responsible for the deaths of her father and brother? Such a revelation would surely shatter her fragile spirit and drive her to madness. In just a few short days, this solitary girl had seen her life transform from one of comfort to a hellish existence. That she had managed to endure without collapsing was, in Xiaolu's eyes, a testament to her remarkable strength. How could he inflict further cruelty upon her? How could he utter the truth? Indeed, while Luo Xiang's demise was justly deserved, Luo Jin's death stemmed from a father's instinct to protect his son. And thus, Xiaolu could not be wholly blamed. Nevertheless, the grim reality remained. He had been the one to take their lives, and it was Xiaolu who had buried Luo Jin's remains. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiaolu found himself at a loss for words, for before him, Luo Yu had already dissolved into tears, her crystalline droplets cascading to the ground like a string of broken pearls. Her breath hitching with sorrow. In that moment, Xiaolu was left uncertain of how to console this wounded girl. Just as he stood there, helpless and bewildered, a sudden clang echoed through the air. A thunderous roar erupted from beyond the courtyard gate, accompanied by the boisterous laughter of a man with a gravelly voice as he approached. Chapter 33. Eternal Hypnosis. Both Xiaolu and Luo Yu simultaneously perceived this unrestrained voice, instantly discerning that the speaker was a shameless rogue. "Come, follow me outside. Your father entrusted you to my care during his final moments, and I shall support you unwaveringly." A fierce glint flickered in Xiaolu's eyes, exuding an aura of lethal ferocity akin to that of a predatory beast. Those familiar with him would find this sudden display of murderous intent perplexing, for his nature had never been so easily swayed towards violence. Yet now, he radiated an intimidating aura that sent Luo Yu trembling with fear at merely a glance. However, just as they were about to leave, Mo Wu suddenly uttered some peculiar words. "Xiaolu, although our time together has been brief, I have keenly observed both your virtues and flaws. You are a man of your word, holding those around you in the highest regard, willing to sacrifice everything for them. Yet your heart is excessively kind, with a degree of softness that can be detrimental. To become a true warrior, You must harden your heart, unyielding as steel. Do not allow trivial matters that tug at your emotions to sway your resolve. Otherwise, reaching the end of your journey will prove exceedingly difficult. Brother Wu, I am aware of the truths you speak. Rest assured, I will strive to amend these shortcomings. With your guidance, I am confident these issues are surmountable. I believe in your words. However, we are about to enter the city, and we may soon face new challenges. There is no time for you to gradually rectify these weaknesses. Mo Wu's declaration left Xiaoliu in a quandary. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, then, Brother Wu, do you possess a solution? The method Mo Wu proposed was rather alarming, utilizing a deeper level of hypnosis beyond mere self-hypnosis to reshape one's personality. Such an approach could potentially lead to Xiaoliu's psychological collapse and madness. Consequently, Mo Wu elaborated on the intricacies and potential risks of this so-called eternal hypnosis. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu appeared conflicted. For personality traits are often innate, and attempting to alter them drastically might yield dire and unforeseen consequences. He also recognized his past naivety, having too readily trusted others and believed in the inherent. In the harsh world of cultivation, such a disposition could lead to grave misfortunes. After careful contemplation, Xiaoliu gritted his teeth and resolved firmly, Brother Wu, I have made up my mind. Please help me undergo the eternal hypnosis. I aspire to become a strong warrior. Very well. Then let us commence by the stream. Soon after, Xiaoliu arrived at the stream where Mo Wu had previously guided him through self-hypnosis. Understanding the necessity of seeing, he prepared himself. Young man, I shall ask you one final time. Are you truly certain? Brother Wu, let us proceed. Excellent. I shall begin. Relax your mind and suppress any feelings of resistance. After reiterating this advice to Xiaoliu, Mo Wu commenced the so-called eternal hypnosis. The reflection upon the water is vividly discernible even in broad daylight, while the gentle ripples create an ethereal vision of Xiaoliu, as if he exists in an alternate realm. Soon, an icy blue halo emanates from the eyes mirrored in the water, causing Xiaoliu's head to feel heavy, inducing a sensation of his spirit detaching from his corporeal form. From that moment, you shall no longer be the Xiaoliu of yesterday. Weakness and timidity will abandon you. You shall transform into a figure of fearlessness and courage, decisive in your actions. A haunting voice, reminiscent of Mo Wu, softly reverberates within his mind, and after hearing a final phrase, Xiaoliu succumbs to unconsciousness. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Xiaoliu finds himself sprawled at the edge of the stream. Upon awakening, he quickly rises and examines himself thoroughly, yet he perceives no alterations in his appearance. Young man, there is no need for such scrutiny. The permanent hypnosis alters your inner self, and gradually, you will come to recognize your transformation. The relaxed tone of Mo Wu seems to suggest that nothing unusual has transpired. Despite Luoyu's palpable fear, she is ultimately pulled out of the house by Xiaoliu, and they step into their courtyard, where three burly men immediately catch their attention. Wow, I've only been away for a day, and you've already entangled yourself with a lad. But if you're going to find someone, at least choose someone presentable. This boy looks threadbare. He probably hasn't even matured yet. Is he capable? Ha ha ha. The leader, a man sporting a thick beard and wielding a curved blade strapped to his waist, gestures mockingly at Xiaoliu and Luoyu, laughing heartily. The two companions flanking him, both in their 30s and exuding an aura of ferocity, clearly belong to the ranks of those who thrive on violence. At this moment, they regard Xiaoliu and Luoyu with utter disdain, their laughter booming, and Xiaoliu can even detect the foul stench of their breath. He the bearded Zhang. Xiaoliu disregards their ridicule and turns to the trembling Luoyu, whispering a question. Luoyu, seemingly too frightened to speak, merely nods slightly. The trio of Zhang, however, observes their interaction keenly, yet dismisses Xiaoliu entirely, refraining from any further action. Listen, I know not whence you came, but I shall grant you a singular opportunity. Crawl beneath my trousers, and I shall let you go. To meddle in matters concerning Zhang the Bearded at such a time is to court death. Zhang the Bearded, having laughed for a while, adopts a sinister expression, his eyes glinting with malice as he sneers. You should leave. This does not concern you. Upon hearing this, Luoyu's face pales in terror. Zhang the Bearded is notorious for his ruthlessness, even within the Iron Blood mercenary corps and throughout Yuzhou City. His fierce reputation has secured him the position of captain of the second squad. Now that Xiaoliu has ventured deep into the inner workings of the Iron Blood mercenary corps, Zhang the Bearded could easily concoct a reason to eliminate him. Though Luoyu is kind-hearted and innocent, she fears that she might be taken by Zhang the Bearded as a concubine, subjected to his torment. Yet she cannot bear the thought of Xiaoliu being harmed because of her. Do not worry. Allow me to handle this matter. Little Lu is merely 12 or 13 years of age. a mere fledgling in the throes of development, while Zhang the Bearded stands brawny and towering at nearly 2 meters tall. In comparison, little Lu resembles a mere chick, insignificant and fragile, easily dispatched with a single blow. You, who once shared a bond with Luojin, have now resorted to tormenting his family after his demise. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Or are you inherently a creature lower than swine? A previously unseen audacious smile spread across little Lu's face as he boldly uttered these words in front of Zhang the Bearded. His very first utterance left Zhang and his companions, as well as Luoyu, momentarily stunned. The seasoned mercenaries, battle-hardened and seasoned, scratched their ears in disbelief that such a diminutive child would dare to insult them in their presence. Hey, am I hearing things? What did you just say? Repeat that. A sinister grin crept across Zhang the Bearded's face as he lowered his head, hand resting on the hilt of his knife, leaning closer to little Lu. Demanding, I said, you should go die. A fierce glint ignited in little Lu's eyes, and he swiftly extended his hand, seizing Zhang the Bearded's ear with a vice-like grip, pulling with all his might. Zhang the Bearded could scarcely believe that such a minuscule child would have the audacity to lay hands on him. Caught off guard, he felt little Lu's grip tighten around his ear. Having undergone rigorous training and imbibed the extraordinary fruit gifted by the Youlan, little Lu's physical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Coupled with Mo Wu's assistance, his diminutive frame could now wield strength comparable to that of a perfected body refinement practitioner. With a sinister grin, little Lu yanked hard on Zhang the Bearded's unfortunate ear. To the astonishment of all, he managed to spin the 200-pound man around. Let go. You bastard, release me. Zhang the Bearded's eyes blazed crimson, his fury and the excruciating pain radiating from his ear. Little Lu was unyielding, intensifying his grip, and the inevitable outcome was clear. With Zhang the Bearded's heart-wrenching scream, his ear was violently torn away by little Lu. Chapter 34. The Mercenary King's Recruitment. As little Lu swung Zhang the Bearded's ear, the other two mercenaries hesitated, not because they lacked the desire to intervene, but because the fragility of human ears meant that any interference could result in Zhang's ear being severed, and they would bear the brunt of the consequences. In this moment of indecision, Zhang the Bearded's ear was ultimately ripped free. Damn it! Get him! The two mercenaries, loyal subordinates, wasted no time upon hearing this command. They propelled themselves off the ground, drawing their weapons to strike at little Lu. In a flash, little Lu deftly pushed Luoyu away, then lowered himself, nearly pressing his face to the ground as he darted away. He evaded the two descending strikes just in time, prompting the mercenaries to swiftly alter their approach, transforming their slashes into thrusts, aiming to pin the crouched little Lu to the earth, break him. Xiaoliu, seizing the opportunity, unleashed two formidable strikes from the great fist techniques, with his fingers pressed together. He shaped his hands into a form resembling a crane's beak, then thrust forward with great force, precisely striking the wrists of the two mercenaries wielding knives. Crack! The simultaneous sound of shattered bones echoed through the air as all of Xiaolu's strength easily fracturing their relatively fragile wrist bones. The two assailants were overwhelmed by a piercing pain radiating from their wrists, causing their blades to slip from their grasp and clatter to the ground. Quick as a flash, Xiaoliu snatched up a curved knife lying nearby, and as his adversaries staggered back from their injuries, he swung the weapon towards one man's neck, intent on claiming his life. Stop! At that moment, a booming voice rang out from beyond the courtyard wall, shaking the nearby air with its immense presence. Xiaolu's lethal strike veered off course, missing its target entirely. In the brief skirmish, both sides exchanged attacks and defenses, yet Xiaolu's ruthless approach had left the two men drenched in cold sweat, narrowly escaping death. Everyone regained their composure. The courtyard gate swung open, and a group of leading the pack was a man with short hair about an inch long, his face marred by deep scars, and a towering stature that made him even more imposing than the bearded Zhang. Xiaoliu couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at this newcomer. Upon his arrival, Zhang's demeanor shifted dramatically. He approached with a smile, eager to explain, "Captain, a wild brat has appeared, attempting to woo Luojin's daughter. Xiaoliu as her elder, I naturally must ensure her safety, especially since her father was my brother in life, right? However, this lad is vicious. He took off one of my ears when I wasn't paying attention. And just now, he nearly dispatched two of my men. You must stand up for me." Zhang presented himself as a victim, his bloodied face adding an air of tragic grievance to his claim. "Oh, a mere child of 12 or 13 could bully you. It seems more like you are the one bullying him," remarked the captain of the Ironblood Mercenary Corps, surveying the scene with a calm demeanor. Xiaoliu recognized the voice as that of the man who had just intervened, realizing that he was likely no match for him. From his assessment, Xiaoliu concluded that he had undergone several days of intensive training and had grasped a significant portion of the Great Fist's essence, estimating his strength to be around the 4th level of body refinement. However, having consumed a miraculous fruit previously, his constitution had been significantly enhanced, multiplying his strength several times over, rendering him comparable to someone at the 6th level of body refinement. This level, while formidable, still paled in comparison to Zhang, who had entered the realm of human immortals. Yet, Zhang's underestimation of Xiaoliu had allowed for an opening to be exploited at AS for his two Their strengths were only at the 5th or 6th level of body refinement. After undergoing a transformation in character, he seemed to have realized his own distinctiveness following his initial skirmish. Although the recent encounter was fleeting, every strike from Xiaoliu brimmed with lethal intent, starkly contrasting with his previous hesitations and restraint. When one commits fully to an attack, the combat prowess displayed is undoubtedly at its peak. Should one harbor doubts, the impact of their actions invariably diminishes. This principle was one that Xiaoliu only grasped through personal experience. Upon hearing the commander's words, the burly Zhang immediately protested, "Commander, how can you speak in favor of an outsider? Look at my ear. This rascal has torn it off. And behold him. He bears no wounds whatsoever. You must let the facts speak for themselves." Though Zhang appeared to be a rough and imposing figure, one who had traversed countless life-and-death situations is hardly a fool. "Brother, is what he says true?" the commander inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaoliu. As the attention shifted towards him, Xiaoliu felt an invasion akin to a small mountain pressing down upon him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Nevertheless, his face betrayed no sign of trepidation. "Commander, you discern right from wrong. This burly man has bullied both men and women. After old man Luo's demise, he sought to take his daughter as a concubine. That I trust many here are well aware of this. Their silence stems solely from fear of Zhang's tyrannical influence. Old man Luo's daughter is right here. If you inquire with her, the truth will become abundantly clear." After Xiaoliu made his statement, the commander had yet to respond, when Zhang interjected, "Commander, do not listen to his nonsense. This young lady, having allied with him, will naturally speak in his favor. I am the one who has been injured. If I were to bully Xiaoliu, do you think she would still be unharmed?" With both parties firmly entrenched in their positions, the commander found it challenging to ascertain the truth. He was well aware of Zhang's character. Although the man possessed considerable strength, his moral integrity was decidedly lacking. Yet, how could he determine right from wrong based solely on this? Among those present, apart from Xiaoliu, all were brothers of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Mishandling this matter could potentially alienate. Unity is paramount in the mercenary profession, and thus the commander had already formed a resolution in his heart. "Young brother, the situation remains unclear, with both of you presenting conflicting accounts. However, I witnessed you intrude upon our Iron Blood Mercenary Corps and injure my comrade. That much is a fact. How do you intend to account for this?" The commander's tone bore the weight of authority, yet Xiaoliu discerned no malice emanating from him. As thoughts raced through his mind, and with Mo Wu's reminder, Xiaoliu recognized the commander's ulterior motives. A subtle smile flickered in the commander's eyes. Though the young lad before him was not of great age, he was exceptionally astute, demonstrating an understanding of the true intent behind the inquiry. "Then speak. I am eager to hear your proposition for resolving this predicament. It's quite simple. I shall join your Iron Blood Mercenary Corps and become one of your own." Thus, the incident involving the injury of the bearded Zhang can merely be regarded as a trivial disagreement among teammates. Moreover, you shall gain an additional promising member to your ranks, which should surely bring joy to all. Before the mercenaries, Xiaoliu spoke audaciously and confidently, leaving the seasoned men utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, how could such a fortunate turn of events occur? To injure our Captain Zhang and then join us without consequence? It would be a miracle if Captain Zhang and the commander were to agree to such a thing. Xiaoliu's words instantly sparked hushed discussions among the surrounding mercenaries, their astonishment giving way to anticipation of how their commander would manage to make this young man appear foolish. Meanwhile, the bearded Zhang seemed to have discerned something, his expression darkening ominously. His foreboding swiftly materialized into reality. "Very well. Since you possess such ambition, we wholeheartedly welcome you. This matter has been approved by me, Song. You shall be temporarily assigned to the 2nd Squad, under the command of Captain Zhang. There may be some misunderstandings between you, but now that we are all brothers from this day forth, it is imperative that you coexist harmoniously and do not allow outsiders to ridicule our Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Who knows, with time, you may even become brothers who share life and death together." Upon the conclusion of Commander Song's speech, which earned him the title of King of Soldiers, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that he had genuinely acquiesced to Xiaoliu's proposal, and what baffled them further was his decision to place two adversaries in close quarters. Chapter 35. The Law of Survival. While everyone remained perplexed, the two individuals at the center of the matter, Xiaoliu and the bearded Zhang, exchanged glances imbued with inscrutable significance. It appeared that the commander intended for me to compete with Zhang, and the one who remained standing would continue to serve as his right-hand man. Indeed, it is not easy to lead an entire mercenary group. This strategy was far more blatant and pragmatic than merely recruiting me and expecting gratitude. Is this the law of survival in the outside world? Xiaoliu understood the situation clearly, and he was confident that the bearded Zhang had also grasped the deeper meaning behind their commander's intentions. Very well, from this day forward, this young brother shall be one of us. You must learn to coexist amicably. Now, everyone, please step outside that I shall explain the rules of our domain to him. The king of soldiers, Song, surveyed all those present before finally speaking. In this iron-blood mercenary corps, as well as throughout the entire Yuzhou city, Song was a remarkable figure. The members of the group never dared to defy his words, and even those captains who ranked just below him held a measure of trepidation in his presence. Thus, upon hearing his command, the mercenaries promptly began to disperse without hesitation. As Zhang departed, he turned his bloodied profile away and flashed a wicked grin at Xiaoliu. The implication unmistakable. Now that Xiaoliu was a member of his team, there were countless ways for him to ensure that Xiaoliu met an untimely and mysterious end. Xiaoliu felt no fear towards the bearded Zhang. He still possessed his trump card of spiritual synchronization, which he had yet to employ during their recent battle. With his current strength, combined with Mo, he would be capable of exerting combat power equivalent to the 4th level of the immortal realm. Even if Zhang Dehuzi is exceptionally skilled, he is merely at a level comparable to Luo Jin and is utterly incapable of taking his own life. Initially, Xiaoliu was unaware of the severe damage inflicted upon Mo-Wu's soul. However, now that he is informed, he naturally prioritizes Mo-Wu's safety and strives to refrain from utilizing powers that do not belong to him. This has culminated in the recent battle, wherein he relied solely on his own strength from start to finish. Once everyone had departed, only Luoyu, Xiaoliu, and the esteemed mercenary leader Song remained in the courtyard of the Luo residence. Young brother, I believe I am yet to learn your name. Song inquired. I am Song, the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, and my comrades affectionately refer to me as the King of Soldiers, though such titles are merely superficial. You may address me as Captain Shi or Brother Shi moving forward. It was evident that Song's invitation for Xiaoliu to join the mercenary group was a strategic maneuver to win him over. His timely intervention during the battle, which prevented Xiaoliu from killing the two mercenaries, clearly indicated that he had arrived well in advance and had been discreetly observing the confrontation. If he were an inconsequential individual, he likely would not have appeared at all, let alone suggest that Xiaoliu join their ranks. Xiaoliu was acutely aware of the various schemes at play. These were overt strategies, as Song had no intention of resorting to deceitful tactics. Brother Shi, my name is Xiaoliu. Now that I am joining your ranks, I must inquire whether Luoyu's safety will be assured. Xiaoliu cut to the chase, articulating his condition plainly. His primary objective in coming here was the well-being of the young girl. Luoyu. If he were to become a member of the Iron-Blood Mercenary Corps but Luoyu were to encounter any misfortune thereafter, his efforts would be rendered utterly meaningless. Xiaoliu, now that it is just the three of us, I will speak plainly. Zhang Dehuzi has been with me for 7 years, during which he has made considerable contributions to our mercenary group. At the same time, I am aware that he has engaged in numerous self-serving acts. In my view, this incident undoubtedly stems from his actions. However, given that our mercenary corps has already suffered the loss of Luo Jin and his son, as well as several brothers, we are in urgent need of personnel. Thus, even I cannot indiscriminately target him, for that would lead the others to believe I favor you, which could dampen their spirits. Such a situation would fragment our mercenary group and gradually lead to its dissolution. Do you understand? Song, exhibiting a commendable forthrightness, laid bare his thoughts. You need not explain, Brother Shi. I comprehend fully, or else I would not have proactively sought to join the mercenary group. I ask for but one thing. Please ensure the safety of Miss Luoyu. Everything else is of little concern to me. Xiaoliu reiterated his request for Song to safeguard Luoyu. Song turned his gaze towards Luoyu, who was sheltering behind Xiaoliu, and offered a warm smile. I can grant you this assurance. However, the condition is that you must surpass Zhang Dehuzi and fill the void left by Luo Jin, becoming a more valuable asset to our mercenary corps. As long as you remain alive, I can guarantee that no harm will come to Luoyu. Agreed. Xiaoliu was resolute in his acceptance of Song's terms. Having achieved the tempest ultimately concluded in a manner reminiscent of a transaction. However, irrespective of the tumultuous journey, Luo Yu was finally safe, and Xiaoliu had fulfilled the dying wishes of Luo Jin. The world is and Xiaoliu was indifferent to the sacrifices he had to make, as long as the person he wished to protect could remain safe and sound. That alone rendered everything worthwhile. After Song departed with satisfaction, Xiaoliu turned and extracted a pendant from his pocket, presenting it to Luo Yu. Miss Luo Yu, your father entrusted this to me in his final moments. I believe this item holds great significance for you. I now return it to you. Having just endured a fright, Luo Yu perceived the youth before her, who was only slightly her senior, as the safest haven in the world, instilling in her a profound sense of security. Upon seeing the pendant Xiaoliu offered, Luo Yu's cheeks flushed with a rosy huein, a delicate whisper. She remarked, "This trinket is a relic of my mother. My father once said that when I grew up and married, it would serve as my dowry. How could he have given this to you?" I was unaware of its backstory, as your father did not elaborate on its history and significance amidst the urgency of the moment. Then you should keep it safe. When the time comes for your marriage, you may use it as part of your dowry. Although Xiaoliu lacked understanding of matters of the heart, it was evident that this pendant held great value for someone else, prompting him to hasten its return to its rightful owner. Yet, Luo Yu did not reach out to accept the pendant. Instead, her cheeks still tinged with crimson, she spoke. "Brother Xiaoliu, had it not been, I would likely have become the concubine of that bearded man. I possess nothing to offer as a token of gratitude, so please accept this pendant as a gesture of my sincerity." If you would. As she uttered these words, Luo Yu kept her gaze lowered, afraid to meet Xiaoliu's eyes. Given the earnestness of her plea, it would have been impolite for Xiaoliu to decline further. So after a moment's hesitation, he nodded and replied, "In that case, very well. I did not expect you, Miss Luo Yu, to dislike being indebted to others. It seems we share this trait. I shall temporarily accept this pendant. And you need not worry, for I will return it to you when you marry in the future." Unbeknownst to Xiaoliu, Luo Yu's thoughts were far more complex. Though she paused momentarily, she eventually nodded obediently and said, "Brother Xiaoliu, please refrain from calling me Miss Luo Yu. From now on, simply call me Xiaoliu." With the weight lifted from her heart, Luo Yu's demeanor brightened considerably. She lifted her head, her face blossoming with a pure smile akin to a blooming lotus. "Yes, very well, Xiaoliu, from now on, I shall protect you. This is my promise." Xiaoliu, gazing at the radiant Xiaoliu, felt his spirits lift, a smile gracing his own face. After they conversed for a while longer, Xiaoliu prepared to take his leave, but as he lifted his foot, he suddenly remembered that he currently had no place to stay. Where would he go after departing? Song had not arranged accommodations for him. Would he be left to sleep on the streets? "Brother Xiaoliu, where are you headed?" Upon observing Xiaoliu's demeanor, which suggested he was preparing to depart, Xiaoliu was immediately struck by a sense of unease, akin to the sensation of losing her anchor. "Xiaoliu, surely you have nowhere to go. Why not stay at my home? After my father and the others leave, I'll be all alone in this courtyard. And I often feel quite frightened," she lamented, her expression one of pitiable sorrow. Xiaoliu, indeed without a destination, ultimately agreed to remain. Subsequently, the two began to tidy and restore the disheveled courtyard, which had been ravaged by Zhang Dehuzi and his companions. As night fell, Xiaoliu took residence in the vacant room adjacent to Luo Yu's chamber. Then, Mo Wu's voice broke the silence. "Kid, do you truly intend to stay here indefinitely? There is little future to be found in such a small place." Xiaoliu's character had markedly transformed. He was no longer the carefree individual who disregarded careful planning for his future. That night, with Mo Wu's assistance, Xiaoliu once again entered the illusion to continue his cultivation of the Hongquan. From Mo Wu, he learned that even while manifesting such illusions, considerable spiritual energy was required, intensifying Xiaoliu's desire for strength. Mo Wu had previously mentioned that the recovery of spiritual energy could be achieved not only through tranquil cultivation but also by supplementing it with certain spiritual herbs. Given Mo Wu's severe spiritual injuries, he was in dire need of such remedies. However, herbs that could restore or enhance spiritual energy were not commonplace. Acquiring them necessitated a certain level of strength. Currently, Xiaoliu's true trump card was Mo Wu. Regardless of whether it stemmed from friendship or self-preservation, aiding Mo Wu in recovering from his spiritual wounds was imperative until that time. Even a slight borrowing of his power would alleviate Mo Wu's burdens and losses. Chapter 36. Mercenary Mission. The ensuing days unfolded in a manner unexpectedly tranquil for Xiaoliu. Zhang Dehuzi and his band had not returned to cause trouble. The courtyard had been thoroughly cleaned by the combined efforts of Xiaoliu and Xiaoyu, restoring it to its former state. More surprisingly, Xiaoliu proved to be an exceptional cook. Initially, Xiaoliu had assumed she was merely a naive girl, but after she prepared a simple yet delectable meal for him, he realized that during Luo Jin's lifetime, it was Luo Yu who had taken charge of cooking. Moreover, Luo Yu possessed some martial skills, albeit she was merely a novice, lacking practical combat experience compared to the bloodthirsty mercenaries around her. Consequently, Xiaoliu would often engage her in simulated battles during their leisure, aiming to bolster her courage and self-defense abilities. In the blink of an eye, a month passed swiftly, within Mo Wu's illusions. Xiaoliu had grasped the essence of Hongquan to a commendable degree. Now, only diligent practice in the real world would allow him to achieve a harmonious understanding of form and intent. Little Six has made significant progress in his abilities. He has now developed a preliminary understanding of cultivation. The Hongquan is a fundamental martial art, primarily aimed at enhancing one's physical attributes and expanding the meridians within the body, preparing one for the ascension to the immortal realm. When the Hongquan is cultivated to its peak, it is equivalent to having completed the 9th level of physical refinement. This technique was imparted to him by Uncle Kuei within the realm of illusions, and it fundamentally differs from the conventional methods of the 9 levels of physical refinement. According to Mo Wu's analysis, this particular form of Hongquan is a rare martial art capable of honing the physical refinement to its utmost limit. Beyond the physical refinement stage, one must then learn more advanced techniques, for which Mo Wu can provide the illusory demonic cannon, a specialized technique of the Mo tribe. Typically, humans cannot cultivate this method. Yet Little Six's unique circumstances, with his soul merging with Mo Wu's, render him a quasi-Mo. This illusory demonic cannon does not significantly differ from ordinary techniques in other aspects. Its sole distinction lies in the fact that while cultivating this method designed for the Mo, one can simultaneously refine their soul's power, which is its greatest advantage. Unfamiliar with the benefits of soul refinement, Little Six accepted this gift from Brother Wu with gratitude, recognizing that he had no better alternatives. Young man, your only predicament now is the lack of suitable combat techniques for your cultivation. We Mo are primarily a soul-focused race, thus our combat techniques are scarce, and unfortunately, none of the few available are appropriate for your training. Therefore, you must find a way to develop your own techniques. Aware of Mo Wu's assistance, Little Six understood that his mentor was not omnipotent. Thus, he quietly resolved to seek out suitable combat techniques when the opportunity arose. As Little Six and Xiaoliu enjoyed their tranquil lives, one day, several individuals came to visit. These were not just anyone. They were the team members who had previously accompanied Luo Jin on a mission in the southern mountainous forests and had narrowly escaped with their lives. What brings you here at this late hour? Little Six inquired, glancing at the night sky, puzzled by their late-night visit. The response came from a middle-aged man standing closest to him, who appeared somewhat hesitant to speak. Brother Little Six, we are all members of the former 3rd Brigade, subordinates of Captain Luo Jin. We have come today to apologize to you and Miss Luo Yu. Luo Yu recognized several of these individuals. Upon hearing this, she lowered her head, lost in thought, while Little Six displayed a look of realization. As he began to step outside, Luo Yu quickly reached out with her delicate hand to grasp his sleeve, prompting the speaker to hastily add, at this point, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Xiaoliu, do you blame them? I do not hold any animosity towards you. The past is behind you. It is entirely understandable that you feared Zhang Dehozi. Given his malevolence, Luo Yu recognized that she must articulate something, timidly tugging at Xiaoliu's sleeve as she addressed the assembly of formidable men. Miss Xiaoliu, we appreciate your magnanimity. Previously, our captain chose to divert that monstrous creature to facilitate our escape, while we failed to safeguard you during your tribulations. In these past few days, my comrades and I have been tormented by our conscience, yearning for an opportunity to express our apologies to you. Now that we have received your forgiveness, we feel somewhat reassured. Oh, by the way, I am Gengzhong. In the future, should any difficulties arise, I shall not falter. With Gengzhong's declaration, the others promptly voiced their sentiments as well. Xiaoliu understood that the reason these individuals opted to visit at night was likely due to their apprehension of being discovered by Zhang Dehozi's men, fearing subsequent retaliation. Thus, he harbored no illusions about their ability to genuinely assist him, and Luo Yu. He responded, there is no need for such formality, my friends. From this point onward, we are all brothers, and perhaps we shall even embark on missions together. I would greatly appreciate your guidance as I navigate my role as a newcomer. Indeed, our primary purpose in coming here was to inform you that the captain has accepted a commission, and it is likely that arrangements will be made for its execution tomorrow. This mission involves a search in the Youquan Forest for a certain object. You must be mentally prepared, lest you fall victim to Zhang Dehozi's treachery. Geng Zheng's words caused Xiaolu's expression to sharpen. Was this tranquil existence finally drawing to a close? After bidding farewell to the mercenaries of the former second squad, Xiaolu formulated a new plan in his mind. I perceive that these individuals harbor genuine affection for Uncle Luo. Once I establish a certain standing and influence here, I might consider consolidating their loyalty. If I can cultivate my own sphere of power, then even after my departure, Luo, you will be well positioned to thrive. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening the next day, Xiaolu indeed received a summons from a messenger sent by Song, instructing him to proceed to the assembly hall for a briefing on upcoming operations. As he prepared to leave, Luo Yu, with a worried expression, gathered provisions for him, resembling a devoted wife sending her husband off to battle. Xiaolu, upon witnessing her concern, smiled and reassured her. Luo Yu managed a faint smile, saying, "Xiaolu Gij, please take care and avoid any peril. You are all I have left to rely upon." After soothing the young girl for a while longer, Xiaolu set forth towards the assembly hall. Having resided here for a month, he had become quite familiar with the layout of the mercenary group's premises. The captain, Song, resided in a courtyard directly to the north. Besides him, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps had 3 other squad leaders, Zhang Dehuzi, Zhang Kue, Luo Jin, and a man known as Li Tai, nicknamed Iron Hand, who served as the judge. Xiaolu had rarely ventured outside previously. Hence he had never encountered Li Tai. Soon, he entered the spacious assembly hall, where a considerable number of individuals were already assembled. In addition to Song, Zhang Dehuzi, and several seasoned middle-aged warriors, there was also an unfamiliar face among them. The individual possessed a deeply tanned complexion, his bald head radiating a sheen akin to that of black iron. The calloused hands, crossed and resting upon his chest, spoke volumes of his toil. In an instant, Xiaolu discerned the man's identity, none other than the fabled iron-handed judge, Li Tai. Observing the reactions of the assembled crowd, Xiaolu gleaned a sentiment swirling within their minds. "Apologies for my tardiness, esteemed leader," Xiaolu remarked, settling into an empty seat. "Luo Yu insisted I bring along some items he prepared for me." At that moment, a burly man with a bushy beard interjected, his voice laced with antagonism. "Leader, were we not summoned to allocate tasks among the captains and vice-captains? This Xiaolu is merely a member of our second squad. I fail to recall him attaining the rank of vice-captain in our team. Youngster, there's south no place for you here. Best return to where it is cooler." The man's ear had been reattached, yet a ghastly scar marred his visage. He harbored a burning desire to eliminate Xiaolu, the perceived culprit, but within the mercenary group, he refrained from acting without just cause. Upon witnessing Song's audacity and calling him to a meeting reserved for captains, he was quick to voice his discontent. However, Xiaolu, seemingly unaffected, appeared oblivious to the discourse surrounding him. Indeed, the bearded man fell silent, merely grunting in anger before retreating into silence. Xiaolu, anticipating such a reaction, remained composed in his seat, his silence drawing the attention of some. The iron-handed judge, for the first time, turned his dark head, casting a penetrating gaze upon Xiaolu, as if attempting to fathom the thoughts of this mere youth. "Very well. Now that let us dispense with idle chatter. This mission bears a significant degree of peril, and after careful consideration, I have resolved to lead the team myself. Our client has tasked us with locating a plant known as the dream-eating flower within the depths of the Youquan Forest. The remuneration offered is substantial, and thus, I deem this mission worthy of our efforts." Upon hearing Song articulate the objective, a sudden exclamation escaped Mo's lips. "The dream-eating flower? Who would specifically request the retrieval of such a thing? What exactly is the dream-eating flower? Does it possess some peculiar utility?" Xiaolu inquired, sensing the astonishment in Mo's tone. In truth, it was not entirely unfamiliar to them. The name alone evoked recognition among the Mo. However, its true purpose lay in its ability, under certain exceptional conditions, to ensnare individuals in a perpetual dream state from which they could not awaken. The individual commissioning the search for the dream-eating flower was certainly not intending to wield it for benevolent purposes. Mo's words caused a jolt within Xiaolu. It appeared this mission required vigilance not only against the ever-watchful Zhang Dehuzi but also against the enigmatic client. Once Song concluded the briefing, he dispatched Zhang Dehuzi and the iron-handed judge to their tasks. As the council chamber emptied, only Song and Xiaolu remained. "Xiaolu, do you believe that my eagerness to assign you this task displays a certain disregard for your well-being?" After everyone had departed, Song suddenly remarked, "Is there something you wish to convey to me, Captain?" Xiaolu raised his gaze to Song, only to find the latter's expression exceedingly grave. Uncertain of Song's intentions, Xiaolu could only respond with a question. Song did not clarify his statement but spoke in a suggestive manner. "Rest assured, Captain, as long as Zhang Dehuzi does not provoke me, I will not stoop to instigating him out of boredom. However, from your tone, it appears you harbor some skepticism regarding this mission. Why, then, do you choose to accept it? Xiaoliu felt a profound sense of perplexity. Typically, mercenaries would refuse tasks with uncertain outcomes unless there were considerable motives or benefits involved. No one would willingly risk their life without substantial cause. After hearing Xiaoliu's words, Song lapsed into silence. Moments later, as if having reached a realization, he spoke. Initially, there were matters I should not divulge to you since you have just joined. However, in my estimation, apart from myself, Zhang Dehuzi, and Li Tai, your strength ranks among the highest in our Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. It is quite possible that during this outing, there will be situations where we shall rely on you. Do you know who issued this commission? Xiaoliu was taken aback by Song's high regard for him. Within the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, aside from the transcendent Song and the formidable Zhang Dehuzi and Li Tai, there were numerous brothers who had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Yet, Song believed that those seasoned individuals paled in comparison to Xiaoliu. This revelation granted Xiaoliu a newfound respect for Song's discerning eye. Who is it? Xiaoliu inquired. Following Song's lead. It is Zhang Quang, the deputy city lord of Yuzhou City. He approached me yesterday, insisting that I undertake a task he had commissioned, yet forbidding me from disclosing. He insisted that I locate the dream-eating flower and deliver it to him under strict confidentiality. Our Iron Blood Mercenary Corps has established itself here for over a decade, while Zhang Quang has not bestowed any special favors upon us. He has never caused us undue hardship either. Therefore, I must accept this mission, regardless of personal sentiments. Moreover, simply considering the power and influence of the deputy city lord, I cannot refuse his request. Whether Song had disclosed this information to a third party remained uncertain. Perhaps he felt compelled to share it with Xiaoliu due to the latter's status as a newcomer, unencumbered by any vested interests. Captain, please be assured that since you have chosen to bring me along on this mission, I shall exert every effort to assist in locating the dream-eating flower. Xiaoliu, at a loss for words, could only offer his assurance. Song silently nodded, yet his expression showed little relief, and the two shared a moment of silence. In Xiaoliu's heart, he harbored thoughts of the unseen deputy city lord Zhang Quang, for it was evident that this individual was scheming to harm someone. Brother, are we truly to take action this time? The brother he referred to was, of course, Zhang Dehuzi. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile filled with murderous intent spread across Zhang Dehuzi's face as he replied, absolutely. What have we been lurking in this wretched place for all these years if not for this very moment? Even if Song is exceedingly cautious, after all these years, he has long ceased to harbor any suspicions towards us. With the assistance of the individuals dispatched by my elder brother, united in our efforts, we shall undoubtedly be able to eliminate Song and seize control of the entire Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. At that point, with the dream-eating flower in our possession, my elder brother will be able to bring down Meng Liang. The two of us will become the paramount figures in the underworld of Yuzhou City. From then on, a life of luxury and indulgence will surely await you. Zhang Dehuzi wore a triumphant expression. It turned out that his infiltration into the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps was all part of a scheme to usurp Song's position. Previously, he had only exhibited hostility towards Xiaoliu. Yet even someone as prudent as Song, as astute as Mo, would never have suspected that this animosity was merely a ruse devised by Zhang Dehuzi to divert attention. His true aim was to usurp the throne. Moreover, he had external forces aiding him, and it now appeared that successfully eliminating Song and taking command of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps was virtually assured. As for his hatred for Xiaoliu, that was indeed genuine, but in the grand scheme of this meticulously plotted scheme, whether or not to kill Xiaoliu was of secondary importance. Naturally, if he succeeded in dispatching Song and attained his desire, Xiaoliu would certainly not see the light of the following day. The brothers selected for this mission were all among the most formidable fighters. This time, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps had undoubtedly fielded their elite. After counting heads, Song commanded that the prepared horses be brought forth, and everyone mounted in unison. The 35 skilled individuals set forth, a formidable sight, though Xiaoliu had never ridden a horse before. His strength had now grown considerable. After a brief period of adjustment, he quickly gained mastery over the steed beneath him, urging it to follow Song and the others on their journey. Xiaoliu's memories of the Youquan Forest were far from favorable. However, after being subjected to Mo's permanent hypnosis, the emotion of fear had long since abandoned him, leaving only vigilance in his eyes. Their intended route was to travel north from Yuzhou City, arriving at the Youquan Forest, located 300 miles away, approximately a day later. This forest spanned a vast area, and the entry point they had chosen was still some distance from the valley, where Xiaoliu had. As they journeyed, passing horse-drawn carriages and pedestrians, upon sighting this group of fully armed mercenaries, everyone made a cautious detour, fearful of offending them. Xiaoliu had never experienced such treatment. He recalled the time when he and Xiaojie were akin to these individuals, needing to step aside upon encountering carriages, anxious not to incur anyone's displeasure. One day later, all 35 members arrived unscathed at the edge of a vast forest. Song halted his horse, dismounted, and signaled for the others to do the same and take a rest. Zhang Kuei nodded in response, casually summoning one of his comrades to remain behind for guard duty. Xiaoliu observed that while Song and Li Tai exchanged few words, they seemed to share a profound familiarity and tacit understanding, far closer than Song's rapport with Zhang Dehuzi. This revelation made him realize that the person Song truly trusted might very well be the taciturn Li Tai, and it was likely that Song had discreetly shared the details and risks of their mission with him. Before long, the group had completed their preparations, hanging the burdensome, unnecessary items upon their steeds. They each carried only a modest provision of food and water, setting forth with lightened loads. The Youquan Forest appeared largely uniform from any vantage point. Xiaoliu trailed behind Song and Li Tai, while Zhang Dehuzi led his own contingent on the opposite flank. Upon entering the forest, they traversed over 20 miles without encountering any merely crossing paths with a few solitary hares and deer. By this time, the hour approached noon, prompting Song to command a halt for rest. The initial 20 miles they had covered constituted the outermost edge of the Youquan Forest. Typically, unless one were exceedingly unfortunate, danger would not present itself in such a region. However, the journey ahead promised to be far less tranquil. You must remain utterly vigilant, for should misfortune befall you, your remains may be. Song's admonition was clearly directed towards those brothers who had never before ventured into the Youquan Forest. Xiaoliu wholeheartedly agreed. Within this enigmatic woodland, threats extended beyond mere beastly assaults. He had once encountered a tree demon that nearly consumed him whole. Very well, prepare to set off. Keep your spirits up. Although Song seldom took the helm of missions, he was the founder of this mercenary group, and his command was resolute. Meanwhile, a look of exhilaration spread across Zhang Dehuzi's face as he clutched a slip of paper, acquired at some unknown moment, which bore the simple words, "All set. Proceed as planned." Chapter 38. Steel-clawed frenzy wolves. The 35 members embarked deeper into the Youquan Forest, gradually hearing distant roars echoing throughout the woods. Among their ranks were seasoned mercenaries, none of whom were daunted. Rather, some eagerly anticipated the appearance of prey to hunt. Suddenly, they noticed some tall, unruly grass ahead swaying unnaturally, clearly indicating. The more observant among them even detected the faint sound of metal clashing. Being positioned near the front, Xiaoliu too discerned the sound of iron. What would iron be doing in this forest? Something feels amiss. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Song, who led the way, shouted with urgency, "Be on guard. Something approaches." At his command, the rustling in the grass intensified, and moments later, several dark shapes leapt forth, charging unhesitatingly towards Song and his companions. In the ensuing chaos, Xiaoliu discerned that these shadowy figures resembled wolves, yet their claws and physiques were far beyond those of ordinary wild wolves. As they sprinted, their bodies crouched low, nearly reaching human height, and each limb bore steel-like claws that glimmered ominously. These claws were akin to natural weapons, capable of rending a person asunder with a mere swipe. Steel-clawed frenzy wolves. How could such creatures exist here? Song, a man of extensive knowledge and experience, immediately recognized the identity of the monstrous beast before him. However, he was also filled with confusion. According to the steel-claw frenzy wolf was a pack-dwelling creature, with adult specimens typically achieving the pinnacle of the yellow tier, equivalent to the peak of human physical refinement. They were expected to inhabit the deeper recesses, yet they had only just traversed the outermost 20 miles, leaving them far from the territory of such creatures. When anomalies arise, there must be something amiss. Without further contemplation, 3 steel-claw frenzy wolves charged at them, targeting Song, Li Tai, and another seasoned mercenary with fierce assaults. Their razor-sharp claws were even more terrifying than their fangs, producing a resounding clash of metal upon striking against weapons. Be cautious. A few have flanked us. As a master at the 5th level of the human immortal realm, Song still had considerable strength to contend with 1 or 2 of these beasts. His gaze sharpened like lightning as he noticed no fewer than 5 steel-claw wolves circumventing their formation, opting to attack the rear members of their team. Zhang Kuei, lead the others to intercept them. At that moment, Song faced another steel-claw frenzy wolf charging at him head-on. Alone, he battled 2 beasts of similar size. Unable to spare attention for anything else, he could only call upon Zhang Dehuzi to intercept the wolves flanking them. Understood, Captain. Zhang Dehuzi had been on guard at the rear, and now Song entrusted him to lead their comrades in repelling the encroaching wolves. Once Song caught a glimpse of Zhang Dehuzi organizing his capable subordinates to confront the wolves, he felt reassured enough to focus entirely on the two beasts before him. These wolves were aptly named for their steel-like claws. But it was their bloodthirsty and frenzied nature that truly defined them. In this fierce encounter, the two yellow-tier wolves relentlessly assaulted Song, behaving like sworn enemies, and despite his superior strength, he found it challenging to dispatch them swiftly. Meanwhile, the mercenaries, who lacked the strength of the human immortal realm, were faring even worse. Some had already sustained significant injuries under the onslaught of the frenzied wolves. Xiaoliu did not rush to intervene in the fray. Instead, meticulously observing the battlefield, there were 10 wolves attacking them. Dage and Tai Shou had managed to fend off 3, while another 2 were engaging the elite members at the forefront. An area that appeared relatively secure. The 5 wolves that had flanked them posed the real threat. Although Zhang Dehuzi could hold them at bay, it seemed that those team members lacking the strength of the human immortal realm were no match for such ferocious beasts. As Xiaoliu analyzed the situation, preparing to assist the rear against the wolves, he suddenly noticed Zhang Kuei, who had been leading his men against the beasts, retreating from the outermost circle of battle. The remaining subordinates quickly filled his vacancy, continuing to keep the 5 wolves at bay. Having disengaged from combat, Zhang Dehuzi cast a sweeping glance over the overall situation before fixing his gaze upon the direction of Song. Perhaps it was due to his excessive concern for Song's predicament that he overlooked Xiaoliu, who stood by observing coldly, or perhaps he had never truly regarded Xiaoliu with any significance. Under Xiaoliu's watchful eyes, Zhang Dehuzi stealthily adjusted his steps, inching closer toward Song. Initially, Xiaoliu assumed that he intended to aid Song and Li Tai in swiftly dispatching their opponents, so that they could then concentrate their collective strength on eliminating the remaining 5 monstrous wolves. However, as Zhang Dehuzi drew ever nearer to Song's back, a sinister smile crept upon his face, and a long dagger appeared in his hand, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he focused on the nape of Song's neck. "Brother Shi, be careful." Xiaoliu suddenly realized that Zhang Dehuzi was planning a sneak attack on Song, and he immediately shouted a warning. "Die!" Both Zhang Dehuzi and Song, along with Li Tai, heard Xiaoliu's cry. Recognizing that this was a fleeting opportunity, Zhang Dehuzi wasted no time in plunging his dagger viciously toward Song's throat. Thud! At that moment, Song, who had been fully engaged in a fierce battle with 2 monstrous wolves, sensed a life-threatening aura approaching from behind. Taken by surprise, he managed to shift his body just enough to lean forward by half a foot, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Nevertheless, the dagger thrust by Zhang Dehuzi still found its mark, embedding itself in Song's right shoulder blade. With half of the blade buried within his flesh, blood instantly staining his garments crimson. "Zhang Dehuzi, you scoundrel!" Li Tai, upon seeing this scene, quickly turned his head and unleashed a powerful punch, sending his monstrous wolf opponent tumbling several meters away. He then swiftly lunged at Zhang Dehuzi with a hand resembling an eagle's claw. Following Song's injury, his combat effectiveness diminished significantly, and with the dagger still lodged in his body, Zhang Dehuzi had no choice but to disengage to counter Li Tai's frenzied assault, which matched his own strength. "Hold off the wolves. Li Tai and I will join forces to eliminate this traitor." This declaration ignited a true murderous intent within him towards Zhang Dehuzi. Without heeding his injuries, he charged forward, determined to collaborate with Li Tai to bring the traitor Zhang Dehuzi to justice. Yet, upon seeing the opponents advancing, Zhang Dehuzi erupted into laughter, retreating swiftly while exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Do you truly think you can kill me? At this juncture, you still remain unaware that you have fallen into a trap, haven't you? Brothers, feel free to engage." Zhang Dehuzi's final words were clearly directed at others. With his call, a group of over a dozen figures clad in black emerged from the thicket from which the steel claw wolf had sprung forth, displaying agility indicative of formidable strength. "Who are you? Why are you aiding Zhang Dehuzi in ambushing us?" Song's face turned ashen, and his previously skeptical outlook on this mission now transformed into genuine fury. Today's ambush assassination, along with the assault by the steel claw madwolf, now appears to be a deliberate conspiracy orchestrated by the adversary, aimed at ensuring our demise within the depths of the. Moreover, the group allied with Zhang Kuei remains shrouded in mystery, their faces concealed and their lips sealed, seemingly intent on hiding their identities. Who are these enigmatic figures, and who seeks to assist Zhang Kuei? A foreboding sense enveloped Song, as he realizes that this predicament is likely far from simple. He has unwittingly fallen into a meticulously crafted trap that has long been in the making. Song, you never anticipated this, did you? For countless years, I have risked my life for you, and today is the culmination of my patience. Rest assured, once you have breathed your last, I shall deftly guide the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps to greater heights. I am determined to transform this mercenary group into a formidable organization. Zhang Kuei now holds all the cards, and emboldened by this control, he addresses Song with a triumphant sneer, surveying the mercenaries who have come to execute the task. The tide has turned. Those who wish to survive, gather at my side. Song's era has concluded. From this moment forward, I, Zhang Kuei, am the one who calls the shots. Open your eyes and behold who your true leader is. Upon the conclusion of Zhang Kuei's proclamation, his loyal subordinates swiftly approached him, their faces alight with smug satisfaction. The remaining mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances, and soon, many chose to betray Song, aligning themselves with Zhang Kuei. Brothers, we can no longer be cowards. Let us unite and eliminate this traitorous scoundrel. Suddenly, Geng Zhong, who had previously led the charge to find Xiaoliu and Luo Yu, shouted defiantly, rallying his comrades to launch an attack against Zhang Kuei. Wait, Xiaoliu exclaimed in alarm, attempting to dissuade them, as he recognized the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. However, despite his timely warning, it was ultimately too late. The three men in black behind Zhang Kuei erupted with sinister laughter, swiftly darting into their midst like phantoms. In mere moments, the glint of cold steel flashed, and 4 individuals collapsed, their vitality extinguished in an instant. It seems I must impart a lesson on the consequences of resistance. Zhang Kuei seized Geng Zhong by the throat, lifting him to the brink of unconsciousness, and sneered. Chapter 39, The Lone Hero. Geng Zhong and several of Luo Jin's former subordinates were brutally slain by the enemy. Xiaolu's eyes blazed crimson, yet he refrained from retaliating. In the face of overwhelming odds, rashness would only lead him to share the same fate as Geng Zhong and the others. Xiaoliu had not anticipated that events would escalate to this point. He had assumed Zhang the Bearded merely sought an opportunity to eliminate him, yet it became clear that Zhang Kuei's true target had always been Song, the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. The situation on the battlefield began to tilt overwhelmingly in favor of Zhang Kuei, as mercenaries faced with the harrowing choice of life and death ultimately abandoned their long-standing leader, Song, opting for treachery instead. Soon, all the mercenaries flocked to Zhang Kuei's side, leaving only Song, Li Tai, and Xiaoliu standing defiantly against him. Before him stood over 30 former brothers, now turned adversaries, while behind him lurked a dozen masked masters clad in black, and 10 ferocious steel-clawed wolves. From any perspective, today's predicament was undoubtedly a death trap. Song cast a bitter smile at Li Tai and Xiaoliu, who remained by his side. Li Tai's visage was etched with wrath, whereas Xiaoliu remained silent, his eyes ablaze with a crimson intensity fixed upon Zhang Kuei. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoliu was rapidly exchanging thoughts with Mo Wu in his mind. Brother Wu, if we synchronize our spirits, escaping this scenario should not pose a problem. However, I fear that if Song were to perish, Zhang Kuei would undoubtedly ascend as the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, thereby jeopardizing Xiaoyu's safety. Moreover, the deaths of Geng Zhong and the others would render their sacrifice utterly meaningless. The transformed Xiaoliu, even in such perilous circumstances, exhibited remarkable clarity of thought. Mo Wu felt assured that his earlier decision had been justified. The enduring hypnosis had not been in vain. The issues you raise are indeed complex. With Song injured and his combat prowess severely diminished, I believe the three of you cannot force your way out. Mo Wu stated, not needing to meticulously assess the disparity in strength, as it was evident that they were at an absolute disadvantage. Brother Wu, do you possess a means to assist the three of us in escaping? Song has aided us in the past. It would be unseemly to abandon him now. Xiaolu's request was undeniably difficult to fulfill, yet the resourceful Mo Wu remained undeterred. I can provide you with a brief window of opportunity to escape, but the remainder will depend on your luck, he offered. Carrying an injured Song may not guarantee your evasion from pursuit, which concerns me. Mo Wu's words trailed off, the implication clear. This cadre of black-clad figures and Zhang Kuei had meticulously orchestrated their plans and would not allow Song to leave unscathed. Even if they managed to breach the encirclement, they would only face relentless pursuit. Brother Wu, rest assured that I am confident in my ability to shake them off. If all else fails, I still have the 3 chances bestowed upon me by the Qilan. Xiaoliu replied. The Qilan's blessing granted him 3 opportunities to alter his fate. Utilizing just one would surely unravel this daunting predicament. However, he was reluctant to squander such a precious gift if it could be avoided. The two swiftly devised their strategy and then refocused their attention on the unfolding scene. Zhang Kuei, what you desire is merely my head, and Li Tai is not implicated in this. I implore you to spare him. Song realized that today was undoubtedly his day of reckoning, yet he was determined to protect his longtime brother Li Tai. Ha ha ha. Song, do not entertain any notions. I advise you to resign yourself to fate. Today, not only shall you perish, but Li Tai and that insufferable brat shall meet the same end. You can rest assured. I, Zhang Kuei, shall take care of the orphans and widows left in your wake. Zhang Kuei sneered maliciously, and at that moment, Xiaoliu sensed that Mo Wu was poised to act. Silently nodding, Xiaoliu understood that he could not rely solely on Mo Wu's strength. He too must fight with all his might. At this moment, Zhang Kuei in the arena had already issued the order to execute the three individuals. The dozen or so men in black began to converge, dragging the steel claw wolf along with them. Simultaneously, those who were originally subordinates of Song were compelled to step forward and prepare to strike. Song and Li Tai had succumbed to despair, just as they were contemplating a desperate struggle to take a few adversaries down with them. Xiaoliu quietly interjected, "Gentlemen, I possess a means of escape from this place. After taking a breath, close your eyes and wait for my signal to open them." Now, both Mo Wu and Xiaoliu shouted in unison as they noticed the enemies drawing near. At that moment, a milky white radiance began to emanate from Xiaolu's eyes, unlike anything previously witnessed. This time, the aura enveloped a vast expanse, immediately shrouding everyone within a 100-meter radius. Time stands still. Mo Wu bellowed within Xiaolu's mind, and astonishingly, the encroaching adversaries froze in their original postures, as if time itself had been momentarily halted. The white glow flickered and vanished, leaving behind a scene of Zhang Kuei and his entourage. Motionless and bewildered. Meanwhile, Xiaoliu, Song, and Li Tai, having remained unaffected, swiftly broke through the encirclement and fled from Zhang Kuei's grasp, though Song bore significant injuries as the wound was on his shoulder. It did not hinder his legs, allowing the trio to escape while the strongest among them still possessed the strength to converse. That was a form of misdirection I employed. After the white light, those individuals will soon regain their senses. Therefore, our immediate priority is not to eliminate enemies, but to find a safe haven to tend to your wounds. Once we have restored our combat capabilities, we can devise a way to carve out a path to survival. Song nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had no other choice. That in truth, the technique Mo Wu had executed was aptly named time stasis. Yet fundamentally, it was a form of hypnotic illusion. This illusion directly harnessed formidable ocular prowess and spiritual energy to stimulate the enemy's brains, causing Zhang Kuei and his group to experience a brief period of cognitive blankness. From their perspective, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. "Where are they?" Zhang Kuei exclaimed, utterly perplexed, and the expressions of those around him mirrored his confusion. They had been completely oblivious to Mo Wu's hypnotic illusion, their minds still trapped in the moment before the spell was cast. Thus, they had no inkling of how Xiaoliu and the others had managed to slip away. "Search for them. We must locate them. Song, injured as he is, cannot have traveled far. If we fail to find those three today, none shall leave." Zhang Kuei roared, his face ashen, feeling as though a cooked duck had inexplicably flown away. His mood could scarcely be described as anything but abysmal. On the other hand, Xiaoliu led Song and Li Tai as they swiftly navigated through the forest, but soon they were halted by an unfortunate encounter with a beast blocking their path. It was a crimson refinement python, a fire attribute beast of initial Xian tier strength. Together, we must swiftly vanquish it. We cannot afford to waste any time. Song is far more acquainted with the varieties of monstrous beasts than Xiaoliu. At this moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and disregarding his injuries, he took the initiative to strike first. The classification of these beasts aligns with the levels of heaven and earth, and the Xian rank corresponds to the celestial immortal realm. The combined strength of Xiaoliu and his companions was more than sufficient to deal with this initial stage of a Xian rank crimson lizard. However, the pressing issue was that if they continued to encounter obstructing beasts, the pursuers would soon catch up to them. Xiaolu's mind raced with thoughts, and without hesitation, he coordinated with Song and Li Tai, swiftly vanquishing the nearly 30-foot-long crimson beast in just a few breaths. "Brothers, we must find a place to conceal ourselves at this rate. It is only a matter of time before we are caught." "Little brother, all that surrounds us are trees in the forest. Where do you suggest we hide?" Li Tai, shedding his earlier cold demeanor, expressed his gratitude toward Xiaoliu for saving their lives. "That I have considered Xiaoliu replied, "We are currently in the Youquan Forest, teeming with myriad beasts. If we merely flee, we will inevitably be caught by Zhang Kuei's men. Now that we have slain this crimson lizard, we can utilize its scent to mislead them. Let us not forget, they also have the steel claw mad wolves as their allies." Li Tai's eyes brightened at this suggestion. "So, you mean to say?" "Indeed, we can use the blood of the crimson lizard to lure the steel claw mad wolves in another direction. This way, at least 2 of us can escape safely." Upon hearing this proposal, Song initially felt a glimmer of hope, yet a new dilemma arose: to divert the enemy using the snake's blood. At least one person would need to act as bait. Who would that be? Xiaoliu discerned the quandary faced by Song and Li Tai and, with a smile, spoke up, "You need not worry about this. I shall take on the role of the bait." Xiaolu's expression was resolute, as if he had made up his mind to become that solitary hero. "Little brother, this is out of the question. You have just saved both of us. How can we allow you to take such a risk?" Song exclaimed upon hearing Xiaoliu willingly offer to be the bait. "Indeed, Xiaoliu, while you possess some skills, you would be facing the pursuit of dozens of formidable opponents." Before they could finish, Xiaoliu raised his hand, asserting, "You need not say more. I am the weakest among us, and brother Shi, you are injured and the primary target of the enemy. Thus, you are not suited for this role. Brother Li, you should stay back to protect brother Shi. In his current condition, encountering a beast would not be ideal for excessive combat. Rest assured, I will find a way to escape. Sooner or later, I shall ensure that Zhang Kuei pays dearly for this." As Xiaoliu spoke, a fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes, fueled by the brutal deaths of Geng Zhong and the others, which had ignited a desire for vengeance against Zhang Kuei. Song and Li Tai exchanged glances and ultimately acquiesced to the plan. With little time to spare, the 3 hastily collected the blood from the crimson lizard into a small vial. While the beast's carcass was set ablaze, with a heartfelt farewell, Xiaoliu bid adieu to Song and turned away, clutching a small bucket. As he dashed along the path, he sprinkled the blood of the red-chained snake upon the ground, utilizing its scent to lure the pack of steel-clawed mad wolves in pursuit. The keen sense of smell possessed by these wolf-like beasts ensured that Zhang Kuei and his companions, lacking a clear target, would undoubtedly follow the trail. The demon wolves, upon discovering the bloodstains, would inevitably deduce that they originated from Song's wounds, thereby allowing Xiaolu's ruse to unfold. It was precisely this insight that inspired Xiaoliu to devise such a cunning plan to ensnare his adversaries. "Young lad, you are rapidly enhancing your strength through impression training. However, as long as you do not enter the human immortal realm within a day, you will be unable to absorb vital energy for cultivation. Skills such as movement techniques and combat arts require the support of this energy for mastery. Therefore, you must find ways to hasten your progress and strive for an early breakthrough into the human immortal realm. My own illusory demon heavenly canon can only be cultivated from that level onward. During this venture into the Youquan Forest, I had a notion to assist you in seeking a particular spiritual herb to expedite your breakthrough into the human immortal realm. Yet, the items sought by this group have compelled me to reconsider my intentions. Nevertheless, cultivation is not something that can be rushed. In just over a month, with Mo Wu's guidance, you have swiftly grasped the essence of the Grand Fist technique, achieving remarkable progress in your strength. You have ascended from the 1st to the 9th level of body refinement, an extraordinary feat. Typically, reaching the 9th level involves extensive physical transformation that is arduous and often takes 3 to 5 years. Yet, you have accomplished this in a mere month, a speed that is truly astonishing. In recent days, as Xiaoliu felt his body strengthening, his yearning for power intensified. Beside him were Song, Zhang Dehuzi, and Li Tai, each a master of the human immortal realm. Even the likes of Luo Jin, Luo Xiang, and Yu Luo Chao were at that level, having mastered vital energy. In a direct confrontation, Xiaoliu would undoubtedly be no match for any of them. This realization deepened his awareness of his own vulnerabilities and ignited a fervent desire to grow stronger. "Fifth brother, are you referring to the dream-eating flower? Is this substance beneficial for me?" "Indeed. The dream-eating flower is typically harmful to humans. Yet the illusory demon heavenly canon I am about to impart to you possesses unique qualities. This technique not only enhances one's cultivation realm, but also fortifies the soul's power. While the dream-eating flower may be detrimental to others, for you, it is precisely the remedy you need. If all goes smoothly, it could facilitate your swift entry into the human immortal realm." With Mo Wu's counsel etched firmly in his mind, Xiaoliu discreetly inquired about the general location of the dream-eating flower while they remained at the forest periphery. Remarkably, the route he had taken in his escape was leading directly toward the vicinity of the flower. "Once I obtain the dream-eating flower, I shall transcend to the human immortal realm with my newfound strength. I will no longer fear those adversaries. Little Six contemplated his plans, unaware that behind him lurked over 30 menacing figures, accompanied by 10 ferocious steel claw wolves, who were relentlessly pursuing him. However, he could not fathom how Song and the others managed to escape. Lad, the dream-eating flower is not far off. I can sense it, Mo Wu's feeble voice reminded Little Six, as he struggled to speak after exerting his ability to halt time. Brother Wu, are you all right? Little Six inquired anxiously, detecting Mo Wu's frail condition. Alas, after consuming the ethereal blue flower, my spirit was severely wounded, and now I bear the consequences. Do not worry about me. Focus on evading that group. If you perish, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Understood. Brother Wu, take your time to rest. I will locate the dream-eating flower first, then hide and strive to ascend to the human immortal realm, where I shall seek retribution when the opportunity arises. With Mo Wu's guidance, Little Six searched for the dream-eating flower with newfound swiftness. He had already emptied the entire barrel of snake blood, and Song and Li Tai had likely reached a safe haven. Thus, with a flick of his wrist, he discarded the empty barrel against a tree. After a brief moment, Zhang Kuei and his companions, led by the steel claw wolves, discovered the empty barrel that once contained snake blood lodged in a large tree. Bang! Zhang Kuei smashed the barrel into fragments with a single punch. His eyes gritting his teeth, he realized he had been outsmarted and was seething with rage, now certain that Song had most likely escaped. However, he needed an outlet for his pent-up frustration, so he ordered a continued, insisting that the bait must be flayed alive. The dream-eating flower thrives in cold Indian energy, and this cold pond nearby is the most suitable environment for its growth. Search carefully around the cold pond. But be cautious, such rare entities may be guarded by fierce beasts. At this moment, Mo Wu had regained some strength and was not only reminding Little Six, but also assisting in the search for the dream-eating flower. Understood. Little Six responded and began to circle the frigid waters of the pond in search. The cold pond spanned approximately a mile, with only some in-cold flora growing around it, devoid of any towering trees for cover. With a mere glance, Little Six could discern several rocky areas where the dream-eating flower might bloom. Soon, he inspected 3 potential spots, but found nothing. Just as he was about to proceed to another likely location, Mo Wu suddenly interjected, "Lad, do not move. The dream-eating flower is right here." "Brother Wu, where is the dream-eating flower? There isn't even a blade of grass." "Lad, I am currently weakened, and your eye of demonic insight cannot function properly, which is why you cannot see through this illusion. Have you not noticed that this spot bears no trace of any living creature?" Upon hearing this, Little Six focused his gaze and indeed realized that this area was unlike the previous ones he had searched. Not only was there no sign of even a weed, but there were also no traces of any animals passing through. "Brother Wu, are you suggesting that I have fallen into..." Xiaoliu discerned the underlying implications in Mo Wu's words and thus ventured to inquire. Indeed, the dream-eating flower is hardly a boon for ordinary individuals or animals, yet it is not entirely devoid of merit. Take you, for instance. You presently require it to transcend into the realm of the celestial being. If my conjecture holds true, there should be a beast adept in the art of illusion concealed nearby. Focus all your attention upon your eyes, and I shall assist you in unraveling its tricks. Very well. Xiaoliu responded, heeding Mo Wu's counsel without hesitation. He began to concentrate, casting aside all distractions, as his previously dormant demon-vanquishing eyes flickered to life, emitting a faint, icy blue radiance. At that moment, the large stone before Xiaoliu began to transform. Beneath its seemingly empty surface, a diminutive purple flower emerged. Lo, and behold, is this the dream-eating flower? Excitement illuminated Xiaolu's face. With this acquisition, the attainment of the celestial being realm was within his grasp. Suddenly, a high-pitched squeak reminiscent of a mouse shattered Xiaolu's elation. He lifted his gaze and beheld a tiny white creature, no larger than his palm, standing atop the stone, regarding him with an air of hostility. This is Chapter 41, The Illusory Beast, the Dream Demon. Brother Wu, what is this little creature? It resembles a mouse. Young one, ever since I've been with you, I find myself encountering the most peculiar entities. You must possess some extraordinary constitution that draws these rare beings to you. This creature is an exceedingly rare illusionary beast known as the Dream Demon. Its ability to fabricate illusions bears some resemblance to our own kind, the Mo, yet its most significant talent lies in inducing nightmares in others, Mo Wu remarked, gazing in astonishment at the vigilant little beast. Dream Demon, inducing nightmares. Xiaoliu pondered with great curiosity. This tiny being, scarcely larger than his hand, possess such formidable abilities. Indeed, dreams and illusions are mere reflections of the human psyche. The dream demon can conjure the most dreaded nightmares during slumber, thereby affecting one's mind and spirit. Young one, we must capture this dream demon. It will prove invaluable to me. Emma Wu's words left Xiaoliu perplexed, prompting him to ask further, Brother Wu, if the dream demon creates illusions and nightmares, what purpose do you have for it? My dear boy, you are unaware that we Mo are among the most extraordinary species in existence. Our nourishment derives from the dreams of other beings, and nightmares are our most cherished delicacy. Thus, with the presence of the dream demon, I shall sustain myself by devouring the nightmares it crafts, replenishing my spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu's spirits soared. That is splendid. I shall capture it at once. Hold your horses. The dream demon thrives in darkness, and the dream-eating flower is its primary lure. Even if you manage to seize it, you will be unable to command it, let alone compel it to create nightmares for me. Therefore, heed my instructions and proceed step by step. Seeing Xiaoliu's eagerness to capture the dream demon recklessly, Mo Wu swiftly intervened. Very well, Brother Wu. I shall follow your guidance. Xiaoliu quickly realized that the dream demon was a rare and peculiar species, and to tame it, he would undoubtedly require a certain methodology. At that moment, Mo Wu imparted a few instructions to Xiaoliu, who nodded silently, committing every detail to memory. Ever since its appearance, the dream demon had been vigilantly perched atop a stone, observing Xiaoliu's every movement. Unbeknownst to it, the illusion it had conjured was already shattered. Hence it had not yet taken any action. In the next instant, Xiaoliu feigned ignorance of the broken illusion, maneuvering closer to the massive stone by turning left and right. The dream demon, noticing this, grew increasingly alert. Its small, bean-sized eyes glimmered with a dark, eerie light, seemingly reinforcing the illusion's potency. However, the illusion it had created was no more. Xiaoliu effortlessly approached the stone and casually seated himself. The spot where he sat was within arm's reach of the dream-eating flower, which was crucial for his breakthrough into the realm of human immortals. Now is the moment. He must act to harvest the dream-eating flower. Recognizing that the time was ripe, Mo Wu signaled in Xiaoliu's mind that a glint of determination flashed in Xiaoliu's eyes as his hand, closest to the dream-eating flower, shot out like lightning. Seizing the stem with a firm grip, with a powerful tug, he uprooted the flower, its roots not particularly substantial, allowing him to extract it whole. Squeak. The dream demon immediately reacted upon witnessing its long-guarded dream-eating flower being claimed by this intruder. It sprang forward recklessly, leaping towards the flower. Xiaoliu smiled at this turn of events, for Mo Wu had anticipated such a scenario. He extended a finger, bending it before flicking it with a sharp snap, causing the charging creature to tumble to the ground with a pained squeak. Indeed, the dream demon was a curious species, possessing considerable abilities, yet lacking in combat prowess. It could only rely on illusions and nightmares to confront its foes. Thus, Xiaoliu easily sent it sprawling. Squeak. After hitting the ground, the dream demon emitted a cry of pain, revealing an exceedingly human-like expression of indignation, its whiskers twitching in agitation, evidently irked by Xiaoliu's actions. Offer it a petal of the dream-eating flower. Mo Wu instructed once more in Xiaoliu's mind. Instantly, Xiaoliu plucked a petal from the originally abundant collection and extended it towards the dream demon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dream demon, though initially wary, ultimately could not resist the allure of the dream-eating flower, cautiously approaching to sniff the petal's fragrance, its expression turning blissful, observing the dream demon in such a state. Xiaoliu couldn't help but chuckle. However, one question lingered in his mind, prompting him to ask, Brother Wu, why does the dream demon not simply harvest the dream-eating flower itself, remaining instead as its guardian? Surely, it could easily obtain the petals without us here. You are unaware that the dream-eating flower is not a common entity. It is indeed a rare plant. Generally, the harvesting of such extraordinary treasures requires a specific method. To extract the dream-eating flower, one must uproot it entirely. Otherwise, it will wither and perish instantly. Do you think such a small creature possesses the capability to accomplish that? Mo Wu's words enlightened Xiaoliu, who glanced at the dream demon's mouse-like appearance and chuckled joyfully, realizing that fortune truly favored him. After cautiously sniffing the aroma of the dream-eating flower's petals for a while, the dream demon finally opened its tiny mouth and swiftly consumed a petal. Revealing an expression of sheer delight, this little creature was on the verge of becoming a spirit. Witnessing this, Xiaoliu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Do not be deceived by the dream demon's lack of combat abilities. It possesses considerable intelligence, and I believe it comprehends a fair amount of human language. Mo Wu's remark piqued Xiaoliu's interest once more, prompting him to address the dream demon with curiosity. Little one, the remaining part of the dream-eating flower is in my possession. If you wish to continue feasting on the petals, then follow me. Upon hearing this, the dream demon cautiously lifted its small head, exhibiting a look of distrust toward Xiaoliu. Sensing an opportunity, Xiaoliu intended to entice and lead it away. However, at that moment, Wu suddenly interjected, "Kid, they are closing in on us. It is unwise to confront that group head-on. We must first find a place to break through." Xiaoliu was taken aback by Wu's words, glancing toward the direction from which he had come, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Little one, the dream-eating flower is here. If you desire it, follow me." Aware that time was of the essence, Xiaoliu once again produced a petal, shaking it enticingly at the dream demon while swiftly rising to depart. Upon spotting the petal of the dream-eating flower, the dream demon's eyes gleamed with greedy longing. It hesitated only briefly before transforming into a white shadow, rapidly pursuing Xiaoliu and climbing onto his shoulder. Mission accomplished. Feeling the dream demon settle upon his shoulder, Xiaoliu's face broke into a cunning smile of triumph as he offered the petal to the creature for another indulgence. "Kid, there are others ahead. It seems they have used the Steel Claw Mad Wolf's tracking abilities to pinpoint your location and encircle you." Wu's sudden voice startled Xiaoliu anew. The area of the cold pond was not extensive, and with dozens of people on the opposing side, if they truly formed a circle, escape would be impossible. Was a direct confrontation the only option? Xiaoliu's expression darkened instantly. His previous joy at securing the dream demon replaced by grim resolve as he prepared to fight desperately. "Kid, this cold pond appears to be an excellent hiding place. Why not submerge ourselves and utilize the dream demon's illusions to evade their pursuit?" At that moment, the distant sound of commotion echoed through the forest, signaling that the group was nearing the cold pond. Yet, Wu suddenly proposed such a strategy. The cold pond? Xiaoliu tilted his head, gazing into the deep, frigid waters. It seemed there was no other choice. Without further hesitation, Xiaoliu swiftly approached the pond's edge and plunged into the depths. Hiss! The icy chill of the pond's waters exceeded Xiaoliu's expectations. The surrounding water felt as if it were crafted from ice, penetrating to the bone. Relying on his significantly enhanced physique to withstand the biting cold, Xiaoliu descended rapidly, cradling the dream demon in his embrace in an attempt to warm it. However, the dream demon is inherently cold and shadowy. Upon entering the frigid pool, it exhibited no signs of discomfort, rather appearing to thrive in such an environment. Witnessing this, Xiaoliu finally felt a sense of relief, having just lured this little creature through cunning tricks. He was not keen on having it perish from the cold immediately. After entering the water, Xiaoliu began to plunge swiftly downward, ultimately discovering a secluded spot at the bottom of the pool, encircled by stones on three sides, where he quickly concealed himself. "Fifth brother, how can we persuade the dream demon to create an illusion to deceive those people?" Being submerged, Xiaoliu could not thus he sought the assistance of Wu. While sensing the approach of numerous voices above the surface, Zhang Kuei and his group had finally located this place. Chapter 42. Breakthrough at the bottom of the pool. Splash. Splash. Hearing the sound of individuals leaping into the water, Xiaoliu's heart raced with anxiety. At the bottom of this cold pool, his combat ability was diminished by at least 50%. If discovered by the enemy, it would undoubtedly result in a fatal outcome. "Kid, do not panic. Just remain quiet and wait. I have already coordinated with Xiaobai. It will create a perfect guise to mislead that group into leaving." In this pool, the Steel Claw Frenzy Wolf's sense of smell is rendered ineffective. They can only rely on their eyes to search. Just hold your breath and stay still. Wu's words brought great comfort to Xiaoliu. He glanced down at the dream demon cradled in his arms, observing the little creature attentively gazing upward, seemingly aware of the current predicament. "Fifth brother, did you just mention Xiaobai? Could it be referring to it?" Xiaoliu recalled Wu's earlier words and pointed at the dream demon in inquiry. "Indeed, I just named it. It seems to quite like the name. What do you think? Not bad, right? Fifth brother, your abilities are remarkable, but your taste in naming leaves much to be desired." "Nonsense. How could my chosen name be unsatisfactory? Pray tell, what would you propose?" "Well, I think Little Song would be fitting. It resembles a hamster, after all." While Xiaoliu and Wu conversed, the enemy had drawn near. There were over a dozen individuals entering the water, including experts from the human immortal realm. This group initially scoured the periphery of the pool, and upon finding nothing, gradually began to converge toward the center. At the bottom of this cold pool lay numerous stones, some even larger than houses. Naturally, when encountering these obstacles, the group chose to navigate around them. However, They were entirely oblivious to the fact that one of the obstructing stones was merely an illusion. Xiaobai, concealed within, Xiaoliu quietly observed as each enemy drifted past him, wandering back and forth. Thus, after approximately the span of a joss stick, the individuals searching for him began to surface one by one. On the riverbank, Zhang Kuei awaited with a fierce countenance for his subordinates to return with the traitor who had deceived him. As anticipated, the individual who had manipulated him with the snake's blood was likely Li Tai. For only his strength and experience could flawlessly execute such a task. After waiting for a while, his subordinates began to emerge from the water, yet Zhang Kuei's expression grew increasingly sullen. Where are they? Do you not intend to say anything? The team, the group, the leader, everyone has searched below, yet no one was found. Damn it. Useless fools. Zhang Kuei's fury was instantly ignited. He unsheathed the curved blade at his waist and struck downwards. The man caught off guard was cleaved in two, blood and entrails spilling forth to saturate the ground. You bunch of drunken layabouts. This pool is only so large. The person must search meticulously once more. The murderous intent was palpable on Zhang Kuei's face, and his subordinates, witnessing the gruesome demise of their companion, fell silent in fear. They promptly nodded submissively, prepared to delve back. Just as the mercenaries were about to plunge into the water, one of the figures clad in black approached Zhang Kuei, impatience evident in his demeanor. Upon hearing the words, Zhang Kuei's expression stiffened, and he queried with confusion, "Brother, it is true that we have failed in our task regarding Song's fate. However, we have yet to commence our search for the Dream Flower. How can you declare that we have also faltered in that regard?" The black-clad man let out a derisive laugh at his words. "Zhang Kuei, aside from venting your frustrations on your subordinates, do you possess any capacity for critical thought? The Dream Flower thrives in cold, dark conditions, and within hundreds of miles. Only this chilling pool is suitable for its growth. That man lured us here and then vanished without a trace. Do you truly believe he would leave behind the Dream Flower as a token of goodwill for us?" Zhang Kuei's complexion grew increasingly crimson as the black-clad man's words sank in, culminating in a furious, gritted teeth roar. "Damn it, Li Tai. If I catch you, you will wish for a fate worse than death. Go." Zhang Kuei's wrath had reached its zenith, yet he had no outlet for it. Ultimately, he could only depart in bitter frustration. After Zhang Kuei and his men had left, the leading figure in black issued a command to his subordinates and also took his leave. The chilling pool returned to a state of tranquility, while at the bottom, Xiaoliu wore a delighted smile, for Mo had already sensed the enemy's retreat. "Young man, do not be in such haste to depart. This cold pool, frigid to the bone, is quite suitable for you to consume the Dream Flower and break through to the human immortal realm. The illusory demon heavenly canon is a sacred secret text exclusive to my Mo clan. Since it contains the character for demon, its attributes naturally align with darkness. Cultivating and breaking through here will surely yield exceptional results. All right, if Brother Wu insists, then I shall attempt my breakthrough at the bottom of this pool." Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu immediately halted his ascent and prepared to sit cross-legged, ready to consume the Dream Flower and transcend. "Young man, the formation of this cold pool indicates that something even more frigid lies beneath its depths," says the source. "However, you are not yet capable of withstanding such extreme cold. Thus, there must be a location closest to the source of this chill. Seek it out, and then cultivate above it for optimal effect." Heeding Mo Wu's advice, Xiaoliu began to swim around the bottom of the cold pool. Having reached a certain level in body tempering, his meridians had expanded and his vitality surged. Ordinarily, one could hold their breath for an extended period. So Xiaoliu was not in a rush. He savored the chilling embrace of the water while discerning the variations in temperature. "Brother Wu, based on my observations, the temperature is lowest at the very center of the pool. I believe this is the spot." Xiaoliu lingered at the center of the cold pool's bottom, feeling the frigid temperature that could freeze an ordinary person into a popsicle in mere moments, and spoke, "Well then, in that case, you may begin. The petals of the dream-eating flower are of no use to you, yet they can serve as bait for the little white creature. All you need to do is consume a segment of its stem. Then, proceed to cultivate your dantian according to the incantation I previously imparted to you. Channeling the essence into your body, with the guidance of the adept Mo Wu, Xiaoliu swiftly settled into a meditative posture and retrieved the dream-eating flower. Preparing to consume its neck, upon sighting the flower, the little white creature immediately began to squeak frantically, darting forward with the intention of snatching it. However, Xiaoliu had anticipated this very reaction and swiftly extended a hand to grab. The little white's strength was pathetically feeble. After a few futile struggles, it could only display a look of grievance and ceased its attempts at contesting. Having dealt with the pesky little creature, Xiaoliu commenced his breakthrough in earnest. He snapped off the root of the dream-eating flower, leaving behind a segment approximately 2 inches long, and concealed the remaining portion once more. Silently reciting the incantation of the illusory demon heavenly classic, Xiaoliu took several bites of the stem, chewing it thoroughly before swallowing it into his abdomen. A chilling sensation began to radiate from his stomach, surging directly towards his brain. Xiaoliu felt a daze envelop his mind, rendering him momentarily oblivious to his next steps. Focus and channel your energy. Mo Wu's voice resonated, invoking his soul's power just in time. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu regained his senses, quickly aligning his posture to commence his cultivation. That brief moment of disorientation nearly led him astray. Had it not been for Mo Wu's timely intervention, disaster would surely have befallen him. The illusory demon heavenly classic emphasizes the cultivation of the mind. While the dream-eating flower possesses the ability to disrupt one's consciousness, both originate from the same source, albeit with differing effects. Soon, Xiaoliu sensed that the dazed feeling in his mind was rapidly diminishing, while the cold, subtle currents within his body began to circulate in accordance with the flow of his cultivation. The spot where Xiaoliu sat cross-legged was precisely the coldest area of the frosty pool. As the operation of the illusory demon heavenly classic became increasingly smooth, the frigid air from the pool began to infiltrate his body through the cold hairs on his skin and 7 orifices, integrating into the ceaseless flow within him. All things possess spirit. A single thought can manifest divinity, while another can conjure demons. The divine and demonic are intertwined, and the path of dual cultivation prevails. As he silently recited the illusory demon heavenly classic, Xiaoliu perceived the profound and inscrutable essence contained within this technique. As a novice practitioner, he could scarcely grasp the meaning of its obscure terminology. However, Mo Wu had already elucidated the foundational principles of the cultivation methods, allowing Xiaoliu to proceed step by step as guided. Thus, before long, Xiaoliu felt a swelling sensation in his lower abdomen, signaling that the moment for his breakthrough had arrived. Chapter 43. Mutual leverage. Consolidate your vital energy within your dantian and fully open it. Mo Wu recognized that Xiaoliu had reached a critical juncture and timely reminded him to. Even without Mo Wu's prompt, Xiaoliu could already sense the burgeoning pressure in his abdominal dantian. Within the human realm, the dantian is not particularly significant. However, upon reaching the human immortal realm, lacking a dantian to store vital energy would forever halt one's progress, trapping one at the 9th level of body refinement. The dantian can be regarded as the pivotal point determining whether one can ascend beyond the realm of human immortals. Generally, in addition to the practitioner needing to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, the opening of the dantian also requires the assistance of certain enhancing elixirs. However, such elixirs possess a value akin to that of treasures in the world, for regardless of innate talent. Achieving the 9th level of body refinement necessitates arduous effort and considerable time, after which success can be attained. Yet, once one reaches this 9th level, the need for elixirs to facilitate a breakthrough becomes apparent, and many have attempted to open their dantian. The resulting imbalance between supply and demand leads to individuals with substantial financial resources or profound fortunes being able to procure these elixirs for successful breakthroughs. Conversely, there are those who, lacking sufficient assets and deep-seated fortunes, ultimately find themselves stymied at the 9th level of body refinement, relegated to the status of ordinary worldly martial artists. Xiaoliu is fortunate, for he has the assistance of Mo Wu. Though the dream-eating flower does not belong to the conventional category of assisting elixirs, it proves remarkably suitable for his use. Under the operation of the illusory demon heavenly canon, the medicinal energy from the roots of the dream-eating flower is rapidly assimilated, prompting the nascent vital energy within Xiaoliu to continuously strengthen. Once this vital energy reaches a certain potency, it naturally congregates at the dantian, seeking a place to reside. The illusory demon canon espouses the notion that all things possess spirit, a sentiment that applies equally to vital energy. Although it may appear as mere intangible energy of the cosmos, it possesses its own essence, as evidenced by its instinctive gathering towards the human dantian. All this occurs without Xiaoliu exerting excessive effort, with a gentle guiding hand. The increasing flow of cool vital energy begins to converge upon the dantian, a process that unfolds seamlessly as time progresses. The sensation of fullness in Xiaoliu's lower abdomen intensifies, culminating in a pain akin to that of impending rupture. Despite being situated in the coldest depths of the frigid pool, he finds himself breaking out in a cold sweat, Nevertheless, he grits his teeth and perseveres, for such suffering is a prerequisite for anyone aspiring to transcend into the realm of human immortals. Bang! Just as Xiaoliu struggled to endure, he suddenly sensed that the pressure in his abdomen had reached a critical point, followed by a muffled sound akin to shattering, accompanying this sound of rupture. The sensation of fullness swiftly dissipated, akin to a long-constipated individual experiencing a sudden and gratifying release of all impurities. The vital energy surged rapidly into the dantian, coalescing into a purer and more concentrated essence. Ah, Brother Wu, I have succeeded. The dantian has been opened, and I am now a master in the realm of human immortals. Indeed, with loss comes gain. In this moment, Xiaoliu feels that all his previous efforts have been immensely worthwhile. This sense of fulfillment is something he has never experienced before. Young one, having just entered the realm of human immortals, you can now consider yourself a cultivator. The path ahead is long and arduous. But having taken the first step, you must now continue onward with unwavering resolve. I believe you are a brave soul. No matter the challenges you encounter henceforth, do not forget your original aspirations. Brother Wu, should I not go out to seek retribution against Zhang Kuei and his associates? Xiaoliu is still within the mercenary group, and I worry for her safety. As Xiaoliu spoke of Zhang Kuei, a palpable sense of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. This individual was ruthless and had deep-seated enmity with both himself and Song, making it imperative that he be eliminated. Kid, the current situation, Luoyu indeed represents a vulnerable point for you. Yet I have surmised much of the adversary's scheme. What you need to do now is convey a message to them, informing them that you are aware of their cunning and machinations. I believe Zhang Kuei would think twice before daring to harm Luoyu. Our objective now is to uncover their true intentions. This. Mo Wu elaborated on his analysis and conjectures to Xiaoliu. Brother Wu, are you suggesting that Zhang Kuei is colluding with Deputy City Lord Zhang Quang to assassinate Song and the City Lord, thereby seizing complete control of Yuzhou City? Do they not fear the upper echelons of the Dongji Empire sending people to apprehend them? The Dongji Empire was the name of the realm in which Xiaoliu resided, a vast dominion boasting hundreds of cities akin to Yuzhou. For an ordinary person, it would take a lifetime to traverse even a fraction of this expansive. After deliberating with Mo Wu for a while longer, Xiaoliu emerged from the cold pool, familiarizing himself with the surge of power he had recently acquired. The human immortal realm represented the second major stage in the foundation of cultivation, characterized by the formation of the dantian and an initial mastery over vital energy. As for the essence of this vital energy, as Mo Wu described, it is the embodiment of a primordial force of nature. The more one harnesses, the deeper their cultivation becomes, drawing them ever closer to the cosmos. Thus, the saying goes, the way is in accordance with nature. The natural path is the great principle of the universe. Should one succeed in uniting with the natural world, they would undoubtedly become a godlike entity, capable of life and death with a mere thought. Xiaoliu did not linger for long, for he was deeply concerned for Luoyu's safety. Zhang Kuei had left in a fit of rage, fully aware of the bond between Luoyu and Xiaoliu, and it was not inconceivable that he would resort to treachery after ascending to the human immortal realm. Xiaoliu felt that his every action was not only propelled by his own strength, but also significantly bolstered by the vital energy within him. Judging solely by his prowess, he was now at least 3 times stronger than before his breakthrough. This revelation filled Xiaoliu with immense joy as he swiftly made his way out of the Youquan Forest. Throughout his journey, Mo Wu intermittently cautioned Xiaoliu to evade the approaching beasts, thereby saving him a considerable amount of time. Upon successfully exiting the Youquan Forest, Xiaoliu was taken aback by the sight before him. There lay over 30 horses in disarray at the forest's edge. These were the very steeds they had ridden upon their arrival. Upon entering the city, Xiaoliu bypassed the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps headquarters and instead made his way to Yeyang Tower, where he sought out the innkeeper. He requested the swift provision of writing materials, composing a brief letter before hastening towards the Mercenary Corps base. Soon, the headquarters of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps came into view, skillfully avoiding the watchful eyes of the guards at the main entrance. He approached the perimeter of Luoyu's modest courtyard, leaping nimbly onto the rooftop. Given that Luoyu's residence was somewhat secluded, this worked to Xiaoliu's advantage, allowing him to navigate without detection. That wretched girl. Now I wonder who can still protect you. Upon arriving at this place, Xiaoliu immediately heard Zhang Kuei's menacing roar echoing from below. He focused his gaze and discovered that Zhang Kuei was dragging Luoyu by her hair, pulling her across the ground with 2 henchmen in tow. Luo Yu's once pristine attire and neatly kept hair were now in disarray, and tears streamed down her face, a testament to her pain and fear. Yet, this girl exhibited a resilience that blended softness with strength, resolutely remaining silent. Witnessing this, Xiaoliu was consumed by fury, ready to intervene. Young man, do not act impulsively. Let us not forget our prior discussions. Emma Wu timely interjected, successfully restraining Xiaoliu. As Xiaoliu observed Zhang Kuei's arrogant grin, a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he hurled a letter as if it were a concealed weapon, slicing through the air towards Zhang Kuei's face. Who? Zhang Kuei, a formidable figure in the realm of celestial beings, sensed the incoming object and immediately reacted, raising his hand to sever the letter in two with a flash of cold light. Lowering his gaze, he realized that this projectile was merely a letter. Curiously, Zhang Kuei scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of anyone. Xiaoliu had concealed himself the moment the letter was thrown. After a thorough search yielded no results, Zhang Kuei bent down to retrieve the severed letter from the ground. As he opened it and read, his expression shifted dramatically. Damn it! Who dares to threaten me? Chapter 44. City Lord Meng Liang. What does the letter say, Captain? Asked Zhang Kuei's two loyal subordinates, inching closer with curiosity. That little girl's beau has written, claiming to know about my conspiracy with Zhang Kuang. If we dare to harm Luo Yu, he will reveal everything to Meng Liang. Zhang Kuei, not one to be easily deceived, had previously misattributed the cunning maneuvers in the forest to Li Tai due to insufficient intelligence. However, upon receiving this letter, he realized his earlier mistake. If it truly were Li Tai orchestrating his downfall, then he would undoubtedly be indifferent to Luo Yu's fate. Now, it seemed that the city lord must have learned of his plot with Zhang Kuang. Only Xiaoliu would resort to such a threat to protect Luo Yu. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall allow you to live a few more days. Zhang Kuei released his grip on Luo Yu's hair, letting her fall to the ground, and then departed in a huff. He was not averse to tormenting Luo Yu to vent his frustrations, but he feared that Xiaoliu would expose the conspiracy with Zhang Kuang. He had no time to waste on a mere girl. He needed to find Zhang Kuang immediately to strategize. After Zhang Kuei and his men left, Luo Yu struggled to rise from the ground, and Xiaoliu leaped gracefully to her side. Upon seeing him, Luo Yu's face lit up with joy, her tear-streaked visage eliciting sympathy. Though still young, this girl displayed an early maturity. She resembled a flower poised to bloom in early spring, exuding an exquisite freshness and an air of purity. Xiaoliu, are you all right? With a playful smile, Xiaoliu pulled Luo Yu up from the ground and gazed at her intently. Luo Yu was acutely aware that Song had assured Xiaoliu he would protect her. Yet when Zhang Kuei had arrived moments earlier, he had done so with an utter disregard for her safety, exuding an aura reminiscent of a predator poised to pounce. The memory left her trembling, prompting her to inquire about Song's whereabouts. The news Xiaoliu relayed sent a wave of terror coursing through Luo Yu, causing her complexion to pale. In a state of panic, she grasped Xiaoliu's sleeve and implored, Xiaoliu Gidge, please take me away from here. I am willing to follow you as a servant, to do whatever you ask. Just do not leave me behind. Zhang Dehuzi will not spare me. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more, and Xiaoliu felt a pang of sympathy in his heart as he quickly reassured her, do not worry that I possess leverage over Zhang Kuei, for the time being. He will not dare to harm you. While I cannot take you away just yet, I promise that when we leave this place, I will take you with me. I shall not easily let Zhang Kuei escape. Xiaoliu Gidge, I will await your arrival to rescue me, Luo Yu said, her heart full of hope. Xiaoliu, though sensing her affection, was still young and did not dwell on it. Ultimately, under Luo Yu's reluctant farewell, he departed, making his way to the Lord's mansion. If Song had made even a slight recovery, he would undoubtedly head to the Lord's mansion to expose Zhang Kuei and Zhang Kuang's conspiracy. Should Meng Liang uncover the truth, he would surely retaliate, at which point my threats against Zhang Kuei would hold no weight. It was imperative to intercept the two of them. Xiaoliu's current objective was quite straightforward. While Song and Li Tai showed no concern for Luo Yu's well-being, he did. Even if it meant revealing the truth to Meng Liang, his presence was essential to ensure the situation could be steered in a controllable direction. Soon, Xiaoliu arrived at the Lord's mansion in the southern part of the city, a place rarely frequented by commoners due to the constant patrols by guards, making it off-limits for ordinary folk. Leveraging his strength as a celestial being, he sought a concealed spot along the crucial route leading to the Lord's mansion, where he concealed himself. With Mo's assistance, no passerby could evade his scrutiny. The moment Song and Li Tai appeared, he would be quick to notice. After approximately 3 hours, without needing Mo Wu to alert him, Xiaoliu detected two suspicious figures. Their attire, while different from that of his elder brother Shi and Li, left no doubt in his mind regarding their identities. Clearly, they had disguised themselves, wary of Zhang Kuei sending others to ambush them. Watching the two men stealthily approach the mansion's entrance, Xiaoliu's intuition confirmed their identities beyond a shadow of a doubt. Both donned large hats to obscure their faces, but such ruse could not escape Mo Wu's discerning gaze. They soon reached the threshold of the Lord's mansion. "You too, this is the Lord's mansion." Unauthorized individuals stepped back immediately. The guards on duty, noticing the suspicious demeanor of the two men, promptly barked a warning as they drew near. "Brothers, I am Shi Song, the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. And this is my comrade, the Judge of Iron Hands, Li Tai. That we have urgent news to report to Lord Meng," they implored. "Please allow us entry." "Oh, you are the famed warrior Shi Song. What is the meaning of this appearance? I perceive you to be an impostor, do I not?" One of the leading soldiers gazed at Li Tai and Shi Song with a look of suspicion, doubting their intentions. "My dear brother, I assure you, I am indeed Shi Song. Please take a look at this token. It is an emblem unique to our mercenary group." Shi Song produced a golden insignia from his bosom and presented it to the officer for verification. The token did not appear counterfeit. However, that does not imply that it was not obtained through theft or force. "Here's the deal. If you have pressing matters to discuss, please inform me, and I shall relay your message inside. Should the Lord be willing to meet with you, I see no issue in granting you entry." After weighing the situation, the officer spoke. "Thank you, brother. Once you enter, simply inform Lord Meng that our report pertains to Zhang Kuang. The remainder shall be discussed in detail once we meet with the Lord." Upon hearing the concession, Shi Song hastened to express his gratitude. "Very well. You shall wait here. You will enter and convey the message," repeating exactly what Captain Shi has just stated. The officer instructed one of his subordinates to relay the message while he remained behind, observing Shi Song and Li Tai closely. "All right, allow them entry." At his command, the grand iron gates of the Lord's manor swung open from within. This formidable barrier would not easily yield even to beings of the celestial realm. Serving as an effective line of defense, Shi Song and Li Tai followed the officer named Youquan along a several hundred-meter stretch of bluestone path, eventually entering the interior of. Within the towering edifices of the manor, the foremost chamber served as a hall for official business. Upon their entrance, Shi Song and Li Tai discovered a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, with a pale complexion and narrow eyes. Standing at the center with arms crossed, awaiting their arrival, Shi Song felt an immense pressure emanating from this individual, indicating that his cultivation level greatly surpassed his own. "I pay my respects to Lord Meng." As a figure of local influence within Yuzhou City, Shi Song was familiar with Meng Liang. However, the latter seldom made appearances, and Shi Song had little personal acquaintance with him, remaining largely uninformed about Meng Liang's character. "It appears Captain Shi has recently sustained injuries," Meng Liang inquired, narrowing his eyes as he turned to face them, his tone measured and unhurried. "Oh, I must hear more about this. Come, sit, and speak at your leisure. Someone, bring tea." A cryptic smile played upon Meng Liang's lips, causing Shi Song's heart to tighten. This lord appeared to possess the cunning of a wily old fox, leaving one perplexed about his true thoughts. Soon, the servants of the manor arrived with fine tea. Meng Liang took a sip and remarked with a smile, "Very well, Captain Shi, feel free to speak candidly. Why do you claim that your injuries are connected to me?" Shi Song dared not indulge in Meng Liang's tea, and Li Tai, sharing his apprehension, refrained as well. He then laid bare his suspicions regarding Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei's conspiracy to assassinate him and usurp control. Upon hearing this, Meng Liang's expression remained inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "So it is to be understood that Zhang Kuang has commissioned your mercenary group to seek the Dream Flower as a means to confront me? They intend to supplant me?" "Indeed, that is the case. My lord, you must exercise utmost caution regarding Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei. Their audacity suggests they are undoubtedly scheming something nefarious." Sure, Commander. These are merely your assertions. What evidence can you present to substantiate your claims?" Meng Liang's inquiry left Shi Song momentarily taken aback, as he had never contemplated that Meng Liang might doubt the veracity of his words. Chapter 45, Deception and Intrigue. "My lord, every word we have uttered is indeed the truth. We would never dare deceive the city lord." Upon sensing Meng Liang's skepticism, Shi Song grew anxious. According to his expectations, Meng Liang would be infuriated upon hearing that Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei dared to conspire against him, and would undoubtedly take swift action to eradicate those two treacherous individuals. However, Meng Liang's suspicion rendered Song speechless. Reflecting on the situation, he soon realized that Meng Liang's doubts were not entirely unfounded. Just as he found himself at a loss for words, perspiring profusely from his mounting anxiety, a familiar voice resonated. "The evidence you seek is at hand. Might my lord recognize what this is?" Following the sound, the three individuals present noticed a youthful figure striding confidently through the entrance, holding an unusual flower that had nearly lost its stem. Indeed, it was the Dream-Eater flower. Little Sixth, Song was taken aback with sheer delight. As Little Sixth had vanished after volunteering to divert their pursuers, they had presumed he had perished in the depths of the Ghost Spring Forest. "Young fellow, how did you manage to enter?" Meng Liang's countenance darkened. From the moment he laid eyes on Little Sixth, he exuded an aura more formidable than that of Song at his peak. Clearly disapproving of this uninvited guest. My lord, did you not request evidence? I am a member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, and this extraordinary flower in my possession serves as proof. Upon hearing this, Meng Liang and Song turned their attention to the peculiar flower, now lacking a stem. Is this the Dream-Eater flower? Meng Liang, well versed in such matters, quickly deduced its identity, while Song and Li Tai also recognized that this was the very flower they had intended to seek in the Ghost Spring Forest. "Indeed, this is the item Youquan commissioned us to find. I trust my lord is aware of the flower's properties." "Yes." After a brief moment, Meng Liang regained his composure and, with an enigmatic smile, regarded Little Sixth. "The Dream-Eater flower can indeed ensnare individuals in nightmares from which they cannot awaken. Yet, how does this substantiate that it was Youquan who sent you to procure it? How can it demonstrate that he intends to use it against me?" "He, do you three understand the consequences of falsely accusing an imperial official?" Meng Liang's words plunged the previously elated Song and Li Tai into a state of despair. They could not fathom why Meng Liang obstinately refused to believe their assertions. Meanwhile, Little Sixth fell silent. Indeed, the evidence was not irrefutable, yet Meng Liang's demeanor was unwarranted. "Young man, it seems that Meng Liang is not unwilling to confront Youquan, but rather unable to do so. You might consider testing him further." Mo Wu engaged in a thoughtful analysis within Xiaoliu's mind, contemplating what Meng Liang might be pondering, and subsequently offered him a piece of advice. Xiaoliu silently nodded in agreement before lifting his gaze and smiling at Meng Liang as he remarked, "You are indeed correct, my lord. Presently, we are unable to present any compelling evidence to substantiate that Youquan is conspiring against you. Youquan has gathered quite a number of followers. I surmise he would not go to such great lengths merely to deal with us. Since you do not mind, let us consider this matter as if we had never come here. Today's events shall be as if they never transpired. My lord, we take our leave." Although Song was perplexed by Xiaoliu's sudden withdrawal of effort, he chose to trust the young man based on his prior remarkable displays. He took hold of Li Tai and followed Xiaoliu out of the lord's residence. Meng Liang made no move to stop them. Instead, a contemplative expression graced his face, just as Xiaoliu was about to lead Song and Li Tai out. Meng Liang finally spoke up. "Young man, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you in private. What say you? With such an invitation from my lord, how could I possibly refuse? Sure to go. You two should find a place to rest first. I will join you shortly." Upon hearing that Meng Liang intended to speak with Xiaoliu alone, Song sensed something amiss, yet being a clever individual, he promptly nodded and remarked, "He, young brother, though you are still quite youthful, your boldness is indeed exceptional. However, I wonder if you possess the strength to match your audacity. You go by Xiaoliu, do you not? I presume you are curious as to why I am reluctant to believe that Youquan harbors malicious intent against me. Allow me to ask you, do you know whose man I am?" The young man is unaware. "I implore you, my lord, to clarify." Upon hearing Meng Liang's words, Xiaoliu discerned that there was more to come. Thus he eagerly assumed the role of a listener. However, to his surprise, Meng Liang did not continue immediately but instead posed another question. "Are you aware of who currently holds the reins of power in the Eastern Extreme Empire? I believe it is common knowledge that His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, is in command. Indeed, the royal family of the Eastern Extreme Empire bears the surname Dong Wang, and the reigning emperor is named Dong Wang Pui, a sovereign of remarkable martial and literary prowess." Xiaoliu found it peculiar that Meng Liang chose to divert the conversation in this direction. Nevertheless, he remained patient, trusting that there must be a reason behind Meng Liang's line of questioning. "You speak correctly, young brother. However, are you aware that His Majesty has surpassed 200 years of age this year? Those with strength beyond the realm of human immortality can indeed sustain greater vitality, thus extending their lifespan. Yet His Majesty's age is truly considerable. Therefore, in the near future, this empire shall welcome a new sovereign, none other than the current crown prince, Dong Wang Yi. I, Meng Liang, am a loyal vassal of Prince Yi. By aligning with the prince, once he ascends to the throne, we shall undoubtedly rise to prominence, becoming the new pillars of the Eastern Extreme Empire. After absorbing Meng Liang's fervent words filled with aspiration, Xiaoliu felt a thought forming in his mind, yet he remained uncertain. Thus, he candidly inquired, then why does the Lord still regard Emir Zhongquang with caution? Could it be that he has some powerful backing? Indeed, upon hearing these words, Meng Liang smiled and nodded, remarking, young brother, I perceive that you possess remarkable courage and quick wit. It is evident now that my initial impression was correct, that Zhongquang is, aside from the esteemed Prince Yi, the most influential prince at court, being the third Prince Dong Huangjun. The two of us, loyal subjects, are the most likely candidates to inherit the legacy of the previous dynasty within the empire. Tell me, could I act against him without consequence? Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu's heart suddenly comprehended the situation. It turned out that the city lords of Yuzhou, Meng Liang and Zhongquang, were respectively loyal to Prince Dong Wang Yi and third Prince Dong Huangjun. Though both understood that they would inevitably compete against each other like their masters, they dared not openly resort to violence against one another. Should Meng Liang heed the counsel of Shi Song and his associates and publicly eliminate Zhang Quang and Zhang Kuei, such an act would swiftly reach the ears of the third prince, leading to Meng Liang's ambiguous demise in no time. Within the empire, two major factions have emerged, one supporting Prince Dong Huangjun and the other, like Meng Liang, aligning with Dong Huang Yi, hoping to benefit when he ascends the throne. Despite their animosity, these factions refrain from overtly engaging in conflict, for Dong Huangpu still draws breath, observing Xiaoliu's contemplative demeanor. Meng Liang discerned his dawning realization of the underlying truths, then smiled and remarked, young brother, I trust that your intellect has illuminated the matter. It is unwise for me to confront Zhang, even if he seeks to undermine me. I cannot act against him. This, too, is the reason for our private meeting. At this juncture, Xiaoliu had grasped the nature of the relationship between Meng Liang, allowing him to surmise why the former wished to converse with him alone. My lord, do you imply that I should eliminate Zhang Quang? Ha ha ha. I knew you were astute. You are absolutely correct. Not only must you eliminate Zhang Quang, but you must ensure that everyone is aware it was you who did so. In this manner, the third prince shall not suspect my involvement. With these words, Meng Liang unveiled his true intentions. He too desired Zhang Quang's demise, but not at his own hands. Rather, he sought for it to be executed by Xiaoliu. This strategy is aptly termed killing with a borrowed knife. Chapter 46. Intrigues from all sides. Xiaoliu seemed unwittingly ensnared in a struggle for power within the imperial court. His intent to eliminate Zhang Kuei was solely to safeguard Luoyu's well-being, allowing her to live in peace. Yet, despite Zhang Quang's collusion with Zhang Kuei to plot against Shi Song and Meng Liang, Xiaoliu harbored no personal enmity towards him. Thus, after reflecting on Meng Liang's words, Xiaoliu thoughtfully responded, my lord, although I have not encountered Zhang Quang, I presume he is not a mere fool. I am but a novice. How could you believe I am capable of killing him? Furthermore, we share no grievances. Why should I seek his life? Do you not understand? The affairs of this world hinge upon two fundamental elements, purpose and benefit. You just inquired why you must eliminate him. I shall convey to you that, provided you are able to eliminate Zhang Quang and ensure that all are aware of your deed, I can guarantee your recommendation to the current crown prince. Once you have secured his favor, a path of unimpeded ascent awaits you, replete with wealth and honor beyond measure. Moreover, as I speak of this, a mysterious smile graces Meng Liang's countenance. The young girl you wish to protect will also enjoy a better life. Upon hearing this last statement, Xiaoliu's pupils constricted. He had never anticipated that Meng Liang seemed to possess an intimate understanding of his circumstances. His tenure in the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps was to safeguard and care for Luoyu, a fact known to many. Yet Meng Liang's knowledge evidently stemmed from a deliberate inquiry into his affairs. In that moment, Xiaoliu comprehended that from the instant he arrived at the Lord's residence, he had fallen prey to Meng Liang's machinations, with everything unfolding according to his script. Observing the certainty with which his adversary had ensnared him, Xiaoliu felt a profound discomfort. Ultimately, his experience in such matters was woefully insufficient, and Mo could not be expected to assist him flawlessly. The formidable prowess of Meng Liang was unmistakable. If he were to refuse at this juncture, Xiaoliu could not ascertain whether he might turn hostile. After a moment of silence, Xiaoliu finally spoke that a triumphant expression adorned Meng Liang's face as he produced 2 parcels wrapped in yellow paper from his person. Upon witnessing this action, Xiaoliu deduced that these 2 packages were likely of considerable significance. They contained soft sinew powder and its antidote. Acquiring this was no small feat, and I had long sought an opportune moment to utilize it. Now, I present it to you. Simply apply the soft sinew powder to your weapon or fists, and consume the antidote, rendering it ineffective against you. However, your opponent shall not be so fortunate. Ha ha ha. I eagerly anticipate the expression on Zhang Kuang's face when he realizes he cannot best a youth of lesser strength. Ha ha ha. After absorbing Meng Liang's scheme, Xiaoliu understood that the Lord and Deputy Lord had long been entwined in a web of mutual scheming, only for Zhang Kuang's plans to be inadvertently thwarted by him. Leaving Meng Liang to exact his retribution, silently, Xiaoliu accepted the soft sinew powder and antidote offered by Meng Liang, ultimately posing a question. My lord, since you intend to deal with Zhang Kuang, why not enlist Song or Li Tai for this task? Why choose me? Indeed, considering raw strength, both Song and Li Tai far surpassed Xiaoliu. Dispatching them to eliminate Zhang Kuang would undoubtedly be a more prudent choice. How many years have Song and Li Tai spent in Yuzhou City? Am I not aware of their standing? Do you believe individuals like them possess much potential? If it would you languish for years in such a modest locale? Having promised to recommend you to the Crown Prince upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I shall certainly keep my word. Do you think that a person I recommend would lack merit worthy of the Crown Prince's attention? Meng Liang's series of retorts addressed Xiaoliu's final inquiry. While Song and Li Tai might currently be superior to him, one must consider their ages. 2 individuals, both in their 30s or 40s, were of little consequence to the prince, as they were merely inconsequential figures in the grand scheme of things. However, Xiaoliu was an entirely different matter. At the tender age of scarcely 13, he possessed a far greater potential for growth and development. The prince would undoubtedly welcome a subordinate of such promise into his ranks. After resolving the queries that lingered in his mind, Xiaoliu departed from the Lord's manor, for he now needed to assume the guise of a reaper, intent on eliminating Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei. After much deliberation and consultation with Mo Wu, he decided to heed Meng Liang's advice. Aspiring for greater heights, he had gleaned from Mo Wu the vastness of the world beyond. The small city of Yuzhou was but a mere speck in the boundless ocean. The imperial city represented the optimal locale for his advancement. This decision was also driven by a desire to ensure Luo Yu's safety. Under the protective banner of the prince, her life would surely improve. Once Xiaoliu departed, Meng Liang sat in his previous position, lost in contemplation. Abruptly, without raising his gaze, he spoke. Guei Shou, since you are here, do share your thoughts. Although he appeared to be alone in the hall, it seemed as though he were conversing with another presence, an unknowing observer. It would surely seem he was unhinged. Yet, as his words fell silent, a slender figure emerged effortlessly from the shadow, as if she had always been there. Meng Chengzhu, do you truly believe that lad can kill Zhang Kuang? Meng Liang lifted his head, met Guei Shou's gaze, and replied with a smile. Whether he can slay Zhang Kuang is of little consequence to me. What matters is that I wish for all to recognize the profound enmity that exists between Zhang Kuang, Song, and that Xiaoliu. Where there is animosity, the occurrence of bloodshed is simply a natural progression. When the time comes, even if I were to discreetly eliminate Zhang Kuang, the third prince would have no grounds to hold me accountable, for someone else will have already taken the blame. Wouldn't you agree? It became evident that Meng Liang had devised a meticulous strategy, leaving Guei Shou with no further words to offer. Since the prince has sent me here to carry out a task, should there be any need, Meng Chengzhu need only to give a signal, and I shall act accordingly. With that, Guei Shou, regardless of whether Meng not long thereafter, he stumbled upon the clandestine signals left by Song within the woods. These signals had been established prior to their journey to the Youquan Forest. Upon glancing at them, Xiaoliu comprehended their meaning instantly, and, after a brief moment, located Song and Li Tai at the base of a grand tree. Observing these 2 prominent figures, once esteemed members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, now reduced to a state where even entering the city necessitated utmost caution, Xiaoliu felt a profound sense of reflection. Upon seeing him approach, Song hurried over, and the 3 of them began to converse discreetly beneath the sprawling branches of the tree. A chuckle escaped Xiaoliu as he listened to Song. He had just been promised even greater rewards by the city lord, and hearing Song's proposition nearly made him burst into laughter. Brother Shi, do you not wish to know what the city lord confided in me? Song paused, taken aback by the question, and after a moment's hesitation, replied, Brother Xiaoliu, the words exchanged between you and the city lord must be of utmost importance, which is why I was not permitted to be present. Do you truly wish to share it with us? Brother, sure. If I were to reveal that city lord Meng Liang desires me to eliminate Zhang Kuang, would you believe me? Xiaoliu spoke candidly, directly recounting Meng Liang's words, though he chose to withhold certain details. Brother Xiaoliu, it appears you have caught the eye of city lord Meng, Song exclaimed. Alas, I feel rather diminished. Should you accomplish this task, you will undoubtedly soar to great heights alongside the prince. As for me, I am but a poor figure, still promising you some form of reward. Upon hearing Xiaolu's words, Song felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Recalling the benefits he had just pledged to offer Xiaoliu. In truth, Xiaoliu held little regard for such rewards. His immediate goals were twofold: to grow stronger and to ensure that Luoyu could lead a secure and stable life. Presently, it seemed that heeding Meng Liang's advice to eliminate Zhang Kuang was the most expedient course of action. However, after departing from the city lord's mansion, the words of Mo Wu began to alter Xiaolu's previously optimistic perspective. Mo Wu disclosed to Xiaoliu that, within the hall, another individual had indeed been concealed, one who excelled in the art of stealth. Even Mo Wu had initially failed to detect her presence until they passed by a pillar at the hall's entrance. Chapter 47. The mysterious woman. The existence of a concealed figure posed no significant impact on Xiaoliu, yet it validated his suspicions regarding Meng Liang that a city lord of his stature resorting to an unknown youth to eliminate his adversary. Who would believe such a tale? If no one would, then should Zhang Kuang suddenly perish following a widely recognized conflict with Xiaoliu or Song, who would dare to suspect Meng Liang? This reasoning was not derived from Xiaolu's own contemplation but rather articulated by Mo Wu, who succinctly unveiled Meng Liang's true intentions with a single phrase: the so-called multitude is driven by self-interest. Meng Liang seeks your assistance to eliminate Zhang Kuang, yet the ultimate beneficiary will undoubtedly be himself. Thus, your decision to seek out Song and Li Tai was likely anticipated by Meng Liang. What he required was for the three of you to unite in the assassination of Zhang Kuang, ensuring that everyone would be aware of the enmity among you. Regardless of whether Zhang Kuang is alive or dead, he can easily place the blame squarely upon your shoulders. Should Zhang Kuang indeed meet his demise, he could then seek glory from the crown prince. I believe that Meng Liang will undoubtedly devise a method to silence you afterward. You must formulate a strategy to prevent such a scoundrel from reaping the benefits. Mo Wu's conjecture is entirely accurate. Meng Liang harbored ill intentions from the very beginning. By sending Xiaoliu to deal with Zhang Kuang, he merely intended to fashion him into a scapegoat. As for Song and Li Tai, their involvement is of little consequence. As long as there is someone in the open who has a significant conflict with Zhang Kuang, he can covertly strike and eliminate Zhang, laying the blame upon Xiaoliu. Should this plan succeed, not only will Xiaoliu fail to receive his endorsement, but he may also unwittingly be removed from the equation to eliminate any future threats. However, Xiaoliu has not disclosed these matters to Song and Li Tai. Instead, he is resolutely determined to eliminate Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei, aspiring to be the one who stands out. With the assistance of Song and Li Tai, he can ensure the successful execution of his plan. Once he escapes, all those chaotic calculations will no longer concern him. At that moment, Xiaoliu, along with Song and Li Tai, devised a plan to lure Zhang Kuang out and strike him down in one fell swoop. The bait, after meticulous discussion among the three, was chosen to be Zhang Kuang's second concubine, who is said to enjoy his utmost favored as long as they can secure her. There is no fear of failing to entice Zhang Kuang. They promptly agreed upon the time and location, solidifying their scheme. Upon receiving the letter, Zhang Kuei, indeed, dared not provoke Luoyu any further, and for the time being, the girl remained safe in this place. Upon returning, Luoyu, hearing that Xiaoliu intended to kill the deputy lord of Yuzhou City, was immediately struck with fear and urged him to reconsider. Luoyu was exceedingly anxious. Initially, it was merely Zhang Dehuzi attempting to claim her, yet the situation escalated into a conflict among significant figures. Being young and inexperienced, upon hearing that her sole support was about to risk his life against the esteemed deputy lord, how could she not panic? Since accepting Mo Wu's permanent hypnosis, Xiaoliu underwent a profound transformation. In the past, he would never have so decisively resolved to confront those who posed a threat to him. Now, he is resolute in his violent intentions, devoid of any sense of fear. Previously, Meng Liang had recognized, which is why he chose him as a scapegoat. Observing Xiaolu's determined demeanor, Luoyu realized she could not dissuade him any longer and ultimately chose to trust him. For her, as long as they could leave this place safely together, She harbored no further wishes. That very night, Xiaoliu stealthily approached the walls of Zhang Kuang's estate. This residence was even more grandiose than the Zhai family's estate in Yulong City, with even more formidable defenses. Yet, for the current Xiaoliu, infiltrating undetected was not a significant challenge. With Mo Wu's cooperation, Xiaoliu subdued the soul guard who discovered him and arrived beneath the window of Zhang Kuang's second concubine's chamber. At this hour, apart from the night watchman guarding the household, most of the others had already retired for the night. Naturally, Zhang Kuang's second concubine was also in deep slumber, with a gentle prod. Xiaoliu effortlessly broke the wooden latch of the window and, like a nimble raccoon, slipped through the opening into the room. The second concubine often attended to Zhang Kuang, but tonight, he had uncharacteristically taken his rest in the chamber of his friend. It was after much reconnaissance that Xiaoliu had ultimately decided to act tonight. As the second concubine slept soundly, a delicate feminine breath escaped her lips, and the room, despite the night, was suffused with a fragrant aroma. Xiaoliu stealthily approached her bedside, discovering that the woman was clad in a snug, pale pink nightgown. Having succumbed to slumber long ago. To his astonishment, Xiaoliu found himself in a predicament. He had anticipated that his endeavor tonight would be a swift success. Yet he never expected this woman to awaken at such a moment. Her gaze bore no semblance of someone stirred from sleep, but rather, she appeared to feign slumber. A sense of foreboding enveloped Xiaoliu. Yet upon waking, the second concubine remained an ordinary woman. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to forcibly incapacitate her and carry her away. However, the second concubine swiftly rolled upright, deftly evading Xiaoliu's blade-like strike aimed at her neck. I advise you to refrain from further violence. You are no match for me. At that moment, the second concubine shed her former fragile demeanor. Her eyes gleamed like two sharp swords, piercing into Xiaoliu and instilling within him an overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Mo Wu's voice echoed in his mind, warning, this woman is formidable. Avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Intimidated by the second concubine's commanding presence, Xiaoliu retreated a couple of steps, his expression darkening as he spoke. I did not foresee that Zhang Kuang's second concubine would be such a hidden master. You are the one who concealed yourself within the city lord's residence during the day, are you not? Young man, those who know too much often do not live long. Has no one imparted this wisdom to you? The second concubine's voice, initially melodious, now dripped with murderous intent, rendering it impossible. Observing her intent to eliminate him, Xiaoliu remained unperturbed, replying with a measured calm, it seems we have both uncovered each other's secrets. There is a certain fate in that. I deduce you are not one of Meng Liang's people. Are you? Xiaoliu's ability to deduce her identity, even suspecting she was not affiliated with Meng Liang, stemmed from Mo Wu's insights. He had only briefly sensed the second concubine's aura before, yet it left a lasting impression. Although she initially did not resemble the person he had encountered before, once she revealed her true presence, Mo Wu immediately recognized her. As for Xiaoliu's assertion that she was not one of Meng Liang's, it was a ruse to provoke her. Upon hearing his words, the second concubine appeared even more taken aback. This young man, who had scarcely registered on her radar, seemed far more complex than she had initially surmised. Young man, who I belong to is of no concern to you. Your intention tonight is to capture me and lure Zhang Kuang into your trap, is it not? It seems you are indeed resolved to heed Meng Liang's orders to eliminate him. The second concubine, seemingly aware of Xiaoliu's enigmatic nature, refrained from immediate aggression and instead spoke with a slight parting of her lips. What now? Does the young lady not wish for me to eliminate Zhang Kuang? The second concubine, noticing that Xiaoliu remained tight-lipped, let out a soft huff before saying, at your tender age, how can you possess such deep scheming thoughts? In truth, if you desire to kill Zhang Kuang, I would not be opposed to assisting you. However, upon hearing this, Xiaoliu raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the intentions of this enigmatic woman, yet it appeared that she was indeed not affiliated with Meng Liang, and certainly not with Zhang Kuang. Young lady, what do you mean by however? If you have something to say, feel free to express it plainly, and I shall see if I am able to accommodate your request. Xiaoliu replied, following her lead. Giggling, the little one, my public persona is that of Zhang Kuang's second concubine. If you wish to abduct me, it is merely to lure him out for elimination. My purpose in becoming a second concubine is to monitor and counter Zhang Kuang. Since our objectives align, I am naturally willing to cooperate with you. However, you must keep my secret, and in return, I shall feign surrender to you, allowing you to slay Zhang Kuang. What do you think? After such lengthy discourse, it became evident that the second concubine was merely concerned about exposure. Xiaoliu had no intention of revealing this from the outset, thus he promptly nodded in agreement. No problem. Let us collaborate joyfully. Chapter 48. A deal with the tiger. Young man. When dealing with this woman, it would be wise to tread cautiously. Her strength is likely on par with that of the city lord. Meng Liang, possibly above the 6th level of the human immortal realm. Be wary of her feigned cooperation, as she may strike unexpectedly. Mo Wu's warning resonated with Xiaoliu, who recognized that this second concubine of Zhang Kuang was clearly not genuine. Although her current identity might indeed be authentic, her presence here, along with her connection to Meng Liang, suggested she was no ordinary individual. Xiaoliu had just entered the human immortal realm, even with Mo Wu's assistance. He was at best equivalent to the 4th level. To contend against an opponent 3 realms above him and emerge victorious was already an extraordinary feat. Yet Mo Wu asserted that the second concubine possessed strength exceeding the 6th level of the human immortal realm, indicating that she indeed had the capability to end his life. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Xiaoliu refrained from departing hastily and instead probed, "Young lady, since you are Zhang Kuang's second concubine, why would you agree to help me lure him out for his demise? Is this a directive from Lord Ming?" Giggling, "Little one, I advise you to abandon any notions of probing for information from me. You are still too naive. Allow me to clarify. I am neither aligned with Zhang Kuang nor with Meng Liang. I am simply myself, here for my own purposes. You would do well to contemplate how to confront the enemies that lie ahead." The second concubine chuckled, her body quivering with laughter as she stood, towering over Xiaoliu by half a head. Her perfect figure caused her voluptuous curves to sway enticingly. The beauty of this woman was striking, and her every word and action exuded the allure of maturity and the delicate grace befitting a young lady. No wonder Zhang Kuang was utterly captivated by her. "Very well then, may I accompany you?" Upon observing that the other party was unwilling to be ensnared, Xiaoliu had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of extracting further information from her. "Shall we go? Where is the location you have decided upon? Song and Li Tai should be joining you in this endeavor, correct? As for you, dear sister, simply accompany me. After all, you need not fear that I might harbor any ill intentions towards you. Do you?" With that said, Xiaoliu deftly climbed out of the window, blending into the night like a shadow swiftly departing from Zhang Kuang's estate. "Haha, what a wary little one," remarked the second concubine, unfazed by Xiaoliu's caution, and with a swift movement, she trailed closely behind him, following his lead. The note left behind by Xiaoliu bore no signature. Zhang Kuang would undoubtedly associate it with either a flower thief or Meng Liang upon reading it, which was precisely the effect Xiaoliu sought to achieve. An unknown adversary is indeed the most fearsome. By skillfully leveraging this condition, one could seize the initiative and strike unexpectedly, making it far from insurmountable to eliminate Zhang Kuang. Throughout the journey, Xiaoliu pushed his speed to its utmost limit, while the second concubine effortlessly maintained a distance of 5 steps behind him. He even caught a glimpse of the woman, who seemed to exert no effort at all while moving with such grace, her poise far surpassing his own. Indeed, the 6th level of the human immortal realm is not to be trifled with. From my inquiries, Zhang Kuang's strength is likely at the 5th level of the human immortal realm. Moreover, he remains oblivious to my intentions to kill him. If I merely approach him as an ordinary person and launch a surprise attack, there is a 70% chance that I could severely injure or even slay him. As Xiaoliu hastened along, he mentally calculated his plan. The 5th level of the human immortal realm was a full 4 realms above his own. If a surprise attack was not feasible, he would have to join forces with Song and Li Tai to eliminate the opponent. Should Zhang Kuang dismiss the threats in that note and arrive with a significant number of men, Song and Li Tai would be unable to assist him. One must always prepare for the worst while striving for the best outcome if absolutely necessary. Xiaoliu would be left with no choice but to resort to the soft tendon powder given to him by Meng Liang. The second concubine, who followed closely behind, exuded an icy demeanor when silent, as if she were an entirely different person, scrutinizing Xiaoliu, the suddenly emerging youth. For reasons unknown, she felt that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. It was this curiosity that led her to agree to accompany him. "This little fellow is certainly much more intriguing than Zhang Kuang and Meng Liang. Let me observe just how much turmoil you can stir up. For the waters of Yuzhou City shall grow ever murkier under your influence." With both harboring their own thoughts, they soon arrived at the grove in the southern outskirts of the city, where Song and Li Tai had long been waiting. Originally, they had planned to launch their attack together with Xiaoliu. Upon seeing the second concubine, who he had envisioned should have been knocked unconscious, approached Xiaoliu seemingly unscathed, Song couldn't help but voice his confusion. Xiaoliu was about to explain but suddenly recalled his promise to the second concubine to keep her secret. At that moment, The second concubine preemptively interjected, "Esteemed sirs, you truly won't harm me, will you?" I followed this young brother's instructions without any resistance. "Our master is the deputy city lord. You must absolutely refrain from causing any chaos." The second concubine displayed an expression of sheer fright, clutching her chest with both hands, leaving Xiaoliu momentarily speechless as he attempted to explain himself. So this woman fears hardship and has dared to follow us? Perhaps this is for the best. Brother Xiaoliu, let us proceed according to the original plan. We shall support you. As long as Zhang Kuang comes alone, we will swiftly reveal ourselves and combine our strengths to eliminate him with utmost speed. If he disregards our counsel and brings his subordinates along, well, at this point, Song paused, but Xiaoliu continued on his behalf. Regardless of whether he arrives with companions or not, I shall feign the guise of an ordinary person and await the opportune moment to strike. You merely need to act accordingly. With the plan thus solidified, the second concubine wore yet another expression of trepidation, pleading silently for the three of them not to act recklessly, ultimately hoping to be spared. Xiaoliu could not help but admire the woman's performance. Had she not practiced cultivation, her talents would surely suffice to earn a living. With tasks assigned, Xiaoliu remained alone on the necessary path through the woods, waiting for Zhang Kuang's arrival, while Song and Li Tai concealed the second concubine. Time passed slowly in the anticipation. As the dawn began to break, a figure finally emerged from the direction of Yuzhou City. Xiaoliu, utilizing his extraordinary eyesight, quickly discerned a rugged-looking man striding purposefully towards him. The moment he caught sight of the man's countenance, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He was certain this was his first encounter with Zhang Kuang. Yet the feeling was unmistakable. Upon further reflection, he realized that Zhang Kuang bore a striking resemblance to the burly Zhang Kuei. Could it be that they share some connection? Both Zhang Kuei and Zhang Kuang belong to the Zhang family, and their appearances are indeed quite similar. They are likely relatives or brothers. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Kuang had already approached Xiaoliu with haste, his voice booming even more rugged than Zhang Kuei's. "Boy, have you seen a beautiful woman being brought this way?" Initially feigning aimlessness, Xiaoliu was perceived by Zhang Kuang as just a mere passerby, a boy of merely a decade or so. A woman? Ah. It seems that about an hour ago, a man was indeed seen carrying a woman past this very spot. What do you seek them for, sir? The misconception that Xiaoliu had orchestrated was precisely as planned. Utilizing the opportunity of Zhang Kuang's relaxed vigilance, allowing him to strike with a thunderous ambush. Quickly, where have they gone? An expression of rage immediately surfaced on Zhang Kuang's rugged face, regardless of who dared to stealthily abduct his beloved woman. He would not let them go unpunished. "Are you in a hurry, sir? Allow me to guide you. I frequent this area daily and am quite familiar with it." Xiaoliu, maintaining an air of innocent naivety, proactively offered to lead the way. That a child of mere adolescence would hardly be regarded as a threat by someone of Zhang Kuang's caliber. His audacity to venture here alone indicated his profound confidence in his own abilities. In the city of Yuzhou, the Lord Meng Liang possesses the formidable strength of a sixth-level human celestial being, while the second most powerful figure is none other than Zhang Kuang, who stands at the peak of the fifth level. With one foot already poised to enter the sixth. If one disregards the second concubine, he is undoubtedly strong enough to traverse this place with ease, although Song commands a faction as the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. His true power falls slightly short of Zhang Kuang's, having only recently stepped into the fifth level of human celestial being. Generally speaking, upon entering the realm of human celestial beings, one gains the ability to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth for personal use. As one absorbs more of this essence, their strength naturally increases. There exists a significant disparity between each level within the realm of human celestial beings. Advancing even a minor stage can result in a dramatic surge in power, often 2 to 3-fold. Thus, even though both are at the fifth level, Zhang Kuang would find it rather effortless to deal with Song. Upon hearing that this wild youth is willing to lead the way, a look of begrudging acknowledgement graces Zhang Kuang's face, though his lips betray no gratitude as he brusquely urges, "In that case, let us hasten. Do not delay me from my pressing matters." Chapter 49. Coarse yet detailed. Zhang Kuang appears to be as coarse on the surface as he is within, never questioning whether Xiaoliu harbors ulterior motives. Soon enough, Xiaoliu guides the burly man deep into the woods, with Xiaoliu leading the way and Zhang Kuang following closely behind, temporarily lacking a favorable opportunity to strike. However, Xiaoliu remains unperturbed. Given the opponent's carelessness, today is destined to be Zhang Kuang's last. After leading him to the concealed location of Song and Li Tai, Xiaoliu comes to a halt. casting a bewildered glance around as he mutters, "Strange. I distinctly recall that person bringing that big sister nearby." As he speaks, he feigns a search of the surroundings, gradually edging closer to Youquan, who also appears to be scanning the area. Now is the moment. A fierce glimmer of murderous intent flashes in Xiaolu's eyes as he channels the mystical demon codex, gathering all his strength and the energy he has recently absorbed into his right fist. Delivering a powerful punch aimed at Youquan's right rib. "Kid, get out of the way, he's deceiving you." Mo Wu shouts in alarm in Xiaolu's mind the instant he strikes that moment. Xiaolu observes a wicked grin suddenly flash across Youquan's previously unsuspecting face. His body spins rapidly, evading Xiaolu's full-force punch with a deft maneuver, while simultaneously executing a palm strike aimed directly at Xiaolu's crown. "You think you can scheme against me? Dream on in the underworld." With a swift motion, Youquan's lethal strike barely misses, yet the force of his palm wind tears apart the fabric of Xiaolu's shirt, exposing much of his chest and sending a sharp, fiery sensation coursing through him. It was merely the result of the wind, not an injury. Having narrowly escaped, Xiaolu quickly retreats to create distance, casting a wary glance at Youquan. Observing the situation, Youquan does not pursue. Instead, he seems to have an air of confidence, regarding the boy who had just guided him with the demeanor of a cat toying with him. "Did you know all along that I was planning to deceive you?" Xiaolu's face was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. He had never anticipated that the very individual he sought to outmaneuver would turn the tables, ensnaring him instead. The rugged exterior of Youquan had easily duped him, resulting in a considerable setback that nearly cost him his life. Ha! "You little rascal, still in your infancy, dare to ensnare me? Take a moment to reflect upon your own worth before you confront me again. The spectacles I have witnessed far exceed the feeble imaginings of a wild brat like you." Youquan laughed heartily, having just experienced Xiaolu's prowess. Although his adversary had narrowly evaded his strike, it was merely a casual gesture on his part. The vast disparity in their strengths left Youquan utterly unconcerned that Xiaolu could escape his grasp. Naturally, Youquan relished the opportunity to indulge his vanity before dispatching his foe. Xiaolu, aware that a direct confrontation would likely lead to his downfall, resorted to invoking his second concubine as leverage against Youquan. "Huh, do you truly believe I am here alone? It seems you are utterly ignorant of the art of deception. My brother, Youquan, is currently tracking the second concubine with a keenly perceptive beast. Once she is located, your usefulness will be rendered null." Youquan narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. He had refrained from ending Xiaolu's life immediately with this very intention in mind. Should his brother fail to rescue the second concubine, Xiaolu could still serve as a bargaining chip. The boy, having previously overlooked this due to distance, now realized the truth. Youquan was indeed approaching with a ferocious steel-clawed wolf. Mo Wu confirmed the claim in his heart, and Xiaolu's complexion darkened considerably. It appeared that Youquan, a potential contender for the title of Third Prince, was no mere brute. He possessed a blend of brawn and cunning. Undoubtedly a deeply scheming individual, internally chastising himself for his oversight, Xiaolu nonetheless managed to restore a smile to his face. The deputy city lord was indeed astute. "I concede, young one. However, did you truly believe I had not prepared a contingency?" With that, Xiaolu gestured, and from behind a large tree, two figures leaped down, Song and Li Tai. The three exchanged swift glances, and without hesitation, Song and Li Tai charged towards Youquan in unison. "So it is you too." Youquan's smile evaporated, for he recognized Song and Li Tai. One was at the initial stage of the fifth realm of human immortality, while the other was at the fourth realm's initial stage. Combined, they were hardly his match. Thus, Youquan faced them without trepidation and engaged in combat. Conversely, Youquan did not attack with the same fervor as Song and Li Tai. Instead, he danced around them, leading to a cacophony of fists and weapons clashing in the arena. Although Song and Li Tai aimed to swiftly vanquish Youquan, their adversary refused to meet them head-on. Observing the battle, Xiaolu made his own judgment. Rather than joining Mo Wu in the fray, he circumvented them, hastening towards Youquan. What scheme is this boy concocting? Youquan and the second concubine, who was observing from the tree, were both perplexed as to why Xiaolu did not assist Song, but instead ran towards Youquan on his own. Before long, Youquan arrived in the vicinity, his eyes immediately catching sight of the little rascal Xiaolu charging towards him. "Xiaolu, it seems that you are the one who has abducted the second concubine this time." Unfazed by the circumstances shrouded within the woods, Zhang Kuei could not let this scoundrel, who had once torn off a part of his ear, escape his grasp. You wretch! Heaven offers you a path. Yet you choose to stray. Hell has no doors, yet you barge in. Today, you shall pay the price for your transgressions. With a sinister grin, Zhang Kuei lunged forward alongside his ferocious steel-claw wolf, drawing his curved blade with lightning speed. Aiming a vicious strike at Xiaoliu's head, while the wolf displayed its menacing fangs and claws, poised to strike at Xiaoliu's vital points. Come at me if you dare. You think you can make me pay? I shall make you pay instead. Today, we shall settle the score for bullying Xiaoliu and for the deaths of Gengzhong and the others, Xiaoliu retorted with a cold laugh. Instantly entering a state of mental synchronization with Mo Wu, their combat prowess surging to the 4th level of the human immortal realm. This was the pinnacle of power they could achieve through their synchronized spirits. Their state evolved from the amalgamation of their strengths. Any enhancement in either individual would correspondingly amplify their joint capabilities. At this moment, Xiaoliu, having entered the initial stage of the 1st level of the human immortal realm, experienced significant growth, thus elevating their fused battle power. In an instant, Xiaoliu's speed increased severalfold, rivaling even Zhang Kuei's. He deftly evaded the incoming strike and, in a flash, unleashed a punch that sent the yellow-tier peak demon wolf, equivalent to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, flying. The wolf's most vulnerable area was akin to that of a wild beast, with its abdomen being its Achilles heel. Xiaoliu's punch landed squarely there, dispatching it to the underworld. You wretch! Zhang Kuei was taken aback by Xiaoliu's sudden surge in strength. Although he had previously suffered at Xiaoliu's hands, it was due to his own carelessness, and he had never truly regarded Xiaoliu as a threat. The last hunt in the Youquan Forest had primarily targeted Song. In Zhang Kuei's mind, Xiaoliu was merely a naive fool, a jester stumbling about. Yet now, this jester had unveiled a power that was not inferior to his own, leaving Zhang Kuei momentarily stunned and unable to process the situation. In a duel between experts, particularly with evenly matched opponents, every minute detail counts. A single oversight could lead to dire consequences, potentially deciding the outcome of the battle. Xiaoliu was still somewhat oblivious to this fact, but Mo Wu, being an experienced master, seized this rare opportunity without hesitation. With a call, he and Xiaoliu launched a furious offensive, unleashing a tempest of powerful strikes. Chapter 50. The Demon of Dreams. Zhang Kuei's temperament and mindset were vastly inferior to those of his brother, Zhang Kuang. He found himself at a disadvantage against someone he had previously looked down upon. A sense of urgency overtook him. He wielded his curved blade with fervor, creating an impenetrable web of steel that ultimately curtailed Xiaoliu's onslaught. Finally able to catch his breath, Zhang Kuei realized that if the pressure had continued, defeat would have come swiftly. Kid, it seems I underestimated you before. You have concealed yourself so deeply. You are certainly not an inconsequential nobody. It must be Song who summoned you, right? You two have conspired long before this, haven't you? Zhang Kuei's expression was one of bitterness, as if he had been made a fool of. In his mind, Xiaoliu's prowess could not possibly manifest in such a place without reason. Nor would he join their iron-blood mercenary corps without cause. Reflecting on the previous failure in the Youquan Forest operation, Zhang Kuei quickly deduced that Xiaoliu was indeed a hired hand of Song. Perhaps even someone who had long since perceived his cunning. Seeing the suspicion and wild conjecture in his opponent's eyes, Xiaoliu chose not to clarify, instead responding with a chuckle. Zhang Dehuzi. Is it even worthwhile to discuss this now? Even if you discover the truth, it won't spare you from death. For the deceased, knowing a little more or a little less holds little significance. Does it? Xiaoliu's nonchalance starkly contrasted with Zhang Kuei's mounting anxiety. It seemed as if the earlier battle had hardly drained him, while Zhang Kuei, preoccupied with defense, was already gasping for breath. You think you have me at your mercy? I have yet to reveal my true skills. Allow me to show you what the Gale Blade technique truly entails. With that, a look of deadly confidence spread across Zhang Kuei's face, clearly indicating his faith in this so-called Gale Blade technique. Buzzing with energy, he began to wield his curved blade with increasing speed, gradually generating a wind force that formed a spherical aura between Xiaoliu and himself. This aura, standing taller than a man, expanded with Zhang Kuei's escalating attacks, exhibiting an intensifying momentum. A fallen leaf was caught in its whirlwind, swiftly shredded into fragments, scattering into the air. Xiaoliu's gaze sharpened. This technique was indeed formidable. Lacking any combat skill, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Zhang Kuei, who wielded a curved blade with the Gale Blade technique. Yet, Xiaoliu appeared unfazed, his demeanor calm as he observed Zhang Kuei exerting himself to unleash his blade techniques. Soon, the aura enveloped Xiaoliu entirely. Ha! Foolish boy, once the Gale Blade's aura ensnares you, there is no escaping. Now let us see what you'll use to boast against me. With Zhang Kuei's boisterous laughter. Xiaoliu's garments were slashed by countless sharp winds. He struggled to resist, but the blade's aura firmly held him captive, rendering escape impossible. In a fleeting moment, the body of Xiaoliu became adorned with intricate crimson veins, which multiplied rapidly, enveloping him entirely in a dense tapestry of blood. Within the brief duration of a tea ceremony, Xiaoliu transformed into a grotesque figure, emitting a wail that resembled no human sound. Ha ha! You dared to provoke me. Within the realm of my wind blade technique, your fate is sealed as one devoid of a complete corpse. Prepare to perish. Ha! Zhang Kuei watched in glee as Xiaoliu morphed from an unscathed individual into bloodied form, a surge of hatred towards Xiaoliu finding its release within him. This sensation was overwhelmingly delightful, and Zhang Kuei's eyes sparkled with crimson veins of excitement. This scene, which should have remained unseen by any third party, was unexpectedly observed by a graceful silhouette perched atop a nearby treetop. What has driven Zhang Kuei to the brink of madness? The enchanting figure was none other than the second concubine, who, upon witnessing Xiaoliu confront Zhang Kuei, had forsaken the battleground involving Song and Zhang Kuang to clandestinely watch the ensuing duel. Initially, the clash between Zhang Kuei and Xiaoliu adhered to conventional norms. But soon Zhang Kuei seemed to succumb to a frenzy, unleashing a ferocious blade technique that conjured a colossal aura of knife energy around him, followed by maniacal laughter. Meanwhile, Xiaoliu quietly maneuvered behind Zhang Kuang, observing the latter's descent into madness. Indeed, from the second concubine's perspective, Xiaoliu appeared untouched by the blade's energy, sustaining no harm whatsoever. He resembled a mere spectator, watching Zhang Kuei's derangement and laughter unfold. Moments later, Zhang Kuei, now breathless and weary, found even his formidable strength at the fourth level of the human immortal realm drained by the exertion of such a technique, all in a desperate bid to reduce Xiaoliu to mere pulp. Finally, the Xiaoliu that resided in Zhang Kuei's vision was gradually severed by his relentless blade technique, ultimately draining every drop of blood, leaving behind a blood-red skeletal frame. At last, he lay dead. What of your fourth level in the human immortal realm? You, too, shall meet your demise at my hands. To provoke me, this is the only fate you can expect, an end devoid of a complete corpse. Ha ha! Zhang Kuei paused his actions, laughing maniacally at the skeletal remains of Xiaoliu. Feeling a sense of relief from Zhang Kuei's eyes widened in sheer terror as he gazed upon the skeleton. A chilling sensation coursing through his mind. In a moment of desperation, he let out a frantic scream, completely bereft of his former composure. You are correct. I am indeed a devil. Moreover, I am the devil come to claim your life. To his astonishment, the skeleton revealed a peculiar smile amidst Zhang Kuei's horrified stare, continuing to speak in a chilling tone. Ah, no, you cannot kill me. I am the younger brother of Deputy City Lord Zhang Kuang. If you slay me, he will not spare you. I beg for your mercy. Zhang Kuei shouted incoherently, while the concubine perched atop the treetops began to discern the unfolding situation. She shifted her gaze to Xiaoliu, growing increasingly perplexed by the youth. Fifth brother, that is enough. Have Xiao dispel the illusion. Zhang Kuei is no longer capable of resisting us. Xiaoliu stood patiently behind Zhang Kuei, refraining from taking advantage of the latter's frantic state to strike him down. Instead, waiting for Zhang Kuei to exhaust his strength, deplete his energy, and reach a psychological breaking point. No, do not kill me. Please, do not kill me. Just as Zhang Kuei, in a frenzy of desperate, attempted to flee, he cast one last terrified glance at the menacing red skeletal figure, only to find nothing there. The spot where it had stood was utterly empty, devoid of any trace. Not only was the skeleton absent, but even the copious blood and flesh. The Xiaoliu stepped forward with 2 strides, casting a cold, indifferent glance at his former rival, before delivering a powerful kick that struck Zhang Kuei's neck, swiftly ending the life of this scoundrel. Chapter 51. Zhang Kuang's decapitation. Well done, lad. You now bear a semblance to a true cultivator. The dream demon's ability to hypnotize Zhang Kuei was predicated on exploiting the fleeting moment when his mind was vulnerable. This young rascal, still in his infancy, was of no use against Zhang Kuang. That we have delayed long enough. Zhang Kuang will surely sense that something is amiss. That I suggest we hasten to check on Song. Although Xiaoliu's earlier confrontation with Zhang Kuei appeared effortless, he had merely taken advantage of Zhang Kuei's underestimation of him. With Zhang Kuei looking down on him, his mental defenses bore some cracks. Xiaoliu covertly conferred with Mo Wu, allowing the newly acquired Xiao Bai to unleash its illusionary prowess. As anticipated, Zhang Kuei fell victim to the ruse, simplifying subsequent events considerably. Xiaoliu waited until Zhang Kuei emerged from the illusion, ensuring his demise was comprehensible. He had no intention of further entangling himself with Shi Song and Li Tai, unleashing his full potential. The peak strength of his fifth realm in the human immortal stage was now fully exerted, decisively suppressing his opponents. Li Tai, lacking sufficient strength, even sustained considerable injuries, rendering their situation increasingly dire. Without hesitation, Xiaoliu synchronized his spirit with Mo Wu once more, disregarding the excessive consumption of Mo Wu's soul energy. The trio quickly gained the upper hand. However, Zhang Kuang was no pushover. Even while contending against three adversaries, he managed to counterattack, leading to a stalemate in the battle once more. My soul energy cannot sustain prolonged depletion. A drawn-out conflict is detrimental. Don't worry, Brother Wu. I have already employed the soft muscle powder. It just wasn't me who used it. Zhang Kuang struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught of the three. While he threatened them verbally, his mission to rescue his second concubine had seemed foolproof, and to ensure success, he had summoned his brother, Zhang Kuei, whose strength was only slightly inferior to his own. Zhang Kuang felt a surge of urgency and anger but strove to maintain composure. Unlike Zhang Kuei, he understood that in such moments, maintaining one's wits was paramount. The third prince's regard for him was not unfounded. He indeed possessed a degree of capability. Feel free to continue your threats. However, your time is running out. Once you fall into our grasp, let us see if you can still be so arrogant. Among the trio, Shi Song boasted the greatest strength, tasked with directly confronting Zhang Kuang. A peculiar smile crept across his face. Zhang Kuang, startled by his words, scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly believe that three of you together can best me? My realm surpasses yours. In the end, it will be you who exhausts first. The only ones to perish here will be you. Shi Song, however, chose not to respond, focusing intently on the battle. Although Li Tai was injured, he refused to withdraw, joining Xiaoliu to provide support, ensuring that even if Zhang Kuang wished to flee, he would find no escape. In a swift turn of events, Zhang Kuang found himself engaged in a fierce battle with the trio, exchanging no less than 100 blows. With each passing moment, a sense of uncertainty gnawed at him. He regretted not bringing his subordinates along today, an egregious error on his part. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have summoned his entire cadre of skilled fighters, for against such a concerted assault, these three adversaries would surely face a grim fate. Yet, at this juncture, regret bore no fruit. He could only rely on the formidable strength of his peak fifth level in the celestial realm to endure until his opponents were thoroughly exhausted, thus securing a chance of victory. Suddenly, amidst the tension of battle, Zhang Kuang sensed a peculiar fatigue creeping into his previously robust stamina and vitality, as if they were no longer under his command. What once could have easily repelled Shi Song was now met with diminishing returns. Even direct confrontations yielded him no advantage. This realization struck him with astonishment and confusion. Could it be that he was succumbing to fatigue before the three of them? However, it soon became apparent that the rate at which his energy was depleting was undeniably abnormal. His essence within the Dantian remained intact, yet an inexplicable force rendered him powerless. Bang! Shi Song pressed his advantage, landing a decisive blow that sent Zhang Kuang staggering several steps back, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Nearby, Xiaoliu and Li Tai exchanged glances, a glimmer of amusement evident in their eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, they lunged forward, exerting all their might to besiege Zhang Kuang. You fiends! Wait! Zhang Kuang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. If he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, it would be a grave oversight indeed. Panic and dread surged within him as he observed that these three, once considered of mediocre strength, now possessed the capability to repel him with ease. His combat prowess was evaporating at an alarming rate, significantly undermining his original capabilities. Bang! Shi Song, relentless in his pursuit, struck again, pushing Zhang Kuang back another 5 steps. He vividly recalled the harrowing experience in the Youquan Forest, where he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Xiaoliu's timely intervention as a new ally, he would surely have perished there. All the tribulations he faced were wrought by the very individuals before. Shi Song's animosity ran deeper than even that towards Zhang Kuei. Cease this at once. Otherwise, even in death, you shall not escape the vengeance of the third prince. Zhang Kuang, acutely aware of his precarious situation, clung to a thread of hope. As a subordinate of the third prince of the Eastern Extreme Empire, he believed invoking the prince's name in this desolate place. Who would know if I were to kill you? Song and Li Tai exchanged glances. Xiaoliu's words were intended for them both. Indeed, they could not afford to provoke the third prince. Yet as Xiaoliu pointed out, there were no other witnesses here. Who could possibly learn of Zhang Kuang's demise? Furthermore, given that Zhang Kuang had been cornered by the three of them today, should they allow him to escape, he would undoubtedly seek ruthless revenge in the future. They had barely managed to escape from the Youquan Forest last time. But what about next time? With this thought in mind, Song and Li Tai steeled themselves and began to approach Zhang Kuang. You were courting death, Zhang Kuang exclaimed in desperation, unaware of the true terror of the third prince. He attempted a final stand, but Xiaoliu's booming voice cut through his words. Silence. Determined to deny Zhang Kuang any opportunity, Xiaoliu propelled himself off the ground, gliding low, and with a swift motion. He delivered a powerful punch directly to Zhang Kuang's chin. Despite his formidable strength, the effects of the soft sinew powder and his injuries left Zhang Kuang unable to evade the strike, launching him 2 feet into the air from the sheer force. At that moment, Song and Li Tai arrived, each delivering a kick and a claw strike simultaneously to Zhang Kuang's neck and groin, all while he looked on in despair. When Zhang Kuang finally descended, he was already gasping for breath, his life ebbing away. His eyes, filled with venomous hatred, were fixed on Xiaoliu. He knew that without Xiaoliu's interference, he would not have met such a grim fate today. Be careful, this fellow possesses a storage pouch. Mo Wu's warning startled Xiaoliu, but in his haste, he could not comprehend the nature of the storage pouch. That momentary distraction allowed Zhang Kuang to conjure a luminous jade tablet from thin air. Summoning his remaining strength, he crushed the tablet in his grasp. As it shattered, a beam of light shot forth into the sky, rapidly vanishing to the east in the blink of an eye. Chapter 52. A hidden danger. What was that light just now? Li Tai and Song exchanged bewildered glances. Unable to grasp what had occurred, Xiaoliu's expression darkened. Through Mo Wu, he realized that Zhang Kuang had shattered a communication jade slip, and likely, the third prince had already been informed of the events that transpired here. Both of you. The situation is now settled. Zhang Kuei and Zhang Kuang are both dead. You must leave at once, preferably seeking refuge in another country, Xiaoliu warned. Zhang Kuang's signal had alerted the third prince to their actions, while others may not know the veracity of Zhang Kuang's loyalty to the third prince. Xiaoliu was well aware, as Meng Liang had once confided in him. The third prince, a figure of such lofty status, was known even within the confines of Yuzhou City. It was said that the most powerful contenders in the Eastern Extreme Empire were the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Harboring resentment towards such a person is undoubtedly an unpleasant affair. At any moment, the Third Prince might casually dispatch one of his formidable subordinates to secretly eliminate them. There is no need for the two of you to be overly concerned. While the Third Prince certainly possesses extensive influence, he also contends with the Crown Prince as an adversary, and above him looms the formidable Dong Huangpu, who sits empowered as long as you act with sufficient stealth and swiftness. You should be able to escape from here. Xiaoliu's words offered a slight comfort to Song and Li Tai. It seemed that they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. In comparison to the mercenary group they had painstakingly established, their lives were undoubtedly far more valuable. Xiaoliu, are you not coming with us? Song swiftly turned his attention to Xiaoliu. With his addition, the three of them, given their abilities, would eventually find a way to rise again elsewhere. With Xiaoliu, a youth of immense potential, perhaps their future prospects could be even brighter. However, this was evidently an overestimation on his part. For Xiaoliu had never truly committed himself to any mercenary group. His sole reason for remaining was to care for Luoyu. Big brother, sure, I still have matters to attend to here and cannot leave with you. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the future. With that, Song found himself at a loss. He exchanged glances with Li Tai, both reading a hint of bitterness on each other's faces. In truth, they had been unwittingly drawn into the conflict between Zhang Kuang and Meng Liang. Had it not been for Zhang Kuei's infiltration within the mercenary group, they would not have found themselves in such turbulent waters. Given the circumstances, Song and Li Tai refrained from saying more, bidding Xiaoliu a hasty farewell before departing. Only Xiaoliu remained behind, guarding a lifeless body. Yet, he was aware of the existence of the second concubine. While Song and Li Tai had dismissed her as inconsequential, Xiaoliu had always known she was quietly observing everything that transpired here. Come out. Everyone who could die has perished, and those who could leave have departed. What are you still hiding for? Without raising his gaze, Xiaoliu fixed his eyes on a pouch at Zhang Kuang's waist, speaking aloud. The second concubine, smiling, glided towards Xiaoliu like a fluttering butterfly. Sister is merely jesting. Would you truly be willing to divulge your abilities to me? Little brother, I didn't expect you to possess such discerning eyes. This storage pouch is not something the average person recognizes. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. The second concubine, with her soft and alluring tone, stood by without hindering Xiaoliu's actions, immediately revealing the true name of the pouch he held. Are you intending to seize the storage pouch from me? Sister, although Xiaoliu did not lift his head, his complete attention was devoted to the inscrutable second concubine. Should she make a move, he would deploy all his skills to engage with her. This storage pouch had been entrusted to him by Mo Wu, who claimed it possessed the miraculous ability to contain myriad objects, making it precisely what Xiaoliu urgently needed. Furthermore, as the deputy mayor of the city and a man allied with the third prince, Zhang Kuang's wealth was undoubtedly considerable. With such resources, Xiaoliu could resolve numerous challenges. Little brother, you truly underestimate me. This is your trophy. Fear not, dear sister, for I harbor no ulterior motives. Speaking of which, we have come to know each other. Haven Tiwi, I am aware that your name is Xiaoliu, while you may refer to me as Sister Lan. Would you care to know the nature of my being? The woman, who calls herself Sister Lan, exuded a playful glimmer in her eyes as she gracefully maneuvered around the lifeless body on the ground, coming to a halt before Xiaoliu. Gazing at his face, she inquired, "Oh, Sister Lan, what has prompted you to divulge this information to me now? Did you not request me to keep your secrets? My intention was merely to employ your hand in eliminating Zhang Kuang. Now that Zhang Kuang is dead, the third prince is also aware that you were the one. You have thus successfully fulfilled Meng Liang's directive. However, do you realize that Meng Liang harbors no benevolent intentions toward you? If I am not mistaken, he will soon covertly move to eliminate you, seizing all the credit for himself. Even if he does not confront you directly, the retribution from the third prince is something a mere child like you cannot withstand." The words spoken by the woman identifying herself as Sister Lan echoed sentiments previously voiced by Mo Wu, thus leaving Xiaoliu unperturbed. Initially, according to his plan, after eliminating Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei, he intended to quietly depart with Luo Yu, embarking on a new journey far from here. The only variable now is the presence of this enigmatic woman. Sister Lan, oh, it seems, dear brother, you have already contemplated these matters. Perhaps I have spoken too freely. Yet, I fear your only recourse is to flee to distant lands to evade this calamity, is it not? The meticulous thoughts of Sister Lan made Xiaoliu increasingly reluctant to view her as an adversary, prompting him to flatter her. Sister Lan, your character is as exquisite as orchids, and the trifling thoughts I possess are mere trifles in your presence. Giggle, dear brother, you possess quite the silver tongue. Allow me to share a secret with you. In truth, I am also a person sent by the Crown Prince, albeit on a clandestine mission, overseeing the actions of Meng Liang and Zhang Kuang. Now that Zhang Kuang is deceased, I no longer need to masquerade as a second concubine. They asked for Meng Liang at the mention of Meng Liang. Xiaoliu sensed a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in the eyes of the clever, which she swiftly concealed. Meng Liang is no virtuous character. Dear brother, I have a proposition for you. I wonder if you dare to accept. Sister Lan's tone shifted, her lips curling into a charming smile as she gazed at Xiaoliu. Oh, sister, please speak candidly, and let us see if I can entertain an additional choice. Noticing the underlying significance in Sister Lan's words, Xiaoliu pursued the conversation with keen interest. I wish to recommend you to serve beside the Crown Prince. Do you dare to accept this offer? Sister Lan's words momentarily stunned Xiaoliu, who then chuckled in disbelief. Sister Lan, you jest. Is it customary for those of the Crown Prince's lineage to cast such bait to ensnare others? Meng Liang did so, and you follow suit. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? At her words, Xiaoliu's gaze sharpened. Initially, he had indeed harbored such intentions, but now, it appeared as though his plans were no longer feasible. Given Sister Lan's insinuations, Lan Jie noticed a slight change in Xiaoliu's expression, which he quickly concealed. Aware that her words had made a certain impact, she continued, the third prince commands countless. This mere Yuzhou city is but a trifling corner in his contest with the Crown Prince that I in the vicinity. There are 18 cities, large and small, all under the third prince's influence. You truly believe you can elude their relentless pursuit? Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu's countenance genuinely shifted. He had never anticipated the extent of the third prince's power. There was no need to dispatch assassins from the imperial city. Merely local forces could render him utterly trapped, with nowhere to flee. After a moment of silence, Xiaoliu looked again at the enchanting Lan Jie and spoke deliberately. What do you mean, sister? Lan Jie recognized that her words had successfully undermined Xiaolu's confidence, and a radiant smile spread across her face. She gracefully approached him and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's quite simple. Accept my invitation, and I shall ensure your smooth entry into the imperial city." Initially, Lan Jie's proposition piqued Xiaolu's interest, but it ultimately became his sole option. Without further hesitation, he decisively replied, "Very well, it's a deal. I hope our collaboration will be a pleasant one." Chapter 53. A bountiful return. Xiaolu stood beside Zhang Kuang's lifeless body, lost in thought. After reaching a consensus with Xiaolu, the second concubine, Lan Jie, gracefully departed. Where she went and what she intended to do remained a mystery to Xiaolu, who harbored a lingering wariness towards this enigmatic woman. Young man, other matters can wait. Now is the time for harvest. Let us see what treasures this deceased storage pouch holds. However, this pouch was considerably sturdier, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns that a closer inspection revealed that these designs were remarkably profound, their true significance eluding comprehension. Fifth brother, why can't I open this? Xiaolu attempted to unfasten the pouch as if it were an ordinary bag, only to find himself utterly baffled by its stubborn closure. Oh, right. I forgot to mention that a storage pouch requires a drop of blood to recognize its master before it can be utilized. Now that Zhang Kuang is deceased, his claim has naturally been relinquished. Simply squeeze out a drop of blood and let it fall upon the array, and it shall open to your will. After Mo Wu explained this, Xiaolu promptly followed suit, biting his finger to draw blood. As the crimson liquid dripped onto the pouch's intricate designs, the seemingly unremarkable bag emitted a faint red glow. Suddenly, Xiaolu felt a profound connection to the object. Fifth brother, I believe I can control it now. Having never encountered such an advanced item, Xiaolu's curiosity and excitement surged. While a storage pouch may not be a treasure per se, it is indeed a valuable asset for you. Hurry and see what lies within. Through this mental connection, you can inspect its contents at any time and retrieve items with but a thought. Today, Mo Wu's exertion has been considerable, as he successively aided Xiaolu in combating Zhang Kuei and Zhang Kuang. At this moment, his spiritual energy has been completely depleted. However, fortunately, he has not succumbed to a state of slumber as he did previously. Upon hearing Mo Wu's words, Xiaolu hastily utilized their mental connection to peer into the storage bag. And to his astonishment, he beheld a veritable mountain of gold and silver piled within. Stammering in disbelief, he muttered, "I've struck it rich. How much money could this possibly be? It could likely purchase the entirety of Yang Tower." Mo Wu, disheartened by Xiaolu's lack of composure, dismissed him with an air of impatience, stating, "Youngster, do not fixate solely on those trinkets of yellow and white. These items may be of significance to ordinary folk. Yet for you, they are merely superfluous objects. What I wish for you to discern is whether Zhang Kuang has stored any treasures beneficial for cultivation." Upon hearing Mo Wu's admonition, Xiaolu quickly responded, Oh, I shall search at once." Redirecting his spiritual gaze from the heap of gold and silver, Xiaolu soon discovered several jade boxes nestled among the riches. With a mere thought, these 3 boxes materialized before him, arranged neatly in a row. Jade boxes for storage. It seems these must represent Zhang Kuang's true wealth. Mo Wu mused internally, while Xiaolu eagerly stepped forward and knelt to open the first jade box. As the box was unsealed, a potent aroma of medicinal herbs wafted forth, causing Xiaolu to wrinkle his nose in response, before focusing intently on the contents within. What is this? I've never heard of it before. He pondered aloud, as he lifted a plant approximately half a foot in length from the box, scrutinizing it carefully. This was a plant entirely black in hue, possessing only stems and leaves. Despite its indeterminate duration of storage within the jade box, it still exuded a palpable vitality. Youngster, this item is of no immediate use to us. It is a lifespan herb, known for its properties of prolonging life. Mo Wu identified the medicinal plant. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really, it can extend life. If I consume it, wouldn't that mean we could live longer? What a marvelous treasure. Why do you say it's of no use to us?" Fifth brother, observing Xiaolu's avaricious demeanor while clutching the lifespan herb, Mo Wu felt utterly exasperated. He replied with a hint of frustration, "You're still quite young. The matter of longevity is far removed from your current concerns. Why must you treat everything as a treasure? We must not waste time. Quickly examine the remaining 2 boxes so we can depart. Zhang Kuang's corpse remains unaccounted for, and should someone stumble upon you guarding it, unforeseen complications may arise." Understood. With that, he proceeded to open the second jade box, which contained yet another medicinal herb. Upon seeing this herb, Mo Wu was the first to express delight, exclaiming, "Youngster, this one is splendid. This is the main ingredient for the formulation of the strengthening pill. Even consuming it directly would yield significant benefits." Xiaoliu, scratching his head in confusion, queried, "Strengthening? What do you mean, fifth brother? You foolish boy. Not strengthening as in top scholar. I am referring to the term for enhancement. Enhance your vitality with this miraculous elixir. Do you understand?" Mo Wu is nearly driven to madness by him, were it not for the inability to separate. He would truly like to give Xiaoliu a gentle rap on the head. Enhance vitality? So, Brother Wu, do you mean that consuming this will elevate one's cultivation? Xiaoliu paid no heed to Mo Wu's tone and attitude, for the phrase enhance vitality had captivated his full attention. What does Xiaoliu lack the most at this moment? Undoubtedly, it is strength. With this Zhuangyuan grass in hand, his cultivation would accelerate considerably. However, now is not the opportune moment for consumption. You should take a look at the contents of the third jade box. Once we are done, we must take our leave. Mo Wu, unlike Xiaoliu, who had yet to experience the world, merely experienced a slight emotional stir upon seeing the Zhuangyuan grass before regaining his composure. This time, the box contains not an elixir but a tome. Xiaoliu picked it up and noted that the cover bore the bold characters Nong Yin Palm. He, filled with uncertainty, inquired of Mo Wu, "Brother Wu, is the Nong Yin Palm the martial art you mentioned?" "Indeed, you are correct. This palm technique is presumably a skill that Zhang Kuang has recently been practicing. Did you not notice that during your battles with him, he utilized his bare hands? However, I deduce that Zhang Kuang is merely a novice in its practice. And given that this technique is called Nong Yin, it likely belongs to the fire attribute. While his palms exhibited a slight warmth during combat, they did not possess significant power. You may as well peruse its contents. I too wish to ascertain the rank of this martial art." Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu hastily opened the first page of the Nong Yin Palm and proceeded to leaf through it. After perusing roughly a dozen pages, Mo Wu formed his own judgment. "Youngster, this martial art should be classified as high tier in the Xian rank. It seems my earlier deduction was correct. Zhang Kuang has only grasped the superficial aspects and has failed to harness the true essence of this combat technique. The classification of martial arts consists of 4 categories: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, corresponding to the realms of celestial immortals, earthly immortals, human immortals, and body refinement. That high tier in the Xian rank equates to the late stage of human immortal level. Zhang Kuang's realm is the 5th stage of human immortals, making the study of this Nong Yin Palm perfectly suitable for him. Youngster, with your current cultivation, you would ordinarily be unable to practice high-tier Xian-ranked martial arts. However, with my assistance, this issue is not insurmountable. The challenge lies in this palm technique requiring the absorption of fire attribute energy into the body, forcing it to the palms to inflict damage on the adversary through intense heat. I estimate that to master it, you will inevitably endure some hardships." Before Mo Wu could finish his sentence, Xiaoliu eagerly interjected, "Brother Wu, I will practice. Is it not just hardship? I am unafraid of suffering. I have already persevered through the trials of hypnosis backlash. As long as I can grow stronger, what does a little hardship matter? Did you not say? Only through enduring the bitterest of hardships can one rise above others. Youngster, remember this well. Do not falter when faced with true hardship. Mo Wu concluded. Well then, we have gathered our spoils, and the rewards are quite satisfactory. Let us swiftly erase any trace of our presence and depart, lest the night stretch on with further complications. At present, Xiaoliu meticulously concealed the martial arts manual of the Nong Yin Palm, excavated a substantial pit, and interred Zhang Kuang within it. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the location of Zhang Kuei's corpse, employing the same method to search his belongings, appropriating anything of value before burying him as well. Zhang Kuei possessed a secret technique, namely the ferocious wind blade technique, in addition to some gold. Xiaoliu acknowledged the formidable nature of the ferocious wind blade, yet Mo Wu suggested that he refrain from practicing it, as one cannot focus on 2 pursuits simultaneously. The Nong Yin Palm is of a high-level Xian grade, while the ferocious wind blade is of a medium-level Xian grade. Mastering the Nong Yin Palm would render the ferocious wind blade unnecessary. Naturally, Xiaoliu acquiesced, recognizing the merit of having a guiding figure to avoid unnecessary detours. He deemed it essential to arrange a secure place for her to await his return. Once he resolved matters here, they would be able to depart. Chapter 54. Training the Palm in the Mountains. Xiaoliu and Sister Lan established a cooperative relationship. Regardless of the sincerity between them, she currently posed no threat. His adversary, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely be Meng Liang. When parting from Sister Lan, she requested that Xiaoliu wait for her for tea, during which he decided to spend time in the southern mountainous region. Luoyu had previously been taken there by Luo Jin for leisure. Upon hearing that Xiaoliu intended to bring her there, she felt a surge of joy. For her, escaping the Ironblood mercenary corps was sufficient, and with Xiaoliu by her side, she feared no one. Before long, the two discovered a secluded cave in the mountains and took refuge within. The outskirts of the southern mountainous area were relatively safe, with few wild beasts, and none of the bloodthirsty magical apes to be found. Xiaoliu casually dispatched a wild rabbit, skinned it, and cleaned it before roasting the meat inside the cave. Luoyu had packed oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for their journey, and Xiaoliu, equipped with a spatial pouch, had accepted all of it without hesitation. It is worth mentioning that the pouch had a volume of approximately 10 cubic feet. Aside from containing nearly half a load of gold and silver, it held 3 jade boxes. Thus, Xiaoliu not only brought along the seasonings Luoyu required, but also her clothing and some simple furniture into the cave. Soon, the aroma of roasted rabbit meat wafted through the cave, and the two young ones exchanged a glance filled with relief and contentment. In truth, life revolves around the basic necessities: eating, drinking, and sleeping, with eating comprising a significant portion of that existence. As long as the food is delightful, one's spirits are invariably lifted. After savoring a rabbit leg, Luoyu praised the dish profusely, though in reality, her own culinary skills surpassed Xiaoliu's. She was merely being gracious. Once they finished dining, Xiaoliu encouraged Luoyu to rest and organize her belongings while he delved into the Nang Yin Palm manual. Brother Wu, do you think I can absorb ordinary flames into my body, as mentioned in this manual regarding the absorption of fire attribute elements? After patiently spending an hour studying the entire manual, Xiaoliu posed this question to Mo Wu in his mind. Indeed, it is possible. However, at the outset, you may find it difficult to withstand even the heat of ordinary flames. I suggest you first heat a stone and then use your hands to absorb its internal warmth for your training. Once you have gained a preliminary understanding of the Yin palm, it would be prudent to practice with ordinary flames. MW suggestion prompted Xiaoliu to nod in silent agreement. Though a flicker of trepidation coursed through him, it was only after perusing the Yin palm's manual that he realized the daunting requirement of direct contact with intensely hot objects to absorb the elemental fire within. Just contemplate it. Human palms are flesh and blood. Placing one's hands directly into flames would yield dire consequences, even with the incantations and techniques of the Yin palm at his disposal. Xiaoliu felt overwhelmed by the challenge. At that moment, he found himself regretting his desire to cultivate such a formidable technique, yet having already voiced his intentions, he could not muster the courage to retract his words. Thus, under the curious gaze of Lu Wei, Xiaoliu scoured the cave for a stone the size of a human head, ingeniously setting it upon a makeshift stand over the fire to heat it. Lu Wei, perplexed, wondered why Xiaoliu was now roasting a stone after having cooked rabbits. Was he losing his mind? Xiaoliu, what purpose does roasting a stone serve? Are you planning to use it for cooking? You needn't worry. I shall handle the cooking from now on. Just gather the ingredients for me, and I shall take care of the rest. Luy, ever obedient, listened attentively to Xiaoliu, yet this time she dared to voice her opinion. Xiaoliu, this situation persisted for merely a handful of breaths, when suddenly, with a resounding thud, the stone fell to the ground, and Xiaoliu could endure no longer. Hiss, as he gazed at his hand, covered in painful blisters, he inhaled sharply. Kid, what do you think? Do you still wish to continue practicing this technique? This is just the beginning. In the future, you will have to place your hands in the flames. Then it will truly be unbearable. Mo Wu's voice seemed to carry a hint of schadenfreude at that moment. Brother Wu, please refrain from mocking me. Xiaoliu retorted defiantly. Now that I've embarked on this path of cultivation, I shall not waver. Just you wait. I will certainly master the fiery palm to show you. Detecting the tone of ridicule in Mo Wu's words, Xiaoliu was unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, Luoyu could no longer remain an observer. She stepped forward, looking at Xiaoliu's blistered hands with concern, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. Gently, she opened her mouth and cautiously blew on his hands to alleviate his suffering. Xiaoliu, why are you crying? I'm fine. Really, there's no need to worry. This minor injury will heal after a good night's sleep. Although Xiaoliu was grimacing in pain, upon seeing Luoyu's tears, he instinctively shifted. Luoyu, however, merely shook her head in silence, blowing on his hands. Deep down, she wished to dissuade Xiaoliu from continuing. but she understood that a man must stand tall in this world. How could one grow stronger? Her father had been the same, tirelessly practicing day in and day out. Unfortunately, Luo Jin's talents and opportunities could not compare to Xiaoliu's, resulting in limited achievements. Witnessing Xiaoliu's relentless determination reminded Luoyu of her father. And thus her tears were partly shed in sympathy for Xiaoliu and partly in longing for her own father. At that moment, Mo Wu spoke up again. Kid, it seems you cannot escape this girl's web of affection. By the way, didn't you acquire a longevity herb? Although its primary function is to prolong life, its mild nature means that if crushed into powder and mixed with water, it can be more effective than ordinary ointments for external injuries. If you don't mind, you might as well try using it. Brother Wu, why didn't you mention this sooner? I've been in so much pain that I was on the verge of tears. Xiaoliu complained, then retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch. As he grasped the box, the pressure on his blisters caused him to wince in pain once more. He then turned to Luoyu, who had just wiped away her tears, and said, Xiaoliu, I have a herb here. Please break it into 2 parts. 1/2, grind it into powder, mix it with water, and apply it to my... Upon seeing the herb, Luoyu did not question why Xiaoliu hadn't taken it out earlier. She hurriedly set to work, and after a brief moment, she returned with a small bowl filled with a thick, black paste, the result of the crushed longevity herb mixed with water. Xiaoliu ji, bear with me. I'll apply it for you. Luoyu cast a worried glance at Xiaoliu, and after he nodded in affirmation, she began to delicately spread the black paste evenly over his injured palm. Is it really effective? Has it taken effect so swiftly? At the onset, Xiaoliu experienced considerable pain from the medicinal application administered by Luoyu. However, it was not long before a gentle, cooling sensation began to emerge from the treated areas, significantly alleviating the burning discomfort by more than half. Fifth brother, this remedy is indeed effective. I believe it won't be long before the blisters on my hands vanish. Xiaoliu exclaimed joyfully within his heart, continuing to sense the changes in his palms. Upon a careful examination, he realized that, in addition to the pain and the cooling effect of the medicine, there was also a warm heat condensed within his palms. This warmth surpassed the body's normal temperature, yet it was only slightly elevated. It was subtle enough that one could easily overlook it. Clearly, this was the outcome of his recent practice with the heated stone. It is beneficial. It seems that as long as I persevere, I will surely master the fiery palm technique. A flicker of joy flashed in Xiaoliu's eyes, and his resolve deepened. He was determined to master this torturous martial art. Chapter 55. Ancient relics. Xiaoliu's recovery was even swifter than he had anticipated. Injuries sustained at noon had nearly vanished by the evening meal. After dinner, he resumed his training in the fiery palm technique. Luoyu was astounded by Xiaoliu's reckless tenacity, while Mo Wu felt a sense of immense satisfaction. This time, he managed to endure for more than double the previous duration. When Xiaoliu could no longer continue, Luoyu had already prepared the leftover medicinal paste from noon, diligently applying it to his hands. As he felt the increasingly pronounced heat within his palms, Xiaoliu displayed no signs of pain. Instead, he beamed at Luoyu, saying, Xiaoliu, my progress in this technique is rapid. I will need your assistance over the next few days that I intend to repeat the training method until I fully acclimate to this heat. Brother Xiaoliu, although my abilities are limited, I understand the principle that haste makes waste. You must act within your limits. Please do not rush, Luoyu cautioned, concerned for Xiaoliu's well-being. Rest assured, I am mindful of my limits. The characteristics of this technique were quite evident. The more heat Xiaoliu accumulated in his palms, the higher the temperature would rise. Thus, he would quickly acclimatize to the stone's heat, and as long as he persevered through the pain, he would eventually reach the level of remaining unperturbed while retrieving chestnuts from the flames. Consequently, after each injury, Luoyu would apply the medicine for him, while Xiaoliu utilized the recovery time to immerse himself in the impression training devised by Mo Wu. Grasping the essence of the fiery palm technique, with this dual approach, his progress in mastering the fiery palm was astonishingly swift. By the following noon, Xiaoliu could hold the scorching stone with both palms for a substantial duration of tea time. Only one day remained until the agreed-upon time with Sister Lan. Facing a woman whose alliances were ambiguous, every bit of strength would naturally enhance his self-preservation abilities. Another day passed, and after investing 2 days in training with the stone, Xiaoliu had practiced 6 times in total. By the last session, he was capable of enduring the heat for an entire meal's duration. The rapidity of this advancement left Luoyu and Mo Wu astonished, particularly when Luoyu, during her last application of medicine, observed that Xiaolu's palm was no longer as gruesome as it had been at the outset. It became evident that Xiaolu's martial skills were progressing at a visibly remarkable pace. With a satisfied smile, Xiaolu retracted his hand and rose to his feet, reflecting on the myriad experiences he had encountered over the past 2 days, many of which were hitherto unfamiliar to him. The most indelible lesson was the realization that the path of cultivation was indeed arduous, even painful. However, the tangible improvements gained through enduring such hardships filled him with profound satisfaction, a feeling that was incomparable to the fleeting thrill of successfully slipping away from under Uncle Kuei's watchful eye. A sense of accomplishment. Indeed, Xiaolu was enveloped in an ineffable sense of achievement. Although he had merely scratched the surface of the flame manipulation technique, he firmly believed that, given his current state, he would undoubtedly master it. Xiaolu cautioned Luoyu to exercise caution, as he was uncertain of the schemes that Lan Jie might have in store for them. Nevertheless, since they had made an appointment, it was imperative to make the journey, for without her assistance, Xiaolu doubted whether he and Luoyu could survive for many more days. The deaths of Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei were likely common knowledge by now, and the third prince's men might have already arrived in the vicinity. The outside world had transformed into a veritable den of peril for Xiaolu. Presently, the only individual who could potentially alter this precarious situation was perhaps Lan Jie herself. After a series of earnest admonitions from Luoyu, Xiaolu departed from that secluded location. The cave was remarkably concealed. Unless one were to intentionally seek it out, ordinary beasts and humans would be unable to discover Luoyu's hideaway. The rendezvous with Lan Jie was set in the southern mountainous region, which explained Xiaolu's timely departure. Shortly thereafter, Xiaolu arrived in the dense forest designated for their meeting. There, upon a tree, he noticed an unusual symbol. This was the secret sign Lan Jie had previously communicated to him. Following the indication of the symbol, he ventured another half-mile, ultimately arriving at the edge of a mountain stream, where he found Lan Jie washing her feet. Lan Jie was quite young, perhaps in her early 20s, and was in the prime of her beauty. Her fair, delicate feet danced in the water, and the radiant sunshine lent her an enchanting allure. "Little brother, now that you've arrived, why not come closer? Haven't you ever seen a woman washing her feet? I've traversed quite a distance, and my feet are utterly exhausted. Would you be so kind as to give them a gentle massage?" Lan Jie teased with a playful smile, tilting her exquisitely featured face. "Please, sister, do not jest with me. You summoned me here to discuss something of significance, did you not?" Xiaolu replied, "Though, you are still too young. Lacking an appreciation for the beauty of women," she exclaimed. "But enough of that. Let us get down to business." With that, Lan Jie produced a cloth and meticulously dried her pristine feet before donning her shoes. Xiaolu remained silent, aware that Lan Jie would continue speaking. "Little brother, it seems you have made considerable strides over these past 2 days. You appear to have grown stronger. Surely, there were items in Zhang Kuang's storage pouch that you found useful?" Lan Jie did not rush to disclose her intentions, instead circling around Xiaolu while commenting on his transformation. "Sister Lan possesses remarkable discernment. Indeed, there are some modest gains. However, one cannot possibly compare to your esteemed self." Xiaolu humbly acknowledged this without denial, demonstrating a certain level of prowess in the presence of individuals whose allegiances are unclear serves as a form of deterrence. Little brother still possesses a way with words. Given our current cooperative relationship, your strength naturally brings me joy, particularly since I intend to take you to investigate an ancient relic. Without some degree of capability, I fear you would merely hinder my efforts." Sister Lan's words caused Xiaolu's gaze to sharpen. Ancient relics? Could Sister Lan elaborate further? Xiaolu had never heard of such ancient relics, but from a literal interpretation, it was surely not a benign look. "Perhaps you are unaware, dear brother, but on our blood-stained continent, there exists a legend. This legend speaks of a time long ago when our land was utterly annihilated, and all that existed was reduced to ashes during that cataclysm. We, the descendants, emerged only after a protracted period of time." Sister Lan's revelations were startling, and her casual mention of such obscure secrets left Xiaolu momentarily speechless. These were insights that Mo Wu had never shared with him. Prompting his inquiry, "Is the ancient relic you refer to the remnants from before the devastation of the blood ritual continent?" Upon hearing Xiaolu's question, Sister Lan smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Observing Xiaolu's expression, Sister Lan discerned his thoughts. She chuckled softly and, with a single hand, brushed her face, transforming her already beautiful visage into a completely different appearance. Xiaolu was rendered speechless, gazing in astonishment at Sister Lan's instantaneous metamorphosis. awed by her extraordinary skill in disguise. It is merely a trivial trick. My true name is Xiaoliu, self-styled as the divine hand Guanyin. How about it, little brother? Have you gained some insight? Hee hee. The woman before him appeared strikingly unfamiliar, yet was no less captivating than an esteemed concubine. In fact, she now seemed even younger, perhaps no more than 18 or 19 years old. Moreover, there was a playful and spirited glimmer in her eyes that aligned perfectly with her previously displayed personality. Xiaoliu pondered whether this current manifestation of Sister Lan was indeed her true form, as one who claims to be the divine hand Guanyin should possess more than just one or little brother. I reveal this talent not for the sake of boasting. I intend to alter your appearance shortly, as we are to meet someone. Only with their addition can we embark on our expedition to uncover the mysteries of the ancient relic. Sister Lan playfully winked at Xiaoliu before leaning in to scrutinize his features. Elon's sister. Who are we to meet? And why must I undergo this transformation? Xiaoliu felt uneasy with Sister Lan's proximity. Her breath brushed against his face, accompanied by a uniquely feminine fragrance that enveloped him, leaving him flustered and momentarily at a loss for thought. Is it not that Meng Liang? How did you become so foolish? Chapter 56. 3 Companions. Upon hearing the name Meng Liang, Xiaoliu immediately became alert and exclaimed, Are you going to find Meng Liang? Did you not say he intended to kill me? You are not here to harm me, are you? Seeing Xiaoliu push aside the hand that was busily exploring its surroundings, Xiaoliu let out a soft laugh. Little brother, have you truly become dull-witted? Did I not just mention that? How could I possibly wish you harm? Although I harbor a strong dislike for Meng Liang, he is, after all, affiliated with the Crown Prince, and thus the Prince has commanded me to enlist him in our endeavor. Initially, the plan was for just the two of us to explore the ancient ruins, but now you have been added to our company. In order to ensure the success of the mission, I must conceal your identity, which is the only way to accomplish our goals effectively. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu finally understood. Her intention to disguise him meant that Meng Liang would be unaware of his true identity, thus allowing for their cooperation. However, the situation had become increasingly intricate. The ancient ruins alone had already left Xiaoliu feeling apprehensive, and now he had to contend with the presence of Meng Liang, who was perpetually intent on his demise. If he were to inadvertently reveal his true self, unforeseen complications could arise within the ruins. Even now, Xiaoliu remained uncertain whether Xiaoliu genuinely sought to ally with him. But as his strength gradually increased, he found himself not solely paralyzed by fear of these latent dangers. As the saying goes, one must enter the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. The ancient ruins may very well hold something beneficial for him. In pursuit of becoming stronger to rescue Xiaoliu, he must take the risk, even if danger loomed ahead. Xiaoliu possessed his own trump cards, and he was not entirely defenseless. Having considered all this, Xiaoliu acquiesced to Xiaoliu's request and obediently remained in place as she performed a significant transformation on him. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Xiaoliu gathered the array of tools scattered at their feet and, satisfied, clapped her hands together, exclaiming, At last, it is complete. I seldom disguise others, so it required quite a bit of effort. Go take a look at your reflection in the stream. When you meet Meng Liang, be sure to alter your habitual mannerisms to avoid revealing your true identity. Otherwise, all of this effort will be in vain. It turned out that Xiaoliu had meticulously planned their meeting by the stream. Hearing her words, Xiaoliu took several steps to the water's edge, where the reflection revealed a young man with sharp brows and fierce eyes. His appearance had been completely transformed by Xiaoliu's skillful hands, morphing him into a youth with a demeanor entirely distinct from his own. Although Xiaoliu's height still fell short of Xiaoliu's, he was in a crucial stage of development, and he stood taller than many of his peers. Coupled with his newfound visage, he resembled a capable and formidable individual. Little brother, are you waiting for someone here alone? The voice, though feminine, was raspy and low, creating an unsettling sensation. Startled by the sound, Xiaoliu spun around to see a slender figure clad in form-fitting black attire. Shrouded in darkness, the woman had her face covered with black fabric, revealing only her strikingly beautiful eyes, rendering her true appearance a mystery. You? Could it be that you are Sister Lan? Upon encountering a stranger materializing behind him, Xiaoliu immediately tensed, especially in the absence of Lan Jie. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled Xiaoliu's astonishing skill in disguise, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, He, little brother, if I were to deny it, would you still be able to recognize me? The woman clad in black, upon hearing this, altered her voice, seamlessly reverting to Xiaoliu's melodious tone. akin to a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, while simultaneously removing her veil with a smile. Truly, Lan Jie is a remarkable individual. I merely glanced at my own transformation in the creek, and in the span of just a few breaths, you have completely morphed into another person. Initially, I thought that with some effort, others could learn such abilities, but it seems I have underestimated you. Xiaoliu's heartfelt admiration was immensely gratifying for Youlan. Everyone enjoys being held in high regard, and young women like her are no exception. Xiaoliu's compliments were evidently sincere, devoid of any flattery, which brought her great joy in her previous roles serving the crown prince. She had been embroiled in the treachery and deceit that often characterizes human interactions, where it was a matter of either your demise or mine, had it not been for the crown prince's benevolence. Youlan, by her very nature, would have had no interest in engaging in such princely conflicts. Yet, fate dealt her a cruel hand. During her youth, her family was brutally slain by bandits, leaving only the 10-year-old Youlan to be fortuitously rescued by the passing crown prince. From that moment forth, she devoted herself entirely to his side, striving to aid him, acquiring numerous skills, and developing considerable prowess along the way. Over the years, regardless of the hardships she endured or the struggles for survival she faced, Youlan accepted them as her due, for without the crown prince, there would be no Youlan as she is today. However, amidst this lifestyle, she had suppressed her true nature and lost her smile. Although Xiaoliu was a few years her junior, as fellow youths, he naturally captured Youlan's attention repeatedly. The partnership they forged was largely initiated by her, imbued with the mutual attraction common among young people of similar ages. It is essential to note that this attraction was not of a romantic nature. In contrast to the aging courtiers, often in their 50s or 60s, Youlan preferred the company of innocent youths like Xiaoliu. At that moment, witnessing Xiaoliu's admiration brought a gleam of pride to her eyes. She then donned her black veil again and altered her voice to a deeper, husky tone, saying, "Currently, my identity is that of Ghost Hand. Even Meng Liang remains unaware of my true appearance and be cautious not to make a slip in his presence. The only ones who have glimpsed my true form are the crown prince and you." Uncertain if he had misheard, Xiaoliu recognized that he and this woman were not friends. The lines of enmity and camaraderie were blurred. Thus, he refrained from probing further. After preparing everything, they rose to depart. Although Xiaoliu possessed a Zhuangyuan herb capable of rapidly enhancing his cultivation, he had yet to find an opportunity to utilize it, and thus, he had to postpone its use for the time being. Before long, they arrived at Yuzhou City. The city remained the same, and the streets were unchanged. However, after experiencing the events that had transpired, Xiaoliu found that the scenery seemed to possess a different essence. The two entered the city lord's mansion without pause, and were soon granted an audience with the city lord, Meng Liang. The reception area was still the grand hall, and upon their arrival, Meng Liang had just dismissed two subordinates, seemingly to receive a report. Upon seeing Gui Shou accompanied by an unfamiliar young man, Meng Liang inquired, "Gui Shou, who is this friend? Have you managed to uncover the whereabouts of Shi Song and the others? I did promise to assist you in locating those three individuals. However, that is not the primary purpose of my visit. I have come here on a secret mission commissioned by the Crown Prince. You have always been curious about my true intentions, haven't you? Now I can reveal that I have come in search of a relic." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Meng Liang's eyes as he eagerly pressed. "What relic? An ancient relic. An ancient relic." Upon hearing those words, Meng Liang's demeanor shifted dramatically, far more so than Xiaoliu's calmness, for his extensive knowledge made him acutely aware of the significance behind those four characters. The ancient era was a time shrouded in mystery, filled with formidable masters and ferocious beasts, an age that captivated the imagination. Yet, that prosperous era was utterly annihilated. To this day, no one can articulate what caused the destruction of the blood-soaked continent of that time. All beings that existed in the ancient world have vanished without a trace. The existence of this ancient epic is only known through the sporadic discovery of a few relics. The information gleaned from these relics is exceedingly limited, rendering any speculation about past events nearly impossible. However, one thing is certain. Any relic that has survived from the ancient period is undoubtedly extraordinary. If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly attract powerful figures from all directions. At that point, it would not only be the Eastern Extreme Empire that would be drawn in, but even distant nations and formidable factions would be unable to resist the urge to investigate. Such a relic, imbued with remarkable value, could not possibly be monopolized by a mere Eastern Extreme Empire. Various expressions of surprise, excitement, and anxiety flashed across Meng Liang's face, revealing the turmoil within him. The mere mention of an ancient relic had stripped this local magnate of his usual composure. Is what you say truly accurate? The esteemed ancient relic, and yet the crown prince has sent only you to investigate. Is that not somewhat frivolous? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Liang's analytical faculties returned, and he quickly sensed that something was amiss. The allure of an ancient relic would attract the attention of all major powers. How could it have fallen into his lap? Do not be overly suspicious. That location has yet to be discovered by anyone else. Through numerous discreet investigations, I have merely surmised that it is an ancient relic that I trust my deductions. The Crown Prince has entrusted me with the task of verifying whether this site indeed belongs to the ancient legacy. If it does, I hold the authority to determine whether to proceed further. After transforming into the ghost hand, Youlan became utterly different. Her demeanor and speech exuded the poise of a seasoned warrior, rivaling even the experienced Meng Liang. In Chapter 57, Breakthrough on the Journey, Meng Liang was not particularly well acquainted with the intricacies of the ghost hand. Also known as Youlan, he was aware that she was tasked by the Crown Prince to undertake matters in Yuzhou City. However, she had not divulged any specifics to him, and despite his private inquiries, he had gleaned little useful information that as the lord of a city, his authority and position were ostensibly superior to that of the solitary ghost hand. Yet, upon her mention of the ancient relics, her stature in Meng Liang's eyes shifted dramatically. Consider this. To be entrusted by the Crown Prince with such a significant responsibility undoubtedly marked her as a trusted confidant. Given that a secret envoy held the power to determine matters of such magnitude, he could not help but ask, "Might I accompany you to witness these legendary ancient relics?" To speak candidly, though I have long served as the lord of Yuzhou City, I have scarcely encountered any grand spectacles. I have only visited the imperial city a mere 2 or 3 times. If I could behold the splendor of the ancient relics, it would furnish me with a lifetime of pride. Observing the swift change in Meng Liang's demeanor, Xiaoliu felt somewhat speechless. However, the ghost hand seemed to have anticipated this reaction. Her tone remained unwavering as she promptly "This is precisely why I sought you out. The Crown Prince has indicated that if we must delve deeper, it would be prudent to have you accompany us. Our collaboration would ensure a degree of safety, allowing us to fulfill the Crown Prince's directives effectively." The frequent references to the Crown Prince further solidified Meng Liang's conviction that this enigmatic envoy was indeed a trusted aide of the Crown Prince. Consequently, he eagerly nodded in agreement, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "It is an honor for me. The Crown Prince's consideration for my involvement compels me to contribute my utmost. Therefore, I humbly ask for your indulgence during our journey." Ha ha ha. At that moment, Meng Liang was in high spirits. Although he had failed to capture and eliminate Xiaoliu and Song, fortune had seemingly smiled upon him, presenting an even greater opportunity. The mere mention of the ancient relics wielded an enchanting allure. Every brick and tile, along with all other remnants, bore the weight of countless years, preserved through the ages. Anything that could withstand the ravages of time was undoubtedly a treasure, despite Meng Liang's grandiloquent declarations of serving the Crown Prince. His true intentions aligned more closely with those of Xiaoliu. As the saying goes, one must look after oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Serving the Crown Prince could indeed elevate their status and power. But such gifts were ultimately bestowed by another. The Crown Prince could grant them wealth and glory today, yet strip it away tomorrow. Even their very lives could be forfeit at a moment's notice. Therefore, this opportunity to explore the ancient relics, should it yield any valuable treasures, could provide lifelong benefits. In light of this, Meng Liang naturally chose to discreetly enrich himself at every opportunity. Among the 3 of them, the only one who truly harbors loyalty towards the Crown Prince and wishes to serve him is, in fact, Youlan. Though she has likely speculated endlessly about this, at least on the surface. They appear to be in perfect accord. As for the secret envoy, when do you intend to set off? Meng can arrange for transportation to alleviate the burdens of travel, though the secret envoy need not worry. Meng knows the boundaries well. This matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me, and it shall not reach the ears of others. Meng Liang is currently exhibiting utmost honesty and respect. The resources he possesses are undoubtedly far richer than, thus it is fitting for him to oversee the arrangements. Therefore, Youlan nodded slightly in agreement, declaring, "Then let us proceed with the arrangements immediately. The longer we delay, the more dreams we may encounter. We must set off as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Meng Liang was naturally quite pleased and promptly set about organizing their departure. However, before he left, he paused to address Xiaoliu, saying, "Secret envoy. This brother seems rather unfamiliar. Should he not be introduced to me so that we may become acquainted?" A mysterious gleam flickered in Meng Liang's eyes, yet Xiaoliu remained unfazed under his gaze. Showing no inclination to introduce himself, the ghost hand spoke on his behalf, stating, "This brother Xiao has been specifically assigned by the Crown Prince to accompany me in fulfilling this mission, and it is imperative that you both cooperate well moving forward. Esteemed envoys, I have prepared the dragon-scale carriages. Let us set forth." Miao Lanlan nodded in response and followed Meng Liang alongside Xiaoliu as they exited the gates of the city lord's mansion. Outside, 3 spacious carriages awaited them, particularly notable for the horses that drew them, an extraordinary breed known as the dragon-scale horse. These creatures possess remarkable endurance and speed, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim they can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Xiaoliu had never encountered a carriage drawn by such a beast, yet he was currently assuming another's identity. Thus he could not afford to reveal any signs of surprise. What puzzled both him and the ghost hand was the presence of 3 spacious carriages when one would suffice for the 3 of them. Was Meng Liang truly intending for each of them to ride in separate carriages? That seemed rather extravagant, did it not? Noticing the strange glances from the ghost hand and Xiaoliu, Meng Liang quickly stepped forward. Lowering his voice to explain, "Esteemed envoys, I had these 3 carriages prepared with careful consideration. The duration of our journey is uncertain. If we were to crowd together, it would undoubtedly hinder our rest. Consequently, we might not arrive with our strength and spirit fully replenished, would we? If you are displeased with this arrangement, I can promptly instruct my men to remove the extra carriages, and we may all share one." Upon hearing Meng Liang's reasoning, Xiaoliu immediately thought of the potent herb, Zhuangyuan grass, that he had yet to utilize. If he consumed it during the journey and absorbed its essence, would it not enhance his strength before they reached the ruins? With this thought in mind, Xiaoliu quickly altered his voice to express, "Lord Meng has indeed considered this well. Let us proceed as you suggest." The ghost hand, too, began to contemplate whether 3 carriages were truly necessary. She was not particularly keen on sharing a carriage with Meng Liang. Upon hearing Xiaoliu's words, Guisho waved his hand and continued, "In my opinion, it would be best for me and brother Xiao to share, while Lord Meng, you may ride alone in another. Please have the extra carriage removed." Being the most authoritative among the 3, Guisho's words were met with a nod of acquiescence from Meng Liang. Xiaoliu, puzzled as to why Miao Lanlan insisted on accompanying him, found himself unable to voice his objections in Meng Liang's presence. Thus, the arrangement was settled. The 3 of them boarded their respective carriages. With Meng Liang in the rear and Miao Lanlan sharing the front carriage with Xiaoliu, as she was the sole one familiar with the route to the ruins. Before boarding, Xiaoliu noticed that the 2 drivers of the carriages were elderly men, devoid of any discernible cultivation. When Guisho spoke to them, the drivers exhibited no reaction whatsoever. In response, Meng Liang cheerfully explained that he was indeed meticulous in his arrangements. Guisho then pointed in a direction, and the driver urged the Longland horses into motion. "Longjia, can we truly trust Meng Liang?" Once inside the opulent carriage, Xiaoliu, lacking the mood to relish the luxury, immediately inquired. "Rest assured, he is, after all, a man of the prince. He wouldn't dare harm us." With Miao Lanlan's firm assurance, Xiaoliu fell silent. Yet, a substantial wariness lingered within him regarding Meng Liang, whom he suspected intended to exploit him before disposing of him. Since Miao Lanlan seemed untroubled by Meng Liang's potential schemes, Xiaoliu buried his apprehensions deep within his heart. At that moment, Meng Liang sat alone in the comfort of his lavish carriage, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. "Longjia, how long will this journey take? I have a companion waiting for me," and Xiaoliu queried. "You mean your little girlfriend, right? You are quite the romantic, my dear brother, thinking of someone else even with me around." Miao Lanlan teased, leaving Xiaoliu flustered. Before he could defend himself, she continued, "You'll only need 3 days. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu's worries for Luoyu dissipated as he remained oblivious to the underlying implications in Miao Lanlan's words. The Longland horses indeed ran with remarkable swiftness, capable of maintaining a speed of 600 to 700 miles a day, even while pulling a carriage. Shortly after their departure, Xiaoliu informed Miao Lanlan of his intention to cultivate and proceeded to consume the Zhuangyuan grass, beginning to channel his energy to dissipate its medicinal potency. Miao Lanlan's eyes brightened at the sight of the Zhuangyuan grass, yet she refrained from commenting, choosing instead to watch Xiaoliu train in silence. Soon, Xiaoliu entered a state of deep focus, the energy from the Zhuangyuan grass radiating within him. By employing the illusory demon heavenly classic, he absorbed the surging vitality into his dantian. Cultivation in the human immortal realm revolves around the comprehension and storage of vitality. Once the refined energy within his dantian reached a sufficient level, Xiaoliu naturally ascended to the second tier of the human immortal realm, enhancing his strength further. Chapter 58. Devouring dreams. Upon fully refining and absorbing the energy contained within the Youquan, Xiaoliu successfully advanced his cultivation to the second tier of the human immortal realm. Beside her, Youlan felt a wave of confusion as she sensed the intensity of the aura radiating from Xiaoliu during his cultivation. It was not only Youlan who detected Xiaoliu's breakthrough. At that moment, the little creature, the illusion demon, which had been hidden in Xiaoliu's arms, seemed to have just awakened, pushing aside his garments to curiously observe the surroundings. "Oh, what is this adorable little thing?" Youlan immediately spotted the inquisitive little white creature peeking out and swiftly snatched it into her hands, playfully toying with it. The illusion demon possessed little combat prowess, and its illusions could at best barely affect cultivators at the fourth level of the human immortal realm, rendering it utterly defenseless against a master like Youlan, who delightedly stroked and teased it with gleaming eyes. Once Xiaoliu completed his cultivation, he briefly sensed the substantial increase in his power, approximately doubling his strength, and joyfully opened his eyes. Before him, Youlan was thoroughly engrossed in playing with the little white mouse. "Little White, how did you escape?" Xiaoliu had initially intended to keep the illusion demon as a secret weapon, but it had slipped out during his cultivation and was discovered by Youlan, leaving him with no choice but to reveal it. "Brother, this little creature is truly adorable. Is it your pet? Why not gift it to your sister?" Youlan, sensing Xiaoliu had awakened, continued to play with her slender finger teasing it. The mouse, appearing quite indignant, looked rather charming, which explained her reluctance to release it. "Sister, Little White is not my pet. It is my companion. Therefore, I cannot give it to you," Xiaoliu replied. Bemused, what a preposterous notion. The dream demon not only aided him in battle, but primarily served to create nightmares, which nourished his fifth brother. There was no way he could part with it. "Oh, I see. How regrettable, little one. Although I cannot be your master, you must keep me company to pass the time on this journey," Youlan conceded, showing no offense at Xiaoliu's refusal to part with Little White, instead opting to keep it for entertainment. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," Little White protested, glancing helplessly at Xiaoliu before glaring indignantly at Youlan. Xiaoliu could only pretend not to notice, as he could not snatch Little White away from her grasp. Given her affection for it, she would undoubtedly turn hostile. The carriage continued along the path Youlan indicated, and whenever a turn was required, she would lean out to direct the driver. Soon, dusk enveloped them. Yet they showed no signs of halting, persistently traveling in the dark, not wishing to disturb Youlan, who appeared to be peacefully asleep. Xiaoliu remained silent. However, he soon noticed that Youlan seemed to be dreaming. Her expression contorted in apparent distress, indicating she was not in a pleasant dream. Xiaoliu glanced down to see Little White's small, black eyes shimmering with a sinister glow, and he immediately comprehended the situation. It turned out that Little White had been subjected to Youlan's playful antics all afternoon and was now enacting its revenge. The nightmare Youlan was currently experiencing was a result of Little White's actions. "No, please, don't kill them. I beg you." Suddenly, Youlan began to mumble incoherently in her sleep, as if she were undergoing a tumultuous ordeal in her dream. "Brother Wu, please make Xiaobai stop. Or perhaps you could consume Sister Lan's nightmare. She appears to be in great distress." Xiaoliu gazed at Youlan, whose eyes were streaming with tears even in her slumber, and could not help but voice his thoughts. The nightmares conjured by the illusory demon are not mere fabrications. They draw forth the deepest anguish and fears harbored within the dreamer's heart, suggesting that your sister Lan has endured considerable suffering. "Very well. I shall devour this nightmare of hers and discover the tribulations she has faced." After uttering these words, Xiaoliu felt a mysterious transformation occurring within him, while an uncontrollable icy blue light emanated from his eyes. An indistinct shadow emerged, swiftly lunging toward Youlan's forehead. To Xiaoliu's astonishment, an imperceptible gray substance began to be drawn forth from her brow, merging seamlessly into the shadow originating from Xiaoliu. Soon after, Xiaoliu observed that her nightmare receding from her, allowing her to finally sleep soundly. Squeak! Xiaobai appeared to be terrified of the gray shadow capable of consuming nightmares. Ever since its emergence, her diminutive form trembled in the corner of the carriage. Looking utterly pitiable, once the gray shadow had devoured Youlan's nightmare, it began to retreat leisurely, ultimately vanishing entirely into Xiaolu's eyes. Brother Wu, how was it? The flavor was rather acceptable. Why spiritual energy has recovered somewhat. This girl has endured a brutal upheaval in her childhood, during which her parents and sister perished, leaving her as the sole survivor, rescued by the prince who happened to pass by. This is likely the reason she became the prince's confidant. However, Mo Wu paused abruptly. Xiaolu, perplexed, inquired, Brother Wu. However, what? However, that upheaval was most likely orchestrated by the prince by consuming her dreams. I could observe everything from an outsider's perspective, naturally revealing numerous flaws. The massacre she experienced was likely a deliberate act aimed at securing her unwavering loyalty. Mo Wu's revelation startled Xiaolu. What? The prince is utterly despicable. Does this mean Sister Lan has been kept in the dark all this time, serving him loyally for years? Toiling for her enemies. How tragic for Sister Lan. Upon hearing Mo Wu's words, Xiaolu turned his gaze toward the deeply slumbering Sister Lan, feeling a surge of compassion for the young woman, who was only slightly older than himself. Should I reveal the truth to Sister Lan? Learning this unsettling truth, Xiaolu hesitated. Young man, I advise you to refrain from meddling, that I have consumed this girl as nightmare. And I possess a general understanding of her experiences. For the past 8 years, the prince has been her everything. I in gratitude for his kindness. She has diligently mastered the art of disguise, achieving the 6th level of human celestial realm at such a tender age. The driving force that supports a person in their pursuit of life, should it collapse, would likely be unbearable for her. At that moment, the events that may unfold would be beyond your current capability to manage. Thus, if you genuinely wish to save her, it would be prudent to deliberate on this matter over an extended period. Mo Wu's words have always resonated with profound wisdom, and upon hearing them, Xiaolu nodded repeatedly, deciding to temporarily refrain from exposing the prince's despicable behavior. Initially, Xiaolu harbored neither fondness nor animosity towards the prince, but now he found him utterly detestable. Regarding Miao Lanlan's suggestion to seek refuge with the prince, he began to feel a strong aversion. Shortly thereafter, Miao Lanlan awoke. Xiaolu was soothing the startled Xiaobai with a petal of dream-soothing flower. This little glutton, upon encountering something delectable, immediately forgot all previous unhappiness and became joyful once more. Ah, how did I fall asleep? Miao Lanlan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at Xiaolu. She was unaware of when she had succumbed to slumber. Logically, given her cultivation, she could go 2 or 3 days without rest and remain unfatigued. What could possibly have happened? Lanjia, it seems you were dreaming. Was I? I don't recall. That nap was so refreshing, as if I hadn't slept so soundly in ages, Miao Lanlan said, stretching languidly, her full bosom rising. At this moment, she had regained her true appearance, making the gesture all the more alluring. Xiaolu was not surprised that Miao Lanlan did not remember her previous nightmare, for Mo Wu had already informed him that once a nightmare is consumed, the dreamer naturally forgets the events of the dream. This principle is not particularly profound. Lanjia, how much longer until we arrive? We've been on the road for nearly half a day. Xiaolu shifted the topic, inquiring aloud. Perhaps another half day. If you're weary, you can rest for a while. Once I am well rested, I can keep watch for you, she replied. Noticing her gaze fixed upon Xiaobai, Xiaolu understood that her concern for his fatigue was merely a guise. She simply wished to play with Xiaobai. Ignoring Xiaobai's resistance and reluctance, he promptly lifted the little creature and handed it to Miao Lanlan, saying, Lanjia, I still need to cultivate for a bit. Please take care of Xiaobai for me. Having learned of Miao Lanlan's painful past, Xiaolu, in a subtle manner, sought to bring her a modicum of joy through this gesture. Oblivious to the truth, Miao Lanlan happily scooped up Xiaobai and began to play with it enthusiastically. Xiaolu shook his head with a smile and re-entered the illusion crafted by Mo Wu to commence his impression training. The current Xiaolu had undoubtedly undergone a significant transformation since his days in the valley. Previously, it was Uncle Kue who compelled him to practice, whereas now, he seized every opportunity to enhance his strength, making the most of every fleeting moment. This monumental change was not solely a result of his recent experiences. Mo Wu played a pivotal role in this transformation. Chapter 59, delving deeper unbeknownst to them. Half a day had swiftly elapsed. After a day and a night of relentless travel, they had ventured far from the confines of Yuzhou City. Arriving at a formidable mountain range, the carriage traversed the rugged terrain with considerable jolts, rendering Xiaolu unable to continue his training. Thus, he lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside. The serpentine mountain ranges stretched endlessly, forming towering peaks adorned with lush greenery, casting a deep and vigorous hue over the landscape. From a distance, it resembled a slumbering emerald dragon, coiled in repose. We shall disembark in half an hour and proceed on foot. So prepare yourselves, Youlan remarked, gently stroking the white horse, evidently familiar with this area from her previous explorations. Indeed, not long after, the path ahead steepened further, and the trees grew denser, rendering the carriage unable to continue. The coachman halted the dragon-scale horse and alighted to await orders. Youlan, Xiaoliu, and Meng Liang descended the carriage in succession. After exchanging glances, Youlan spoke first. Upon hearing her words, Meng Liang approached the two coachmen, exchanging a knowing glance, prompting them to lead the horses to a nearby resting spot. Xiaoliu observed that Meng Liang and the two mute coachmen seemed to communicate without barriers, which struck him as peculiar, for Meng Liang had no apparent reason to frequently engage with them. This question lingered in Xiaoliu's mind, as he could not share it with Youlan. Soon, under Youlan's guidance, the trio began to leap through the forest, encountering no beasts along their path, just as she had promised. After nearly 2 hours, Youlan led them to a secluded valley, surrounded by towering peaks reaching several hundred meters high, elevating them at least 300 to 500 meters above Yuzhou City. Before long, Youlan intricately navigated the valley, uncovering a seemingly unremarkable pile of stones, which appeared to be recently disturbed rather than naturally formed. I left this here during my last visit, she disclosed. Beneath this pile of stones lies the entrance to the ruins. Meng Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement at her words. He stepped forward, exerting a single-handed force to shift the topmost stone aside, effortlessly moving the several hundred-pound boulder as if it were weightless. Indeed, there is an entrance leading underground. This truly is an ancient ruin, he exclaimed triumphantly. Humph, did you think I summoned you all the way here for a mere excursion? A discontented voice interrupted, revealing the displeasure of the enigmatic figure. Realizing his faux pas, Meng Liang quickly offered his apologies. My lord, I did not mean to cast doubt upon you. It is merely that the ancient ruins seem so distant from my humble station. I had never imagined I would have the fortune to explore an undiscovered ancient site. I beg your pardon for my indiscretion. Youlan chose not to dwell on this oversight, recognizing that they were allies in this endeavor, and it would be unwise to create discord before their exploration had even commenced. Yes, she spoke. All right, let us hasten inside. I have ventured here before, and there is still a considerable distance to descend. At that moment, the three of them worked in unison, swiftly clearing away the towering pile of stones, revealing an irregular opening about half a zhang in size. This aperture was just large enough for an adult to squeeze through, prompting them to enter sequentially, with Youlan leading the way, followed by Xiaoliu and Meng Liang bringing up the rear. Upon entering the cavern, they encountered a winding tunnel that sloped downward at an angle. The uneven terrain impeded their progress, causing them to move at a sluggish pace. After approximately an hour of trekking, Xiaoliu estimated that they had descended nearly 1,000 meters when the path ahead began to widen, allowing the three to walk side by side. Steward, we have descended so far. Could it be that this ancient relic lies deep within the Earth's core? I have heard tales of the terrifying fires of the Earth's center, capable of incinerating cultivators like us in an instant. Truly frightening. Meng Liang's words were interrupted by Youlan's disdainful scoff. How can you, a city lord, possess such a timid heart? The Earth's core? Your imagination truly knows no bounds. Do you have any idea how deep and thick this land is? The core fire, let alone our mere 1,000-meter descent, would still leave us a long way from the Earth's heart, even if we descended for 3 days and nights. Just follow me obediently. I have traversed this area before, and it is quite safe. Upon hearing Youlan's scornful tone, Meng Liang forced a smile, though anger flickered in his eyes. Ever since he learned that the ghost hand was a trusted confidant of the prince, he had humbled himself to an extreme degree. Yet this woman seemed oblivious to her own folly, treating him as if he were some insignificant creature to be reprimanded at will. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to express his dissatisfaction openly. So the trio continued their descent through the significantly wider tunnel that as they proceeded. Xiaoliu noticed that the tunnel was quite damp, with occasional droplets of water cascading from the stalactites above, indicating that this place was not artificially carved but rather a natural formation. After another hour of advancement, the tunnel expanded immensely, reaching a height exceeding 200 meters, resembling a vast cavern. In this expansive subterranean realm, the outlines of a structure gradually emerged before them. We have arrived. As they stood before the towering edifice, rising 100 meters high, a sense of ancient grandeur enveloped them. This ancient construction had quietly endured the passage of countless ages, its surface adorned with intricate cracks that made it seem as though a mere gust of wind could reduce it to dust. The building bore numerous indecipherable patterns, but the most captivating feature was the two tightly shut stone doors at its center. Now, with the ghost hand, Youlan, having arrived, there was no longer a need for concealment. She straightforwardly revealed her true purpose for bringing Meng Liang and Xiaoliu here. That in that case, shall we three hasten to explore? Perhaps, with the combined strength of the three of us, we could succeed in pushing it open. Upon hearing this, Meng Liang was the first to express his eagerness, stepping forward with an enthusiastic resolve. Wait, how can you recklessly intrude upon the ancient ruins? Pay attention. At this moment, Gui's show held a milky white crystal stone, approximately the size of half a fist. The moment Meng Liang laid eyes upon it, he recognized it immediately. This is a Yuan stone, moreover, one that has not yet been cut. What purpose could it serve? Xiaoliu had never encountered a Yuan stone and was unaware of its significance. But after a brief explanation from Mo Wu in his mind, he grasped that this object was indeed a precious treasure for absorption and cultivation. Such a sizable Yuan stone, if properly cut, could potentially yield the equivalent of 50 standard-sized Yuan stones. Under the watchful gazes of Xiaoliu and Meng Liang, Gui Shou deftly flicked his wrist and with a swift motion, hurled the Yuan stone like a concealed weapon. Striking the stone door, with a crisp sound of shattering, the Yuan stone collided with the door, disintegrating into fragments, releasing a surge of Yuan qi that bore a resemblance to the fluctuations produced during a confrontation with cultivators. In that instant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From both sides of the silently towering stone doors, two streams of icy white flames erupted, engulfing the area before the doors in an overwhelming blaze. A palpable heat surged forth, catching Meng Liang off guard, singeing his hair and leaving him in a disheveled state. Xiaoliu and Gui Shou stood in a position where the searing heat could not reach them. Thus, although he felt the heat wave crashing against him, he remained largely unscathed. The more Meng Liang interacted with this woman, the more resentment brewed within him, his malice steadily escalating. Yet, he managed to restrain himself. And after a brief moment, the terrifying white flames finally subsided. The shattered fragments of the Yuan stone, subjected to the infernal heat, had completely vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. Such a fearsome flame, capable of turning even Yuan stones to vapor. Should a person come into contact with this fire, their demise would be inevitable. Thank you, envoy, for saving my life. Despite the fury raging within him, Meng Liang maintained a facade of politeness, immediately cupping his fists in salute to Gui. Meanwhile, Youlan waved her hand dismissively, stating, "All right, now that the flames have subsided, we can attempt to open the door. Last time I could not do it alone, but surely, with the three of us combined, we can succeed this time." Without waiting for Meng Liang's response, she strode towards the stone door, with Xiaoliu naturally following closely behind her. That insufferable woman. Does she think she can look down on me just because she is an envoy appointed by the prince? Very well. I shall relish the moment when she realizes that everything is under my control. Let us wait and see. Chapter 60. The ancient array diagram. The three soon stood before the stone door. Gui Shou, well versed in the matter, was the first to press both palms against it, and Xiaoliu promptly followed suit, while Meng Liang feigned enthusiasm, only joining their actions after witnessing their safety. Observing the actions of Meng Liang, Xiaoliu and Youlan took note of everything, their hearts filled with apprehension. It was evident that this fellow had little faith in Youlan, fearing that he might be led astray by her. Both Xiaoliu and Meng Liang dismissed the words of Gui Shou, reasoning that having come this far, they could not so easily concede defeat. Thus, after a few breaths, the three of them began to exert their strength, pushing against the center of the two stone doors in unison. However, the anticipated sight of the stone doors swinging open did not materialize. Instead, they felt as though the doors were immovable monoliths, akin to two great mountains, showing no signs of yielding whatsoever. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Meng Liang grew anxious, and Xiaoliu and Gui Shou felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. They simultaneously intensified their efforts, and soon beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, clearly indicating that they had exhausted all their strength. Why was the door not budging at all? Could it be a deception? Young ones, your current approach is futile. These stone doors cannot be forced open through sheer brute strength. Even if you were to replace yourselves with a celestial being, it would yield the fifth brother. Do you possess knowledge of how to unlock it? Xiaoliu inquired, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. His esteemed fifth brother, known for his vast wisdom, might indeed have a method to unveil the entrance to this ancient relic. Xiaoliu, who had been staring at the ground, suddenly focused intently on the spot where he stood. The ground beneath his feet was not composed of natural stone, but rather meticulously polished large stones joined together in perfect alignment. Moreover, upon this roughly 5 square surface, there were ancient yet remarkably distinct patterns etched upon it. Fifth brother, your words ring true. How could the patterns beneath our feet remain so intact? Even the images beside the stone doors have become so blurred that their original forms are unrecognizable. Could it be that the key to opening the stone doors lies within these patterns beneath us? At this moment, Meng Liang and Gui Shou also discerned Xiaoliu's discovery. Following his gaze, they swiftly recognized that the square stone slab beneath their feet was indeed extraordinary. After about a quarter of an hour, Meng Liang spoke first. Have you made any discoveries? I feel as though the patterns underfoot resemble some form of special formation. I share your sentiment. However, you all lack knowledge of formations, do you not? I am utterly clueless about this matter. Are we truly unable to enter the entrance of this relic? Among the three, only Xiaoliu remained silent, still gazing downward as if aimlessly wandering about. Noticing Xiaoliu's quietude, Gui Shou shifted his attention towards him, while Meng Liang continued to search for other clues and possibilities. Under the scrutiny of Gui Shou, Xiaoliu suddenly raised his head, a distinct glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. Gui Shou took a couple of steps forward and quietly inquired, "Little brother, have you made a discovery?" In response to Miao Lanlan's question, Xiaoliu smiled mysteriously and, "Sister Lan, the key to unlocking the door indeed lies beneath our feet. The place we stand upon should be referred to as the Xianguan. Its marvel lies in the patterns serving as a formation. Only through a specific method of traversal can we activate this formation and subsequently open the door. You step aside first. I shall attempt to open the stone door." Upon hearing Xiaoliu's words, Miao Lanlan's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had never anticipated that the young Xiaoliu would possess any knowledge of the profound art of formations. Yet, in truth, such arcane wisdom was far beyond the grasp of someone. The intricacies of formation arts are as varied and enigmatic as they come, and only the seemingly ageless Emma Wu could possess even a modicum of understanding. After careful observation, Emma Wu finally discerned the mysteries of this particular formation and conveyed his insights to Xiaoliu. Miao Lanlan was taken aback by Xiaoliu's performance. Nevertheless, she ultimately complied and stepped aside. At that moment, Meng Liang also noticed the movements of the two and approached Gui Shou with inquiries. Upon learning that Xiaoliu could indeed break the formation, a look of undeniable astonishment flickered in Meng Liang's eyes. Under their watchful gazes, Xiaoliu positioned himself at the forefront of the square stone slab and stepped to the other side. Where his foot landed was precisely a vacant space within the intricate pattern, and as his foot descended, approximately 1/10 of the design around him suddenly illuminated, radiating a soft, iridescent glow. He truly understands. This thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of Gui Shou and Meng Liang. It was nothing short of extraordinary for someone so young as Xiaoliu to grasp the complexities of formations. However, the reality delivered a hard slap to their faces. Upon realizing the success of his endeavor, a look of delight spread across Xiaoliu's features as he began to follow Emma Wu's instructions, executing a series of peculiar steps. With each step he took, the ancient pattern on the ground began to shimmer in succession, and by the time Xiaoliu reached his 10th step, the entire design blazed forth, revealing a grand and ancient mysterious array. Initiate. The spot where Xiaoliu finally stood faced the stone door, and as he exhaled and vocalized his intent, the massive stone doors, previously impervious to the combined strength of 3 individuals, resonant clicking sound, clouds of dust cascaded down, causing the very ground upon which they stood to tremble slightly. Slowly, the enormous stone doors began to part before the trio, revealing an abyss, obscuring any glimpse of what lay beyond, thus dashing their hopes of witnessing the true visage of the ruins. After a brief interval, the doors swung wide open, and the array beneath Xiaoliu's feet gradually dimmed, as if it had exhausted all its energy. At this juncture, Gui Shou and Meng Liang joined Xiaoliu's side, and the 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing into the impenetrable darkness that lay beyond the threshold. Meng Liang hesitated, voicing his uncertainty. Should we venture in? What a superfluous question. After laboring to open the stone door, he now poses such a query. What brings you here in the first place? Gui Shou felt increasingly exasperated with Meng Liang. Casting a glance at Xiaoliu, she boldly stepped towards the stone door, while Meng Liang, instead of expressing anger, wore a smile in his eyes. This foolish woman thinks I genuinely hesitate to enter? In truth, I merely wish to avoid being the first to take the risk. With her leading the way, any danger would befall her first. This is precisely the outcome I desire. The sinister thoughts of Meng Liang remain a mystery to all. His treachery has surpassed even the estimations held by Xiaoliu and Miao Lanlan. Before long, Miao Lanlan arrived at the stone gate, yet even at such a close distance, nothing could be seen but an endless expanse of darkness. Beyond the stone gate lay what seemed to be a world entirely isolated by shadows. Even after Gui Shou produced a source of illumination, it proved utterly ineffectual. Witnessing this, Gui Shou's delicate brows furrowed slightly. But ultimately, she steeled herself, her gaze resolute, and stepped boldly through the threshold, eyeing the eyes of Xiaoliu and Meng Liang. The moment Gui Shou crossed the entrance, the space surrounding her rippled as though disturbed by water, enveloping her entirely and drawing her into the door. Sensing this alarming development, Xiaoliu's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, becoming the second victim of the mysterious ripples, and was likewise pulled inside. In an instant, only Meng Liang remained. A ruthless glint flashing in his eyes, he retrieved a black charcoal pencil from his storage pouch and scrawled a cryptic message in a corner, inscribing an unusual symbol before. With a determined bite of his teeth, he too stepped into the stone gate. Clearly, Meng Liang's actions were a means of leaving a coded message, the recipient of which would remain unknown to all. Neither Xiaoliu nor Gui Shou had any inkling of his actions outside. Chapter 61. The ruins world. After being caught in the mysterious ripples, Xiaoliu felt an irresistible force swiftly envelop him. Much like Lanjie, he too was drawn into the stone gate. The world within, previously perceived as pitch black, underwent a remarkable transformation as Xiaoliu was engulfed by the ripples. The darkness dissipated, revealing a verdant realm before his eyes. Trees, flowers, and grasses flourished, and in the distance loomed a mountain, shrouded in ethereal clouds reminiscent of a fabled celestial peak. Simultaneously, he discovered that he was soaring above a forest, his body showing no signs of descent, and Lanjie was in the same predicament ahead of him. After a few minutes, the force pulled Xiaoliu closer to the mountain, eventually guiding him to land upon a circular stone platform at its base. Lanjie, are you all right? Xiaoliu inquired as he approached her after realizing he could move freely. If you're fine, then I certainly will be as well. I never anticipated this place to be so extraordinary. I have heard tales of powerful beings capable of creating miniature worlds parallel to our reality, and it seems those tales hold truth, though we see neither sun nor moon above, nor a visible dome. This is likely a miniature universe. Xiaoliu, unfamiliar with the concept of a miniature universe, grasped the general idea from Lanjie's explanation. Just as they conversed, another figure descended into their midst. Meng Liang had arrived. Envoy, it appears we have indeed stumbled upon an ancient relic. Could this be the legendary Youquan small world? Meng Liang excitedly struck up a conversation with Miao Lanlan. However, the more Miao Lanlan observed this individual, the more she felt a sense of aversion, choosing instead to feign ignorance as she gazed at the celestial mountain before her. Xiaoliu, on the other hand, curiously surveyed his surroundings, eager to discern what differentiated this so-called Youquan small world from the external realm. At that moment, Mo Wu, with a contemplative expression, remarked in Xiaoliu's mind, "The heavens are round and the earth is square. The formation you entered and landed upon resonates with the profound truths of the universe. The master of this place must be extraordinary, so be exceedingly cautious and do not recklessly forfeit your life." Mo Wu's admonition heightened Xiaoliu's vigilance. The air here was refreshingly cool, with trees continuously generating fresh oxygen. Yet there was an eerie absence of birdsong or the chirping of insects. Everything was enveloped in silence, devoid of even the slightest breeze, as if only the three of them existed in this world. Initially, this tranquility felt bearable, but as time passed, it transformed into an oppressive weight, keeping the spirits of Xiaoliu and his companions in a constant state of tension. The celestial mountain was not particularly lofty, with a narrow path winding its way to the summit. However, the peak was shrouded in persistent white clouds, obscuring any view of what lay above. Before long, they reached a point halfway up the mountain, where a stone tablet stood by the roadside, inscribed with ancient characters that the trio could not decipher. Even Mo Wu could not identify the era from which these characters originated. Yet, the more inscrutable the inscriptions, the more it attested to the antiquity of this place. Consequently, Meng Liang felt no anguish. Rather, he exhibited an eagerness. Just as they were about to depart, Xiaoliu noticed a small pile of black ashes not far from the stone tablet, remnants of something that had been burned. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoliu confirmed his suspicions that these ashes were indeed the byproduct of something having been incinerated. As he approached, a subtle breeze stirred the air, causing the black ashes to scatter swiftly into the distance. An ominous sensation weighed heavily on Xiaoliu's heart. Although he could not ascertain the true nature of the ashes, he had a foreboding feeling that they were not merely the remnants of burned twigs and leaves. Seeing that Gui Shou and Meng Liang had already walked several paces ahead, Xiaoliu hastily collected his thoughts and followed suit. No matter how far the path extended, it must eventually come to an end. In a state of uneventful tranquility, the three of them finally stepped into the clouds, the summit now within sight. The portion of the peak obscured by the clouds gradually came into focus, revealing a stone table and 2 stone benches, behind which lay a modest cave entrance. The entrance was adorned with inscriptions in some obscure script on both sides and above. Clearly, this place had once been inhabited by people, albeit in small numbers. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Liang could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed into the cave. After exchanging a glance with Xiaoliu, Gui Shou followed closely behind. The space within the cave was even more confined than they had anticipated. Likely excavated by its former inhabitants for habitation. 2 stone chairs faced the entrance, accompanied by a few stone furnishings for daily living, alongside some items that had been rendered unrecognizable by the ravages of time. As Xiaoliu approached a few steps closer, he was astonished to discover that one of the 2 chairs bore a similar tuft of black ash, strikingly reminiscent of the one he had seen outside. And even the weight seemed comparable. Within this cave, aside from the most erosion-resistant stone artifacts, only a scant few items had withstood the ravages of time to remain intact. Could it be just these dilapidated remnants? Did we travel such a great distance merely to visit the residence of ancient beings? Meng Liang found it hard to accept such a conclusion. The ancient relics he had envisioned should be replete with cherished and invaluable treasures. Miraculous elixirs and unparalleled magical artifacts, surely these should originate from such a mysterious locale. How could this wretched place only yield a collection of tattered artifacts, worn down by the passage of time, that would crumble to dust at a mere touch? After a careful examination, Gui Shou's eyes also reflected disappointment. It appeared that this was merely the abode of some ancient inhabitant, devoid of any items of true value. It seemed we had embarked on this journey in vain. Let us search one last time, and if we find nothing, we shall depart. Gui Shou addressed the other 2, his tone inevitably lacking in enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu discreetly circled the cave, ultimately arriving at the stone chair adorned with black ash, and collected the tuft into his storage pouch. The disappearance of the ash went unnoticed by anyone, for it was deemed utterly insignificant. Yet Xiaoliu's actions were far from idle. After a thorough comparison in his mind, Mo Wu reached a startling conclusion. The ash, if nothing amiss, should be the remnants left behind after the master who once dwelled here was burned alive. Brother Wu, did you not say the master here was remarkable? How could he have been burned alive into ash? If it is indeed the ash of a deceased person, what purpose does it serve for me to collect it? Young one, it is precisely because I surmised the former master's extraordinary nature that I deduced the 2 tufts of ash you observed are the remains left after their demise. Consider this. Even the most robust materials, such as steel, struggle to withstand the ravages of time. Aside from stone artifacts, it is rare to find anything intact here. Yet how could those 2 tufts of ash endure the passage of time without disintegrating? In this secluded realm, devoid of wind or other life forms, do you still think I am merely seeking trouble? Mo Wu's explanation left Xiaoliu utterly dumbfounded. Just from those 2 handfuls of ashes, an abundance of information could be gleaned. Who exactly is this 5th brother of mine? Moreover, he seemed to have mentioned the ability to extract information from the ashes of the deceased. What an extraordinary and remarkable power that is. Before Xiaoliu could utter another word, on the other side, Gui Shou and Meng Liang had already prepared to depart the cave, disheartened by their lack of new discoveries. Kid, we shall discuss this later. It appears you are about to face yet another life and death trial. Someone has entered this miniature world. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu was taken aback and instinctively shouted, "Be careful, someone is coming." The reactions of Gui Shou and Meng Liang to this warning were starkly different. Gui Shou immediately became vigilant, her eyes filled with a perplexed expression. Their mission had been shrouded in secrecy, known only to the 3 of them, with perhaps the prince being the sole exception. Logically, there should be no possibility of information leaking. Could it be that one among them had let the cat out of the bag? Gui Shou's first suspicion fell upon Xiaoliu, but she quickly dismissed this notion. If Xiaoliu had truly leaked the information, why would he warn them? Her gaze then shifted to Meng Liang, the man who was equally loyal to the prince. Could he be the one who divulged their whereabouts? Gui Shou's suspicions were soon confirmed, for upon hearing Xiaoliu's voice, Meng Liang not only displayed no surprise but instead wore a smug smile. "It was you. You betrayed our location, Gui Shou, forgetting to alter her tone. Incredulously questioned in her naturally melodious voice. Chapter 62. Meng Liang's betrayal indeed. Surprised, are you? Can't fathom why I would dare to scheme against you? Ha ha ha. If a foolish woman like you could guess my intentions, then I would have wasted my time. With a brazen smile and a murderous glint in his eyes, Meng Liang commanded, "Come out, you two." As he spoke, two elderly men slowly entered the cave. Xiaoliu and Miao Lanlan recognized them. They were the two coachmen. What? How could it be them? I have investigated these two. They possess no cultivation whatsoever, Miao Lanlan exclaimed, unable to conceal her true identity any longer, her voice filled with disbelief. Indeed, Meng Liang laughed heartily and said, "You may not have seen these two gentlemen before, but you are surely familiar with their names, for the titles of the Xian Huang elders resonate throughout the imperial city." Upon hearing Meng Liang reveal the identities of the two elders, Miao Lanlan was even more astounded, her thoughts momentarily paralyzed as a torrent of information regarding the legendary Xian Huang elders flooded her mind. According to rumors, the Xian Huang elders were renowned figures within the Eastern Extreme Empire, their cultivation seemingly surpassing the 7th level of the human immortal realm. The two individuals exhibit an eccentric style of conduct, devoid of any discernment between good and evil, guided solely by their whims, and are prone to extinguishing entire families at a whim. Although a considerable number of people harbor animosity towards them, and the elusive nature of these two makes it impossible to discern a pattern in their movements. Thus, no one has been able to corner and vanquish them. The Xian and Huang elders were initially solitary cultivators, unbound by any sect or affiliation. However, a year ago, they were unexpectedly recruited by the third prince, a fact that Miao Lanlan remembers vividly. Upon receiving this news, the crown prince was so incensed that he shattered a table crafted from golden silk nanmu. For he had previously dispatched emissaries to recruit the two, only to be met with a resolute refusal. This implies that the Xian and Huang elders are now in the service of the third prince. The third prince's allies. The revelation that Meng Liang has colluded with the third prince's associates here is deeply unsettling. Miao Lanlan trembles with fury as she points an accusatory finger at Meng Liang, exclaiming, "How could you, Meng Liang? The crown prince has treated you well, granting you authority as the lord of Yuzhou City. Yet, you dare to betray him. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" In response to Miao Lanlan's inquiry, Meng Liang shows no sign of remorse. Instead, he scoffs derisively, dismissing her and Xiaoliu as traitors, while he positions himself as a loyal subject to his master. Such audacity leaves Xiaoliu nearly convinced that he is possessed by the spirit of the deceased Luo Xiang. How can there be so many shameless beings thriving in this world? Despite their anger, Miao Lanlan and Xiaoliu recognize that two of the three adversaries, the Xian and Huang elders, are at the 7th level of the immortal realm. And Meng Liang himself is no trifling opponent, being at the late stage of the 6th level. According to Xiaoliu's understanding of Lan Jie, she should also be at this level, and even with his recent breakthrough and Mo Wu's assistance, he would only be capable of contending with someone at the 5th level of the immortal realm. The current situation is decidedly unfavorable for the two of them. It is uncertain whether they will even survive to leave this place. Meng Liang, even if you succeed in killing me today, I possess a transmission jade bestowed by the crown prince. Should I shatter it, the crown prince will immediately dispatch his men to encircle you three. At that point, with a net of heaven and earth closing in, I shall see how you escape. Miao Lanlan's threat is indeed grounded in truth. The third prince wields an extensive network of influence throughout the empire, and the reigning crown prince, having contended with him for many years, is no insignificant adversary. Thus, if Miao Lanlan were to crush this item known as transmission jade, it is highly plausible that the crown prince would mobilize his nearby subordinates to hunt down Meng Liang and the Xian and Huang elders. However, Meng Liang appears to have anticipated this, laughing heartily, revealing that he had already laid out an escape plan, which emboldens him to act. Xiaoliu senses Miao Lanlan's breath quickening, indicating her genuine predicament. Knowing her past instills a unique sentiment within him. Perhaps it is sympathy, but Xiaoliu believes he should encourage this woman to summon her courage in this dire moment. Thus, Xiaoliu extended a hand. Grasping the delicate palm of Miao Lanlan, Miao Lanlan felt the warmth radiating from Xiaoliu's hand. She instinctively turned her head to glance at him, but in comparison, she suddenly realized her own composure was lamentably inadequate. So much so that she felt inferior to a mere 12 or 13-year-old child. It was indeed unusual for a youth to exhibit such poise. This was due to Xiaoliu having already perceived some subtle clues, leading him to suspect Meng Liang which explained his lack of astonishment and indignation compared to Miao Lanlan. Xiaolu's calm demeanor soon steadied Miao Lanlan, and they exchanged a glance. The woman, who had previously eluded Xiaolu's understanding, suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. Here I am, a seasoned hawk player, nearly blinded by the very hawk I raised. But Meng Liang, do you overestimate yourself too much? Do you really think that with your treacherous nature and 2 aged turtles, you can subdue me? The confidence radiating from Miao Lanlan was palpable, as if she regarded the trio opposing her with utter disdain. Even Xiaoliu found it difficult to discern whether she was merely bluffing or genuinely possessed of some formidable backing. Although Meng Liang could not ascertain whether this woman beside the crown prince truly held a trump card or was merely stalling for time, he nonetheless wore a sinister expression as he retorted. You needn't resort to alarmist rhetoric here. Xin and Huang, what are you waiting for? Together, the 3 of us need not fear even a master of the 8th level of the immortal realm. This foolish woman is at best my equal. I refuse to believe she can conjure any significant waves. The 2 elders, Xin and Huang, stepped forward in response, revealing that they were not, in fact, mute. It was astonishing how convincingly they had feigned it before. Faced with the 3 aggressive adversaries, Miao Lanlan removed her veil and offered Xiaoliu a gentle smile. Yet, Xiaoliu discerned a resolute glint in her eyes, realizing that the situation was precarious. Xiaoliu immediately understood that Miao Lanlan's earlier words were likely not mere bluster. She genuinely possessed a trump card, one that came with potentially dire repercussions. Xiaoliu had once experienced the backlash from self-hypnosis, and since then, he had no desire to attempt it again. However, witnessing Miao Lanlan poised to risk everything for their survival, Xiaoliu could no longer afford to hesitate. He produced a small mirror he had prepared, holding it before him, while inwardly addressing Mo Wu with a grave tone. Elder brother Wu, if we employ that self-hypnosis technique again, coupled with our mental synchronization, we should be able— Right, let us proceed. We have no other choice. Xiaoliu, positioned closest to Miao Lanlan, instantly sensed a terrifying surge of energy emanating from her, one that sent a shiver down his spine. Upon hearing her words, a complex mix of anxiety flickered in Xiaolu's eyes. He had not anticipated Lan Jie to be so resolute, unhesitatingly consuming such a perilous substance. He barely had time to retrieve his own trump card before Lan Jie had seized the initiative. At this moment, Miao Lanlan's aura surged dramatically, reaching a level that even the venerable Xianhuang elders found alarming. Simultaneously, her exquisite visage and neck were marred by protruding, purplish-red veins, transforming what was once a delicate beauty into a grotesque figure within mere breaths. The potency of the pill was indeed formidable. Xiaoliu, standing beside Sister Lan, found even his breathing becoming labored, a feat that could only be achieved by someone of the 8th layer of the human immortal realm. Meng Liang, have you ever heard the saying, if one is willing to risk everything, they can unseat an emperor? Today, I shall consume the Qianlong pill, extracting my latent potential and vitality, thereby elevating my power. Now, we shall see if you can endure until the moment of my demise. As Miao Lanlan's chilling words echoed, she shattered the ground beneath her feet and surged forward, her speed so astonishing that even Xiaolu's demon braced. As if a shadow flickered and she vanished from sight. Chapter 63. Life and death struggle. Miao Lanlan's movements reached a bewildering velocity. Xiaoliu, endowed with the demon-breaking eyes, possessed insights far beyond the ordinary. Yet even he could only catch a glimpse before she disappeared. When she reappeared, she had already crossed the distance to stand before Meng Liang. Meng Liang, quick to react, had been on high alert as Miao Lanlan's energy soared. Although her speed was terrifying, he managed to evade her initial strike. Without pausing, Miao Lanlan advanced, her right arm sweeping downward in a claw-like motion. Xiaoliu observed, astonished, as her hand morphed into a fearsome appendage reminiscent of a beast's claw, adorned with crimson scales and bearing razor-sharp black talons that glistened ominously. This transformation of her hands was likely a partial beast-soul metamorphosis. What an intriguing revelation! I never anticipated that this small city of Yuzhou harbored beast-soul practitioners. Mo Wu's method of observation differed from the others present. He perceived everything through his spiritual essence. Thus, no matter how swift Miao Lanlan's movements, they could not surpass the speed of his spiritual probing. Once he discerned her transformation, he murmured to himself within Xiaolu's mind. Miao Lanlan's assault was relentless, and in an instant, she engaged Meng Liang in combat. It was at this moment that the Xianhuang elders, who had been standing behind Meng Liang, finally sprang into action. They swiftly flanked Youlan, one to her left and the other to her right, each delivering a simultaneous strike. Xiaoliu observed as their palms manifested two distinct colors, yellow and azure, revealing the origin of their moniker. Xinhuang, Youlan sensed the formidable presence of these two combatants joining the fray, yet she felt no fear. Her power had escalated to a level nearing the 8th layer of the human immortal realm. And among the three adversaries, none could rival her current might. Thus, Youlan engaged in a fierce clash with Meng Liang, utilizing the principle of reaction force to retreat half a zhang, narrowly evading the attacks of the two elders. Xian and Huang. Meanwhile, Meng Liang was sent hurtling backward by her formidable strike, crashing into the cave wall and spitting out a small mouthful of crimson blood. The two elders, seizing the advantage, unleashed a relentless assault. Their four palms shimmering with varying hues as they soared and dove in a chaotic melee against Miao Lan. It must be said that the combat prowess of the two elders greatly surpassed that of Meng Liang. Being of the same origin, their palm techniques complemented each other seamlessly, allowing them to engage in a fierce battle with the now empowered Youlan, leaving the outcome uncertain. Although the two elders found themselves unable to subdue Youlan, they were acutely aware that her strength was not innate, but rather a temporary enhancement derived from consuming forbidden substances. Thus, her current state could not be sustained for long. The expressions on the faces of the two elders remained stoic. Yet their composed demeanor conveyed a silent sentiment of confidence. Xiaoliu, observing keenly from the sidelines, could not miss the flicker of anxiety in Youlan's eyes. If this continued, it was likely that Sister Lan would be killed once the effects of the medicine wore off. Fifth brother, we must intervene, Xiaoliu silently urged, and Mo Wu had already discerned the crux of the battle. Without hesitation, he and Xiaoliu entered a state of mental synchronization. After consuming the Zhuanyuan herb, Xiaoliu had achieved the second level of the human immortal realm, and upon re-entering synchronization with Mo Wu, their power surged across 3 minor realms to reach the 5th level of the human immortal realm. This was nearly Xiaoliu's utmost capacity. However, even at the 5th level, there remained a significant gap to their adversaries at the 7th level. Yet Xiaoliu was undaunted, for he was not fighting alone. At this moment, Youlan had exchanged over 50 blows with the two elders, each strike executed with desperation. Yet the two elders were not inclined to engage her in a life-or-death struggle. They simply needed to wait until her medicinal strength waned, and eliminating her would be a trivial task. Amidst this turmoil, Xiaoliu, without uttering a word, propelled himself off the ground and darted forward, unleashing the Nongyan palm he had recently mastered. With the essence of the Nongyan palm quickly grasped through his training, his palms no longer exuded heat at all times, but only when necessary. At that moment, his palms emitted a dim red glow, resembling the hands of the two elders, and a searing warmth radiated from his palms. Swiftly reaching the side of Elder Xian. In the midst of the fierce battle, the two elders had to remain fully focused, as Youlan had become exceedingly powerful. Should they fail to respond with all their might, they risked being dragged down by her desperate onslaught. This very situation caused the two elders to direct their full attention towards Youlan, inadvertently neglecting Xiaoliu's presence. It is worth noting that even after mental synchronization, Xiaoliu's strength appeared inconspicuous in this context. Even the weakest among them, Meng Liang, could easily handle him. However, in crucial moments, even a single straw can break the back of a strong camel, and at this juncture, Xiaoliu was playing the role of that final straw. At the moment when the dark red palm was discovered by Elder Xian, it was already far too late for him to evade. Nevertheless, being a seasoned warrior, upon realizing that the assailant was Xiaoliu, he resolutely summoned his inner strength to fortify his abdomen, significantly enhancing his defenses. Xiaoliu's eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, and the palm strike he delivered targeted directly at Elder Xian's abdomen. A dull thud resonated, reminiscent of a heavy blow. Xiaoliu's fiery palm struck unceremoniously against Elder Xian's midsection. However, Elder Xian had anticipated such an attack. With his cultivation at the 7th level of the immortal realm, he withstood Xiaoliu's strike, only staggering back half a step, sustaining no further injury. In battles among masters, every fraction of a moment counts. Elder Xian's slight retreat was inconsequential. Yet, this left Elder Huang to confront the terrifying Youlan alone in the next heartbeat. He had scarcely adjusted to the daunting prospect of facing an opponent solo when Youlan, nearly driven to madness, seized her opportunity and clawed at his arm, inflicting a gaping wound that extended nearly a foot long across his left arm. Blood gushed forth, staining his entire left limb in crimson. Following his successful strike, Xiaoliu did not hasten to launch another attack. The equilibrium of the battle had been shattered, and now he merely needed to guard against the lethal intent emanating from Meng Liang. Although Meng Liang's injuries were not severe, the overwhelming force of Youlan Flower had sent him reeling, resulting in some internal damage. Rising from the edge of the cavern, Meng Liang witnessed Xiaoliu's palm strike. By the time he considered lending assistance, it was already too late, for Youlan Flower had swiftly incapacitated Elder Huang, nearly crippling his left arm. The battlefield once again became shrouded in uncertainty. The ease with which the two elders had previously maneuvered was now a distant memory, as beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads. While Meng Liang remained poised to strike, Xiaoliu was no fool. He kept a vigilant eye on Meng Liang, preventing any surprise assault that might who was focused on their duel. The two elders clung desperately to the hope of Meng Liang's support and Miao Lanlan's impending fatigue. However, contrary to their expectations, Miao Lanlan showed no signs of faltering even now. This realization only heightened their trepidation, throwing them further into disarray. Suddenly, a tearing sound echoed from Elder Xian's waist, signaling that he too had sustained an injury amidst the fierce struggle. Specifically at the same location Xiaoliu had previously attacked. Miao Lanlan's claws were exceedingly sharp. Any contact with them resulted in significant wounds. Following Elder Huang, Elder Xian also bore injuries, and the gaping wound bled profusely, staining his garment. Damn it! We must retreat. Once her medicinal effects wear off, we will inevitably perish at her hands. Elder Xian, sensing the dire shift in circumstances, exchanged a knowing glance with his brother Elder Huang. Gritting his teeth, uttered those fateful words. With this initial greeting, he envisioned a future of thriving alongside the third prince, far more prosperous than before. Yet, what had once seemed a cooked duck was now poised to take flight. Miao Lanlan's performance greatly exceeded Meng Liang's expectations. He had not anticipated that this woman would possess such a potent drug capable of altering the entire situation. Even more astonishing was the fact that, due to Xiaoliu's seemingly inconspicuous strike, the two venerable elders, Xian and Huang, had succumbed. The conclusion of the battle was remarkably abrupt, leaving only Xiaoliu and Miao Lanlan in the aftermath. Aside from the crimson stains, there was no evidence of the fierce conflict that had just transpired. Sister Lan, are you all right? At that moment, Xiaoliu stood beside Miao Lanlan, hastily stepping forward to support her arm, his concern evident in his voice. I never expected to meet my end in such a place. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoliu realized that Miao Lanlan had already fainted, losing consciousness. Chapter 64. Deception and Evasion. Xiaoliu cradled the unconscious Miao Lanlan. His heart ablaze with fury, yet he found himself unable to vent his frustration. All of this was due to his own inadequacy and strength. Mo Wu, positioned at the most advantageous angle to assess the situation, promptly alerted Xiaoliu, and they began to contemplate an escape plan. In the midst of their contemplation, Miao Lanlan began to mumble incoherently, her pained expression and indistinct words revealing that she was once again haunted by the childhood calamity. Kid, good news. Do you see those two stone chairs? The one on the left has a hollow base. It resembles the entrance to a secret passage. Quickly, go see if you can open it and hide inside. After meticulously probing the cave with his spiritual awareness, Mo Wu discovered the presence of a concealed chamber within. Xiaoliu hastily and gently laid Miao Lanlan down on the ground, then leaned closer to the stone chair to investigate. Crack. While exploring, Xiaoliu inadvertently brushed against a pattern on the stone chair. This particular design, worn and faded by the ravages of time, had previously escaped his notice. However, upon his unintentional press, it emitted a sound. And to his amazement, an opening appeared beneath the chair, just large enough for a single person to pass through. Got it. A look of ecstatic joy spread across Xiaoliu's face. He disregarded the need to inspect what lay beyond the opening and swiftly lifted Miao Lanlan, lowering her through the passage before he himself swiftly followed suit. Possessing the eye of demon breaking, Xiaoliu was still able to discern his surroundings within the pitch-black chamber. Inside, there was a stone bed capable and a conspicuous handle affixed to the rock wall. Tentatively, Xiaoliu grasped the handle and turned it. The entrance to the chamber sealed shut with a resounding click, cutting off all visibility to the outside world. Feeling a measure of relief, Xiaoliu continued to survey the chamber, but was disappointed to find that aside from the stone bed, a stone stool, and a stone table, there was nothing else within. It seemed that even in this concealed refuge, all other items had succumbed to the ravages of time and had decayed into nothingness. Gently, Xiaoliu laid Miao Lanlan on the bed and began to devise a way to awaken her. Meanwhile, Meng Liang, having followed the two venerable elders out of the cave, did not descend the mountain. Instead, he concealed himself behind a few large trees not far from the cave's entrance, waiting for the effects of Miao Lanlin's drug to dissipate. Is it about time? The two of them have not emerged, seemingly aware that we have not departed, realizing that even if they come out, they cannot escape our grasp. Meng Liang has not diverted his gaze from the entrance of the cave. He has now fully betrayed the crown prince and joined forces with the third prince. If this initial meeting does not result in death, he will have much to explain to the third prince. Let us wait a while longer. After all, they cannot escape. Although we are both injured, Meng Qingshu, your wounds are the least severe, yet you are far from being a match for that woman after her outburst. What we have in abundance is time, but they do not share the same luxury. Once the effects of the medicine wear off, those two little brats will be at our mercy. At this moment, Elder Huang of the Xian Huang duo has staunched the blood flowing from his arm, his countenance a mask of malice, clearly incited by the anger that Miao Lanlan has stirred within him. That brat is mine to deal with. Were it not for him, we would not have to expend so much effort. Elder Xian, having been forced back a step by Xiaoliu's sudden assault, harbors an intense desire for vengeance against him, more fervent than anyone else. After quietly enduring for half an hour, the three of them conferred briefly, all convinced that now was the perfect moment to enter with near certainty of success. Such a forbidden drug that can temporarily elevate one's power by 2 realms is a rarity even within the Eastern Extreme Empire. It must have originated from the Crown Prince, however extraordinary its origin. It does not alter the fact that it is indeed a forbidden substance. A forbidden drug is one that brings severe side effects and is generally unsuitable for use, based on the insights of the Xian Huang duo and Meng Liang. Such drugs usually have a brief duration of effect. Their prolonged waiting was merely a precaution. The mood among the three was remarkably light. The incapacitated Miao Lanlan and Xiaoliu, who was only at the 4th level of human immortal realm, were as easy to capture as a child's plaything. Thus, the trio, feeling assured of their victory, swiftly made their way back to the entrance of the ancient cave, just as they were about to step inside. Suddenly, from the depths of the cave, 2 figures shot forth from their blind spot with the speed of lightning, charging directly at them. The Xian Huang duo and Meng Liang were instantly taken aback. Retreating 2 steps in alarm, the entrance, which they had previously blocked, now presented a clear gap. The 2 figures darted through the space between them without hesitation, racing towards the entrance of the ruins. What? They are unharmed? Quick, pursue them. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim, with murderous intent radiating from their eyes as they immediately pivoted to chase after the familiar silhouettes they pursued. They were observing that the 2 figures ahead were keeping pace with them. However, with the enemy in sight, they could only continue their pursuit. Soon, the 2 figures reached the circular teleportation disc within the ruins. And in the next moment, they were whisked away, leaving the 3 behind in a frenzy. It took only a few breaths before they too stepped onto the disc, propelled by a mysterious force into the air, trailing closely behind the 2 ahead. Thus, the 5 of them emerged from the ruins, one after the other, vanishing without a trace. Yet the ancient relic left by the ancients did not remain silent. Within that cave, a hidden door suddenly swung open, revealing a head peeking out. It was none other than Xiaoliu. As it turned out, he had never truly departed. Naturally, Miao Lanlan could. All that had transpired was merely an illusion conjured by Mo Wu's activation of his spiritual power. Meng Liang and his companions had fallen victim to the illusion cast by Xiaoliu and Mo Wu, believing they were in hot pursuit of 2 figures fleeing before them. In truth, they were merely chasing after an imaginary wisp of air, using a non-existent specter to divert the trio. Xiaoliu, given the strength of his adversaries, it was only a matter of time before they sensed something amiss. Remaining here was perilous. He hoisted Miao Lanlan onto his back and stealthily exited the ancient ruins. This venture not only yielded no rewards, but had nearly cost him his life. Miao Lanlan's injuries were grave. The forbidden medicine she had taken was now unleashing fierce side effects. Without effective treatment, this beautiful woman might remain in a perpetual slumber, ultimately succumbing to death. He sought a cave spacious enough for 2, where he settled down. Brother Wu, is there any way to save her? Xiaoliu gazed at the faintly breathing Miao Lanlan, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. This woman had endured a lifetime of suffering, only to be exploited by the prince until now. Her desperate struggles were partly to protect Xiaoliu. One could say her life had never truly been lived for herself, and it would be utterly tragic if she were to perish like this. After a brief moment, Mo Wu uttered a phrase, and Xiaoliu's heart soared with joy, though he quickly grew perplexed and inquired, temporarily, Brother Wu, Does that mean the immortal herb cannot completely heal her? Indeed, while the immortal herb can extend one's lifespan, its effects are rather limited. A normal person may gain at most an additional decade of life. Thus, your immortal herb can at best ensure she does not perish within the next 3 years. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu fell silent, taken aback that half a stalk of the immortal herb could only grant Sister Lan 3 more years of life. However, he had no other options, for now. It was better than immediate death. Xiaoliu embraced Youlan, retrieved a pouch of water from his storage bag, crushed the half-stalk of immortal herb, and mixed it with the water before administering it to her. Chapter 65. Without a trace after feeding her the immortal herb, Xiaoliu observed Youlan's condition for a while, noticing that although she remained unconscious, her breathing had gradually steadied, and the expression of pain had faded from her face. A weight lifted from Xiaoliu's heart. Thus, in the ensuing time, he practiced his cultivation while keeping watch over the unconscious Youlan. 5 days swiftly passed. During this period, Xiaoliu had cultivated the flame manipulation technique to the extent that he was now ready to embark on the next phase of his training. Next, Xiaoliu needed to temper his palms with genuine flames, ultimately achieving the ability to place his hands in fire without sustaining any damage, thereby completing the preliminary training of the flame manipulation technique. Simultaneously, after reaching the second level of the human immortal realm, Xiaoliu continued to absorb vital energy, steadily enhancing his cultivation. However, the elevation of one's realm must be achieved through the accumulation of time and effort. The few days that have passed have merely allowed Xiaoliu to stabilize his cultivation at the second level of the human immortal realm. According to his calculations, a further breakthrough would require at least several months, if not half a year or more. The arduous path of cultivation is something Xiaoliu has only now come to fully comprehend. He considers himself fortunate. Without the Zhuangyuan grass, he would still be at the initial stage of the human immortal realm. The subsequent training involves the absorption of vital energy, rendering the impression training ineffective. On this day, Xiaoliu completed the initial training of the Rongyan palm and began to attempt the fire-tempering palm. The excruciating pain he had previously experienced resurfaced, and after enduring the flames for several breaths, his hands became severely burnt and charred. In agony, Xiaoliu's palms trembled, and his body convulsed. Yet, he understood that without enduring this initial suffering, he could not progress further. Thus, he took out the everlasting mushroom that Xiaoliu had ground for him and painstakingly coated his hands with it. It had already been 6 days since he had made an agreement with Luoyu, which was originally for 5 days, and he had now surpassed the deadline. Surely, that girl must be anxiously awaiting him. The thought of such a sweet girl keeping him in her thoughts brought a smile to Xiaoliu's face. Brother, what are you thinking? So happy. She had been teetering on the brink of death these past few days, barely escaping. Lanjia, you're awake. You nearly scared me to death. Please don't ever eat anything so terrifying again. You have no idea how I managed these past few days. Xiaoliu's concerned expression warmed Youlan's heart. It had been so long since she had felt such care from another. Don't worry, sister. I'm perfectly fine now. Giggling, she continued, Brother, tell me honestly, did you take advantage of me while I was unconscious? Be truthful. Youlan's spirit was unexpectedly vibrant. Upon waking, she began teasing Xiaoliu. Don't be ridiculous. How could I ever take advantage of someone in such a vulnerable state? Xiaoliu replied, flustered and eager to clarify, giggling. Oh, my brother is shy. I was merely joking. Look at your flustered face. It's absolutely hilarious. Though still weak, Youlan laughed heartily. After a while, Xiaoliu remained quite embarrassed, while Youlan softly said, Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I surely would have perished. I will always remember this kindness. Her words were gentle yet conveyed a firm sincerity. She had always been a woman of clear distinctions in matters of gratitude and grievance. Otherwise, she would not have devoted herself so tirelessly for the crown prince until now. Lanjia, there's no need for such talk. If it weren't for you, would I not have been doomed as well? We owe nothing to each other. Youlan nodded silently at Xiaoliu's words. Choosing not to elaborate further, some bonds are best cherished in silence, without the need for verbal dispute. This was her way of handling matters. After a moment of silence, Youlan, filled with curiosity, inquired, Brother, the potency of the forbidden medicine I consumed was incredibly strong, and the backlash was terrifying. How exactly did you manage to save me? Do not deceive me. I am not a mere child of 3. Regarding Youlan's predicament, Xiaoliu initially intended to withhold the truth from her. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to reveal the reality. 3 years. Well, it is still a gain. After all, How many among us can truly pass through life unscathed until the end? Xiaoliu assumed that Maya Lanlin would be profoundly disheartened upon learning that her time was limited to 3 years. Yet she exhibited an unexpectedly formidable mindset, instilling in Xiaoliu a genuine admiration for this sister of the orchid. To confront one's own mortality with such grace is a feat that even the most stalwart of men might struggle to achieve. Another factor contributing to Maya Lanlin's nonchalance towards life and death, Xiaoliu surmised, must surely stem from her childhood experiences. Now unburdened and carefree, she harbored no fear of her own demise. In light of this, Xiaoliu found himself increasingly unable to unveil the prince's treachery towards Maya Lanlin, fearing that such revelations would devastate this resilient woman, already facing a bleak fate. Sister Lan, please rest a bit longer. I shall fetch you something to eat. Noticing the evident burn marks on Xiaoliu's hands, Maya Lanlin inquired, Brother, what has happened to your hands? How did they get burned? Upon hearing her question, Xiaoliu glanced at his hands, now treated and almost healed, and offered a mysterious smile. Sister Lan, you will understand soon enough. Maya Lanlin, perplexed by Xiaoliu's words, fixed her gaze upon him as he deftly removed the skin and entrails from a rabbit. Holding it firmly in his hands, she anticipated that Xiaoliu would pierce the prepared rabbit with a stick and roast it over the fire, but his subsequent actions left her astonished. Her mouth agape and eyes wide in disbelief. Instead of following her expectation, Xiaoliu grasped the entire rabbit and plunged both hands directly into the flames. The fire swiftly enveloped the rabbit meat, as well as Xiaoliu's hands, producing a sizzling sound. Brother, what are you doing? Quickly, take your hands out. Maya Lanlin momentarily froze at Xiaoliu's reckless actions, but as she lunged towards him, his calm voice interrupted her. Sister Lan, I am practicing a martial technique known as the flame palm. There is no need for concern. I have grown accustomed to it. Maya Lanlin gazed in astonishment at his hands engulfed in flames, and then at the beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead. Her heart softening in response. Brother, let me wipe your sweat. As a cultivator, Maya Lanlin understood well the principle that enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Thus, she refrained from further hindering Xiaoliu. Instead, she tenderly wiped his brow with her sleeve. Immediately tossing aside the half-cooked rabbit and retrieving a vial of healing ointment from her storage pouch to tend to Xiaoliu's wounds, a refreshing sensation swiftly calmed the somewhat contorted. He picked up his own medicine bottle from beside him and handed it to Youlan Lan, saying, Sister Lan, this is my own ointment, perfectly suitable for my injuries. I would appreciate it if you could assist me in applying it. After receiving the medicine, Youlan Lan cast a reproachful glance at Xiaoliu, chiding him for his overly formal manner of speaking. After having faced life and death together, their relationship had undoubtedly grown much. The mutual wariness and barriers that once existed had entirely dissipated. Especially after Xiaoliu unexpectedly learned of her unfortunate past, they now cared for and looked after each other like true siblings. Once Youlan Lan had thoroughly applied the medicine to Xiaoliu's palms, she picked up the rabbit meat that lay on the ground and continued roasting it over the fire, sitting side by side. They watched her prepare the meat, and after a moment of hesitation, Xiaoliu spoke up. Brother, the person you mentioned must be that girl named Yu, right? You seem quite concerned about her. When do you plan to bring her home? As they sat closely together, Youlan Lan turned her head, her lovely face mere inches from Xiaoliu's ear. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, made him feel embarrassed once more. Sister Lan, please don't jest with me. My relationship with Xiaoliu is not as you imagine. Her father entrusted me with her care before he passed, which is why I am with her. Oh my. A promise from her parents. You say? That makes it even more fitting. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Let us finish our rabbit and be on our way, shall we? You act as if your soul has fled whenever you cannot see that little girl. After their playful banter, Youlan Lan successfully roasted the rabbit meat, and she leisurely consumed the entire creature before contentedly clapping her hands together. Having grown somewhat numb to Youlan Lan's teasing, Xiaoliu nodded and stepped out of the cave ahead of her. And together they began their journey back. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the cave in the southern mountains where Xiaoliu and Luoyu had once lived. However, aside from some remnants left by the two, the cave was entirely devoid of any presence. How could this be? Could something have happened to Xiaoliu? A wave of dread washed over Xiaoliu. If Luoyu had encountered misfortune due to his departure, how could he ever face the deceased Luo Jin? Chapter 66. The conflict between two factions. Brother, do not be anxious. Perhaps Miss Luoyu has merely stepped out for a brief errand. Youlan Lan said soothingly, noticing Xiaoliu's gloomy countenance. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoliu nodded and promptly exited the cave to begin a search. When he left, The supplies he had stored in the cave would have sufficed for an average person for 5 days. But Luo Yu was just a young girl. She could manage on food for 7, 8, or even 10 days. Therefore, claiming she had left to forage for food did not hold water. Could it be that someone discovered Luo Yu's hiding place and abducted her? As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. Thus Xiaoliu failed to notice that everything within the cave they had occupied was meticulously arranged, showing no signs of a struggle whatsoever, while the possibility of Luo Yu being taken away without a hint of resistance is rather slim. It cannot be entirely dismissed. After an exhaustive half-day of searching, Xiaoliu had combed through nearly 100 miles of the surrounding area, and with Miao Lanlan's assistance, they were almost digging 3 feet into the earth in their quest for Luo Yu. However, despite their arduous efforts, they found not a single trace in just a few short days. One of the lords of Yuzhou City had perished while the other had fled, rendering the place a lawless domain. Fortunately, the city's skilled warriors had already departed, preventing any significant upheaval. Moreover, 2 days prior, envoys from the Crown Prince and the Third Prince had arrived successively, regaining control over the city's affairs. Yet, due to the lack of formal delegation, both parties were unwilling to yield, resulting in a fierce dispute, transforming the situation in Yuzhou City into a standoff between the two factions. After such a prolonged period, the effects of hypnosis on the tavern's owner and the waiter had completely faded. Upon seeing Xiaoliu, they initially intended to settle scores with him, but when they laid eyes on the group surrounding him, they instinctively recoiled, silencing themselves in fear. The Crown Prince's entourage comprised 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, who had made quite a name for themselves in Yuzhou City over the past 2 days, with nearly everyone recognizing them. Now, apart from the 6 sent by the Third Prince, no one dared to utter a word in their presence. Once the 5 Crown Prince's representatives, along with Miao Lanlan and Xiaoliu, entered a private room, the tavern's proprietor and the waiter exchanged glances. Having initially assumed Xiaoliu was merely a gluttonous scoundrel, they were taken aback to discover his connection to the Crown Prince. And fear flickered in their eyes that moment. The 7 of them took their seats in the private room. Among them was a man of approximately 50 years, who spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Ghost Hand, I believe the reason for our presence here, dispatched by the Crown Prince, need not be elaborated upon. With Meng Liang's rebellion and his defection to the Third Prince, Yuzhou City has become a leaderless territory. Although we cannot definitively establish control over Yuzhou City, we must ensure that the Third Prince's faction does not gain any advantage. Previously, we had to endure and vacate the Lord's residence to allow them entry due to our smaller numbers. But now that you are here, we need not fear them any longer. At this moment, Miao Lanlan had reverted to her customary attire of black, her face concealed by a black veil, having served by the Crown Prince's side for many years. No one had ever seen the true visage of Ghost Hand. They only knew her to be a woman of relatively youthful age, with the Crown Prince placing him. Thus, despite Gong Li's superior prowess compared to Miao Lanlan, he still spoke courteously to both her and Xiaoliu. Is that so? To think that something could nearly bring your Ghost Hand to the brink of death. It appears that the Third Prince's involvement of the Xianhuang elders is indeed true. Your assertions pose no issue. It is merely a trifling matter. Brother Xiaoliu, from this point forward, we shall be allies. With Ghost Hand's endorsement, your future shall undoubtedly be one of unimpeded ascent. I cannot help but feel a tinge of envy. Gong Li led the way, bowing respectfully to Xiaoliu, while the other 4, though silent, followed suit in acknowledging him. However, from their actions, it was evident to Xiaoliu that these 5 individuals bore him no genuine regard. They had not even uttered their names. The reason Gong Li acquiesced to Gui Shou's request to assist Xiaoliu in locating Luo Yu was merely to repay a favor owed to Miao Lanlan. The task of searching for someone posed no real danger, merely consuming some manpower, so why not indulge in it? Xiaoliu perceived their intentions with remarkable clarity, yet he was indifferent to whether they cared for him. Through Mo Wu, he had gleaned enough insight into the character of the Crown Prince. Thus he had never truly intended to serve him wholeheartedly. The sole reason he allowed Miao Lanlan to speak freely was that searching for Luo Yu alone would indeed be quite cumbersome. Soon, the 7 of them enjoyed a sumptuous feast delivered by the proprietor of Yeyang Tower and exchanged information about recent events. Miao Lanlan had been dispatched to investigate the ancient relics. A matter unbeknownst to the others, their presence here was due to Miao Lanlan shattering the transmission jade given by the Crown Prince, which conveyed an urgent message. As for the Third Princess men, they were dispatched shortly after Zhang Kuang's demise. Xianhuang and Meng Liang, having scoured for the 2 of them to no avail, ultimately departed to report back to the eastern extreme. Aware that he had betrayed the crown prince, Meng Liang knew that remaining in Yuzhou City would eventually lead to his covert elimination, hence he had long since departed. Had Meng Liang and the Xin Huang duo not left, they would have encountered the subordinates sent by the third prince, and upon joining forces, even the crown princess men would have been unable to contend with them. Nevertheless, the 6 individuals sent by the third prince successfully subdued Gong Li and his companions in the days prior, seizing control of the city lord's manor. After their meal, the 7 commenced their search for Luoyu's whereabouts. Just as Xiaoliu was about to depart, he halted before the innkeeper, upon awakening from the trance induced by the illusion. The innkeeper glared at Xiaoliu with barely concealed hatred, yet now he dared not even breathe audibly, for in his eyes, Xiaoliu was a person of the crown prince. Master, how may I serve you? The innkeeper's voice trembled, and Xiaoliu's composed demeanor sent shivers down his spine. Under the innkeeper's anxious gaze, Xiaoliu revealed 2 gleaming gold ingots. Placing them into the innkeeper's hands, he then cast one final, profound glance at the innkeeper before departing in silence. The innkeeper stared at Xiaoliu's retreating figure, then glanced down at the heavy gold ingots in his hands, utterly bewildered in the ensuing time. The 5 subordinates of the crown prince began to disperse, instructing the officials and soldiers of Yuzhou City to assist in the search for Luoyu. Meanwhile, Xiaoliu and Miaolanlan took it upon themselves to scour the city. A day later, Xiaoliu was compelled to accept a harsh reality. Luoyu was not here, nor was she within a 300-mile radius. Where could a mere girl of 12 or 13 possibly have gone? Despite the overwhelming concern that weighed on Xiaoliu, he found himself at a loss, pondering the immense difficulty of locating a person whose whereabouts were unknown. Just as his spirits were at their lowest, Miaolanlan arrived with news that the third prince's men had clashed with theirs. The cause was trivial. Gong Li had tasked the local officials and soldiers with assisting in the search for individuals. However, this information swiftly reached the third prince's subordinates, who, under the pretext that Gong Li had no authority to command the city's soldiers, instigated a dispute with the 5 of them. Upon realizing that the situation had arisen due to his involvement, Xiaoliu spoke up, "Sister Lan, let us go see for ourselves that I am eager to witness the capabilities of the experts dispatched by the third prince." Thus, the 2 of them swiftly leaped across half the city and arrived at a city gate, where they beheld Gong Li and his remaining 4 companions. At that moment, Gong Li was confronting 6 impeccably dressed individuals who wore expressions of disdain. The number of adversaries precisely matched the reports they had received. It appeared that all of the third prince's forces had mobilized. As they drew closer, Xiaoliu overheard one of the 6 scoff, "Meng Liang is merely the nominal lord of the city. Now that he has pledged allegiance to our master, the authority to command and manage the military here rightfully belongs to us. I advise you to depart swiftly. Everything here is no longer associated with your prince." Chapter 67. Shift of focus. As this individual finished speaking, Xiaoliu had already joined Miaolanlan at Gong Li's side. The 5 men aligned with the prince found renewed confidence upon the arrival of the ghostly hand, resulting in a balance of prowess between the 2 factions. As for Xiaoliu, they merely cast a fleeting glance his way before redirecting their attention to the entourage of the third prince. Not even offering a greeting. "Brother Xia, let us speak plainly. Our reinforcements have arrived, and you no longer hold any advantage. The reason we summoned the Yuzhou City Defense Forces was merely to assist our brother Xiaoliu, whose younger sister has gone missing. Should any of you encounter a 12 or 13-year-old girl named Luoyu, please do not hesitate to inform us. On behalf of brother Xiaoliu, I extend my gratitude to you all," Gong Li declared. Though Gong Li's words appeared innocuous at first glance, upon deeper reflection, they revealed a significant flaw, as he inadvertently shifted the focus of the conflict towards Xiaoliu while exposing Luoyu's predicament to the opposing side. If the third prince's men were to indeed encounter Luoyu, given their adversarial relationship, how could they possibly refrain from seizing that girl? The man named Xia Xiong, in his 40s and the leading figure among the third prince's entourage, instinctively fixed his gaze upon Xiaoliu upon hearing these words. Xiaoliu, approximately 13 years of age, exhibited energy fluctuations that suggested he was merely at the 2nd level of the immortal realm. How could such a youth be entangled with the prince's faction? With this question lingering in his mind, Xia Xiong tentatively inquired, "Oh, might this young brother be Xiaoliu? It seems you possess considerable influence, allowing the prince's men to exert themselves on your behalf. Since brother Gong has spoken up, I must extend him this courtesy. Should I encounter that girl named Luoyu, I shall certainly take good care." Ha ha! Xia Xiong's words were delivered in a peculiar tone, placing undue emphasis on the phrase "take good care," clearly intending to provoke Xiaoliu with sinister intent. Upon hearing this, A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xiaolu's eyes, which was not solely directed at the speaker, Xiaoliu, but also aimed at Gong Li. Miaolanlan sensed Xiaolu's fury and gently tugged at his arm, silently shaking her head. Xiaolu understood that this was not the opportune moment to confront them. His own strength was still lacking, and patience was required. However, the group surrounding the third prince seemed unwilling to abandon this topic, as mocking the crown prince was an enjoyable diversion for them. Thus, following Xiaoxiong's remarks, the remaining 5 individuals erupted into raucous laughter. Xiaoxiong was absolutely right. Ever since we arrived in Yuzhou City, I have been so utterly bored that I could nearly weep. Why don't we assist this young brother in locating his sister, and upon our return, we can host him for a while, allowing him to rest easy. What do you all say? Ha ha ha. Excellent idea. Perhaps we should lend a hand in the search. Who knows? That girl might truly be waiting for us to find her. Brother Gong, Brother Xia, and you too, Brother Xiaolu. Let us disperse quickly, lest your sister be kept waiting for too long. How improper that would be. Ha ha ha. Faced with their unabashed mockery, Xiaolu's previously simmering frustration over Luo Yu's disappearance erupted. His eyes shimmered with a blue light, his hair bristled, and he bellowed at the group of the third prince, who were still exchanging barbs. Shut the hell up. His voice startled them, as they had never regarded this young boy with any seriousness. Meanwhile, Gong Li's entourage of the crown prince merely watched with amusement, showing no inclination to assist. Upon being silenced by Xiaolu, the faces of Xiaoxiong's group turned grim, their gazes fixing upon him, while a palpable aura of hostility emanated from them, causing onlookers to recoil in fear. This murderous intent was directed solely at Xiaolu, with the addition of the ghost hand, represented by Miaolanlan. Their overall strength now rivaled that of Xiaoxiong's faction. Thus, they recognized that engaging in conflict was unwise, especially given the uncertain political climate of the empire, which was not the time for life-and-death struggles. However, it was evident that Xiaolu, being an outsider, was not favored by Gong Li and his associates, allowing Xiaoxiong's group to mock him with impunity. Ultimately, since Xiaolu stood beside Gong Li, Xiaoxiong's faction merely displayed their murderous intent without taking action. Observing the situation, the ghost hand, Miaolanlan, stepped forward to shield Xiaolu, absorbing all the hostility directed at him. The others recognized the significance of her gesture, realizing that there existed an unusual bond between the boy and the ghost hand. However, it appears that the goodwill of the ghost hand has not been accepted. Xiaolu gently patted Miaolanlan's shoulder from behind and whispered, "Sister Lan, allow me to handle this myself. It's nothing." Upon hearing this, Miaolanlan felt a twinge of concern for Xiaolu's impulsiveness, yet she reassured herself that should anything go awry, she would intervene. Surely, Gong Li and his group would not abandon her entirely. Thus, she silently withdrew. Xiaolu had managed to regain some composure. He gazed unabashedly at the group surrounding the third prince, and suddenly laughed. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the third prince, and I came today to witness the prowess of his elite. How utterly laughable it is that after all this time, I find myself confronted by a band of clowns flailing about. Is it possible that the third prince has only such worthless individuals under his command? The moment these words escaped Xiaolu's lips, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that such a youth would dare to confront Xiaoxiong and his companions, who were at least at the 6th level of the human immortal realm, with such sharp rhetoric. Moreover, his words rendered this group, including the third prince himself, utterly insignificant. Gong Li, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes at this audacity. He had intended to use this opportunity to embarrass Xiaolu while simultaneously undermining the ghost hand, as he considered himself the most qualified to command among those sent by the crown prince. When the ghost hand had summoned them to assist Xiaolu in locating Luo Yu, Gong Li had harbored dissatisfaction. However, he had concealed his emotions until this moment, seizing the chance to strike back. This way, he would not overly offend the ghost hand, a trusted ally of the crown prince, while simultaneously delivering a blow to her credibility. Truly a twofold advantage. From the outset, Xiaolu's strength had not garnered Gong Li's respect. Yet his current display of boldness was unexpected. Such a person would only risk provoking their adversaries in one of two scenarios. Either Xiaolu was a deeply concealed expert, or he was merely oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Xiaoxiong's thoughts mirrored those of Gong Li, as he regarded the audacious youth who dared to shout and insult them, most likely an ignorant braggart unaware of his own limitations. Thus, Xiaoxiong maintained a stern expression as he addressed Gong Li. Brother Gong, you have heard the provocation. Someone has insulted our third prince. and we cannot simply disregard this matter. After all, there are many common folk here listening intently. If this incident were to spread, what face would our Lord have left? Therefore, I intend to administer a punishment to teach him a lesson. Some words should not be spoken so carelessly, Brother Gong. You wouldn't obstruct me for the greater good, would you? Xiaoxiang's greatest concern was that if he took action against Xiaoliu, it would incite a full-scale conflict between their factions, an outcome he wished to avoid. After all, who would willingly seek a quarrel without reason? Do not worry, Xiaoxiang, as long as you do not take advantage of our numbers. We have no grounds to interfere in your actions. After all, Xiaoliu has indeed erred that he should not have insulted the third prince. As subordinates, though our stances differ, our future lord can only be either the crown prince or the third prince. How could the future sovereign tolerate such mockery? I leave this matter in your capable hands, Brother Xia. Upon hearing this, the ghost hand was the first to rise, eager to take the blame for Xiaoliu. But he grasped her hand to prevent her from acting rashly. Xiaoliu's actions stem from two primary concerns. Firstly, he fears that Youlan, having recently recovered from a grave injury, may not be able to showcase her true potential. Especially considering her lifespan is now limited to a mere 3 years, should any misfortune befall her, her life could be irretrievably lost. Secondly, Xiaoliu is consumed by a fervent rage. He recognizes that the third prince's followers will not all mobilize against him. And at most, only one individual will be dispatched to teach him a lesson that he intends to seize this opportunity to vent his pent-up anger. Guishou is perplexed by Xiaoliu's intervention. Yet she understands that despite his youth, he is not the sort to act without reason, and thus his actions must be driven by a compelling motive. Consequently, Youlan momentarily withdraws, yet she resolves that should Xiaoliu's life be endangered, she will act without hesitation. Are you jesting? Have you clowns finished your prattle? Who with the audacity of this mere Xiaoliu, who has only attained the second level of the human immortal realm? To speak thus was met with a fierce glare from Situ, whose eyes ignited with a palpable aura of murderous intent. In a fleeting moment, he leapt forward, exclaiming, "You sharp-tongued brat, watch as I tear your foul mouth apart." Thus commenced the battle. Capitalizing on his psychic synchronization with Mo Wu, Xiaoliu's strength surged instantaneously by 3 minor realms, elevating him to the 5th level of the human immortal realm, and he charged fearlessly toward Situ. The shift in Xiaoliu's aura was swiftly perceived by onlookers, who soon realized that he had been concealing his true power. However, it became evident to the discerning that despite his hidden strength, Xiaoliu remained no match for Situ. The two adversaries soon collided, with Situ deploying his fan, his weapon of choice, while Xiaoliu unleashed a straightforward yet forceful punch that struck the tip of Situ's folding fan. With a resounding thud, one figure was sent reeling backward for several meters, while the other stood firmly in place. All eyes turned towards the combatants, and as anticipated, it was Situ who remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Ha ha ha. So this is all you amount to, you arrogant fool, prepare to meet your end. Situ boasted, and the disparity between their realms became starkly apparent in their initial clash, with Xiaoliu being easily dispatched due to the significant gap in their respective energies. Yet, this exchange provided Xiaoliu with a crucial understanding of his opponent's prowess and strength, marking the most formidable adversary he had faced since his cultivation began. As Xiaoliu regained his footing, he was startled to find Situ before him. Wielding his fan with an arcane technique that thrust towards his throat along an intricate trajectory, with his eyes shimmering with azure light, Xiaoliu, possessing the eye of demon breaking, swiftly discerned the trajectory of Situ's attack. By deftly sidestepping, he narrowly evaded the deadly strike. Situ raised an eyebrow in surprise, yet his movements remained unimpeded as he launched his next assault. In an instant, the fan in his hand transformed into a dagger-like implement, executing a barrage of rapid and intricate attacks. Xiaoliu found himself at an overwhelming disadvantage, forced to evade rather than retaliate. From the onset, the battle unfolded unfavorably for Xiaoliu, eliciting expressions of anticipation, while only Guishou clenched his fists, poised to intervene. Contrary to their expectations, however, Xiaoliu did not succumb to defeat or death. He deftly maneuvered, evading every strike from Situ. Growing increasingly impatient, Situ, who had anticipated a swift victory, found the prolonged encounter to be a source of embarrassment, but a sinister glint crossed his features, twisting his previously calm demeanor into a menacing visage as he bellowed, "Brat, take this water-splitting fan." With that exclamation, Situ's fan unfurled and began to whirl rapidly around Xiaoliu, the edges glinting with a metallic sheen, revealing that this fan had been transformed into a lethal cutting instrument. Xiaoliu was caught off guard by the folding fan, which left several wounds, each an inch long, on his body, causing blood to flow forth immediately. Seeing this, Situ felt a surge of joy and was eager to intensify his assault, aiming to dispatch Xiaoliu beneath the fan. However, at that moment, Xiaoliu discerned the shift in Situ's demeanor. Seizing the fleeting opportunity exposed during Situ's moment of triumph, he braved a strike from the fan and rushed to Situ's side. Simultaneously, he opened his right fist into a palm and unleashed his most formidable attack thus far. Flame Manipulation Palm. Take this. Xiaoliu's palm, imbued with the essence of flame manipulation, glowed with an unnatural crimson hue, flickering with a faint dark red light, emanating a searing heat that reached Situ's ribcage in an instant. What? Situ's earlier elation at the prospect of defeating Xiaoliu plummeted as he glanced downward, encountering Xiaoliu's blood-red palm. No, upon sensing the terrifying power radiating from Xiaoliu's hand, Situ was struck with a wave of panic, letting out a terrified scream. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. Xiaoliu's flame manipulation palm, now perfected, struck unceremoniously at Situ's ribs. The onlookers only heard a dull thud, akin to a defeated leather drum. Bang! Situ flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, much to the astonishment of all present. However, having perfected this technique, its true power as a high-level mystic martial skill was unleashed, augmented by Xiaoliu's profound understanding gained through rigorous training. Thus, the force of this blow could be likened to a full-strength strike from a 6th-tier cultivator in the immortal realm. Even while airborne, Situ was already spitting blood. He was propelled over 20 meters, landing precisely at the outermost edge of the battlefield, where the third prince's faction lingered. Xiaoliu, witnessing Situ hurtling towards him, swiftly extended an arm to brace his back and catch him. Xiaoliu had anticipated that catching Situ would require little effort, yet a heavy sensation emanating from Situ forced him to stagger back a step. Fixing his gaze upon Situ, he discovered that the latter had succumbed to severe injuries and was unconscious. A charred odor wafted through the air, and upon closer inspection, Xiaoliu was astonished to find a large, scorched mark on Situ's right ribcage. The wave of dread washed over Xiaoliu, compelling him to hand Situ over to others before stepping forward with a grim expression directed at Xiaoliu. Very well, I never expected we would overlook such an aspect. However, since you have harmed our comrade, do not expect this matter to end easily. Allow me to demonstrate what makes me exceptional. With that, Xiaoliu prepared to strike, confident that, even if Xiaoliu were unscathed, he would not stand a chance against his prowess as a 7th-tier cultivator in the immortal realm. Not to mention that Xiaoliu had just endured a fierce battle and bore injuries. At this juncture, Gui Shou could no longer remain silent. With a cold laugh, she mocked in a hoarse and unappealing voice. What is this? Are the subordinates of the third prince merely shameless individuals adept at will tactics? Do you think you can bully us, the lineage of the crown prince, because we lack support? As she uttered these words, Gui Shou had already positioned herself before Xiaoliu, confronting the poised Xia. Her intervention immediately disrupted the situation at hand. Upon witnessing the crown princess faction getting involved, the third princess followers swiftly stepped forward, positioning themselves behind Xiaoliu, ready for a collective confrontation. Gong Li had initially wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between Xiaoliu and the third prince's faction, but the involvement of Gui Shou compelled him to express his stance. Brother Xia, that previous battle was a fair one-on-one duel that if you choose to intervene now, wouldn't it be rather biased? We cannot simply stand by and watch this unfold. That I propose we conclude today's event. Continuing this ruckus will only lead to your misfortune. With that, Gong Li approached Gui Shou, accompanied by several onlookers from the crown princess faction. This shift in numbers tipped the scales in favor of the crown prince's side, especially with the adversary, Situ, incapacitated and reduced to merely 5 individuals. Conversely, the crown prince's faction, including Xiaoliu, now boasted a count of 7. Xiaoliu's displayed combat prowess had garnered the attention and respect of all present. Even Gong Li could not deny that Xiaoliu had earned the right to stand among them. Ultimately, this world is governed by the strength of one's fists. Previously, Xiaoliu appeared to possess only the cultivation level of a 2nd-tier human immortal, leading Gong Li and others to underestimate him. However, after he defeated Situ and proved his worth, perceptions shifted dramatically. At merely 13 years of age, Xiaoliu commanded such formidable strength that, should he ally himself with the crown prince in the future, he would likely receive preferential training and resources. By the time he reached maturity, his abilities would undoubtedly surpass everyone present. Such an individual, if he were to survive, would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the world. Consequently, Gong Li's stance transformed, evolving into a supportive ally of Xiaoliu. Gong Li, your strategy is truly impressive. It appears this lad was merely a trap you set deliberately, and no wonder you all seemed so relaxed from the outset. I shall remember this debt, Xia. With that, they departed. The disparity in strength between the factions had widened, rendering the third princess faction utterly disadvantaged. Gong Li, upon hearing this, merely flashed a knowing glance but refrained from offering any explanation, cheerfully replying, "Brother Xia, safe travels. Oh, by the way, we've grown weary of our lodgings. I hear the city lordess' residence is far more comfortable. I trust Brother Xia won't mind if we stay for a few days." Chapter 69. Key suspect Xia Xiong's countenance darkened. Today, they had undeniably suffered a complete defeat. What began as an opportunity to provoke the Crown Princess faction had backfired, resulting in their own considerable loss. In Xia Xiong's view, the entire affair had been a meticulously crafted trap, with Gong Li utilizing the boy Xiaolu's ability to conceal his true combat strength to lead them into a snare, ultimately delivering a crushing blow. With a final, penetrating gaze directed at the still-standing Xiaoliu, Xia Xiong spat through clenched teeth. "Very well. We shall vacate the city lordess' residence. But I hope you can remain undisturbed there. Don't perish with—" They departed, their pride thoroughly shattered, leaving them seething with indignation. "Ha! Dear sixth brother, your commendable efforts have indeed made a significant difference this time, that I had long suspected that individuals capable of entering the realm of the supernatural are anything but ordinary. And it seems my discernment has proven accurate." Gong Li appears to have undergone a transformation, amiably strolling over to sixth brother as if all previous actions were merely a fade. Those unaware of the truth might easily be deceived by his words. However, sixth brother understands all too well that this behavior stems solely from Gong Li's recognition of his own strength. Such an ability to gauge others' worth is one in which sixth brother humbly admits his inferiority. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks with Gong Li and the prince's entourage, sixth brother excused himself, citing an injury, and departed. The gathering of individuals relocated from Yang Tower to the Lord's residence, which offered numerous vacant rooms. Sixth brother selected one for himself and declared to the outside world that he required time to recuperate. Although he had emerged victorious in battle, he was acutely aware that Situ was no novice. The primary reason for his defeat lay in underestimating his opponent. The strength of the human immortal realm's 6th level remained a formidable challenge for sixth brother. Had Situ not relaxed his guard, believing victory was within reach, sixth brother would have been uncertain if he could have delivered a fatal blow. Just as sixth brother settled onto the door swung open, and upon seeing the newcomer, his heart lightened. It was Youlan, not Gong Li or his companions. "Brother, you were far too impulsive earlier. Let me see how bad your injuries are." Youlan resumed her natural tone in their private moment, stepping closer to examine the wounds adorning sixth brother's body with concern. "Rest assured, sister, they are merely superficial injuries. Have you forgotten that I possess healing elixirs?" Sixth brother replied, warmth flooding his heart, though his expression remained nonchalant. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a black paste crafted from the ageless herb. After several uses of the fiery palm technique, only a small portion of the herb remained. The other half had been expended in aiding Youlan. She took the paste and gently applied it to his wounds. Once this was done, Youlan spoke solemnly. "Brother, the perception of Gong Li and his group towards you has shifted. However, they are far from benevolent. Remember, trust no one easily. When you arrive at the Imperial City, you will encounter countless overt and covert struggles. And the only person you can rely on is yourself. Of course, I, your sister, would never wish you harm, and you can trust me." Youlan's words were astute. They had yet to leave Yuzhou City, and merely encountering a few subordinates of the third prince and the crown prince had already provided a glimpse into the cunning of such individuals. Upon reaching the Imperial City, the situation would undoubtedly escalate. Today, you inadvertently assisted Gong Li, yet you have simultaneously made a formidable enemy of Xia Xiong and his faction. Do not forget the reason for their presence here. It is likely that a significant part of their motive is to investigate the cause of Zhang Kuang's death. Fortunately, the jade slip that the man crushed before his demise was merely a communication slip, not the fabled transmission jade. Thus, the information available to the third prince remains limited. Otherwise, Xia Xiong and his companions would not have been so relaxed in their demeanor towards you earlier. Certainly, Xiaoliu has not forgotten the dark alliance he once formed with Song and Li Tai to eliminate Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei, were it not for the need to evade the relentless pursuit of the third prince's subordinates. He would not have opted to collaborate with Miao Elanelin. In hindsight, that decision appears to have been sagacious. On his own, he would undoubtedly fall short against the likes of Xiaoliu and his cohorts. However, the mysterious disappearance of Luo Yu has cast a shadow of unease over Xiaoliu, igniting a frustration that seeks an outlet. It was during this tumultuous time that he encountered the scornful mockery of his adversaries, ultimately prompting him to take action. Yet, Xiaoliu harbors no regrets. A man of honor must know when to endure and when to strike, even if this recklessness unveils his identity as the murderer of Zhang Kuang. He possesses a certain confidence in his ability to safeguard himself. If Gong Li can wield Xiaoliu as a weapon against his foes, then conversely, Xiaoliu can likewise employ Gong Li and his companions to shield himself from the threats posed by Xiaoliu and his ilk. Their relationship is one of mutual exploitation, devoid of any semblance of camaraderie. Once Miao Lanlan finished her words, she advised Xiaoliu to rest well before departing the room, alone in his chamber. Xiaoliu mused to himself, "My strength remains insufficient. Although I emerged victorious today, it was merely due to Situ's underestimation and the fact that he is the weakest among that group. Should I face Xiaoliu, I would have no confidence whatsoever. You've come to understand the brutal reality of the cultivation world, have you? If so, then exert yourself with renewed vigor. As for Luo Yu, I believe you needn't dwell too heavily on her departure. From my observations and analyses, it appears she left of her own accord. Something of significant importance must have compelled her to forsake your agreement and venture forth alone. Your focus should not be on the concerns of others, but rather on elevating your own prowess." Emma Wu's words have always held truth, and upon hearing them, Xiaoliu felt a surge of reassurance. If Luo Yu did indeed leave of her own volition, despite the inherent dangers, it is infinitely preferable to the worst-case scenario. Moreover, Emma Wu is correct. He is currently preoccupied with his own survival amidst a cadre of formidable opponents, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. Thus, the immediate priority remains the enhancement of his abilities. With resolve, Xiaoliu began to clear his mind of distractions, sitting cross-legged upon his bed to enter a state of cultivation. The pace at which he absorbed energy was frustratingly sluggish. Yet Mo Wu had previously stated that the essence of cultivation lies in tempering the heart. If one cannot endure the solitude and tedium, they shall achieve nothing. Although Xiaoliu's absorption of vitality is slow, he is nonetheless making progress. If he continues on this path, he believes that in a few months, he will ascend to the third tier of the human immortal realm. Meanwhile, after Xiaoliu and his companions departed from the city lord's mansion, they took residence in the Yeyang Tower, the only establishment of any repute within the modest Yuzhou city. "What is the condition of Situ? How long until he recuperates?" Xiaoliu inquired. His complexion had improved significantly, yet it still instilled a sense of trepidation in the staff of Yeyang Tower, who kept their distance. Once settled, he turned to his remaining companions for answers. "Situ's injuries are severe. I have administered a creation origin pill to him. It will take at least 5 days for him to fully regain his combat capabilities." To my astonishment, that young lad possesses such remarkable abilities, capable of leaving Situ in this state. His final strike undoubtedly reached the 6th level of the human immortal realm. The one responding was a woman among Xiaoliu's companions. Appearing to be in her late 20s, adorned in a long dress of deep green and gray, who had previously maintained a rather low profile. Xiaoliu's words prompted nods of agreement from the others, after which they all dispersed to attend to their respective duties. However, the woman tasked with watching over Situ did not leave. She seemed to have something to convey to Xiaoliu. Being astute, Xiaoliu remained in the room after the others had departed, turning to the woman and saying, "All right, Lu Ying, if you have something to say, please do. Here, aside from you and me, there is only the unconscious Situ, and no one else will overhear us. Brother Xia," she began softly, "what I mentioned earlier was merely to pacify the others. I believe you have noticed that Situ's injuries extend beyond mere internal damage. He has also been afflicted by a heat similar to flames that has invaded his body. To fully heal him is not something that can be accomplished within just 5 days. I wonder if there are any new instructions from our Lord regarding our situation." Seeing that only the 3 of them remained in the room, the woman named Lu Ying and Xiaoliu's gaze roamed over her, unabashedly revealing his desire, and with a sly smile, he responded, "At this point, I need not elaborate further, but the implication is clear. The 2 elders, Xian and Huang, possess the strength of the 7th level of the human immortal realm. placing them on par with me. With their addition to the third prince's faction, we could easily sweep across the entirety of Yuzhou City. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying smiled softly and approached Xiaoliu, standing before him as she whispered, "What about that young lad, Xiaoliu? Did Brother Xia not have any suspicions regarding him? Did the information provided by the third prince not mention a young individual among those who I find him quite suspect? With the enchanting woman so close, her ample bosom within reach." Xiaoliu's smile broadened. He slipped his hand around Lu Ying's waist, grasping her curvaceous form, and with a glint of cold light in his eyes, he declared, "My dear, rest assured, whether or not that lad is the culprit, he is fated for a dead end." Chapter 70. The Fire of the Soul. After a passionate exchange beside the unconscious Situ, Xiaoliu and Lu Ying lay breathless, gradually returning to their usual calm demeanor. Xiaoliu spoke softly, "The suspicion surrounding that lad, Xiaoliu, is indeed substantial. Our visit here serves two primary purposes. First, to investigate the three individuals responsible for Zheng Kuang's death, and second, to ascertain any unusual movements from the Crown Prince in Yuzhou City, according to the information relayed by the elders Xian and Huang. The site they discovered hardly qualifies as an actual relic. It is merely an abandoned cave left behind by ancient people, lacking in significant value. This raises questions about the appearance of Gong Li and his associates here. Were they merely here to assist that ghostly hand? I shall assign people to keep a close eye on them over the next few days. We must be prepared to respond to any developments." At this moment, Lu Ying had just donned her attire, the flush from her recent exertions still lingering on her cheeks. Upon hearing the words spoken, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the arrival of Gong Li and his associates was indeed suspicious, and that it was imperative to intensify their surveillance. Meanwhile, Gong Li's contingent, excluding Gue Shou and Xiaoliu, had gathered in a secluded room, engaged in a clandestine discussion. Gong Li, seated at the head of the table, articulated his plans, while the others primarily listened, refraining from voicing any opinions. Once all matters were settled, the assembly dispersed, awaiting the dawn of the following day. At this juncture, Xiaoliu had been cultivating in his chamber for 3 hours. The wounds on his body, under the influence of potent elixirs, were healing remarkably well, as they were merely superficial injuries. When Mo noticed that he had regained consciousness, he pondered briefly before saying, "Kid, do you recall the flames we encountered upon entering the ruins? The ones capable of effortlessly reducing essence stones to ash? The temperature of those flames was undoubtedly far superior to that of ordinary fire. If you could obtain some, it would facilitate a significant breakthrough in your Nung Yin Palm technique." Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu did not immediately acquiesce. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Fifth brother, I have indeed contemplated those flames. However, as you witnessed, their temperature is simply terrifying. I fear that if I were to use them for cultivation, my hands would be reduced to cinders." Xiaoliu's apprehensions were not unfounded. That white flame was extraordinarily fearsome, and even after achieving a minor proficiency in the Ning Yin Palm, he harbored no confidence in his ability to endure its dreadful heat. Nevertheless, Mo seemed to have anticipated this, chuckling lightly as he reassured, "Silly boy, no one is suggesting that you directly employ that white flame to temper your palms. Have you ever heard of soul fire?" Xiaoliu, looking bewildered, asked, "Soul fire? I have not heard of it. Fifth brother, could you enlighten me? What exactly is soul fire, and how does it relate to that white flame? In truth, it is said that the essence of every individual's soul manifests in the form of fire. Yet most people go their entire lives without ever witnessing it. Soul fire indeed burns in a manner akin to flames, yet the materials it consumes differ. Ordinary flames persist due to the oxygen present in the air, while the combustion conditions of that white flame likely hinge upon vital energy. As for our souls, they naturally consume our life force to maintain their eternal flame. There is a saying that when a person dies, it is akin to a lamp extinguishing. Once a person passes, their soul fire is snuffed out, dissipating into the void like a dying ember. Though Mo Wu's analogy was strikingly apt, it left Xiaoliu momentarily speechless. The realization that the human soul could take the form of fire, with its fuel being one's life force, was profound. Thus, how did the soul fire relate to the white flame? Before Xiaoliu could pose another question, Mo Wu preemptively provided the answer. After this explanation, Xiaoliu finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With no swift means to elevate his cultivation level, he resolved to find ways to enhance his combat prowess. If one were truly able to cultivate the white flame to a higher level, it would undoubtedly present an excellent opportunity for Xiaoliu. Filled with excitement, Xiaoliu rose abruptly, swung open the door, and glanced at the sky. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and dusk was fast approaching. After a brief exchange with Mo Wu in his mind, he resolved to set off immediately. In his haste, he even neglected to bid farewell to Miao Lan, primarily to avoid revealing his trump card. The fewer people who knew of Mou's existence, the better. Silently, Xiaoliu made his way to the stables of the city lord's mansions, where he successfully located the dragon scale horse that was being tended there. He chose the most robust and towering of the horses, swiftly mounted, and galloped forth from the city. The guards stationed at the city gates, upon seeing the dragon scale horse racing towards them, assumed Xiaoliu to be a person of significance and promptly cleared a path for his departure. Guided by memory, Xiaoliu pressed on relentlessly in the direction of the ruins. However, unbeknownst to him, his actions were far from unnoticed by the watchful eyes of Xia Xiong and his cohort. The soldiers of Yuzhou City were now caught in a delicate balance, daring not to offend either side. Through them, the faction of the third prince quickly learned of Xiaolu's solitary exodus from the city. Xia Xiong turned to his remaining companions and spoke. The four others exchanged glances. They had all witnessed Xiaolu's formidable combat prowess. Although he had triumphed over Situ, it was clear to any discerning observer that Situ's defeat stemmed from his own overconfidence. Thus, two of them stepped forward, voicing their thoughts. "I'll go. That brat is exceeding. This time I shall see how much trouble he can stir up without the support of that gang. Stagu, I shall accompany you as well. Situ's injuries have stabilized. All that remains is for him to recuperate. There is no longer a need for me to keep watch here," declared a woman named Luing, followed by a burly man in his 30s. Acknowledging their words with a nod, Xia Xiong then cast his gaze towards Luing, whose eyes shimmered with an inscrutable light. Luing and the man named Wang Lan both acquiesced and turned to depart. By evening, when Gue Shou went to check on Xiaoliu, she found the place already deserted. A pang of anxiety gripped her. Despite their brief acquaintance, she felt a strong bond with this youth. At this hour, Xiaoliu should still be recuperating from the wounds sustained during the day's battle. Where could he have gone? With this troubling question in mind, Gue Shou scoured the city lord's mansion, yet turned up empty-handed. After approximately 2 hours had passed, Gongli summoned them all together, his expression grave as he. Xiaoliu has left the city on his own, and Xia Xiong has dispatched 2 individuals to pursue him. Was this fellow's mind truly unhinged? The events of the day could be. But what was he attempting now? Gue Shou's heart sank at the news. Stepping forward, her voice rasped, "I must go out and find them. We cannot allow Xia Xiong's men to capture Xiaoliu." "Wait, where do you intend to search? Xiaoliu has been gone for over 3 hours, and even Xia Xiong's men have left the city for quite some time. Where will you look for them? Do you even know where they have gone?" Gongli interjected loudly, halting Gue Shou just as she was about to turn and seek out Xiaoliu. Upon hearing the words, Gue Shou halted in her tracks. Indeed, the true purpose behind Xiaolu's departure remained a mystery to her. She was utterly oblivious to his destination. Could it be that he had uncovered the whereabouts of Luoyu without a clear objective? Locating the 3 individuals would prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Recognizing the impact of his words, Gongli exhaled deeply and remarked, "Our immediate priority is to fulfill the prince's directive and secure that flame. To aid us in this endeavor, the prince has graciously bestowed upon us a sealing flame vessel. Should we fail, none of us could offer an explanation. Although the prince is magnanimous, he cannot allow us to err repeatedly. Meng Liang's recent misconduct has already dampened the prince's spirits. We must avoid further aggravation." After absorbing this discourse, Gue Shou remained silent and turned away. However, Gongli understood that without Xiaolu's guidance, she would not act recklessly, for Gue Shou was renowned for her unwavering loyalty to the prince. She would never disregard his orders. Thus, after a night's rest, they set forth according to their original plan, making their way towards the site of the previously discovered ruins. Meanwhile, Xia Xiong and his companions, who were constantly monitoring their movements, quickly detected their presence. Under Xia Xiong's leadership, the remaining members, excluding Situ, stealthily followed in Gongli's wake. Chapter 71. Soul Fire and Flame Gathering. Unbeknownst to Xiaoliu, his departure had prompted the elite practitioners from both factions in Yuzhou City to mobilize collectively. The dragon-scaled steed he rode was the finest from the Lord's stable, and it galloped with incredible speed, arriving at the entrance of the ruins within half a day's time. Navigating the passage with ease, he descended and soon reached the grand door of the ruins after Brother Wu, we have arrived. Must we truly use the elemental stones to draw forth that kind of flame? Xiaoliu lamented as he retrieved from his storage pouch a scant few elemental stones. After the demise of Zhang Kuang and Zhang Kuei, although they had carried some vital belongings, they had not managed to extract many elemental stones. The few pieces in his hand, no larger than represented a mere tenth of Xiaolu's current reserves. Their scarcity made him cherish them all the more. to the extent that he had never dared to utilize them during his training. Kid, you can't catch a wolf without parting with a lamb. That if you refuse to use the elemental stones to ignite the fire, do you intend to offer your own body as bait? Unless you wish to court death, elemental stones, like gold and silver treasures, are meant to be consumed. Why are you so miserly? Mo Wu had long recognized Xiaolu's avarice, and he expressed his annoyance. Oh, then I shall discard them. Brother Wu, you must succeed. Otherwise, we will have to expend more elemental stones, and who knows how long it will take for the flame to be triggered again after it erupts. We don't have much time. Xiaolu's incessant rambling nearly provoked Mo Wu's ire once more. Fortunately, as Xiaolu's hand trembled, the 5 diminutive elemental stones were finally cast onto the stone door. A searing heat, far beyond that of ordinary flames, surged forth alongside the white fire, and without Xiaolu's prompting, Mo Wu had already begun to take action. In the perception of Xiaolu, Mo Wu, who had fused with his soul, resembled the last encounter when he consumed Miao Lanlin's nightmare. That a portion of gray substance emanated from his eyes and boldly surged into the... Xiaolu felt a chill of apprehension. He was all too familiar with the scorching heat of that white fire, which, even from a distance of several meters, felt unbearably intense. Yet, Mo Wu had plunged his spirit directly into its midst, showcasing the perilousness of the situation. Brother Wu, have you succeeded? Xiaolu asked, bewildered by the events that had just transpired and the changes within himself. Child, what sort of question is that? Do you doubt my capabilities? Behold this, Mo Wu declared, and Xiaolu suddenly felt a dryness in his eyes as a blaze of white flame abruptly manifested before him. From another angle, one would perceive that this flicker of flame was inexplicably shooting forth, presenting a most eerie spectacle. Xiaolu's heart surged with joy. Yet Mo Wu interjected, hold on, young one, that you may not have noticed, but 2 individuals followed you out of the city, if I am not. They are either sent by Gong Li or Xia Xiong. Their clandestine actions surely harbor ill intentions. Thus, it would be unwise for you to venture out directly. I suggest you delve deeper into this cave and cultivate the fire manipulation technique to a more profound level. In doing so, even if they arrive, we will possess the strength to confront them. Mo Wu's words startled Xiaolu, yet soon an involuntary aura of killing intent radiated from his eyes, given that this cave held nothing of particular value. It was clear that those who had followed him were solely targeting him. With the white flames having just flared, Xiaolu wasted no time, stepping onto the square formation etched on the ground. Opening the stone door and entering, the ancient cave remained unchanged. Once Xiaolu descended, he sought a more concealed spot at the base of the mountain and commenced his training in the fire manipulation technique. The temperature of this white flame was indeed terrifying. Even after Mo Wu had tamed it to emit only a fraction of its power, it still scorched him to the brink of agony. Fortunately, the grievous wounds did not manifest. This peculiar white flame seemed not only to burn the flesh but also to transmit heat directly into his palms, searing his very bones. Mo Wu carefully wielded his spiritual power to regulate the intensity, ensuring it remained within limits that Xiaolu could withstand while preventing any real harm. With the elixirs crafted from the immortal herb now depleted, Xiaolu possessed only some ordinary medicines obtained from Zhang Kuei and Zhang Quan. While these remedies were somewhat effective against burns, they paled in comparison to the previous ointment from the immortal herb, necessitating a longer recovery time. Time was of the essence for both Xiaolu and Mo Wu, as the pursuers could arrive at any moment. Thus, they had to seize every fleeting second. What they were unaware of was that the Luing, who trailed behind Xiaolu and Wang Lan, had merely been riding ordinary Longland horses. Having been expelled from the Lord's estate, they forfeited their right to freely utilize the superior Longland steeds housed within. After Xiaolu entered the cave, 2 full hours elapsed before they finally discovered the entrance to the ruins. Cautiously, they descended while probing the surroundings, resulting in their arrival at the stone gate a full 4 hours later than Xiaolu. The circumstances surrounding this place had been thoroughly reported to the third prince by the 2 venerable elders, Xian and Huang, who were thus aware of the terrifying flame mechanism that required precise foot placement on the formation diagram to unlock the door. Upon tossing a few yuan stones onto the stone gate, they were met with disbelief as no white flames erupted, for Xiaolu had recently triggered this very mechanism. How could this be? Could the intelligence from the venerable elders be flawed, if the dreadful flames do not ignite? How shall we gain entry? What if we approach and the flames erupt, leaving us both doomed? Wang Lan exclaimed loudly, his eyes wide, turning to Lu Ying with a look of frustration. Lu Ying, with her delicate brows furrowed, also found herself perplexed. This cave was a first for them, and they had no clear strategy. The pair repeated their experiments several times, until finally, after casting roughly 100 yuan stones, The air before the gate erupted with a terrifying heat, and a torrent of white flames surged forth. Their initial astonishment quickly turned to joy, for this meant they could finally enter. However, due to their delays, another 2 hours had slipped away. Thus, since Xiaolu's arrival and entry, a full half-day had passed, and each activation of the white flames necessitated a significant interval for reactivation. Let us go. That brat must be inside. Lu Ying, being more perceptive, had deduced that the activation of the cave's mechanisms likely involved intervals, making it improbable that they were exceedingly difficult to trigger. Although the exact duration of this interval remained unknown, it was evident that someone had entered before them. Consequently, they followed the methods outlined in the intelligence, successfully navigating the formation diagram twice, and the stone gate opened in response. The two showed no fear towards the terrifying, black hole-like entrance, for all had been mentioned in the reports. Soon, within the ancient cave left by the ancients, 2 more intruders emerged. At this moment, Xiaoliu, under the guidance of Mo Wu, had diligently trained for 6 full hours. The Nang Yin Palm had made considerable progress through this uninterrupted practice. The white flame was indeed fearsome. Xiaoliu spent 3 hours gradually acclimating to the significantly weakened strand of white flame that Mo Wu had tempered. In the following 3 hours, Mo Wu steadily intensified the flame's output, enabling Xiaoliu to enhance the might of the Nang Yin Palm as much as possible. This process was, of course, excruciating. Unlike the burns of ordinary fire, this white flame penetrated directly into the bones, subjecting Xiaoliu to inhuman torment from within. On several occasions, Xiaoliu nearly succumbed to the urge to surrender. However, the ever-looming threat of his adversaries compelled him to grit his teeth and persevere. In the grand scheme of things, what did enduring a modicum of torment signify when juxtaposed against the prospect of being trampled underfoot? The heavens favor those who are resolute. After enduring a relentless 6 hours of excruciating trials, Mo Wu's flames were finally extinguished. The flames under his command were finite, and after such prolonged exertion, they had been utterly depleted. The validation from Mo Wu nearly brought tears to Xiaolu's eyes. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had relied heavily on Mo Wu's assistance to navigate perilous situations. Now, however, he had found his own source of strength, filling him with immense satisfaction. A surge of boldness welled up within Xiaolu's heart, and he thought, regardless of who came after me, I shall ensure they regret their pursuit. How I long to witness their expressions, struck dumb by the power of my blazing palm. A fleeting glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he swiftly made his way into the cave, once settling himself upon a stone chair, closing his eyes as if to meditate. After a brief interval of approximately 15 minutes, Wang Lan and Lu Ying arrived at the cave. Upon seeing Xiaoliu seated alone, eyes tightly shut, they were momentarily taken aback. Could this lad have perished? Was this sanctuary devoid of any peril? Just as their suspicions mounted, Xiaolu's eyes snapped open, a fleeting ice-blue luminescence flickering within, accompanied by a peculiar smile as he spoke. You two have followed me all this way. What business do you have here? Surely, there is nothing of value for us to discuss. His voice affected. Upon realizing Xiaoliu was unharmed, Wang Lan's heart relaxed, and a murderous grin spread across his rugged face as he strode forward, declaring, Indeed, there is nothing to discuss. Thus, we shall proceed directly to the matter at hand. Sending you on your way. Chapter 72. The fiery bones of demonic flame faced with 2 formidable foes. Xiaoliu exhibited neither haste nor trepidation, but he rose slowly, speaking with composure. Since you wish to take my life, let us step outside. We should not desecrate this rare ancient sanctuary. With that, Xiaoliu boldly advanced toward Wang Lan. Lu Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, Xiaoliu ought to have been trembling in fear or begging for mercy upon encountering them. Why did he appear so confident, as if victory was assured? Was he merely an audacious fool, oblivious to the danger? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoliu had effortlessly maneuvered past them and emerged into the clearing outside the cave. You dare toy with us? I will have you dismembered. With a thunderous roar, Wang Lan charged forward, brandishing a pair of enormous battle axes aimed at Xiaoliu. Lu Ying refrained from joining the fray, for Wang Lan's prowess was more than sufficient to deal with a mere youth at the 5th level of the human immortal realm. Additionally, being perceptive, she feared Xiaoliu might have set a trap. So she diligently scanned the surroundings, hoping to uncover any hidden schemes he may have devised. In an instant, Wang Lan brandished a pair of heavy axes, charging towards Xiaoliu with fierce determination. These axes appeared dark and weighty, each nearly reaching half a man's height. Yet, in Wang Lan's hands, they seemed as light as mere straws, swirling with a ferocity that conjured a vast leaving one bewildered as to how to defend against the onslaught. However, Xiaoliu was no ordinary opponent. He possessed the demon-breaking eye bestowed upon him by Mo Wu, despite being at a lower cultivation level and still synchronizing with Mo Wu's spirit. His perceptive abilities far surpassed Wang Lan's. With agile movements, Xiaoliu deftly evaded Wang Lan's relentless barrage of strikes, causing them to miss entirely. Well done, young lad. It appears you possess some skill, but this time, you shall not escape my grasp. Lightning axe technique, cloud overhead. As Wang Lan's voice thundered, a fierce light erupted from his eyes, and his axes transformed into a shadow spanning 3 yards wide, descending upon Xiaoliu's position. This time, Xiaoliu did not evade. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, then opened his palms to reveal a radiant blend of red and white, emanating a terrifying heat that spread forth, though anxious about the power of his newly mastered Rongyan palm. He remembered Mo Wu's encouragement to unleash his full potential without hesitation. Resolute, Xiaoliu gritted his teeth and shouted, Rongyan palm. With all his might, he thrust his scorching palms against the descending shadow of the axis. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves that spread outward like a miniature explosion across the mountaintop. The once sturdy stone table and stools outside the cave disintegrated into fine dust under the force. Swept away by the ensuing heat wave, Lu Ying could hardly fathom that Xiaoliu could contest with Wang Lan to such an extent, as their combined strength surpassed that of the previously formidable Situ. And Wang Lan was exerting his full power. The outcome of their recent exchange appeared almost evenly matched. Well, it seems you held back a bit during your skirmish with Situ, but rest assured, today you shall meet your end. After their confrontation, Wang Lan had only taken a single step back, while Xiaoliu was forced to retreat 7 steps under the overwhelming force. The disparity in their foundational strength was stark. Thus, Wang Lan's face was etched with murderous intent as he charged at Xiaoliu once more, wielding the massive axes. Yet, just as he took 2 steps forward, an unexpected sound echoed. The gigantic axes slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Everyone was taken aback by this turn of events, including Wang Lan himself. He raised his hands to inspect them, only to find that his once robust and powerful limbs had now. What astounded Wang Lan the most was that he had been utterly oblivious to any unusual sensations in his palms just moments prior. Ah, my hands. After the initial shock, Wang Lan finally comprehended the grim reality before him. His hands had inexplicably been rendered useless. From within, his bones had been incinerated, leaving only the flesh and skin that enveloped them. Such a bizarre injury was beyond anything Wang Lan had ever encountered. He gazed incredulously at his hands, utterly at a loss. Is this the true power of the Ningyan palm? Truly terrifying. Wang Lan's hand, in fact, been destroyed by Xiaoliu. In their recent clash, Xiaoliu had struck precisely near the handle of the axe Wang Lan wielded, mere inches from his fleshly palms. Although the axes were forged from no ordinary metal, they could not alter the rapid conduction of heat. Unbeknownst to Wang Lan, that peculiar white flame had invaded his palms, and in an instant, his bones had been utterly consumed by fire. You have ruined my hands. I will kill you. I will kill you. Wang Lan, I am here to assist you. With a melodious cry, Lu Ying rushed from the side, her mature form twisting gracefully as she unsheathed a short sword and lunged at Xiaoliu. At that moment, Xiaoliu, having just witnessed the immense destructive power of the Ningyan palm he had recently mastered, felt a surge of confidence. A composed smile graced his face as he deftly evaded the attacks of the two. Tauntingly remarking, the step back, Wang Lan, I shall handle him. Upon discerning Xiaoliu's trickery, Lu Ying naturally devised her own countermeasure. She beckoned to Wang Lan and propelled herself forward once more. Step back? Since he had arrived, did he still wish to retreat? Xiaoliu smirked mockingly, and while Wang Lan remained ensnared in his own anguish and dread over his incapacitated hands and leg, Xiaoliu lunged forward with lightning speed, delivering a palm strike that struck Wang Lan squarely on the crown of his head. Wang Lan was struck with such force to the head that he could only emit a brief gasp of surprise before his skull began to contort and collapse, ultimately distorting his features into a grotesque amalgamation, his bones disintegrating in an instant, leading to his demise. A flicker of panic flashed in Lu Ying's beautiful eyes. Xiaoliu's ruthlessness was astonishing, entirely unbecoming of a mere 12 or 13-year-old boy. Initially, the two had pursued him with reckless abandon, confident in their superior strength, but now, with Wang Lan dead, she found herself alone to confront Xiaoliu. A sudden sense of insecurity crept into her heart, and as this thought emerged, her body faltered mid-motion, causing the momentum of her planned assault to dissipate quietly. Chapter 73. Fortifying the foundations after slaying Wang Lan. Xiaoliu's expression remained impassive. These two had followed him with ill intent from the outset. If they sought to take a life, they must be prepared to lose their own. He then turned to face Lu Ying, whose visage was etched with trepidation, and spoke. "What is this? Weren't you intending to kill me? Why have you halted? Are you afraid?" To Luing, Xiaoliu now resembled a little demon. Despite his inferior prowess, he had repeatedly bested them, transforming this youth, once dismissed as inconsequential, into her very nightmare. "Do not come any closer. I am a confidant of the third prince. If you kill me, you shall not live." Luing was unaware that her voice trembled, as the specter of death loomed before her, leaving her unable to maintain her composure. Xiaoliu, upon hearing this, found amusement. "You lot are all cut from the same cloth. Even your threats are identical. However, I must apologize. I do not fall for such tricks. Those who seek to kill me deserve to meet their end." With that, a brilliant blue light erupted from his eyes, and he transformed from defense to offense, launching an unrestrained assault upon Luing. In a state of panic, Luing raised her short sword, flailing it in a desperate attempt to parry, utterly overwhelmed. In a battle for survival, beyond mere strength, realm, and martial skills, the most crucial element is the momentum. Lacking the necessary vigor, what would typically be a formidable combat capability would be reduced to a mere fraction. Luing, now paralyzed by Xiaoliu's terrifying onslaught and haunted by Wang Lan's gruesome fate, was engulfed in sheer terror, rendering her incapable of unleashing the full prowess expected of someone in the late stage of the human immortal realm. Conversely, Xiaoliu, emboldened by his recent victory over Wang Lan, brimmed with confidence. And in this stark contrast of energies, how could Luing hope to gain the upper hand? The most terrifying aspect of Xiaoliu's flame palm is that no matter, it feels as if the vital organs have been hit. Any part of the human body, once invaded by his dreadful heat, will instantly be reduced to ashes, consuming bones and nerves alike, rendering one a mere shell of their former self. However, both Luing and Wang Lan possess only a slight edge over Xiaoliu in terms of strength, and even if they wished to, they could not manage to save themselves. Had they reached the 8th or even the 9th level of the human immortal realm, they would not find themselves in such a dire predicament. With each encounter, Xiaoliu grows increasingly adept and confident, a formidable master in the late stage of the 6th level of the human immortal realm. Yet he has managed to subdue 2 opponents without eliciting a single retort. Since his debut, he has never experienced such glory. Alas, it is regrettable that there are no spectators to witness this triumph. Luing has completely lost her momentum. She realizes that prolonging the battle will only lead to her downfall, so she fights while retreating, seeking an opportunity to escape. Her strength surpasses Xiaoliu's, and if she truly wished to flee, he would be unable to pursue her. The trump card, of course, is best hidden deep. With this thought in mind, Xiaoliu devised a plan. While engaging Luing in combat, he deliberately exposed a flaw. Luing, being cautious and already contemplating retreat, did not rashly attack. However, Xiaoliu boldly charged towards the tip of her sword. This action was exceedingly perilous. If Luing had been resolute in her intent to kill him, he would not have had time to evade. In that fleeting moment, almost too brief to grasp, Xiaoliu had been waiting for this opportunity. As Lu Ying's arm retracted, he lunged forward, knocking her to the ground. Luing lost her balance and cried out in alarm. At present, under the directive of Mo Wu, Xiaoliu located the bodies of Wang Lan and Lu Ying beneath 2 towering trees, where he excavated 2 substantial graves to inter them. The ruins cavern had only just been reopened by them, and should they wish to access it again, a minimum of half a day's time would be required. Hence, Xiaoliu was momentarily untroubled by the prospect of intruders and proceeded to inventory the spoils. Astonishingly, these 2 individuals possessed a considerable amount of essence stones, far exceeding that of Zhang Quan. Additionally, there were numerous other valuable items. Xiaoliu's eyes sparkled with delight. The act of counting money was a pastime he relished above all, since Wang Lan and Lu Ying had embarked on a mission issued by the third prince. It was only natural for them to carry a substantial number of essence stones. In contrast, Zhang Quan, who had ventured out temporarily, had only brought along a few essential items. After completing his inventory, Xiaoliu had pillaged a total of 500 essence stones from the spatial bags of the 2, along with several healing potions and martial arts techniques. Wang Lan practiced an axe technique, while Lu Ying wielded a sword technique tailored for women, neither of which piqued Xiaoliu's interest. With the acquisition of the flame manipulation palm, these merely mid-tier mystic skills no longer held any allure for him. However, the most significant gain from this venture was, in fact, a single elixir. This elixir, known as the Foundation Reinforcement Pill, is classified as a relatively low-grade medicine. Nevertheless, every pill requires a dedicated alchemist to meticulously refine it, investing considerable effort into its creation. The Foundation Reinforcement Pill is no exception. It is crafted from herbs of modest efficacy, yet the alchemist skillfully blends them together to enhance their effects. You should consume it promptly and commence the refining process. Coupled with the residual potency of the previously ingested Yuan grass, I believe breaking through to the third level of the human immortal realm should pose no difficulty. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliu was elated. He immediately exclaimed, "Fifth brother, is this pill truly so remarkable? I shall consume it at once. But what do you mean by the residual potency of the Yuan grass? Did I not already ingest it?" "Ah, young one, you are unaware that the purpose of refining herbs into pills is to facilitate the absorption of their properties. If you consume them directly as you did before, a significant portion of their beneficial essence may remain unabsorbed and thus linger within your body. While a small amount of residual potency poses little issue, an accumulation can lead to considerable complications. The foundation reinforcement pill, as the name suggests, not only serves to reinforce the foundation, but also possesses the ability to solidify your essence. The residual potency of the Yuan grass can be effectively harnessed through its effects." After Mo Wu's explanation, Xiaoliu nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. He then grasped the dark green pellet he had acquired from Wang Lan's spatial bag, glanced at it briefly, and promptly swallowed it whole. Just as Xiaoliu was endeavoring to refine the elixir, a group of 6 individuals appeared at the entrance of the ruins, none other than Gong Li and Gui Shou. Their objective for this expedition was to collect the white flames. And upon their arrival, Gong Li immediately extracted an essence stone from his spatial bag and hurled it towards the stone door. The flames that were originally meant to erupt had just been entirely consumed due to the entrance of Wang Lan and Lu Ying. Thus he naturally failed to summon the flames. This situation left everyone momentarily stunned. Gui Shou, being the most familiar with the area, quickly understood that someone must have recently entered the cave, causing the flame mechanism to temporarily malfunction. Without a second thought, she began to tread upon the formation diagram, opening the 2 massive stone doors. Creak, creak, creak. As the stone doors swung open, Gui Shou directed her bow with great urgency. The reason for her haste was linked to Xiaoliu's solitary departure. She suspected that the individual currently within the cave was indeed Xiaoliu. Upon hearing this, Gong Li and the others did not refute her. They too were curious about who had entered the cave before them. Chapter 74. The Burning Heaven Formation. After Gui Shou boldly stepped into the shadowy realm beyond the stone doors, Gong Li and the others followed suit. Once they had entered, 5 figures emerged from behind. Xiaoliu, the 2 elders Xian and Huang, along with the remaining subordinates of the 2 remaining princes. Fortunately, the 2 elders had managed to rendezvous with them just in time. It appeared they had come here with the intent of exploring this ancient cave. However, Xiaoliu questioned, "Didn't you previously find nothing of value during your last visit? Why return?" He wore an expression of skepticism, and the 2 elders were equally perplexed. Yet, after a brief moment, the elders exchanged glances and one of them remarked. Gong Li nodded in response, saying, "Then let us proceed. We cannot afford to give them any time to concoct schemes." Thus, the 5 of them followed closely behind the group of 6 led by Gong Li into the cave's interior. Meanwhile, Xiaoliu was immersed in his cultivation, having absorbed most of the essence from the fundamental nurturing pill. The residual medicinal properties of the Yuan grass within him were also fully activated by this pill. Within Xiaoliu's dantian, his vital energy surged once more, and upon concluding his training, his realm had ascended from the 2nd to the 3rd level of human immortal. This pill is truly remarkable. I have only recently attained the human immortal realm, and now I am already at the 3rd level, he exclaimed. Back then, Luoxiang was likely only at this level as well. In just a few short days, Xiaoliu had experienced such advancement. One could not help but acknowledge his extraordinary fortune. Of course, the dangers during this time had not been insignificant. Had it not been for his timely mastery of the fiery palm technique, he would surely have met his demise. Just as Xiaoliu was reveling in his newfound strength, Mo Wu interjected, "Kid, don't celebrate too soon. It's bustling in here, with no fewer than 10 people having barged in. If they are all enemies, we must make a hasty retreat." Mo Wu's words startled Xiaoliu. He swiftly shifted from a seated posture to standing, then exited the cave to behold Gui Shou charging ahead. "It's Sister Lan. You gave me quite the scare." Upon seeing Gui Shou, cloaked in her black attire and mask, Xiaoliu felt an immediate sense of reassurance. "Brother, you are indeed here." Gui Shou, concerned for Xiaoliu, had arrived ahead of Gong Li and the others, reaching the mountaintop first to reunite with him. "Sister Lan, I previously sensed that I was on the verge of a breakthrough, so I sought a tranquil place for cultivation. To my surprise, I had barely arrived when I indeed achieved that breakthrough." Xiaoliu did not speak the truth. It was not that he distrusted Miao Lan Lan. but rather that the process of absorbing and refining the white flames involved the secret of Mo Wu, which he was reluctant to disclose to anyone. Miao, upon sensing the lingering fluctuations of energy emanating from Xiaoliu, immediately realized that he had truly broken through, and that it had just been completed. Relieved, she reproached him, saying, "You rascal, was it necessary to keep such matters from me? Are you worried I might bring you harm?" Her reproachful tone caused Xiaoliu to smile awkwardly, scratching his head as he explained. "Sister Lan, you are aware of the situation in Yuzhou City, that it's not that I'm afraid of being disturbed during my breakthrough." While the two conversed, Gong Li and several others arrived, their curious gazes sweeping across their surroundings. They found that this place indeed resembled the report from the ghost hand, devoid of valuable items aside from stone artifacts. Only then did they turn their attention to Xiaoliu. "Brother Xiaoliu, your sudden disappearance has caused us much concern. How did you end up here?" Gong Li was not surprised by Xiaolu's knowledge of this ancient site, for the close bond between Ghost Hand and Xiaoliu, coupled with the former's life-saving favor, made it plausible that Ghost Hand would share this location with him. Just as Xiaoliu was about to explain, Ghost Hand interjected, "Everyone, I apologize for the... I have known all along that Xiaoliu is here, seeking a secluded place for his breakthrough. Thus, I recommended this location to him. I hope you can overlook my earlier reticence." Ghost Hand's words took Gong Li and the others by surprise. For during their time in Yuzhou City, Ghost Hand had nearly lost her composure over Xiaolu's disappearance. However, since Ghost Hand had made such a statement, Gong Li and the others felt it inappropriate to challenge it openly and merely offered polite congratulations to Xiaoliu for achieving a higher level of cultivation. While they exchanged these feigned pleasantries, 5 figures suddenly appeared atop the mountain. The Xianhuang elders. Xiaoliu, how dare you follow us? Ghost Hand, who had once narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Xianhuang elders, was filled with animosity upon encountering her foes. Her voice, hoarse and laced with killing intent, conveyed her fury. "Haha, Ghost Hand, we had our doubts upon hearing you were still alive, but seeing you now confirms it. It seems the prince truly cherishes you, showering you with treasures and elixirs." The comments from the Xianhuang elders left everyone present bewildered. The mention of a prince's affection made little sense to them. When Ghost Hand consumed the forbidden drug, unleashing her latent potential and engaging in a life-and-death battle with the Xianhuang elders, she had believed she was doomed, no longer disguising her identity. Thus, Meng Liang and the Xianhuang elders had witnessed her true form, a radiant maiden who had cloaked herself in the sinister guise of Ghost Hand, easily confounding perceptions. However, the 2 elders of Xianhuang, upon seeing her appearance, naturally held a different opinion. Lanlan's beauty would be considered exceptional even in the Eastern Imperial City, leading them to believe she was the prince's consort. "Gentlemen, what do you mean by that? Could you kindly elucidate so that we might grasp the underlying reasons?" Xiaoliu inquired, a smile gracing his face as he discerned the underlying implications in the elders' words. Yet, Lanlan did not afford the 2 elders an opportunity to continue their banter. With a fierce rebuke, she declared, "You 2 old dogs, come and face your demise." Without hesitation, she charged forward, prompting Gong Li and the others to exchange glances before joining the fray. The 2 factions had barely exchanged a few words before the battle commenced. In the midst of the fray, Gong Li, the 2 elders of Xianhuang, and Xiaoliu were all masters at the 7th level of the human immortal realm, while the others, save for Xiaoliu, varied in levels within the 6th. Typically, Gong Li's side possessed no advantage, and they were even somewhat at a disadvantage. Their sole edge lay in their numerical superiority. As the Ghost Hand lunged at the Xianhuang elders, Gong Li signaled, and 5 others surged toward Xiaoliu and his companions, while he himself pursued the Ghost Hand to assist in battling the elders. Xiaoliu faced 2 opponents from the prince's faction, both at the 6th level of the human immortal realm. Despite his own 7th level prowess, he found it challenging to easily overcome them, resulting in a stalemate. The remaining combatants engaged in one-on-one battles, with their evenly matched 6th level skills yielding no decisive victor in the short term. The only imbalance in strength lay within the trio of Gong Li, the Ghost Hand, and the Xianhuang elders. Although Gong Li was a formidable 7th level master, the Ghost Hand only reached the later stages of the 6th level, placing him at a significant disadvantage against either of the elders. Xiaoliu quickly discerned the dire situation and rushed toward Lanlan, intending for the 3 of them to unite their strength to subdue the Xianhuang elders. In this cavern, after countless years, a chaotic melee erupted, the surging vital energy creating a tumult of dust and swaying trees upon the mountain. Although Xiaoliu had mastered the flame manipulation technique, his own strength was insufficient. Even after recently breaking through to the 3rd level of the human immortal realm, he could only exhibit prowess at the 6th level, thanks to his spiritual synchronization with Mo Wu, the Xianhuang elders. Seasoned in combat experience, found themselves evenly matched against the 5, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Amidst the fierce battle, none noticed the massive formation surrounding the mountainous base gradually emitting a dim glow, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy. Suddenly, Xiaoliu heard Mo Wu's urgent voice in his mind. Young one, there exists a concealed grand formation in this location. It remained dormant for countless ages until now. Triggered by the fluctuations of your collective vital energy, quickly find a place to hide. Startled by Mo Wu's warning, Xiaoliu cast a glance around and noticed that a luminous membrane enveloped the entire mountain from its base, trapping everyone on the summit within its confines. Come with me. At that moment, the luminous membrane surrounding the great mountain became increasingly conspicuous as a terrifying wave of energy surged from all directions. Simultaneously, a searing heat alerted the combatants present to an impending peril. This is bad. There is a protective array around the mountain. We have triggered it. Flee quickly. Chapter 75. A turn of events upon witnessing Xiaoliu dragging Gui Shou away. The two ancient figures, Xian and Huang, who had lived the longest and possessed extensive knowledge, recalled tales of many esteemed masters who had set up grand formations in their abodes to ward off intruders. This ancient cave, seemingly left behind from antiquity, evidently harbored such a formation as well. However, the array had lain dormant for far too many years during the previous confrontation between Gui Shou and the two elders. It had not been activated. This time, due to the multitude of combatants and the overwhelming energy fluctuations, it was finally triggered. After Xian and Huang's startled exclamations, everyone became aware of the anomaly. The dreadful heat and energy waves were far beyond what they could endure. Consequently, no one could afford to continue slaying their foes, scattering like headless flies in a frantic escape. That moment, a total of 6 individuals from the prince and the third prince's factions fled down the mountain, hoping to break free from this perilous situation. Meanwhile, Gongli, the two elders, and Xia Xiang dashed towards the cave where Xiaoliu had fled. Whoosh, the white flames, as if intent on incinerating the very heavens and the earth, erupted from all sides. The 6 individuals fleeing down the mountain believed that the further they distanced themselves from the peak, the safer they would be. However, when the terrifyingly high-temperature white flames manifested before them, they realized the gravity of their mistake. An error of monumental proportions. These individuals attempted to turn back and pursue Gong Li and the others, but the cataclysmic flames had already surged toward, sweeping past the 6 in the blink of an eye, continuing its relentless ascent towards the summit. They did not even have time to emit a scream, vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace but air. The flames that Xiaoliu wielded were indeed this white fire, albeit weakened by Mo Wu. Nevertheless, he had already used this ability to claim the lives of Wang Lan and Lu Ying, underscoring the sheer terror of this white flame. As the group rushed towards the cave, although they were fleeing, they did not miss the horrific scene of the 6 perishing. Witnessing their instantaneous annihilation filled everyone's hearts with dread, cold sweat pouring from each person. Since Xiaoliu had seized Gui Shou and set off first, they had already stepped into the cave, with the 4 pursuers of equal strength following closely behind. Converging towards the entrance, though the cave mouth was not small, accommodating 4 adults side by side proved challenging, just as they were about to be overtaken by the white flames at their backs. Xian and Huang, in perfect synchrony, struck out towards Gong Li. Gong Li, seemingly prepared for this, deftly evaded the ambush, as he was the only one among the 4 belonging to the prince's faction, allowing him to sidestep the attack with a swift lunge. However, this meant that Xin Huang Erlao and Xia Xiang were now a step ahead of him. Gong Li's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity, yet he remained silent, quickening his pace to keep up. At this moment, escaping the flames of that grand formation was of utmost urgency. The Nang Yin palm erupted with full force, unleashing a terrifying heat slightly inferior to the white flames of the formation, which instantly engulfed Xia Xiang's chest. Within moments, the bones in his chest melted away entirely, leaving a hollow cavity in its wake. Xia Xiang, in agony, clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Xin Huang Erlao were taken aback upon witnessing this. But after a brief hesitation, they hastened their steps into the cave. Outside, the inferno was rapidly approaching, and Xia Xiang's face was a portrait of despair as he watched the flames consume him, erasing everything from existence. Inside the cave, the survivors had retreated as far back as possible, yet when the flames reached the cave, they inexplicably dissipated as if they had never existed. The shocking upheaval arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. The formation was indeed incomplete. Even the mightiest of formations could falter after enduring countless years of wear. Now, the energy of the formation had been exhausted, and there was no longer any cause for concern. Mo Wu, knowledgeable about formations, quietly communicated this to Xiaoliu in his mind. The few individuals in the cave, having survived the ordeal, saw the flames outside vanish but still dared not emerge. They exchanged glances, cautiously distancing themselves from one another. Originally, the combined strength of Xianhuang Erlao and Xia Xiong surpassed that of Xiaoliu and his companions, yet due to Xiaolu's decisive intervention, Xia Xiong had lost his life. The situation within the cave was now exceedingly delicate. Xianhuang Erlao were wary of Gong Li and his companions, while Gong Li's trio reciprocated the wariness towards Xianhuang Erlao. The reason Gue Shou had chosen to charge out and engage was due to meticulous calculations. After comparing the strengths of both sides in her mind, she had found them nearly evenly matched. However, they had the advantage of an additional newly ascended Xiaoliu. Thus, she was confident of victory should the battle continue. Yet, she could never have anticipated the existence of such a formidable protective formation hidden within this ancient cave, which had been triggered by their conflict. Had it not been for Xiaolu's timely awareness, it was likely that none of them would have survived. You, young one, have performed admirably before our very eyes. You have slain Xia Xiong. They sneered that he previously expressed suspicion regarding the connection between your actions and Kuang's death. It seems there is truth to that now. Xianhuang Erlao, momentarily hesitant to exit the cave, turned their gaze towards Xiaoliu, their expressions filled with malice. I killed Xia Xiong. Was he not consumed by the flames? How can you lay the blame at my feet? Why not include the lives of the 6 who fled as well? Xiaoliu, aware that the grand formation was now sealed and could not be reactivated, felt no anxiety. Instead, he lifted his head and replied nonchalantly. Point 2 old specters. Let us settle the score once we are out of here. Miao Lanlin's eyes glimmered with a menacing light. Her hatred for Xianhuang Erlao undiminished. Were it not for them, she would not be facing a mere 3 years left to live. Do not act impulsively. This is not an appropriate place for violence. Were the recent deaths not sufficiently terrifying? Gong Li was greatly intimidated by the white flames and the dreadful array, fearing that if the few individuals in the cave were to engage in combat, it might trigger the formation once more. He hastily interjected to prevent any escalation. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu's eyes darted, and he nodded in agreement, stating, Brother Gong makes a valid point. It seems that any fierce combat here would easily provoke that formation. You 2 old specters, it appears your lives are safe for the time being. Xiaolu's words incited a furious reaction from the 2 elders, their beards bristling in indignation. Had they not also feared the white, they would have been eager to teach this audacious youth a lesson. After waiting a moment longer, Gue Shou tossed a piece of elemental stone far outside the cave, and upon discovering no immediate danger, they felt reassured enough to venture forth. This ancient relic had become a place where all deemed it forbidden to engage in reckless fighting. Thus they were not concerned about treachery, for such actions would spell doom for all. However, Xiaoliu was acutely aware that the grand array had been thoroughly depleted. The recent explosion had exhausted its final reserves of energy. Thus, he deliberately maneuvered closer to the 2 elders, and as they stepped out of the cave, he closed the distance with remarkable swiftness. In a sudden twist, Xiaoliu struck out with a powerful palm towards Elder Huang's head, catching everyone off guard. Although the 2 elders understood that fighting was, their years of experience dictated that one must remain vigilant in the presence of enemies. Hence, Elder Huang, though startled, reacted swiftly, evading Xiaolu's strike. Yet, Xiaoliu had meticulously calculated this move. He desired exactly that Elder Huang would dodge, for his other hand was positioned precisely along the path of Huang's retreat. Just as Elder Huang was about to vociferously rebuke Xiaoliu for his shamelessness, he suddenly felt a grip on his shoulder. Bewildered, he glanced down to discover that Xiaolu's other hand was firmly clasping his arm, unbeknownst to him until that moment. The initial strike had not been aimed at inflicting damage, but rather to obscure Huang's line of sight and conceal the position of his other hand. Caught unawares, Elder Huang succumbed. A surge of searing energy coursed through the shoulder grasped by Xiaoliu, prompting a startled cry as he retaliated with a kick. Xiaoliu, in turn, released his grip, gracefully retreating while casting a sly glance, which was gradually collapsing. You are truly vicious, Elder Xian exclaimed upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, quickly positioning himself protectively beside Elder Huang while casting a worried glance at the latter's now beads of sweat, the size of yellow peas, trickled down Elder Huang's forehead. He felt little pain at that moment, as the nerves and bones in his shoulder had been incinerated in that brief instant, rendering him devoid of sensation. Nonetheless, the void in his arm ignited a profound fury within him. Vicious? Do you think you have the right to utter such words? Xiaoliu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. It was these two old scoundrels who had conspired with Meng Liang to ambush them, nearly leading to his and Miao Lanlin's demise in this very place. Now, the time has come for blood to be repaid with blood.